God Level Farm Chapter 1629 to Chapter 1672. Wu Ming looked at Luo Feng with an expression as if his father had died. He usually didn't like Luo Feng. Even though the other party was a gold core stage cultivator, Luo Feng was basically Wu Tianqing's loyal servant inside Spirit Vulture Mountain. Although Wu Ming called Luo Feng Uncle Feng, he didn't have much respect for Luo Feng. However, at this time, Wu Ming was at his wit's end and unconsciously treated Luo Feng as his pillar of support. However, his backbone, Luo Feng, seemed to be absent-minded. He signaled a few times, but Luo Feng ignored him. Luo Feng stared at the simple handwritten manuscript on the coffee table. His expression was very strange, as if he was excited to see a prey, but at the same time, it seemed to be regretful. There was even an unbearable itch in his heart that was scratching his liver. This was the first time Wu Ming had seen the shrewd Luo Feng reveal such a complicated expression. Most of the time, Luo Feng didn't show his emotions on his face. Wu Ming saw that he couldn't count on Luo Feng for the time being, and Lu Mancha's verification speed was getting faster and faster. The second volume of the manuscript was only a thin volume, and she had already verified more than half of it. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Just as Lu Mancha was about to turn a page of the manuscript, Wu Ming finally couldn't hold back and called out, "Valley Master Lu, please wait a moment." Lu Mancha stopped and glanced at Wu Ming with slight displeasure. "What's the matter?" Wu Ming was the apple of Wu Tianqing and his wife's eye. Almost everyone in the cultivation world knew this, but Lu Mancha looked down on this kind of spoiled brat. With her status, she naturally didn't need to be polite to Wu Ming. Wu Ming braced himself and said, "I saw that Valley Master Lu has already verified more than half of it. I just observed that there are some differences between the two manuscripts. That's because there are missing pages in your manuscript," Lu Mancha said bluntly. "In addition, fellow Daoist Xia's manuscript is easier to read. Apart from that, the contents are the same." Wu Ming said awkwardly, "Valley Master Lu, that's not what I meant." At this point, Wu Ming turned to Xiao Ruofei. He didn't dare to act rashly in front of Lu Mancha, and since the bet was between Spirit Vulture Mountain and the Star Caesar sect, he had nothing to say to Lu Mancha. Xiao Ruofei met Wu Ming's gaze with a faint smile on his face. He asked, "Young Master Wu, what do you mean? Are you trying to say that Arlene Long's true explanation is fake?" Wu Ming said with a gloomy face, "I don't dare to say whether it's true or not. However, our bet stated that the two manuscripts must be exactly the same. Now, it seems that the contents are not exactly the same. Are you trying to act shamelessly?" Xiao Ruofei asked with interest. "How can you call it cheating?" Wu Ming argued, "I can see that your handwritten copy is not much different from the original. Naturally, I can't say that your copy is fake. But it's also true that there are some discrepancies between them and our manuscripts. So, what I want to say is, why don't we both take a step back and call off the bet?" Before Xiao Ruofei could say anything, Lu Mancha and Luo Feng said in unison, "No." Wu Ming wasn't surprised that Lu Mancha stood up to oppose him. After all, Lu Mancha didn't seem to like him very much from the start. However, what made Wu Ming somewhat incredulous was that Luo Feng actually also objected. Which side was this old man on? Luo Feng almost blurted out. After he finished speaking, he came back to his senses. Seeing that Wu Ming's expression had become extremely ugly, Luo Feng hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Young master, please don't say anything about calling off the bet. Don't say anything and just listen to me." Although Wu Ming, this trash, was already at the 6th layer of qi refining, who knew how many pills he had taken and how many cultivation resources he had wasted. It could be said that if the resources that Wu Tianqing and his wife had spent on him were used on a genius disciple of Spirit Vulture Mountain, it might be possible for the sect to have another golden core cultivator. Although the probability wasn't high in the current environment, there was still hope. With Wu Ming's current cultivation level and half-baked voice transmission skills, it was no different from speaking directly to a golden core cultivator like Lu Mancha and Luo Qingfeng. Luo Feng couldn't see through Xiao Ruofei's cultivation level, so he didn't consider Xiao Ruofei to be a golden core cultivator for the time being. After all, a 20-year-old golden core cultivator was really a bit too frightening. Therefore, in order to prevent Wu Ming from being muddle-headed, Luo Feng deliberately sped up his speech. "Young master, Lu Mancha and Luo Qingfeng aren't fools. Moreover, Xianxia was there as a witness. They know very well whether the contents of the two manuscripts are the same or not. Moreover, we already agreed that if the main contents are the same, it will prove that there's no problem with their manuscripts. Now that you're twisting words and twisting logic to call off the bet, there's no way the star-seizing sect will agree. Moreover, you've lost both the person and the battle. Once news of this spreads, Spirit Vulture Mountain's reputation will really hit rock bottom. If Sect Master Wu finds out about this, no matter how much he dotes on you, he'll definitely punish you severely. When Wu Ming heard this, he couldn't help but shudder. Ever since he was young, his parents had spoiled him to the heavens. However, once or twice in a while, when he really got into too much trouble, he was still punished. Whenever he thought of those two experiences, Wu Ming's heart couldn't help but pound. Luo Feng immediately said, "Young master, you mustn't be hot-headed. If you lose the spirit stones and can't bid for that treasure, Sect Master Wu will at most reprimand you a little. If you ruin Spirit Vulture Mountain's reputation, then it won't be as simple as a reprimand." Wu Ming finally listened. He raised his head to look at the impatient Lu Manxia and the still smiling Xiao Ruofei. He said resentfully, "I was just suggesting. Since everyone disagrees, then let's drop the matter. Valley Master Lu, please continue." Lu Manxia snorted softly and gracefully flipped to a new page. Luo Feng, on the other hand, was like a cat that smelled fish. He hurriedly turned his gaze to the newly flipped page. However, Lu Manxia's movements were very quick. She immediately covered the area with a paperweight and quickly read through it. After confirming that there was no extra content in the Star Harvester sect's copy due to the missing pages in the Spirit Vulture Mountain's copy, she slowly began to verify each word and sentence. The private room was very quiet. Luo Qingfeng, who was supposed to be one of the leaders, was completely invisible. Lu Manxia and Luo Feng were both seriously reading the manuscripts. Yang Lu was looking around in boredom. As for Wu Ming, his face was alternating between red and white as he stood in a corner. No one knew what he was thinking. There wasn't much content in the manuscripts. In a short while, Lu Manxia had verified it from beginning to end. She closed both manuscripts and handed the Star-Picking Sect's manuscript, which was obviously better in appearance, to Luo Feng. Then, a playful smile appeared on her face as she asked, "Elder Luo, you've also verified it together. I think there should be no objections to the conclusion, right?" Luo Feng's face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. He nodded and said, "No objections." Young Sect Master spoke without thinking. "Our Spirit Vulture Mountain won't refuse to admit defeat. We've lost this bet." Lu Manxia nodded and turned her gaze to Xiao Ruofei. She smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Xia, congratulations." Xiao Ruofei said casually, "What's there to be happy about? This was originally a bet that shouldn't have happened. I don't think the previous auctions didn't have such verification, right?" Lu Manxia thought to herself, "This little fox, he's still pretending to be innocent after getting a bargain." She smiled and said, "At least you don't have to pay more than 700,000 spirit stones as compensation, and the Star-Picking Sect won't go bankrupt. Also, there's a profit of 50,000 spirit stones. Isn't this worthy of congratulations?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Valley Master Lu's words are very reasonable. I actually can't refute them." After speaking, Xiao Ruofei took out another manuscript from the ring to space. This manuscript was exactly the same style as the one on the tea table, but the small words on the cover had changed to Volume 1. Xiao Ruofei also handed this manuscript to Lu Manxia and said, "This is the content of Volume 1. When the two volumes are combined, both Qi condensation and golden core stage cultivators can cultivate." Seeing this, Luo Feng's eyes were fixed on the manuscript in Lu Manxia's hand. He almost couldn't help but release his mental strength to spy on it. Fortunately, in the end, his rationality prevailed over his impulse. Luo Feng reluctantly looked at the two manuscripts, then took out a large bag of spirit stones from his storage magic treasure. He scanned it with his mental strength, took a portion of it, and stored it back in his storage magic treasure. Then, he handed the bag to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Fellow Daoist Xia, here are 50,000 spirit stones. We, the Spirit Vulture Mountain, are willing to accept our loss. This manuscript will also be withdrawn from this auction." Xiao Ruofei took it without hesitation and scanned it with his mental strength. He found that there were exactly 50,000 spirit stones, so he nodded and put the spirit stones away. He smiled and said, "Then it would be impolite of us to refuse." Luo Feng's expression was not very good. He gave Wu Ming a look and said, "We'll take our leave first." After that, the two of them left the box without looking back. They didn't even pay attention to Xianxia who greeted them. Obviously, the people of the Spirit Vulture Mountain also hated the Falling Leaf sect. Xianxia didn't care about this at all. He walked into the boundary with a smile and said, "It seems that there is no problem with the cultivation method. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Xia and Valley Master Liu. You have finally found an excellent mental strength cultivation method. I think breaking through to the late golden core stage is just around the corner." Lu Mancha's weakness in mental strength was basically known to all the famous people in the cultivation world. It was no secret. Lu Mancha was also in a good mood. She said with a smile, "Then I'll take advantage of sect leader Xiao's auspicious words." Then, Lu Mancha took out more than 70,000 spirit stones from her storage ring and directly completed the transaction with Xiao Ruofei for the 2 manuscripts. Xiao Qingyang had already promised that there would be no commission for this transaction, so Xiao Ruofei naturally accepted the spirit stones without hesitation. Lu Mancha said to Xiao Ruofei, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Xia. We can communicate again if there is a chance. By the way, if you still want to sell the qi-gathering pills, please consider our Soaring Flower Valley first. The price is negotiable." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "No problem. We should continue to sell qi-gathering pills in the future, and the quantity will be even more. When the time comes, we will give Valley Master Liu a discount." Lu Mancha laughed and said, "Then I'll thank fellow Taoist Xia first." After saying that, Lu Mancha called out to Yang Lu and left room 20. After the people from Spirit Vulture Mountain and Soaring Flower Valley left, Xiao Qingyang couldn't hold back anymore. He rubbed his hands and looked at Xiao Ruofei with a smile. And said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, this matter has finally come to a satisfactory conclusion." You see, Xiao Ruofei naturally knew what Xiao Qingyang was concerned about. He smiled and said, "Sect leader Xiao, please come back in 15 minutes. I will lend you the first volume of the Lin Lang True Explanation to read for 2 hours. However, you can only read it in this box and can't take it away. Also, I hope you will keep your promise and not privately impart it to cultivators outside the Fallen Leaf sect." "No problem. No problem." Xiao Qingyang was overjoyed and quickly said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, this old man will take his leave first." Xiao Qingyang naturally knew that Xiao Ruofei wanted to copy the contents of the first volume again, so he hurriedly took his leave. He naturally wanted to see the cultivation method as soon as possible. After Xiao Qingyang left, Luo Qingfeng immediately went to lock the box door. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei set up a protective barrier. Then, he took out printing paper, a gel pen, a stapler, and other things from the space and directly bent over the table to write. The complete contents of the Lin Lang True Explanation were in his mind, so he didn't need to think or recall anything. It could be said that the faster he wrote, the faster the handwritten copy was produced. The contents of the first volume weren't much, and there were basically no complicated diagrams. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei naturally copied it with great ease and speed. He could even divert his attention to pay attention to the auction. At this time, the auction had resumed. Although Hao Qingsan didn't announce the final result of the bet between Spirit Vulture Mountain and the Star-Picking Sect, the handwritten copy from Spirit Vulture Mountain had quietly withdrawn from the auction. Moreover, Wu Ming, who had always been overbearing, no longer clamored. Naturally, everyone was well aware of the final result. At this time, a piece of refining material was being auctioned. There weren't many cultivators competing for it. After all, there weren't many cultivators who studied refining in this era. But even so, the few cultivators who dabbled in refining clearly didn't lack money. Since these people had taken a fancy to this piece of material, the competition was naturally very fierce. Xiao Ruofei wasn't interested in this piece of refining material. He just quickly copied the contents of the first volume of the Lin Lang True Explanation while paying attention to the auction. Luo Qingfeng had a belly full of questions, but seeing how busy Xiao Ruofei was, he didn't dare to disturb him. He just sat quietly to the side and occasionally served tea. Just as Xiao Ruofei finished copying the contents of the first volume of the Lin Lang True explanation, a new item appeared on the auction stage. It was the pair of storage rings that Xiao Ruofei had been waiting for a long time. This pair of storage rings was listed in the auction item brochure, and everyone knew that the handwritten copy of the Lin Lang True solution would no longer appear on Spirit Vulture Mountain. Unless some other auction item cut in line at the last minute, it was time for these storage rings to make their appearance. The cultivators who were interested in these two storage rings all sat up straight, including Xiao Ruofei, who had long wanted to buy them for Ling Qingxue and Song Wei. Xiao Ruofei took one last look at the first volume of the Lin Lang True solution, which was still wet with ink, and casually tossed it onto the coffee table. Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but look at the handwritten copy with anticipation in his eyes. Xiao Ruofei turned to look at Luo Qingfeng and said, "After Xiao Qingyang finishes reading it, you can keep this cultivation method. I'll find some time to write out the contents of the second and third volumes for you." When Luo Qingfeng heard this, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he was also a little puzzled. He couldn't help but ask, "Master, the third volume?" Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "The third volume can also be studied by Golden Core cultivators. For Golden Core cultivators, after mastering the contents of the third volume, the speed of their spiritual power cultivation will be at least 20% faster than cultivators who only learned the first two volumes." Luo Qingfeng was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, "Thank you, Master." "Thank you, Master." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand. "You're welcome. You've helped me a lot, so it's only right that I provide you with some resources. Oh right, you can choose some disciples from the star-plucking sect to teach the contents of the first volume, provided that they are absolutely reliable." The star-plucking sect had stolen all the limelight in this auction. As the saying went, the rafters that stick out first rot. It wasn't necessarily a good thing for the star-plucking sect to attract so much attention, especially when their strength was far from the level of a top sect. As such, Xiao Ruofei had long since made up his mind to help the Star Harvester sect increase their strength. Whether it was in terms of hard or soft power, they had to increase their strength accordingly. From the perspective of high-level cultivators, Xiao Ruofei was at least comparable to a middle Jindan stage cultivator. Even when facing some late Jindan stage cultivators, Xiao Ruofei, who had a variety of means, may not necessarily be unable to fight. Luo Qingfeng was only in the early Jindan stage. If he invested some cultivation resources, he still had a great chance to break through to the middle Jindan stage. This kind of high-level combat power was already considered top-notch among the first-rate sections. However, compared to those top-notch sects that easily had 5 or 6 Oris core stage cultivators, they were naturally still lacking. Xiao Ruofei had asked Luo Qingfeng to choose loyal and reliable disciples to teach the glittering jewel solution to improve the overall foundation of the star-plucking sect. The importance of mental strength in cultivation was self-evident. Take Xiao Ruofei for example. Although he didn't specialize in mental strength cultivation, the Grand Dao technique itself was a cultivation technique that cultivated mental strength and true qi or yuan qi at the same time. His mental strength cultivation had always been at the forefront, which brought great benefits to his cultivation. Some bottlenecks were easily resolved. If the core strength of the star-plucking sect could greatly improve their mental strength, then their cultivation would welcome a period of rapid growth in the future. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also had some ideas on how to improve the sect's hardware. However, he didn't plan to discuss this with Luo Qingfeng for the time being. In short, he treated the star-plucking sect as an important part of his strength to nurture. If the force formed by the people around Xiao Ruofei could be considered a sect, then the star-plucking sect was equivalent to a subsidiary or peripheral force of this sect. When Luo Qingfeng heard that the glittering jewel solution could be taught to disciples, he was naturally moved to tears. He hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Master. The old slave will definitely be strict." The old slave has a presumptuous request. Go ahead." Xiao Ruofei smiled amiably. "Before the old slave chooses a disciple to teach the glittering jewel solution, I would like to ask Master to check again." Luo Qingfeng said carefully, "This is the only way to ensure that such a precious technique won't be taught to the wrong person." Luo Qingfeng knew the power of Xiao Ruofei's hypnosis technique. This technique was also given to the star-plucking sect by Xiao Ruofei. Its preciousness could be seen from the price of today's auction. Therefore, he didn't want to make a mistake in his judgment and cause the technique to be leaked. Asking Xiao Ruofei to personally check it was naturally a safe and wise choice. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Okay. However, if I'm on Peach Blossom Island, you can only run over to find me." Luo Qingfeng hurriedly said, "No problem. If the disciple can pass master's test, then there's naturally no problem with his reliability. If the disciple harbors disloyalty, the old slave can directly clean up the sect on Peach Blossom Island. There's no need to worry about the secret of Peach Blossom Island being leaked." Luo Qingfeng's words were full of murderous intent. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "Let's talk about it later. In fact, the Linlong True solution isn't a particularly precious technique. However, since it was sold to the Soaring Flower Valley at a high price, it would be a bit unkind if we didn't keep it a secret. Therefore, we still need to keep it a secret. I also need to ask the Fallen Leaf sect for something." "Yes, Master." Luo Qingfeng slightly bowed and said. At this time, Hao Qingsong on the auction stage had already begun to introduce the storage rings. Xiao Ruofei shifted his attention to that side and no longer discussed the Linlong True solution with Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng also tactfully sat down quietly to the side, not daring to disturb Xiao Ruofei. On the table in front of Hao Qingsong, there was a tray with the 2 storage rings lying quietly on top of it. Hao Qingsong chuckled and said, "Presumably, there are many fellow Taoists waiting for this pair of storage rings. To tell the truth, if it weren't for the fact that our Falling Leaf sect is the host, I would also want to participate in the competition." Then, Hao Qingsong's expression changed and he said, "Back to the topic at hand, the name of the storage rings that you are looking at is unknown. However, because the 2 rings are engraved with the image of a phoenix spreading its wings, we have named them the Flying Phoenix Rings. The Flying Phoenix Rings were obtained by the fellow Taoist who entrusted the auction of this pair of storage rings in an ancient cultivator's ruins. According to the information provided by this fellow Taoist, the ancient cultivator's ruins should be one of Layman Yuntai's residences. Combined with the records of a handwritten letter in the ruins, this pair of storage rings should be specially refined by Layman Yuntai for his pair of twin Taoists. These 2 storage rings have the same style, but the patterns are different shapes of phoenixes. Their storage space is 3 square feet. Hao Qingsong introduced the 2 storage rings with great familiarity. Some of the basic information was shown in the auction brochure, but some of the information was just revealed, such as the detailed origin of the 2 rings and the specific size of the storage space. 3 square feet was about 10 meters by 10 meters by 10 meters, which meant that the storage space was 1,000 cubic meters, which was quite good. It was a small treasure among storage rings. In addition, although Layman Yuntai was an ancient cultivator, he was quite famous in the modern cultivation world. In particular, the higher-ups of some sects more or less knew about Layman Yuntai. The reason was simple. Layman Yuntai owned many residences and residences. The number of residences that had been discovered and explored by cultivators, including today's auction, had reached 6. It seemed that Hermit Yuntai was particularly fond of recording trivial matters. It wasn't strange to find personal notes recording trivial matters in these residences. Therefore, people naturally knew more about Layman Yuntai. According to the past information, people could roughly piece together a portrait of Layman Yuntai. His cultivation was at least in the nascent soul stage or even higher. His appearance was handsome, Layman Yuntai bragged about himself in his diary. He had many Taoist partners and was very knowledgeable. He was especially good at refining weapons. Therefore, the magic weapons that Layman Yuntai personally made were often very popular in the modern cultivation world. The price would also be much higher than the market price. A pair of twin female cultivators became Layman Yuntai's Taoist partners at the same time. This should be something that Layman Yuntai was proud of. It was reflected in several handwritten diaries. Everyone even knew that one of the twin female cultivators was called Nishang Fairy and the other was Ziyun Fairy. According to Layman Yuntai's own records, they were both extremely beautiful women. Of course, all the information came from Layman Yuntai's own records. Its authenticity could not be verified. In any case, this pair of storage rings was personally made by Layman Yuntai. Among ancient cultivators, Nishang Fairy and Ziyun Fairy were famous in the modern cultivation world. This meant that this pair of storage rings was of very high quality. At the same time, there was a historical story behind it. Naturally, the value of this pair of storage rings doubled. Luo Qingfeng was relatively familiar with the cultivation world. After listening to the introduction, he timely told Xiao Ruofei a lot about Layman Yuntai's deeds. After hearing this, Xiao Ruofei was also very excited. He was even more interested in this pair of storage rings. As for the possible increase in the price because of these factors, he did not care much. This was the confidence that the 100,000 spirit stones gave him. Of course, even if the spirit stones were not enough, Xiao Ruofei had his own plan B, which was prepared before the auction. In short, Xiao Ruofei was determined to get these 2 storage rings. This pair of storage rings was obviously a relatively important item in this auction. Therefore, Hao Qingsong spent more time introducing them, hoping to get a higher price. Just as Hao Qingsong was talking about this pair of storage rings, there was a soft knock on the door of box 20. At the same time, Xiao Qingyang's careful voice was heard. "Fellow Daoist Xia, Sect Master Luo, may I come in?" Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng looked at each other and then said loudly, "Sect Master Xiao, please come in." As soon as Xiao Ruofei's voice fell, Xiao Qingyang pushed the door open and walked in with a smile on his face. His gaze swept to the handwritten copy of the first volume of the Lin Lang True Solution on the tea table. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and his footsteps became lighter. Xiao Ruofei pointed to the handwritten copy and said, "Sect Master Xiao, in the next hour, you can read this cultivation method as you wish. However, you can only read it in this box. I also hope that Sect Master Xiao will keep his promise and not leak this cultivation method." For a gold core stage cultivator, an hour was enough for them to memorize this thin booklet. Therefore, although the Fallen Leaves sect seemed to have waived the commission of the previous transaction, in fact, they had obtained a very precious spiritual cultivation method. Although this cultivation method was only suitable for qi condensation stage cultivators to practice, it was still a big profit. Xiao Qingyang hurriedly said, "No problem. No problem. Please rest assured, fellow Daoist Xia, we understand the rules." Xiao Qingyang naturally wouldn't casually leak this cultivation method. Even within the Fallen Leaves sect, he wouldn't easily impart it. The so-called Dao couldn't be easily imparted. In this day and age, a good cultivation method was quite valuable. Not to mention, the Soaring Flower Valley had just spent a lot of money to buy this cultivation method. If it was leaked from the Fallen Leaf sect, then they would offend not only the star-picking sect, but also the Soaring Flower Valley. Xiao Ruofei nodded and raised his hand to look at his watch. Then he said, "Sect Master Xiao, please go ahead." Xiao Qingyang didn't dare to waste time. He quickly sat in the seat that Li Yifu had just sat in and picked up the handwritten copy to read and memorize it. As long as Xiao Qingyang didn't take this cultivation method out of the box and didn't take a pen to copy it, Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't care about him. On the other side, the auction for the Flying Phoenix rings had already begun. Xiao Ruofei winked at Luo Qingfeng and asked Luo Qingfeng to keep an eye on Xiao Qingyang. Then he turned his attention to the auction. The starting price of the Flying Phoenix rings was 15,000 spirit stones. As soon as Hao Qingsong announced the start of the auction, many cultivators participated in the bidding. The price on the big screen constantly jumped and skyrocketed. Xiao Ruofei didn't participate in the bidding at first. He just quietly watched the price of the storage ring soar from 15,000 spirit stones to 25,000 spirit stones. It took less than 3 minutes for the price to increase by 10,000 spirit stones. The enthusiasm of the cultivators was obvious. At this time, the price was still rising very quickly. Some of the cultivators who weren't very rich weren't kicked out. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei wasn't in a hurry to participate. He held a cup of juice and sipped it from time to time. He looked very relaxed. In the 6th box, Yang Lu saw this and couldn't help but laugh. "Fortunately, I'm not going to participate in the bidding. It looks like I won't even be able to hold on for 50,000 spirit stones." As soon as Lu Mansha returned to the box, she couldn't help but open the first volume of the Lin Lang True Explanation and read it with relish. When she heard Yang Liu's words, she looked away from the handwritten copy and raised her head with a trace of guilt. Junior sister Yang, the origin of this pair of rings is extraordinary. It's better than you expected. It's a pity to miss it. This senior sister has dragged you down this time. Yang Lu laughed and said, Senior sister Lu, you mustn't say that. So what if the storage rings are good? They're nothing more than used to store items. However, this cultivation method is different. It can increase the strength of our soaring flower valley by a lot. Isn't it obvious which one is more important? Lu Manxia nodded and said, the valley will definitely compensate you in the future. I'll also help you find a good storage ring as soon as possible. Yang Lu smiled and said, then I'll thank the valley master first. Compared to the harmony in the 6th box, the atmosphere in the 15th box where the spirit vulture mountain was located was somewhat gloomy. After Luo Feng and Wu Ming returned in defeat, they didn't speak for a long time. Wu Ming was so angry that he couldn't speak, but Luo Feng was secretly trying to figure out his new understanding of the Lin Lang True explanation. According to the star-plucking sect's handwritten copy, he found that some of the questions that had been bothering him for a long time had been explained. Now was the time when he had the deepest impression, so he naturally wanted to digest these new insights as soon as possible. When the pair of flying phoenix rings appeared, the resentment in Wu Ming's eyes became even more intense. If the star-plucking sect hadn't interfered and taken out the Lin Lang True explanation to auction, their spirit vulture mountain would have had ample funds this time. He would have definitely competed for this pair of storage rings. However, now that the income from the auction of the cultivation method had disappeared out of thin air, and they had also lost 50,000 spirit stones, the remaining spirit stones were already somewhat insufficient to compete for that treasure. There was simply no way for him to compete for the storage rings. The more Hao Qingsong explained in detail, the uglier Wu Ming's expression became. When the price of the storage rings reached 25,000 spirit stones, Wu Ming couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Uncle Feng. No. I must have this pair of storage rings. Luo Feng, who was concentrating on comprehending the Lin Lang True explanation, was startled. He quickly turned to look at Wu Ming and said, Young Master Wu, we don't have enough spirit stones. Don't we still have 80,000 spirit stones left? Wu Ming said with a gloomy expression. Spirit Vulture Mountain had prepared 130,000 spirit stones this time. In addition, they were also preparing to auction the handwritten copy of the Lin Lang True explanation. The plan was to invest at least 180,000 spirit stones. If they had that much money, it would be enough for Wu Ming to buy the storage rings and use the remaining spirit stones to compete for that treasure. However, now that they had lost the income from the Lin Lang True explanation and had lost 50,000 spirit stones, they only had 80,000 spirit stones left. They were already struggling to compete for that treasure, and their chances were very slim. How could they let Wu Ming compete for the storage rings? Luo Feng couldn't be bothered to comprehend the Lin Lang True explanation anymore. He quickly said, Young Master, we can't touch these 80,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, when the treasure is auctioned later, we definitely won't be able to compete with the other sects. Wu Ming said in annoyance, even if we don't touch a single spirit stone, do you think 80,000 spirit stones is enough for us to compete? I think we're just going to be tagging along. You might as well buy me a storage ring. This pair of flying phoenix rings happened to be a gift from Layman Yuntai to his twin female Dao partners. If I buy it and give it to Yi and Xiaoxiao, it'll be very meaningful. Yi and Xiaoxiao were the twin female Dao partners that Wu Ming had been pursuing for a long time. According to his experience, as long as he put in a little more effort, he should be able to win them over. If he had the flying phoenix rings, he was absolutely confident that he could easily capture these two beauties. Luo Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, competing for that treasure is an important matter set by the sect master. Young master, we can't miss this important matter. Otherwise, we'll all suffer when we return. The entire book. When Wu Ming heard Luo Feng's words, he immediately became like a defeated rooster. His previous imposing manner immediately dissipated. When Luo Feng saw this, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew Wu Ming's temper too well. If Wu Ming really wanted to act stubbornly, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Even if his cultivation level was much higher than Wu Ming's, he couldn't possibly tie Wu Ming up, right? While Luo Feng and Wu Ming were trying their best to explain, the price of the flying phoenix rings had slowly risen to around 28,000 spirit stones. Wu Ming looked at the price on the big screen and angrily sat back down in his seat. He said, "Everything has gone wrong this time." At that moment, the big screen above the main auction stage flashed, and the new price appeared. 30,000 spirit stones. The price had suddenly increased by 2,000 spirit stones. Wu Ming immediately noticed that the box that had made the bid was box number 20, where the cultivators from the star-seizing sect were. He immediately jumped up and shouted, "Damn it! That guy surnamed Xia is purposely angering me, right? I can't take it anymore." Xia Ruofei had just won 50,000 spirit stones from Spirit Vulture Mountain, and now he was bidding for the flying phoenix rings. This gave Wu Ming the feeling that Xia Ruofei was trying to use his spirit stones to buy what he wanted the most. If losing 50,000 spirit stones was already very depressing, then when he saw box number 20 participate in the bidding, this depressing feeling undoubtedly multiplied. After Wu Ming finished speaking, he reached out and pressed the increase button on the auction device. The price on the big screen changed to 30,500 spirit stones. The flying phoenix rings required a minimum of 500 spirit stones to increase the price. He directly pressed the increase button, and the system tacitly increased the price by the lowest increment. Luo Feng didn't even have time to react before Wu Ming had already increased the price. Young sect master. Luo Feng couldn't stop Wu Ming and could only bitterly smile. "Don't mess around. Our spirit stones are still of great use. Don't forget the sect master's instructions." Luo Feng was not worried that Wu Ming would end up spending all 30,000 plus spirit stones in one bid. Since the mysterious youngster from booth 20 had made his move, he would not be defeated so easily. No matter what, there would be a few rounds of competition. Not to mention, the other cultivators had not given up on the competition. Some of the wealthy sects were still persisting in the bidding war. Therefore, Luo Feng felt that his top priority was to persuade Wu Ming to stop increasing the price as soon as possible. Wu Ming straightened his neck and said, "Uncle Feng, don't try to persuade me. Even if it wasn't for Yi and Xiaoxiao, I wouldn't be able to take this lying down. He was clearly using our spirit stones to anger me. He must have heard that I really want to buy this pair of storage rings. By bidding at this time, isn't he mocking me for not being able to take out the spirit stones?" Luo Feng couldn't help but be speechless. He felt that his young sect master's brain was really strange, especially when he was still thinking about Yi and Xiaoxiao. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Young sect master, maybe he just likes this pair of storage rings? Luo Feng said, "Besides, if we really want to compete, we won't be able to beat him." He sold the Linlang True Solution and earned more than 70,000 spirit stones. Plus, we have 50,000 spirit stones. That's a total of 120,000 spirit stones. By the way, the Qi gathering pills were also auctioned by them, so that's even more. All our spirit stones added up to only 80,000 spirit stones. When Wu Ming heard this, he was even more furious. He shouted, "Uncle Feng, you're boosting his morale. Even so, we can't let him win it so easily. Even if I spend all my spirit stones, I have to hold on. If he has the ability, then spend 80,000 spirit stones to buy this pair of storage rings. Then I'll accept it." If Xiao Ruofei really spent 80,000 spirit stones to buy this pair of storage rings, it was estimated that the one who would be laughed at would not be Wu Ming, but Xiao Ruofei, because this was far beyond the scope of a premium. It was simply an incredible price. Before the auction, everyone had estimated that this pair of storage rings would be sold for around 30,000 spirit stones. However, considering that they were personally made by layman Yuntai and had a long history behind them, the price might go up a little. However, it was impossible for the price to go up several times at once. After all, layman Yuntai was not a god. Then have you ever thought that he would quit halfway? Luo Feng said, "If we spend all our spirit stones and only buy this pair of storage rings, then the sect master," Luo Feng didn't continue the rest of the words, but he felt that Wu Ming should be able to imagine that Wu Tiancheng, who was full of anger, would want to skin him personally no matter how much he spoiled his son. Wu Ming seemed to have a special attribute, which was that when his anger rose, his IQ would also decrease. After listening to Luo Feng's words, he only hesitated for a moment before saying, "We'll talk about it later. If we can buy this pair of storage rings, it's not bad." Anyway, with our 80,000 spirit stones, we probably won't be able to buy that treasure. You. Luo Feng didn't know what to say for a while. Facing the stubborn Wu Ming, Luo Feng really had no other way. He even thought about whether he should first knock out his own young sect master, tie him up, and wake him up after the auction of the storage rings. However, he immediately ruled out this terrible idea. If he really did that, maybe Wu Tiancheng wouldn't say anything, but the sect master's wife, Ren Suling, would probably kill him. Usually, no matter how Wu Ming misbehaved, Ren Suling was reluctant to punish him. Sometimes, when Wu Tiancheng spoke harshly, she would immediately activate her protective nature and protect Wu Ming tightly. After a while, the price on the big screen jumped several times and finally reached 32,500 spirit stones. However, these few rounds of bidding were all added by cultivators from other sections. After the person in booth 20 made a bid of 30,000 spirit stones each time, there was no more movement. Seeing this, Luo Feng hurriedly said, "Young sect master, look, the people from the star-plucking sect are no longer bidding. Maybe they really are just testing the waters. If we can get it, it'll be good, but if the price continues to rise, they'll withdraw." As soon as Luo Feng finished speaking, the price on the big screen changed to 35,000 spirit stones. The bidder was from box 20 again. Luo Feng couldn't help but lament in his heart. "You're all sent by the heavens to play with me. Why didn't you increase the price earlier or later? You just had to wait for me to finish speaking and increase the price by 2,500 spirit stones at once." Isn't this adding fuel to the fire? Luo Feng felt that he definitely couldn't suppress Wu Ming. As expected, when Wu Ming saw box 20 make a bid again, his eyes seemed to spit fire. He stood up with a bang and directly entered a price into the bidding device, then heavily pressed the submit button. Luo Feng weakly looked up at the big screen. He had already given up on trying to persuade Wu Ming. Right now, he could only pray that the people from the star-plucking sect were determined enough to buy the item, even if it was 70,000 or 80,000 spirit stones. Was there really such a possibility? Luo Feng wasn't sure. At that moment, the big screen showed Wu Ming's bid, 38,000 spirit stones. Didn't Xia Ruofei just increase the price by 2,500 spirit stones? Wu Ming decided to increase the price by 3,000 spirit stones. No matter what, he couldn't lose to the people from the star-plucking sect. As for the consequences of being impulsive, Wu Ming had already forgotten about them. This price scared off several other competitors. These people had originally been calmly increasing the price, but when this price appeared, many of them gave up. After the price of 38,000 spirit stones appeared, there was a brief silence. For a moment, no one continued to increase the price. Luo Feng saw this and couldn't help but feel his heart in his throat. If this price was sold, then they would only have around 40,000 spirit stones left. If they competed for this treasure with so little spirit stones, they might not even be able to reach the starting price, box 20. Xia Ruofei calmly sat on the sofa. The corners of his mouth even curled up. He said indifferently, "Interesting. The people from Spirit Vulture Mountain seem to be very determined. They really are a bit willful. It's probably that idiotic young sect master of theirs. Luo Feng definitely isn't that crazy." Luo Qingfeng frowned slightly. "But this kind of hothead is the most annoying. He always comes out to mess things up at such a crucial moment." Luo Qingfeng naturally knew that Xia Ruofei had participated in this auction mainly for these two storage rings. For this, he had made sufficient preparations in advance. Now that Wu Ming had interfered, it was unlikely that he would be able to buy these storage rings at a relatively low price. Although Luo Qingfeng knew that Xia Ruofei had a lot of spirit stones, he didn't want his master to spend money in vain. Xia Ruofei waited for a while. When he saw that no one was willing to increase the price, he pondered for a moment and pressed the increase button on the bidding machine. 38,500 spirit stones. This time, Xia Ruofei bid according to the lowest increment. Of course, he just wanted to test the waters. Unsurprisingly, Wu Ming from room 15 increased the price without hesitation. Xia Ruofei's bid only stayed for a second before Wu Ming updated it to 39,000 spirit stones. Xia Ruofei increased the price unhurriedly, and the price became 39,500 spirit stones. Wu Ming was not to be outdone. He immediately increased the price, and finally, the price of this pair of storage rings broke through 40,000 spirit stones. In the next few rounds, the other cultivators basically withdrew from the competition. Only Xiao Ruofei and Wu Ming increased the price by 500 spirit stones. However, when Xiao Ruofei increased the price, she was always calm and unhurried. Wu Ming, on the other hand, increased the price immediately after Xiao Ruofei's bid, showing his reckless and crazy mentality. Although each time they only increased the price by 500 spirit stones, the speed of the two people increasing the price was very fast. After a while, the price of the Flying Phoenix pair of storage rings had approached the 50,000 spirit stones mark. In box 20, Xiao Ruofei's expression was still very relaxed, but Luo Qingfeng, who was next to him, was frowning. In fact, when the Spirit Vulture Mountain had started bidding, Luo Qingfeng had felt that it would be difficult to buy this pair of storage rings at a relatively reasonable price today. Now that he saw that the Spirit Vulture Mountain seemed to be going all out with Xiao Ruofei, as long as Xiao Ruofei raised the price, the Spirit Vulture Mountain would not hesitate to raise the price, as if they did not care about spirit stones at all. This made Luo Qingfeng even more anxious. Xiao Ruofei remained calm and unruffled. He looked at the big screen and saw that the price was 48,500 spirit stones, so he pondered for a moment and directly entered 50,000 spirit stones into the bidding machine to round it up and submit it. In fact, Xiao Ruofei, who had a lot of spirit stones now, did not care much about spending 30,000 or 50,000 spirit stones to buy this pair of storage rings. He believed that even if they competed in terms of financial resources, the Spirit Vulture Mountain would not be able to compete with him. Therefore, there would be no surprises in the end who would get this pair of storage rings. In box 15, Luo Feng grabbed Wu Ming's hand and tried his best to persuade him. "Young sect master, you can't raise the price any further, this price is already high enough. If you continue bidding, the Star Harvester sect might not want it anymore, isn't that just fine?" Wu Ming shook off Luo Feng's hand and said impatiently, "I didn't spend all this time just to play with them. If they don't want it, then I can buy this pair of storage rings, right? Young master, we really can't spend our spirit stones on this pair of Flying Phoenix storage rings," Luo Feng said. "Young master, the star-picking sect has already spent a lot of spirit stones in the past few rounds of bidding. Any resentment in your heart should have been vented by now, right? Let's stop while we're ahead. Uncle Feng, I told you not to interfere in this matter." Wu Ming said coldly, "If my father blames me when we go back, I'll take responsibility. I won't make things difficult for you. It's not a matter of who will bear the responsibility," Luo Feng said helplessly. "That treasure is related to the future development of the sect. Forget it. Since you already have an idea, I won't say anything more. You decide for yourself." Luo Feng sat down on the sofa with some disinterest. He knew that Wu Ming would definitely not listen to his advice, so he might as well not be the bad guy. Anyway, Wu Tianqing and Ren Suling also knew what kind of virtue their son had. When they went back, they would not blame him. Wu Ming said with a cold face, "Uncle Feng, just let me be willful for once. If that brat from the star-plucking sect is really willing to spend over 80,000 spirit stones on this pair of rings, then I'll admit defeat. Otherwise, if you want me to give up halfway, I can tell you right now that you won't be able to." Luo Feng nodded weakly. He simply leaned against the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Out of sight, out of mind. Only then did Wu Ming enter a price into the bidding device, and then clicked submit with gritted teeth. 55,000 spirit stones. When this new price was displayed on the big screen, the cultivators participating in the auction thought that the people of Spirit Vulture Mountain were crazy. The original price of 50,000 spirit stones was already quite high, but now they actually added 5,000 spirit stones on top of that. After Wu Ming submitted the price, he said loudly, "You brat from the star-plucking sect. If you want this pair of storage rings, you have to go through your grandpa Wu. Today, even if I have one spirit stone in my pocket, I won't hesitate to add it. Or you might as well admit defeat now and give me this pair of rings." In box 20, Luo Qingfeng was furious when he heard this. This Wu Ming actually called himself Grandpa Wu. If this second-generation brat was Xiao Ruofei's grandfather, then wouldn't he be Luo Qingfeng's ancestor? Bastard! Luo Qingfeng cursed. Is this how Wu Tianqing teaches his son? Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said with a smile, "What's there to be angry about with a hothead? Besides, their statuses aren't the same. If you have anything to say it to his father. This kind of brat needs to be taught a lesson. Find an opportunity to teach him a lesson that will leave a deep impression, and he'll remember." "Master, this bastard's mouth is too foul," Luo Qingfeng said indignantly. "Ignore him," Xiao Ruofei said indifferently. After Wu Ming submitted the price, he looked at the big screen above the main auction stage triumphantly. "As long as you dare to follow, I won't hesitate to increase the price. Anyway, 80,000 spirit stones won't do anything, so I might as well play with you." When he saw that box 20 didn't increase the price for a long time, he couldn't help but ridicule, "Hey! Why is there no movement? Could it be that you're scared by my price? If you're so timid, how can you survive in the cultivation world?" On the side, Luo Feng almost couldn't help but cover his face. When they came to the auction, they didn't even bring a single spirit stone. Now, they have 2 or 3 times more spirit stones in their pockets than you. How could they be scared by your price? They're just considering whether it's worth spending so many spirit stones to buy a pair of storage rings. However, Luo Feng didn't stop Wu Ming. On the contrary, he faintly hoped that Wu Ming would anger the other party. Because only then would the other party desperately bid. In the end, Wu Ming would definitely be unable to compete with the other party. Wouldn't that mean that he would be able to keep his 80,000 spirit stones? "Master!" Luo Qingfeng was so angry that his face turned red. As long as Xiao Ruofei gave the order, he would definitely rush to box 15 and teach Wu Ming a lesson. Xiao Ruofei smiled and didn't operate the bidding device. He directly said, "Our star-picking sect bids 50,000 spirit stones." Wu Ming was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then, he held his stomach and laughed. He said breathlessly, "Is there something wrong with your brain? Or is there something wrong with your eyes? I've already raised the price to 55,000 spirit stones. You bid 50,000 spirit stones. Haha. Do you think your spirit stones are more attractive?" Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "Where did this fly come from? I haven't finished speaking yet. You're just so noisy." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei immediately said, "Elder Hao, please communicate with the fellow cultivator who put up the storage rings for auction. Our star-picking sect is willing to bid 50,000 spirit stones and 5 fire cloud pills." When Xiao Ruofei said this, the cultivators in the boxes couldn't help but be slightly moved. They all began to talk about it. Fire cloud pills? Isn't that the legendary best medicine for repairing damaged meridians? To be precise, it's the best medicine for repairing damaged meridians caused by cultivating water attribute or ice attribute techniques. Yes, yes, yes. The fire cloud pill and the ice cloud pill are famous for their outstanding effects in repairing meridians. But isn't the recipe long lost? There are only a few fire cloud pills left in the cultivation world. They were excavated from ancient ruins a few years ago. It's said that more than half of their medicinal properties have been lost, and they should have been used long ago. The star-picking sect is really surprising this year. Those bottles of chi amassing pills were also put up for auction by them, right? Could it be that the star-picking sect has recruited an alchemy master? Or could it be that they had discovered the complete remains of ancient cultivators and had unearthed the lost prescriptions and cultivation methods? Don't forget that they've also put up the Lin Lang True explanation. Tisk, TSK, TSK. The star-picking sect is going to soar to the sky. In box 6, Lu Manxia and Yang Lu, who had been watching the show, were stunned when they heard this. Then, they looked at each other. Lu Manxia smiled and said, "Interesting. Chi amassing pills and fire cloud pills, although they're not real pills, in the cultivation world, only the star-picking sect can take out such pills. Senior sister, I've never seen Luo Qingfeng's junior brother Xia before." Yang Lu said, "The star-picking sect is making such a big commotion, so it probably has something to do with him." Lu Manxia nodded and said, "That's most likely the case. Junior sister, what do you think this young man Xia Tian? Where did he come from? Where did he come from? Isn't he from the star-picking sect?" Yang Lu said, slightly stunned. "That's not what I meant." Lu Manxia said, "Look. Luo Qingfeng calls him junior brother, but Luo Qingfeng's master died decades ago. At that time, Xia Tian wasn't even born yet. He definitely isn't Luo Qingfeng's junior brother, he's just calling him that. Senior sister, you're saying, a hermit? Yang Lu said halfway and then closed her mouth. Lu Manxia nodded and said, looks like it. Lost cultivation methods, lost prescriptions, and treasures that can hide cultivation. I've never seen this Xia Tian before. It's like he just appeared out of nowhere. Don't you think so? Yang Lu pondered for a moment and nodded. Now that senior sister says it, it does seem like it. That means there's a nascent soul cultivator behind the star-picking sect. Be careful with your words. Lu Manxia interrupted Yang Lu and said, let's wait and see first. In short, don't rashly get into conflict with the star-picking sect. Fortunately, we get along well with the star-picking sect, but Spirit Vulture Mountain. Wu Tianqing is also careless. He actually let Luo Feng bring his stupid son out. That Luo Feng can't suppress Wu Ming at all. Yang Lu chuckled. In box 15, Wu Ming shouted loudly, what bullshit fire cloud pill. Just use your spirit stones to talk. Who knows what your fire cloud pill is? Luo Feng hurriedly said, young master. If they really have the fire cloud pill, it's still very valuable. Then, Luo Feng quickly explained the situation of the fire cloud pill to Wu Ming. Wu Ming curled his lips and said, even so, just 5 fire cloud pills are worth 5,000 spirit stones? Uncle Feng, what's wrong? Wu Ming said impatiently. Luo Feng smiled bitterly and said, young master, this isn't how the accounts are calculated. This is an auction, so naturally the auctioneer has the right to make the decision. The fire cloud pill may not be worth 1,000 spirit stones, but the problem is that even if you have spirit stones, you can't buy the fire cloud pill. If the auctioneer happens to need the fire cloud pill but can't find a way to buy it, he will definitely choose the spirit stones plus the fire cloud pill plan rather than ask for more spirit stones. Wu Ming curled his lips and said, how can it be so coincidental? That kid just took out what the auctioneer needs, and it's urgently needed? Just as Wu Ming's voice fell, Hao Qingsun on the auction stage said, this old man has already communicated with the auctioneer through voice transmission. He is willing to accept the proposal of 50,000 spirit stones plus the fire cloud pill. However, the prerequisite is that the quality of the fire cloud pill must be good. Even if it's not newly refined and was excavated from ancient ruins, it can't be the kind that has lost most of its medicinal properties. Medicinal pills and medicines that were relatively rare in the modern cultivation world could often be unearthed from ancient cultivator ruins. However, due to the different preservation environments, the degree of loss of medicinal properties was also very different. Some could even perfectly retain all of their medicinal properties. Therefore, the quality of medicines unearthed from ancient cultivator ruins was very different. In box number 20, Xia Ruofei revealed a confident smile and said loudly, of course. The quality of the fire cloud pill can be guaranteed, and there is no loss of medicinal properties. If it can't meet this standard, I am willing to pay 10 times the compensation, which is 500,000 spirit stones. Xia Ruofei had already expected this result. After he received some inside information from Lu Qingfeng, he also did his homework. The auctioneer of the Flying Phoenix Rings was Mu Xing, the head of the Tsonglang sect. In order to cure his only son, Mu Jianfei's meridians, he needed to buy a spirit medicine, but he didn't have enough spirit stones, so he reluctantly gave it up. After Xia Ruofei heard this news, he immediately understood the situation of the Tsonglang sect. He found that Mu Jianfei and his son both majored in water attribute cultivation methods, and it was very likely that Mu Jianfei's meridians were accidentally damaged because he cultivated a water attribute cultivation method. Although water attribute cultivation methods were generally gentle, if the meridians were damaged due to improper cultivation, it was extremely difficult to recover. This also indirectly confirmed that Mu Xing, who was the sect leader and possessed a certain healing attribute in his own cultivation method, was at a loss for what to do. Instead, he had to go everywhere to seek medical help. After grasping this key information, the first thing that popped up in Xia Ruofei's mind was the fire cloud pill. Just as those cultivators had discussed, the fire cloud pill had a unique advantage in repairing the meridians damaged by water attribute cultivation methods, and the effect was immediate. Xiao Ruofei didn't know if there was anyone in the modern cultivation world who could refine the fire cloud pill, but he judged that the prescription should be lost. Otherwise, if Mu Xing tried to use the fire cloud pill to treat Mu Jianfei, it shouldn't be ineffective. After all, Mu Jianfei was only a qi refining stage cultivator. Even if he didn't cultivate properly and lost control of his true qi, the consequences shouldn't be too serious. If Mu Xing really tried the fire cloud pill and still didn't have any effect, then Xiao Ruofei couldn't do anything. He could only rely on his own judgment to make the best plan. Of course, Xiao Ruofei had also mastered quite a few prescriptions that were of a higher level than the fire cloud elixir, but those were all in the category of real elixirs. Xiao Ruofei had not broken through to the middle stage of golden elixir, so it was basically impossible for him to refine them. This was also the advantage of the Dao Arts cultivation method. For ordinary cultivators, at least the late gold core stage, it was possible to try to refine real medicinal pills. Therefore, although there were better medicines, Xiao Ruofei couldn't refine them, so there was nothing he could do. Since the auction had been going on, Xiao Ruofei was basically at the bottom. Even the high-quality qi-gathering pill prescription couldn't be found in the modern cultivation world, and the fire cloud pill, which was even more difficult to refine, was mostly lost. What's more, he had earned so many spirit stones. If he had to get this pair of storage rings, he could just smash them with spirit stones, and the final winner would definitely be him. Other cultivators would consider the cost-performance ratio, but Xiao Ruofei didn't care much about spirit stones, so he used them. However, the development of the matter didn't go beyond Xiao Ruofei's expectations. After he proposed the plan of spirit stones and fire cloud pills, Mu Xing quickly told Hao Qingsong, who accepted it without hesitation. In box 15. Wu Ming's face alternated between red and white. As soon as his voice fell, he was ruthlessly slapped in the face by Hao Qingsong's words. When he heard Xiao Ruofei repeated the same trick and proposed that if there was a problem with the fire cloud pills, he would pay 10 times the compensation, which made him even angrier. Although Luo Feng had already explained it to him, he couldn't help but shout, "Elder Hao, isn't this inappropriate? I bid 55,000 spirit stones. Are 5 fire cloud pills only worth 5,000 spirit stones? Even if each fire cloud pill is worth 1,000 spirit stones, there should be a first come, first served rule, right? I bid 55,000 spirit stones first." Hao Qingsong smiled slightly and said, "Young Master Wu, the rules of the auction are like this. When there is a situation where a fellow Taoist uses physical objects to offset the spirit stones, the client has the right to decide whether to use physical objects or pure spirit stones. After all, the price of things is different in the eyes of different people, so the client's judgment naturally prevails." Hao Qingsong's explanation was neither salty nor light, but it made Wu Ming speechless. Luo Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had already warned Wu Ming, but he couldn't stop the other party from not believing him. Wu Ming's face sank. He gritted his teeth and said loudly, "Elder Hao, since this is an auction, can I still continue to bid?" Hao Qingsong was taken aback. He smiled bitterly and said, "Of course, but, since I can bid, I'll take it that the star-plucking sect's bid of 50,000 spirit stones and 5 fire cloud pills is higher than my bid of 55,000 spirit stones." Wu Ming snorted coldly and said, "I'll now bid 80,000 spirit stones. Let the fellow Taoist who commissioned the auction choose for himself." Luo Feng's expression changed greatly when he heard this. Wu Ming had completely lost his mind after being repeatedly provoked. 80,000 spirit stones was all they had brought with them this time, and Wu Ming had directly thrown it all in. Now that things had developed to this point, no matter what the final result was, Spirit Vulture Mountain would become a joke. If the person who commissioned the auction didn't want 80,000 spirit stones and still chose 50,000 spirit stones and 5 fire cloud pills, it would be a slap to the face. If the other party had chosen 80,000 spirit stones, it meant that the Spirit Vulture Mountain sect had spent all the spirit stones they had brought out this time before the auction of the treasure had even begun. Furthermore, their young sect master had used 80,000 spirit stones, which was at least twice the normal price, to buy 2 storage rings back home, all for the sake of making the beauty smile. This would also become a huge joke. Hao Qingsong's expression changed slightly. He quickly thought of something and said, "I need to talk to the fellow Taoist who commissioned the auction of the Flying Phoenix rings." Before that, I'd like to ask fellow Taoist Xia in room 20 if you still want to change your bid. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, 50,000 spirit stones and 5 fire cloud pills is my final bid. I feel that my bid is already very sincere. If I still can't buy back the storage rings, it means I'm not fated to have them. Oh right, by the way, my fire cloud pills are not for sale. After the auction, I won't sell them no matter how many spirit stones you give me. Xia Ruofei was already very certain that Muxing was in urgent need of fire cloud pills. Moreover, in the current cultivation world, no one seemed to be able to refine fire cloud pills. Therefore, he was very confident. The value of an item was never purely determined by the market price. Many times, supply and demand also played a decisive role. Of course, in a broad sense, this was also a factor in the market price. I understand. Hao Qingsong smiled and said. Then, he began to communicate with Muxing through voice transmission. The cultivators of the Surging Wave sect were all arranged in room 10. Other than Mu Jianfei and the pale-faced Mu Jianfei, there was also Elder Mu Hua of the Surging Wave sect. He was also an early Golden Core stage cultivator in his early 60s. He was considered relatively young among Golden Core stage cultivators. Sect Master, 80,000 spirit stones, in addition to buying scarlet flame grass, can also buy a lot of meridian nourishing medicines. Mu Hua said. He was obviously a little tempted by Wu Ming's crazy bid. Under normal circumstances, the flying phoenix rings could be sold for 50,000 spirit stones. After all, its function was relatively simple. Muxing calmly asked, will scarlet flame grass be able to cure Fei Er's injuries? Even if you add some ordinary meridian nourishing medicines, how big of an effect would it have? Mu Hua hesitated for a moment and said, but fire cloud pills may not be able to completely cure Fei Er. Moreover, 5 pills seem to be too little. With young sect master's injuries, I'm afraid it's not enough. Muxing slightly smiled and said, at least fire cloud pills are the most suitable for the symptoms. Moreover, the chances of using fire cloud pills to cure Fei Er's injuries are much higher than using scarlet flame grass. As for whether 5 fire cloud pills are enough, maybe we can continue to buy from them. Mu Jianfei's eyes lit up and said, Father, you're saying they. In box 15, Wu Ming's expression was extremely unsightly. He kept cursing, what the hell is this? They'd rather have 5 fire cloud pills than 80,000 spirit stones. Is there something wrong with their heads? Uncle Feng, I suspect there's a conspiracy behind this. Could it be that the people from the star-plucking sect deliberately staged this? They just want to embarrass us. Luo Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Young sect master, you're thinking too much. They shouldn't be so bored. Like I said, they might have taken a fancy to this pair of storage rings long ago, so they did a lot of homework in advance. They knew that the cultivator who commissioned the auction of the flying phoenix rings urgently needed something, so they took out the fire cloud pills. In fact, Luo Feng's mood was very conflicted at this time. On one hand, Spirit Vulture Mountain had been slapped in the face. As an elder of Spirit Vulture Mountain, he naturally couldn't be happy. On the other hand, this result allowed him to keep the 80,000 spirit stones he brought out this time. Although the hope of competing for that treasure with 80,000 spirit stones was still very slim, at least there was a glimmer of hope. At least they wouldn't completely lose the qualifications to compete. Wu Ming's expression was indignant as he said, that kid from the star-plucking sect is obviously a treacherous person. Luo Feng comforted him, young sect master, forget it. Most of the famous people in the cultivation world are here at this auction. We can't do anything to them. We'll find a chance to get back at them in the future. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. After hearing Luo Feng's words, Wu Ming's eyes flickered a few times, then he sat down without saying a word. Box 20. Xiao Qingyang, the sect master of the Falling Leaves sect, was still reading the manuscript of the first volume of the Lin Lang True explanation with full concentration. He naturally saw what happened in the auction just now, but now he had to devote himself to memorizing the contents of the manuscript, so he naturally didn't have time to care about anything else. After the dust of the auction settled, Xiao Qingyang reluctantly moved his gaze away from the manuscript and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Xia really hit her strength well. Qi gathering pill, fire cloud pill, these are all pills that have long been lost in the world of cultivation. You can actually take them out so casually. Just now, because Xiaoqingyang was present, Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng communicated through voice transmission. However, Xiaoqingyang could still see that it was Xiao Ruofei who made the decision from the beginning to the end. Luo Qingfeng, the dignified sect leader, was just a bystander here. Therefore, Xiaoqingyang was even more certain of his judgment. His attitude towards Xiao Ruofei became more amiable, revealing an obvious intention to befriend him. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Sect leader Xiao, you flatter me. This is just the influence of my elders. I don't have such great ability." Xiao Ruofei deliberately made his words ambiguous. Speaking of which, he was not lying. All of this was indeed left to him by Xianxia. However, his way of saying it would easily lead to other associations. Sure enough, Xiaoqingyang was even more certain that the young man in front of him was very likely to be the personal disciple of a nascent soul stage senior. Otherwise, how could he have such a deep foundation? What's more, he seemed to have admitted it himself just now. Xiaoqingyang did not know that although Xianxia, who was behind Xiao Ruofei, was a senior expert whose cultivation was far beyond the nascent soul stage, he had left Earth long ago and could not be Xiao Ruofei's backer. Xiao Ruofei's current strength was not at the top of the cultivation world, so when necessary, he still had to use the tiger's skin as a banner. If these big shots in the cultivation world formed the impression that he had the support of a nascent soul stage-old monster, then some people with ulterior motives would have to weigh their own strength before they wanted to deal with the star-picking sect. Xiaoqingyang's expression changed slightly, but it immediately returned to normal. He showed a more amiable smile and said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, you're too modest. Our Falling Leaf sect and the Star-Picking sect have always been on good terms. It can be said that we're of the same breath and branch. We'll have to interact more in the future." "Of course," Xiao Ruofei said lightly. Xiaoqingyang did not want to waste too much time. After all, his top priority was to memorize the content of the first volume of the Glittering Jewel True Explanation. Therefore, after a few polite words, he immediately said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, I've just told Qing Song via voice transmission that the auction will continue as usual. After I finish reading the manuscript, I'll personally invite sect leader Mu over and we'll trade face to face." Xiaoqingyang naturally understood that Xiao Ruofei had directly taken out the fire cloud pills to offset the spirit stones during the auction. Xiao Ruofei had already learned in advance who had entrusted the auction of the flying phoenix rings. Besides, they would have to check the goods face to face later, so Xiaoqingyang certainly would not hide Xiao Ruofei's identity. Xiaoqingyang had already spent more than half of his reading time, so he only needed to wait for another half an hour. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not mind. He smiled slightly and said, "Then we'll follow sect leader Xiao's arrangement." Xiaoqingyang quickly nodded and said, "Okay. Then I'll continue reading." "Sect leader Xiao, please," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The following auction was uneventful. One by one, the treasures were brought to the main auction stage. After everyone bid, they found suitable owners one after another. These auction items also opened Xiao Ruofei's eyes. It was the first time that Xiao Ruofei had heard of many of the treasures. Although he did not intend to compete, he still watched with great interest. Although these auction items had their own characteristics, Xiao Ruofei also found that some of the cultivators in the front boxes rarely made a move. He felt that everyone seemed to be waiting for an auction item to appear. It was estimated that there would be fierce competition when the time came. The best part was yet to come. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to use his spirit stones. He was also very curious about the treasures that everyone was waiting to compete for. Even after paying 50,000 spirit stones, Xiao Ruofei still had nearly 110,000 spirit stones that he could use. He believed that he had the strength to fight for it. Therefore, although he was very interested in a few of the auction items in front, he still restrained himself and did not act rashly. Of course, this was also because these auction items did not make his eyes light up. He wanted to buy them at all costs. An hour passed quickly. Xiao Ruofei's mobile phone, which had been set an alarm in advance, rang on the coffee table. Xiaoqingyang had watched Xiao Ruofei set the alarm with his own eyes, so when the alarm rang, he consciously closed the manuscript and said with a smile, Thank you very much for your generosity, fellow Taoist Xia and sect leader Luo. I've read the contents of the first volume of the Linlang True Solution. Although it is for cultivators at the Qi refining stage to practice, cultivators at the Gold Core stage can also benefit a lot. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, sect leader Xiao, you just wasted a little time on our transaction. You can read it for a few more minutes. It doesn't matter. Xiao Qingyang laughed and waved his hand. No, an hour is enough. I've read it several times. There was not much content in this volume of the manuscript. Xiao Qingyang spent half an hour memorizing almost all of it. The rest was to repeat it to deepen his impression. Since he had memorized it all, Xiao Qingyang naturally did not care about wasting a few minutes. He also did not want to give Xiao Ruofei the impression that he was a stingy person. Hearing this, Xiao Ruofei no longer insisted. He winked at Luo Qingfeng, and Luo Qingfeng immediately understood. He stepped forward and put away the manuscript. Xiao Qingyang said with a smile, fellow Taoist Xia, sect leader Luo, please sit for a while. I'll take the flying phoenix rings and invite sect leader Mu over. Sorry to trouble you, sect leader Xiao. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. After a while, Xiao Ruofei heard a knock on the door, and then Xiao Qingyang's voice came. Fellow Taoist Xia, it's me, Xiao Qingyang. Please come in. Xiao Ruofei said loudly. Xiao Qingyang pushed open the door of the private room and led 3 people in. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng's eyes naturally fell on these 3 people. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng looked at each other, and Luo Qingfeng nodded imperceptibly. He was confirming Mu Xing's identity. As the head of a sect, Luo Qingfeng had naturally dealt with Mu Xing before, so he could recognize at a glance that the newcomer was indeed Mu Xing, the head of the Southwest Surging Wave sect. With a warm smile on his face, Xiao Qingyang said, fellow Taoist Xia, sect leader Luo, let me introduce you. This is fellow Taoist Mu Xing, the head of the Surging Wave sect. He entrusted us to auction the flying phoenix rings. This is fellow Taoist Mu Hua, the elder of the Surging Wave sect. This little friend is Mu Jianqing, the son of sect leader Mu. Mu Xing laughed, stepped forward, and said, fellow Taoist Xia, you've really amazed everyone at this auction. Nice to meet you. Mu Xing should be over 70 years old, but his spirit was still very hale and hearty. Moreover, although the Surging Wave sect specialized in water attribute techniques, Mu Xing's body was somewhat short and stout. Especially that thick beard on his face, it gave people a very rough feeling. Moreover, his voice was also very loud, completely subverting Xiao Ruofei's preconceived judgment. On the other hand, the young head of the Surging Wave sect, Mu Jianfei, looked gentle and weak. He should be less than 30 years old, with a slender figure and a slightly pale face, but the temperament of an elegant young master could still be seen. When Mu Xing greeted Xiao Ruofei, Mu Jianfei stood quietly to the side, but he also gave Xiao Ruofei a friendly smile. There should be a big age gap between Mu Jianfei and Mu Jianfei, who had a son at an old age. However, it was obvious that Mu Jianfei's upbringing was much better than that of Wu Ming in room 15. At least, he gave Xiao Ruofei a good first impression. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, you're too polite, sect leader Mu. I've heard a lot about you. Xiao Qingyang laughed and said, there's no need to flatter each other. I think we'd better get straight to the point. How about we each take what we need? That's exactly what I'm thinking. Mu Xing said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei also nodded and said, okay. Therefore, Xiao Qingyang said, sect leader Mu's character is well known in the cultivation world, and fellow Taoist Xia is also a man of his word. You two can deal with the transaction properly. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. By the way, I've already decided to waive the commission for this transaction. Fellow Taoist Xia, you can just pay all the spirit stones to sect leader Mu. Xiao Qingyang was in a hurry to record the contents of the first volume of the Linlang True Solution that he had memorized. He had just recited it several times, and now was the time when his memory was the most vivid. Naturally, he had to hurry up and record it down. Otherwise, if his memory began to blur and caused some mistakes in the record, it would be a pity for such a good cultivation method. Who knows, the disciples might even encounter danger during their cultivation, therefore, Xiao Qingyang did not dare to neglect it. He couldn't even wait for Xiao Ruofei and Mu Xing to complete the transaction before he excused himself and left. Xiao Ruofei naturally knew why Xiaoqingyang was in a hurry to leave. He nodded with a smile and said, "Sect leader Xiao, please help yourself." Xiaoqingyang cupped his hands to everyone and left in a hurry. Mu Xing took out the flying phoenix rings and placed them on the tea table in front of the sofa. Then, he said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, you must know that I'm in urgent need of fire cloud pills, so," Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I understand." After that, he moved his mind and took out a porcelain bottle from his space. He handed it directly to Mu Xing and said, "Sect leader Mu, you can check it yourself. You can even let your son take one on the spot." Mu Xing hurriedly took the porcelain bottle as if he had found a treasure. Then, he couldn't wait to open the stopper. He first put it in front of his nose and sniffed it carefully. Then, he carefully poured out a fiery red fire cloud pill. Mu Xing held the fire cloud pill in his palm and carefully observed it. The joy on his face grew stronger and stronger. Finally, Mu Xing put the fire cloud pill back into the porcelain bottle and carefully put the stopper back. Then, he said, "The quality of this fire cloud pill is close to perfect. And it's not an old one excavated from the relics of ancient cultivators. Fellow Taoist Xiao really knows how to refine fire cloud pills." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said nothing. He neither admitted nor denied Mu Xing's words. Luo Qingfeng said, "Sect leader Mu, so you approve of the quality of the fire cloud pill? Then, there's no problem with the transaction?" "No problem." Mu Xing said straightforwardly, "The flying phoenix ring is yours. However, I have a presumptuous request." "Please go ahead, Sect leader Mu," Xiao Ruofei said in a calm tone. "Feier's meridians are seriously injured. Although the quality of the fire cloud pills provided by fellow Taoist Xia is quite good, I'm afraid that 5 fire cloud pills are not enough to heal Feier's meridians, so." Mu Xing said very sincerely, "I'd like to ask fellow Taoist Xia to give us a few more fire cloud pills. The price is negotiable." Hearing this, Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "At present, I only have these 5 fire cloud pills. If Sect leader Mu needs them, you may have to wait for a while, no problem." Mu Xing said without hesitation, "It will take Feier some time to absorb and refine these 5 fire cloud pills. Fellow Taoist Xia, I'll still buy 5 more fire cloud pills at the price of 1,000 spirit stones per pill. Is that okay?" Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "No problem. Sect leader Mu, let's finish this transaction first." After that, Xiao Ruofei took out another 50,000 spirit stones from the space and put a big bag of them on the floor of the private room. Mu Xing glanced at the bulging bag of spirit stones and directly used his spiritual force to grab some of them and pile them on the ground. Then he said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xia, you can keep the spirit stones to buy the remaining 5 fiery cloud pills. When the fiery cloud pills are ready, just give them to us directly." Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Sect leader Mu, do you trust us so much?" Mu Xing laughed and said, "I think I'm quite good at judging people. Fellow Taoist Xia, you're a person who will achieve great things. How can you betray us for mere spirit stones?" Xiao Ruofei didn't argue. With a stir of his mind, he put away the 5,000 spirit stones and said, "I'll prepare the 5 fiery cloud pills as soon as possible. I won't delay your son's recovery." "Then I'll thank you in advance, fellow Taoist Xia," Mu Xing said happily. Then he said to Mu Jianfei, "Feier, why don't you thank fellow Taoist Xia?" Mu Jianfei quickly bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Senior." "Senior Xia." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Brother Xiao Ruofei, it seems that you're a few years older than me. I don't dare to call you senior. You and I can call each other brothers." Mu Xing waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Xia is sect leader Luo's junior fellow Taoist. According to seniority, it's reasonable for Feier to call you senior. What's wrong with that?" "Sect leader Mu, it's better for us to talk on our own terms," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Brother Jianfei, what do you think?" Mu Jianfei naturally didn't like to be called a junior for no reason. Therefore, after hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, he couldn't help but look at Mu Xing. When he saw Mu Xing nodding imperceptibly, he pretended to be reluctant and said, Then we'll do as Brother Xia says. Thank you so much this time." Regardless of whether I can successfully recover from my injuries, I will definitely remember Brother Xiao's kindness in my heart. You're welcome, Brother Jianfei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it's just a fair trade. Your father paid enough spirit stones, and he even paid in advance. Business is one thing, but we can't forget about favors. Mu Xing waved his hand and said, if only spirit stones could be used to purchase the fire cloud pill, then Fei Er's injuries wouldn't have been delayed until now. Dao friend Xia, the entire surging wave sect owes you this favor. Xiao Ruofei could tell that Mu Xing was a forthright person, and his words came from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, he smiled and cupped his hands. Mu Xing then said, fellow Daoist Xia, what I'm going to say next might be a bit too profound for a mere acquaintance. However, this Mu and fellow Daoist Xia hit it off, so I still want to say it. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, this Xia is all ears. Mu Xing nodded and said, fellow Daoist Xia, your sect has been in the limelight this time, especially fellow Daoist Xia. This is your first appearance in the cultivation world and you're already dazzling. This is a good thing, but at the same time, it may also bring a lot of trouble. You should know that many of the people who came to the auction today have never followed the rules. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are evil. As the saying goes, one must always be on guard against others. Fellow Daoist Xia, you should be prepared as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, thank you for your reminder, sect leader Mu. I will definitely be vigilant and pay attention at all times. Mu Xing nodded with relief and said, if necessary, after the auction is over, fellow Daoist Xia and sect leader Luo can leave together with our surging wave sect. This way, we can take care of each other. Mu Xing's words really touched Xiao Ruofei's heart. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng had become the focus of attention. Not only did they carry a lot of spirit stones, but they also had a pair of valuable storage rings. Therefore, after the two left the auction, their journey would not be too peaceful. Mu Xing took the initiative to help Xiao Ruofei regardless of the danger. For people who met him for the first time, Mu Xing's action was undoubtedly very generous. Before Xiao Ruofei could answer, Mu Xing immediately said, fellow Daoist Xia, please don't misunderstand. I'm actually doing this for Fei Er. After all, we still need fellow Daoist Xia to provide us with the fire cloud pills. If there's anyone who doesn't want anything to happen to you, it must be me, haha. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, thank you, sect leader Mu. If I need your help, I will take the initiative to contact you. Mu Xing said, okay. Then we won't disturb you anymore. After that, Mu Xing took out a business card and a jade pendant from his storage ring and handed them to Xiao Ruofei. He said, fellow Daoist Xia, after you prepare the fire cloud pills, you can contact the person on the business card at any time. With the jade pendant as a token, he will send the news back to our surging wave sect as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei looked at the business card and the jade pendant, then put them away and said, no problem. If everything goes well, I should be able to prepare them in 3 to 5 days. Goodbye. Mu Xing cupped his hands towards Xiao Ruofei and then left the box together with Mu Jianfei and Mu Hua. Box 20 was quiet again, leaving only Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng. After Xiao Ruofei rearranged all kinds of shielding barriers, he said to Luo Qingfeng, Qingfeng, Mu Xing seems to be a good person. What's his reputation in the cultivation world? He's quite positive. Luo Qingfeng said, he's forthright and generous, eager for justice. There's rarely any negative news about him. Also, he's usually blunt to the kind of people he doesn't like, so there's also a small group of people who hate him, so, he shouldn't have any other purpose for inviting us to travel together, right? Xiao Ruofei said. Hearing this, Luo Qingfeng quickly said, Master, after all, we haven't known each other for long, and my understanding of Mu Xing is also superficial. For safety reasons, we'd better. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand with a smile and said, I know this. I don't really intend to travel with them. Mu Xing's cultivation level was a little higher than Luo Qingfeng's, but it basically didn't have much effect on those cultivators at the late gold core stage. Moreover, he also brought Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei, who would definitely be a burden. Whether they could help or not was still unknown. They might even become a burden instead. The most important thing was that if there were only Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng, once they encountered an irresistible emergency, Xiao Ruofei could deal with it flexibly. In the worst case, he would take Luo Qingfeng to hide in the Ring 2 space, so that they could avoid being found by strong enemies. Anyway, Luo Qingfeng's Sea of Consciousness had been imprinted with a soul seal, so he couldn't betray Xiao Ruofei for the rest of his life. Previously, he didn't tell Luo Qingfeng about the Ring 2 space because he thought it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If it really came to an emergency, he naturally didn't need to hide it from Luo Qingfeng. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's first soul slave, Lu Qingfeng, knew about the existence of the Ring 2 space. If he traveled with Mu Xing and the others, there would naturally be many concerns, and he wouldn't be able to use the Ring 2 space anytime and anywhere. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei said, "Don't think so much. Let's take one step at a time." After that, Xiao Ruofei picked up the pair of flying phoenix rings left by Mu Xing and played with them in his hand. This pair of storage rings was indeed very delicate. The phoenix pattern carved on them was lifelike, and the shape was small and exquisite. It was very beautiful. At first glance, it was obvious that it was worn by girls. Although this pair of rings was refined by ancient cultivators, even in modern times, according to the aesthetic standards of the secular world, this pair of rings was quite beautiful. It didn't lose to the level of those jewelry designers at all. Of course, from the perspective of cultivators, they might pay more attention to the functionality. Therefore, after playing with the rings for a while, Xiao Ruofei tried to explore the storage rings with his spiritual power. This pair of storage rings had been cancelled before the auction. At present, it could be directly explored with spiritual power. Once the owner was dripped with blood, only the owner's spiritual power could penetrate it. Basically, storage rings were designed in this way. As soon as Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power explored it, he felt that it was a space that wasn't very big. It was about 3 feet in length, width, and height, which was exactly the same as the introduction before the auction. It was Xiao Ruofei's first time experiencing the space of a storage ring. His first feeling was that this kind of storage space was very different from the Ring 2 space. The most obvious difference was that the space inside the storage ring was lifeless. There was no trace of life at all. There wasn't even a trace of air. If a living thing was forcibly put into the storage space, it would naturally die instantly. However, the Ring 2 space was completely different. Even if one used their spiritual power to feel it from the outside, they could feel the exuberant vitality. Naturally, there was nothing in the space of the ring. Xiao Ruofei repeatedly probed the 2 rings with his spiritual power. Suddenly, he felt that there seemed to be a trace of something special. Xiao Ruofei's talent in space was not bad. Especially after controlling the Ring 2 space for so long, his perception of space was still very sharp. Originally, Xiao Ruofei just wanted to check the 2 rings out of curiosity. He was prepared to give the storage rings to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. He didn't want to keep them for himself. However, after several probing, Xiao Ruofei felt that the space inside one of the storage rings seemed to be a little different. Apart from the slightly different patterns on the 2 storage rings, the outer appearance and the inner space of the 2 rings were exactly the same. However, after Xiao Ruofei felt a trace of strangeness, he carefully examined and compared the 2 storage rings. He found that there seemed to be a certain difference in the space of the 2 storage rings. If he didn't look carefully, he might think that they were the same size. However, his extraordinary spatial acuity allowed him to feel the difference. The space inside one of the storage rings seemed to be a little strange. However, because of the limitations of his cultivation, Xiao Ruofei's understanding of the rules of space was still relatively shallow. He could feel a trace of strangeness, but after careful investigation, he still couldn't figure out why. He felt that the stability of a part of the space in the storage ring was different from the other parts. It even felt like the space was folded. Of course, this was just a trace of a feeling. Even if Xiao Ruofei felt that something was wrong, he couldn't study it at all. Because the auction was still going on, Xiao Ruofei decided to ignore the storage rings for the time being. In any case, he would have time to slowly study them when he went back. Therefore, he prepared to put away the 2 storage rings first. When Xiao Ruofei put the storage rings into his pocket, he suddenly had a thought. As a space magic treasure, the space inside the storage ring itself was not as stable as the outside world. In other words, there was no way to put the storage rings into another storage ring. However, if it was the ring to space, when Xiao Ruofei thought of this, he couldn't help but have the thought of giving it a try. He had learned before that under normal circumstances, storage rings could not be placed into another storage space at all. He had never heard of anyone succeeding, so naturally, there was no danger of damage. It did not seem to be a problem to give it a try. After all, there was more or less a risk of losing 2 storage rings if he kept them on him, therefore, Xiao Ruofei's hand was still in his pocket, but he chose the storage ring with a normal internal space. With a thought, he tried to put it into the ring 2 space. Without encountering any resistance, the storage ring disappeared into his pocket. The next moment, it appeared in the ring 2 space's mountain sea mirror. Due to the flow of time in the primordial realm, the space might be more complicated. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei chose a relatively safe method and put the storage ring into the mountain sea mirror. Xiao Ruofei didn't expect it to go so smoothly. After he succeeded, he hurriedly probed the ring 2 space with his mind and checked the storage ring. He didn't find any abnormalities or damage. Furthermore, the internal space was intact. It was no different from the outside world. Xiao Ruofei immediately felt relieved. It seemed that his previous judgment was correct. The ring 2 space had clearly broken away from the scope of ordinary small spaces. The internal laws were very similar to the external space, so there was no rejection of storage rings. After the success of his first attempt, Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate and directly put the other storage ring that he felt had a different internal space into the mountain sea mirror in the spirit map space. As usual, he probed the mountain sea mirror with his mind. After confirming that there were no abnormalities with the storage ring, he relaxed. Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to withdraw his mind from the ring 2 space and focus on the auction, a white figure flashed in the mountain sea mirror. Xiao Ruofei, who had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time, suddenly appeared before the 2 storage rings. When Xiao Ruofei collected them, he didn't deliberately find a place to store them. The 2 storage rings were quietly placed on a flat rock at the entrance of the cave. There were no restrictions in this area, so Bai Qingqing could come directly. Bai Qingqing obviously didn't notice the existence of Xiao Ruofei's mind. Her eyes shined brightly, and there seemed to be a faint trace of the law of space in her eyes. Her body flickered as if she was about to merge with space. Xiao Ruofei could tell that after this little fellow went into closed-door cultivation, her understanding of the law of space had improved greatly. She was indeed worthy of being a natural space beast. Xiao Ruofei sighed in his heart. Bai Qingqing's talent in the Tao of space was simply unparalleled. She was the beloved child of the god of space. Storage rings also had spaces inside them. Xiao Ruofei was worried that Bai Qingqing would accidentally break them, so he was about to remind her. Just at this moment, Bai Qingqing stared at the storage ring that Xiao Ruofei felt was different. She muttered to herself, interesting. 2 levels of space? You can see what's special about it? Xiao Ruofei asked curiously. Bai Qingqing was startled. He jumped up from where he stood and shouted, "Hey! Can you not be so scary? When did you start peeping from the side?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "You're not a human. How can you say I'm scary? Besides, this entire space is mine. I'm just patrolling normally, what's wrong with that? Are you cursing Changli?" Bai Qingqing rolled her eyes like a human and said, "I strongly protest. Stop talking nonsense." Xiao Ruofei laughed and scolded, "What were you muttering to yourself about? You can also see what's special about this storage ring?" Bai Qingqing curled her lips and said, "It's just a simple space nesting. Anyone can see it, right?" Xiao Ruofei was very embarrassed. Fortunately, he was outside and had only sent his thoughts into the space, so Bai Qingqing couldn't see his expression. Xiao Ruofei said, "Space nesting? Can you explain it to me?" Bai Qingqing said, "I almost forgot, you humans' talent for space is so bad that it makes one's hair stand on end." Xiao Ruofei said in a bad mood, "Speak properly." Bai Qingqing grinned and said, "But, from your tone, you should have noticed something strange, right? This is already not easy." Before Bai Qingqing could finish his sentence, he felt a force wrap around him. His small body was lifted up, and this force kept squeezing inwards. Bai Qingqing screamed, "Stop, stop, stop. I was just joking, how can you be angry?" Xiao Ruofei snorted and said, "Can we talk properly now?" Bai Qingqing said, "Let me down and I'll tell you." As soon as it finished speaking, it felt the force binding its body disappear into thin air. Then, it fell to the ground with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. Bai Qingqing didn't care. She rolled on the ground and stood up. She shook off the dust on her body and said, "Of these two storage rings, only one has a space nesting." Xiao Ruofei impatiently took the storage ring that he felt was a bit special and placed it before Bai Qingqing. He said, "No need to test me, I know this is the one with a space nesting. You just have to tell me what a space nesting is." Bai Qingqing smiled as she touched the storage ring with her claw and said, "It's very simple. A space nesting, as the name suggests, is a smaller space nested inside the space inside the ring. For you humans, this requires a cultivator with a good understanding of space. I estimate that the person who made this storage ring is very good at space." Layman Yuntai was an ancient cultivator, and all the modern cultivators knew about him was limited to the letters he left behind. Xiao Ruofei didn't know much about him and didn't know if he was proficient in the law of space. Xiao Ruofei calmly said, "Continue." Bai Qingqing said, "Generally speaking, this kind of nested space is relatively hidden. It is equivalent to adding a secret room in the space of the storage ring. Therefore, if you can find that this storage ring is somewhat different, it means that your understanding of space rules is very good." Xiao Ruofei was indifferent to Bai Qingqing's praise. In fact, he felt that these words were not praise at all, but a way to show off. Showing off its noble status as the beloved child of the god of space. Xiao Ruofei patiently asked, "In other words, this hidden space is inside the storage ring, but ordinary people can't find it. Even if they find it, it will be very difficult to find it, right?" Bai Qingqing nodded and said, "Correct." It was still possible for cultivators who were more sensitive to space to discover abnormalities. However, it would be several times more difficult to find the hidden space within the nested space. Generally speaking, these nested spaces are used by cultivators to store important treasures. That's why you have obtained this storage ring. You have likely hit the jackpot. Xiao Ruofei said, "In other words, you have a way to open this nested space?" Bai Qingqing proudly twisted her body and said, "Since I can see it at a glance, then I definitely have a way to open it." "Xiao Ruofei, why don't we work together? I'll help you open the nested space and we'll split the treasures 50-50. Xiao Ruofei did not say a word. He directly used the invisible power of space to wrap up the storage ring. Then, he grabbed another ordinary storage ring and prepared to send them into the stone room of the cave for safekeeping. There was a restriction at the entrance of the stone room. Even Bai Qingqing couldn't break in without alerting Xiao Ruofei. Bai Qingqing quickly shouted, Don't. Can we discuss the split? Why are you not talking about it?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "The storage ring is mine, yet you want to split it 50-50. There is no sincerity at all. How can I talk about it? But without my help, you won't be able to open it." Bai Qingqing said, "My role is still very important." Xiao Ruofei calmly said, "I'm not in a hurry. I don't lack resources right now, and I still don't know what is inside. Why should I be in a hurry to open it? When my cultivation level increases, I'm only at the early stage of the golden core realm. When I reach the late stage of the golden core realm or even the nascent soul realm, do you think I won't be able to open the nested space? I feel like controlling the entire spirit map realm will help me a lot with my talent for space. I estimate that after my cultivation level increases 1 or 2 more times, my understanding of space will increase greatly. At that time, it won't be too late for me to try to open the nested space. So, I won't trouble you." "Don't." Bai Qingqing quickly shouted, "Since you can open it now, why wait until later? At worst, I'll just get a smaller share." Xiao Ruofei didn't speak anymore, but he didn't continue to send the storage ring into the stone room. He was waiting for Bai Qingqing to speak. Bai Qingqing helplessly said, 30-70, you get 70 and I get 30. This is already my bottom line, 20-80. Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, "If you agree, then we'll do it immediately. If you don't agree, then I'll just wait to slowly crack it myself." Bai Qingqing hesitated for a while before stomping her feet and saying, "Fine. Then we'll do as you say." Little ancestor, can you put down the storage ring now? Xiao Ruofei secretly laughed. He controlled the invisible force of space and returned the storage ring to Bai Qingqing. Then he said, you can start cracking it. Be careful not to destroy the storage ring. I still have a big use for it. If one of the flying phoenix rings was destroyed, should Xiao Ruofei give the other ring to Song Wei or Ling Qingxue? This was a big problem. That's why Xiao Ruofei would rather not crack the so-called nested space than allow the storage ring to be destroyed. Then Xiao Ruofei asked, by the way, do you need my help? Bai Qingqing said, you will definitely need to do it yourself, I'm just providing technical support. This is a nested space set up by you human cultivators. My aura is different from humans, so I can't directly open the nested space. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he didn't hesitate to say, then the split will be changed to 19 and 90. Bai Qingqing exploded when she heard this. She waved her claws and shouted, we agreed on 20 and 80, how can you change it just like that? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, then you didn't say you wanted me to do it. We agreed that I would provide the storage ring and you would be responsible for opening the nested space. The 20 and 80 split was based on that, right? Now you actually want me to do it myself, so I naturally want another 10%. In truth, Xiao Ruofei didn't care too much about the extra 10%. In fact, they didn't even know if there were treasures inside the nested space. He just felt that teasing Bai Qingqing was very interesting, especially when she was angry. She was even cuter than usual. Bai Qingqing angrily said, you have no spirit of the contract. Unilaterally changing the contract. I won't accept it. Oh? You won't accept it? Xiao Ruofei calmly said, then you won't even get 10%. If I give you meat to eat, then eat it. You're not allowed to knock the bowl. You. Bai Qingqing was so angry that she clenched her teeth and waved her claws at Xiao Ruofei. In the end, she dejectedly said, 10% is fine. It's better than nothing, right? Anyway, I have nothing to do. That's right. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, according to the rules I set, everyone will benefit, won't they? Bai Qingqing hesitantly said, the arm can't win against the thigh, so be it. Xiao Ruofei said, it's not convenient for me to enter the space right now. When I'm free, I'll come and find you. Okay. Bai Qingqing said, then I'll go and comprehend the law of space, don't destroy it. Xiao Ruofei reminded her. Right now, there were a lot of ordinary people working in the herb gardens and rice fields. They were all mercenaries that Xiao Ruofei had recruited. None of them were good, so Xiao Ruofei didn't feel any psychological burden using free labor like this. In the future, it wouldn't be easy to find free labor like this. It would be a pity if they were killed by Xiao Ruofei's spatial rifts. Got it. Bai Qingqing replied. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from where he stood. This little guy's grasp of the law of space is becoming more and more powerful. Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself, even I can't figure out its trajectory. He then used the invisible power of space to store the 2 storage rings in the stone room of the cave. After that, he withdrew his thoughts and focused his attention on the auction. Luo Qingfeng naturally didn't know that Xiao Ruofei had put the storage rings into the space. Also, Xiao Ruofei had been sitting on the sofa in a daze. He also thought that Xiao Ruofei was watching the auction. Xiao Ruofei looked at the auction items on the main stage. After recalling a bit, he matched them with the auction booklet. He smiled and said, it looks like the auction is about to come to an end. Luo Qingfeng replied, yes. Master, if there are no other items to cut the line, there should be 3 more items to be auctioned. Master, do you have any items you're interested in? In fact, you can make a move now. We have plenty of spirit stones. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, there's nothing I particularly like. And, this time even the Spirit Vulture Mountain is trying to raise spirit stones. Many of the top sects with the front box numbers haven't made a move yet. I have a feeling that they might be here for some treasure. Luo Qingfeng said with some shame, Master, this old slave is incompetent. I haven't paid much attention to the auction recently. Otherwise, I would have heard some rumors, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, this has nothing to do with you. I didn't ask you to ask so much. Let's take a look first. If my judgment is wrong, we can still save some spirit stones. Anyway, there's nothing I particularly like. I've already bought what I want. Xiao Ruofei had come for the Flying Phoenix pear ring. Now that he had successfully obtained it, he unexpectedly obtained a mysterious ore that could make the spirit map scroll react. He was still full of expectations for this ore. After obtaining these two items, Xiao Ruofei looked at the remaining items and found it difficult to raise his interest. As for spirit stones, Xiao Ruofei didn't really need them. However, if the ordinary disciples of the star-plucking sect could obtain spirit stones to assist in their cultivation, it would be of great help to them. Xiao Ruofei also made up his mind. If there was no need to buy anything in the near future, and the spirit stones hadn't been spent at the auction, then he might as well give this batch of spirit stones to Luo Qingfeng to deal with. The last few treasures found their owners one by one. Xiao Ruofei didn't see any of the large sects make a move. Moreover, the highest price of these treasures was only 20,000 spirit stones. Obviously, these weren't treasures that would attract the attention of the large sections. Until the last item in the auction brochure was sold, Xiao Ruofei didn't make a single bid. Just when Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng had a trace of disappointment and thought that the auction was over, Hao Qingsong, who was on the auction stage, directly took out an item from his storage ring and placed it on the table in front of him. Xiao Ruofei looked at it carefully and found that it was an object in the shape of a token. The material seemed to be very special. It looked like it was made of stone, but it exuded a metallic luster. If one looked at it from another angle, it seemed to have a bit of a translucent jade. Although Hao Qingsong hadn't introduced it yet, Xiao Ruofei already had a premonition that this extra item that was taken out at the end of the auction should be the treasure that the top sects had been waiting for. Xiao Ruofei didn't notice that Luo Qingfeng, who was next to him, after seeing the token clearly, his eyes suddenly widened and his face revealed a very shocked expression. At this time, Hao Qingsong said with a smile, "You must have been waiting for a long time. Let's not talk too much. Let's start the auction of this final treasure, the 5 Saints token." Luo Qingfeng was shocked and murmured, "It's really the 5 Sages token? Why would someone put the 5 Sages token up for auction?" Xiao Ruofei turned to look at Luo Qingfeng and asked, "Qingfeng, do you know this token?" Luo Qingfeng hurriedly said respectfully, "Master, most people in the cultivation world know about the 5 Sages token. In fact, there are 5 Sages tokens in total. It is said that when the 5 tokens are combined, a big secret can be unlocked. It is even related to the behind-the-scenes reason for the deterioration of the cultivation world's environment. Some say that the 5 Sages token can open a complete ancient cultivator's cave, and some say that the 5 Sages token contains the secret of a huge treasure. In short, there are different opinions." Xiao Ruofei asked with interest, "So exciting? Why does it sound like it's not true?" The legend of the 5 Sages token has been around for more than 300 years. The old slave also learned about it from the ancient books of his sect. It's probably the same for all the major sects in the cultivation world. Luo Qingfeng said, "As for whether it's true or not, the old slave really doesn't know. This kind of news is getting more and more exaggerated. Anyway, it can't be confirmed so far. It makes sense. After all, 3 men make a tiger." Xiao Ruofei touched his chin and nodded. "But, since we have to collect all 5 tokens, this one doesn't have much use, right?" Luo Qingfeng said, "Master, in fact, there are 3 tokens in the cultivation world, and they are all in the hands of the major sections. One is in the Tianyi school, which is the sect that auctioned the ore. The other one is in the hands of the Soaring Flower Valley. You know the owner of the 3rd token, Master Muxing of the Songlong school. If this token is not put up for auction by these 3 sects, that's unlikely. I observed that the 3 sects you mentioned today were relatively restrained in the previous auctions. Basically, they didn't bid much. Why would they keep the spirit stones? I guess they came for this token." Xiao Ruofei analyzed. Luo Qingfeng said, "Yes. Master, what you said makes sense. So this token may be the 4th 5 Sages token." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "The possibility is quite high. Qingfeng, do you think we should try to buy this token?" Luo Qingfeng was also lost in thought. Over the years, the 5 Sages token was in the cultivation world, although it was not the most was the most and it was not the most was the most bizarre or the most, The sage's token in front of the cultivation world where they know it might be related to a big secret? If they could get a share it, it was very tempting. Master, this old servant is worried that I'll get into trouble for harboring such treasures. Luo Qingfeng said cautiously, at present, the 3 sects that have the 5 saint tokens are very powerful. They have the strength to keep the 5 saint tokens in their hands. But if we also get one, I don't know whether it will be a blessing or a curse. Anyway, the star-picking sect is now the focus of attention, isn't it? This old slave listens to master's orders. Luo Qingfeng said with a slight bow. Since Xiao Ruofei had made a decision, Luo Qingfeng would not have any objections. Even if it would bring disaster to the star-picking sect, or even lead to the destruction of the sect, he would not hesitate. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Don't worry, we don't have many spirit stones. It's not even sure if we have enough to compete for this 5 sages token. And even if we buy the 5 sages token, we are not pushovers. Even if we are not strong enough for the time being, we can still use some connections to balance out the situation. For example, now that everyone knows that we are likely to refine qi-gathering pills and fire cloud pills, will those who need these pills be able to help us? I heard you say that this is the case with the Medicine King Valley. Their strength was not outstanding before, but no one dared to cause trouble for them." "Yes. Master is right," Luo Qingfeng said excitedly. "Nowadays, supplementary pills like qi-gathering pills are scarce resources. If we can refine them in batches, we will definitely become a popular resource in the cultivation world. This ability is not comparable to treasures. Even if the superpowers attack the star-picking sect, as long as we do not leak the formula, they will not be able to take it. Therefore, those who want the pills will most likely adopt a cooperative attitude." "Yes. Let's wait and see," Xiao Ruofei said. On the auction stage, Hao Qingsong had already begun to introduce the 5 sages token. However, his words were very short, because most people knew about the famous 5 sages token, so he did not need to introduce it too much. The only thing Hao Qingsong emphasized was that this token was not put up for auction by the 3 sects, which meant that this was the 4th 5 sages token that had appeared in the cultivation world. They were getting closer and closer to collecting all 5 tokens. In fact, there was a number on the back of each token. The word 4 was engraved on the back of this 5 sages token, so it was obviously the 4th token. Everyone knew that the 5 sages token of the Tianyi Palace was number 2, the Soaring Flower Valley was number 3, and the Surging Waves sect was number 5. This was indeed the first time that this token had appeared in the cultivation world. Those cultivators who were familiar with the legends of the 5 sages token could not help but feel excited after confirming that this was a brand new token. The big sects who had received the news in advance and had prepared enough spirit stones also rubbed their hands and got ready to fight for it. In fact, the real reason why so many golden core cultivators had come to this auction, and the number of golden core cultivators had far exceeded that of previous auctions, was because of this 5 sages token. Everyone was here for it. Hao Qingsong did not waste too much time. After a brief introduction, he directly said, "Now, let's start the auction. The starting price of this 5 sages token is 70,000 spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 spirit stones. The passage has been opened, so everyone can start bidding." The starting price of 70,000 spirit stones was also the highest starting price of this auction. Most of the auction items were sold for less than 70,000 spirit stones. This 5 sages token was worthy of being the finale item. As soon as Hao Qingsong's voice fell, a new price appeared on the big screen almost at the same time. The hand speed of cultivators was naturally much faster than that of ordinary people. It was 71,000 spirit stones, and the bidder was from box 4. A second later, the price was updated to 72,000 spirit stones, the bid from box number 9. Xiao Ruofei saw that these sects, which had not made much of a bid during the entire auction and whose box numbers were very close to the front, were bidding one after another. This confirmed his speculation. In fact, after Luo Qingfeng introduced the 5 sages token, Xiao Ruofei already knew that these top sects were probably here for the 5 sages token. Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to make a bid. In any case, the price was changing very quickly, so he chose to wait and see. The price on the big screen skyrocketed, and in a short while, it had already reached 85,000 spirit stones. This amount of spirit stones was basically something that some small sects would not be able to reach even with all their wealth. Therefore, this almost became a watershed. Most of the small sects that participated in the auction with a fluke mentality were basically defeated at this time. Most of the remaining sects were the top sects with box numbers in the top 10. In box number 6, the soaring Flower Valley cultivators, who had been forced to withdraw from the competition early on, had bitter smiles on their faces. After Lu Manxia bought Xia Ruofei's handwritten copy of the Lin Long True Explanation, even with Yang Lu's subsidy of 50,000 spirit stones, she was still left with 70,000 spirit stones. After the first few rounds of the auction, she had completely lost her competitiveness and could only watch from the sidelines. Lu Manxia said helplessly, "It still affected our big matter." "If only I hadn't bought these 2 handwritten copies," Yang Lu comforted her, "Senior sister, the handwritten copies are more important. Moreover, we didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic about the auction. Even if we didn't spend a single spirit stone, we probably wouldn't have been able to get it." Lu Manxia said, "Your 50,000 spirit stones weren't enough to buy the Soaring Phoenix pair ring, so if I hadn't bought the handwritten copies, we should have had 150,000 spirit stones and still have the power to compete." Yang Lu said, "The auction is far from over." "Senior sister Lu, you're too early. 150,000 spirit stones sounds like a lot, but looking at the situation today, I'm afraid it might not be enough." Yang Lu paused and said, "Besides, we already have 1 5 Saints token. Even if we don't get this one, it won't affect us too much. Whether it's excavating the ancient ruins or searching for treasures, they can't avoid us." Lu Manxia said with a bitter smile, "That's true, but, if it's taken by the other 2 sects, then one of them will have 2 5 Saints tokens. When the time comes, they will naturally have the right to speak. Didn't we consider this before, so we tried our best to snatch the 5 Saints token?" Yang Lu said with a smile, "Senior sister, things have already come to this. What else can we do? Moreover, it's a blessing in disguise. Senior sister has obtained the Lin Lang True Explanation. If you can break through a level before all 5 tokens appear, it will be much more important than a 5 Saints token. After all, in the cultivation world, strength is the most important thing." Lu Manxia nodded and said, "Now that things have come to this, we can only think of it this way. Let's just watch from the sidelines." She said silently in her heart, "It's easier said than done for a golden core cultivator to break through." In box 15, the Spirit Vulture Mountain cultivator, who was also quickly eliminated, had a very ugly expression on his face. Wu Ming said with a cold face, "Uncle Feng, I told you. 80,000 spirit stones are nothing. So what if we keep them? The 5 Saints token has nothing to do with us, right?" Luo Feng shook his head with a bitter smile and didn't say anything. However, he said in his heart, "I didn't want to keep these 80,000 spirit stones. You threw them all out, but no one wanted them, so I kept them. Uncle Feng, what should we do now?" Wu Ming frowned and said, "It's all that brat surnamed Xia's fault. If he hadn't done that, not only would we have an extra 50,000 spirit stones, but the Lin Lang True Explanation could also be sold for a large sum of spirit stones. Our chances of competing for the 5 Saints token would be quite good." Before coming out, Sect Master Wu Tiancheng had arranged it this way. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he still didn't expect his son to be so troublesome. If it wasn't for Ren Suling's seclusion reaching a critical stage and Wu Tiancheng needed to protect her, he would have come out personally. He sent Luo Feng over, but he couldn't suppress Wu Ming. Luo Feng slightly frowned and said, "Let's wait for the results first. If several top sects snatch it, then we can forget about it and just go back and report it to the sect master. Anyway, there's still a 5 Saints token that hasn't appeared yet. We still have a chance. What if some guys with average strength get it?" Wu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of ominous light and said, "I remember that brat surnamed Xia earned a lot of spirit stones this time." Luo Feng naturally knew what Wu Ming was thinking and said, "Let's see how it goes. The star-picking sect isn't that easy to mess with. Besides, I feel that this young man surnamed Xia is a bit strange. Anyway, I can't see through him." Wu Ming sneered and said, "How strange can he be? He's just a young man in his 20s. What kind of storm can he stir up? I've observed that there are only 2 people in their group. As long as Uncle Feng can entangle Luo Qingfeng, I can control him alone. At that time, not only will we get the 5 Saints token, but also the Flying Phoenix ring. And they obviously have mastered the refining method of the Qi Gathering pill and the Fire Cloud pill, which are worth a lot of money. If we catch him and bring him back to Spirit Vulture Mountain, my father will definitely reward us greatly. Luo Feng was naturally not a kind man. Those who could reach the golden core stage in the cultivation world were all ruthless and merciless, with a will as strong as iron. However, he was relatively cautious and wasn't as simple as Wu Ming thought. If they really bid for the 5 Saints token, there must be a lot of people eyeing them. Luo Feng said, at that time, we will not only be facing Luo Qingfeng and Xia Tian, but also those cultivators who have the same purpose as us. Therefore, we still have to be careful. Wu Ming said, but we can't just give up like this. At that time, we should at least follow them and take a look. Maybe we can benefit from it. Seeing that Wu Ming thought of the matter so simply, Luo Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He said, young master, let's wait and see. They may not have the financial resources to compete with those top sects. Wu Ming responded with a muffled sound and sat back on the sofa. The price of the 5 Saints token was still rising rapidly. After a short while, the price had reached 95,000 spirit stones, and there were still at least 6 or 7 sects competing for it. In box 20, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. He said, Qing Feng, it seems that we may not have enough spirit stones. Xiao Ruofei had obtained about 150,000 spirit stones this time, but in the end, he had spent 45,000 spirit stones to buy the Flying Phoenix rings, so he still had about 110,000 spirit stones left. Luo Qingfeng said carefully, Master, if the spirit stones are not enough, should we use other treasures to offset it? Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, not for the time being. Let's wait and see. I don't think we should be idle. Let's join in the fun first. After that, Xiao Ruofei directly entered a string of numbers on the bidding machine and clicked submit. The price on the big screen was updated. 100,000 spirit stones. This time, Xiao Ruofei directly added 5,000 spirit stones to round the price. As soon as this price appeared, many cultivators were slightly shocked, and some people finally secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Watermark advertisement test this time, Xiao Ruofei and the star-picking sect were in the limelight, and almost everyone recognized them. Moreover, the cultivators also knew that the star-picking sect had earned no less than 100,000 spirit stones at the auction, so they were all waiting to see if they would compete for the 5 Saints token. However, Xiao Ruofei did not make a move, so everyone's attention gradually shifted to the competition between the other top sections. In box 15, Wu Ming's face lit up when he saw Xiao Ruofei make a bid for the first time. He said, he really can't hold back. Uncle Feng, I was right? Luo Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, young sect master, let's wait for the final result. I'm afraid 100,000 spirit stones won't be enough to win this 5 Saints token. That's already a very high price. Wu Ming said, moreover, that guy surnamed Xia added 5,000 spirit stones at one time. It can be seen that his desire to buy is very strong. Maybe the other sects will retreat. Under normal circumstances, Wu Ming would want Xiao Ruofei to spend as many spirit stones as possible. He would love for someone to keep bidding with Xiao Ruofei and make him spend more spirit stones. However, now that Wu Ming had the idea of taking advantage of others, he naturally hoped that Xiao Ruofei would be able to win the 5 Saints token. After all, if the token was bought by the other top sects, with the strength of Spirit Vulture Mountain, it was impossible for them to take advantage of others. They could only hope that Xiao Ruofei would be a little more generous. Seeing this, Luo Feng secretly smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. He felt that Wu Ming's mentality was already very extreme and was about to go crazy. As for the cultivators from the other top sects who were still competing for the 5 Saints token, when they saw Xiao Ruofei make a bid, their expressions only changed slightly, and then they quickly returned to normal. In their view, a bid was a bid, and it had nothing to do with the identity of the bidder. It was nothing more than the highest bidder winning. As long as they got it, no one would dare to have any bad ideas. Xiao Ruofei's bid didn't last long. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, after some consideration, they naturally made their bids. It was just that Xia Ruofei added 5,000 spirit stones at one time, and the total price exceeded 100,000 spirit stones, so some cultivators' consideration. Just like that, the price remained the same for less than half a minute before a new price appeared. Bid, 101,000 spirit stones. Bidder, room 1. After bidding, Xianxia of the Tianyi Palace chuckled and said loudly, I didn't expect fellow cultivator Xia to also be interested in the 5 saints token. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I can't help but yearn for the legend of the 5 saints token. If there is a chance, it would be good to buy it and study it. Xianxia laughed and said, that makes sense. The 5 saints token was still worth studying. Fellow cultivator Xia, regardless of whether you can get what you want today, if you want to study the 5 sacred badges, you can come to the Tianyi school. We have a 5 sacred badge in our school. We can lend it to you to study. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, then I'll thank you in advance, Mr. Chen. Hearing this, the cultivators were very envious. Qin Xian was obviously sending a message of goodwill to the star-picking sect, or more accurately, to Xia Ruofei. The Tianyi sect had become the #1 sect in the cultivation world in Huaxia, and Chen Nanfeng was also the #1 person in the cultivation world in name. The reason it was only in name was that some cultivators were reclusive. Coupled with the legendary nascent soul-old monsters, Chen Nanfeng was definitely not invincible in the world. Qin Xian was only in his early 40s, but he was already a cultivator at the gold core stage. He was also an outstanding figure among the cultivators of this generation. The Tianyi sect and Qin Xian could be said to be at the peak of their power. Who in the cultivation world didn't want to be on good terms with them? For example, Wu Ming, who was in room 15, was jealous and hateful. His face was twisted with anger. In his opinion, the reason why Qin Xian treated Xia Ruofei differently was because Xia Ruofei had paid a high price to buy the mysterious ore of the Tianyi sect. Wu Ming felt that he should have been the one to enjoy such treatment. After all, he was the one who made the first bid. Later, Xia Ruofei jumped out to compete with him. Wu Ming also secretly blamed Luo Feng. If Luo Feng hadn't persuaded him not to fight because of his personal feelings and said that he had earned enough face by cheating the star-picking sect of so many spirit stones, Wu Ming definitely wouldn't have given up so easily. Moreover, Wu Ming also listened to Luo Feng's suggestion. His words implied that the people of the star-picking sect had already figured out the function of the mysterious ore and hoped that it would cause trouble for the star-picking sect and Xia Ruofei. But now, it seemed that this trouble didn't exist at all. Moreover, Qin Xian of the Tianyi sect seemed to like Xia Ruofei very much. Wu Ming looked at Luo Feng with some dissatisfaction and said, Uncle Feng, if I had known this would happen, I would have fought until the end. Anyway, it's useless to leave these few spirit stones. The favor of the Tianyi sect is worth a lot. Luo Feng smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, you asked for the remaining spirit stones, didn't you? If we had ignored the bet with the star-picking sect, we could have more. Or less sold the handwritten copy of the glittering jewel solution for some spirit stones. Most importantly, we wouldn't have to pay the 50,000 spirit stones. If that had been the case, Vulture Spirit Mountain would still have a chance to compete. However, Luo Feng naturally wouldn't say this out loud. He only said, young sect leader, what you said might be one of the reasons. But Qin Xian should be more interested in that kid surnamed Xia's ability to refine medicine. Qi-gathering pills, fire cloud pills. Who doesn't lack supplementary medicines these days? The Tianyi sect is a big sect, but they also have a lot of cultivators to support. Hearing this, Wu Ming felt a little better. He said, that's true. Besides, if this guy surnamed Xia and Qin Xian compete for a few more rounds, maybe Qin Xian will be angry with him. Luo Feng secretly shook his head, but he didn't want to say anything more to Wu Ming. He just smiled and continued to watch the auction. Just as Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian were chatting, another new price appeared. 105000 spirit stones. The bidder was from box number 5, a cultivator from the Black Dragon sect. The Black Dragon sect was also one of the top sects, but they hadn't made a bid until now. Everyone thought that they were no longer interested in the 5 sages token. They didn't expect that they would suddenly make a move at such a high price and add 4,000 spirit stones at once. In box number 6, Lu Manxia and Yang Lu looked at each other and then said, "Old man Zhou is really here for the 5 sages token." Yang Lu looked serious and said, "It seems that they are after something big." "Senior sister, if the Black Dragon sect gets one of the 5 sages tokens, then, it doesn't matter." Lu Manxia waved her hand and said, "The Tianyi sect, the Surging Wave sect, and our Soaring Flower Valley are all here. They can't do anything. What I'm worried about is..." At this point, Lu Manxia frowned and looked at the big screen above the main auction stage. She said, "There's still no news of the 5 Saints token. What I'm most worried about is that the Black Dragon sect has quietly obtained a 5 Saints token. If they take this one away, then they'll have 2 tokens. Obviously, they're going to take the lead in the future operations. We can't let them succeed." Yang Lu said, "Senior sister, if we can't, we can lend the spirit stones to the Surging Wave sect or the Tianyi sect. Are we going to let them have 2 tokens?" Lu Manxia said, "Then won't we be controlled by them? Then what should we do?" Yang Lu said, "We have to choose the lesser of 2 evils. If we can't, we can only do this, senior sister. It's better to let the Tianyi sect or the Surging Wave sect have 2 tokens than to let the Black Dragon sect get involved. Even if they only have 1 token, it'll be easy for them to ruin our plans." Lu Manxia thought for a moment and said, "Maybe there's another way." At this moment, a new price appeared on the big screen, 11,000 spirit stones. The bidder was from box number 20, the cultivator from the star-picking sect. Yang Lu raised her eyebrows and said, "Senior sister, are you talking about the star-picking sect?" Lu Manxia nodded and said, "In comparison, letting the star-picking sect get the 5 sages token might be the best outcome for us." Both Lu Manxia and Yang Lu could clearly see that no matter if it was the Surging Wave sect or the First Heaven sect that obtained this token, this sect would have 2 5 Saint tokens. This meant that they would definitely occupy a leading position in the operation to crack the secret in the future. This was something that the Soaring Flower Valley did not wish to see. It was even more unacceptable for the Black Dragon sect to get the 5 sages token. As for the star-picking sect, their strength was only average. Even if they got the 5 sages token, it would be equivalent to each of them having 1. Of course, in reality, the weaker star-picking sect would be in a subordinate position. At least the Soaring Flower Valley, the Tianyi sect, and the Surging Wave sect would be able to talk to each other as equals. It was the same for the Tianyi sect and the Surging Wave sect. They couldn't accept the other 2 sects getting 2 tokens. If a new sect had to get the 5 sages token, they also felt that the star-picking sect was a good choice. Lu Manxia had been in charge of the Soaring Flower Valley for many years and could see through people's minds. She quickly figured out the key point. She stood up and said, "Junior sister Yang, I'm going out for a while." Yang Lu naturally knew what Lu Manxia was going to do. She asked, "Senior sister, can't you ask the star-picking sect to lend us the spirit stones?" Lu Manxia smiled faintly and said, "Why do you have to force them? If the star-picking sect does that, they'll definitely offend the Tianyi sect, the Surging Wave sect, and even the Black Dragon sect. You know what kind of person that old bastard Zhou is. We have no enmity with the star-picking sect. In fact, they've even done us a favor. How can we bear to put them in danger? But if they get the 5 sages token..." Yang Lu didn't understand. "That's different," Lu Manxia said. "The situation here is a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you later." After saying that, Lu Manxia walked out of the room and headed straight for room 20 where Xia Ruofei and the others were. Lu Manxia walked along the long corridor at the back of the room to room 20 while thinking about how to phrase her words. Before she knew it, she had already arrived at the door of room 20. Lu Manxia was just about to knock on the door when she saw the door of room 20 suddenly open. She was surprised to see that the person who walked out was actually Xianxia from the Tianyi sect. When Xianxia saw Lu Manxia, he was clearly a bit surprised. However, he quickly recovered and said with a smile, "Valley Master Lu, you're also here to look for fellow Xia?" Lu Manxia stared at Xianxia for a few seconds before saying, "It seems that fellow Chen has already looked for him?" Xianxia smiled gently and nodded. "To be honest, I've already arrived first. I'm afraid that Valley Master Lu is a bit late." At this moment, Xia Ruofei also walked out. When he saw Lu Manxia, he was also slightly surprised. He then said, "So it's Valley Master Lu." Are you here to look for me? Lu Manxia smiled bitterly and said, that's right. But it seems that I'm a bit late. Xianxia said with a smile, that's my personality. I'll do whatever I think of, so I'm often one step ahead of others. Lu Manxia looked at Xianxia and asked, I wonder if it's convenient for fellow Chen to tell me the result of your discussion? After all, our Soaring Flower Valley is also one of the owners of the Five Saints token. Xianxia shrugged and said, of course. Even if Valley Master Lu didn't say it, I would have told Valley Master Lu and sect leader Mu. After that, Xianxia looked at Xia Ruofei and said with a smile, after a friendly negotiation, fellow Daoist Xia agreed to lend 110,000 spirit stones to our Tianyi sect. So, Lu Manxia looked at Xia Ruofei in disbelief and then said to Xianxia, the Tianyi sect wants to have 2 Five Saints tokens? Fellow Daoist Xia agreed so easily? Xianxia maintained his gentle smile and said, thank you, Valley Master Lu. Lu Manxia looked at Xia Ruofei's excessively young face. Perhaps it was because she thought of the 2 handwritten copies of the Linlong's true explanation, but the trace of unhappiness in her heart quickly dissipated. Lu Manxia smiled and said, fellow Chen is decisive, and fellow Xia is also very courageous. The 2 of you should be able to become good friends. Xianxia nodded in agreement and said, brother Xia and I hit it off quite well. We feel like old friends at first sight. That's right. Although the 5 sacred badges haven't been found yet, since the 4th one has appeared, the 5th one shouldn't be too far away. In the future, when the 5 badges are combined, it will definitely involve exploring the secrets of the 5 sacred badges together. I have already promised Brother Xia that I will give him a spot when the time comes. Lu Manxia's beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a strange look. Although the 5th badge was still missing, Xianxia had promised to give Xia Ruofei a spot. This was a big favor. In the future, when the 5 badges were combined, the factions with the badges would definitely cooperate to explore the secret. At the very least, the Soaring Flower Valley, the Surging Wave sect, and the Heavenly sect didn't want to have a conflict with each other. They also didn't have absolute confidence in snatching the badges from each other. Therefore, a win-win situation was inevitable. However, even so, when the time came, there wouldn't be many spots for each faction. After all, if there were too many people, it would be easy for things to go wrong. According to Lu Manxia's thoughts, it would be best if each badge only had 2 or 3 spots. They could bring a capable assistant and a key disciple. Any more than that wouldn't be suitable. She knew that the Heavenly sect and the Surging Wave sect had similar thoughts. In this way, even if the Heavenly sect had 2 badges, they would only have 6 spots. Obviously, each spot was very precious. Xianxia actually promised to give Xia Ruofei a spot in order to borrow 110,000 spirit stones. Lu Manxia saw something different. At least one thing she could confirm was that Xianxia had shown enough goodwill to Xia Ruofei. Compared to the strength of the star-picking sect and the Heavenly sect and their status in the cultivation world, this kind of goodwill was naturally very precious to Xia Ruofei. At least in Lu Manxia's opinion. She actually quite admired Xia Ruofei, so she was very happy for Xia Ruofei. Lu Manxia also knew that Xianxia was informing her in advance. Although they didn't know where the 5th badge was, after all, a cultivator's lifespan was much longer than an ordinary person's. They still had a high chance of gathering all 5 badges in the future. To a certain extent, they still had a long life. And cultivators' lifespan had a much longer life than cultivators. And the Soaring Wave sect, they had a lot for that. Although Xianxia was the young master of the Heavenly sect, he always gave the outside world the impression that he was very gentle and cultured. Although he had broken through to the gold core stage in his early 40s, which was definitely a shocking speed in the current cultivation world, he had never shown an overbearing look in front of others. Even when facing low-level cultivators, his tone was very kind. Young Master Chen's friendliness was well known in the world of cultivation. Lu Manxia thought for a moment and said with a smile, is that so? Then I'll congratulate fellow Xia first. Xia Ruofei also said with a smile, thank you, Valley Master Lu. Xianxia said with a smile, you two have a good chat. I'll go back to my room first. The auction is not over yet. Xianxia came out to borrow spirit stones, so naturally, someone in his room would continue to follow up with the auction. However, since the spirit stones were already in his hands, he had to go back as soon as possible. With enough spirit stones, he could show his determination to buy it. Lu Manxia smiled and said, "Since we're already late, I have nothing else to discuss with fellow Xia. I'll go back first." Xia Ruofei stood at the door of the room and said with a smile, "Okay, take care." Xia Ruofei watched Lu Manxia and Xianxia leave before returning to the room. He sat down on the sofa and leaned comfortably on the soft back. After lending the spirit stones, today's auction was over for him. In the end, the 5 sages token had nothing to do with him. Luo Qingfeng sat next to him and asked carefully, "Master, why didn't you find a way to buy the 5 sages token? It's a very rare treasure." Xia Ruofei spread out his hands and said, "We don't have enough spirit stones. You know, we only have a little more than 110,000 spirit stones. Look at the current price. It's more than 130,000 spirit stones. We don't have the ability." Luo Qingfeng said in a low voice, "In fact, Master can still use other treasures to offset the spirit stones. Master, you only need to promise to give as many qi-gathering pills as possible. They will definitely be more popular than spirit stones." Although a single qi-gathering pill wasn't worth too many spirit stones, Xia Ruofei could increase the price without limit. After all, the cost of refining the qi-gathering pill was very low, and most of the ingredients were ordinary herbs. The most important thing was the spirit qi. Compared to the rich spirit qi in the Ring 2 space, the little spirit qi consumed to refine the qi-gathering pill was nothing. Therefore, in theory, Xia Ruofei could increase the price without limit. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Why do you have to go through so much trouble? If we lend out the spirit stones, the firepower will be spread out, and then we can receive interest, right?" The interest Xia Ruofei mentioned was naturally the quota that Xianxia had given out. Luo Qingfeng thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Master, what you said makes sense. The competition for the token is nothing more than wanting to explore the legendary secret of the 5 saints token. Since Xianxia has promised to give you a quota, it won't affect your exploration of this secret." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "There is another consideration. The foundation of the star-picking sect is still a little weak. Although it won't cause any disaster because of this token, after all, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages." Luo Qingfeng was moved and said, "Master, you are so thoughtful." While the two were chatting, the auction was still going on. But now they were very relaxed and were completely in the mode of watching a show. In the end, with 110,000 spirit stones, the Tianyi Gate won the 5 saints token without any suspense. In the end, the final transaction price was also astonishing, reaching as much as 190,000 spirit stones. This price had far exceeded the expectations of Lu Manxia, Luo Feng, and the others. When they saw this price, they couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake their heads. Even if there weren't so many accidents, the spirit stones they brought were not enough to compete for this token. Lu Manxia and the others had underestimated the attractiveness of the 5 saints token. Of course, there were more or less unexpected factors that caused the price to be raised so high. This unexpected factor was the Black Dragon sect. This time, the Black Dragon sect's preparations were more than expected, and the spirit stones they brought far exceeded Lu Manxia's expectations. The second half of the auction was basically a competition between the Tianyi Gate and the Black Dragon sect. When the price reached 180,000 spirit stones, the Black Dragon sect was still holding on. And this number was basically the limit of the Tianyi Gate. If it weren't for the fact that Xianxia had borrowed 110,000 spirit stones from Xia Ruofei in advance, they really might not be able to compete with the Black Dragon sect. However, with this large number of spirit stones from Xia Ruofei, the Tianyi Gate could be said to be full of confidence, because they already had close to 300,000 spirit stones on hand. Therefore, when the price had just exceeded 180,000 spirit stones, Xianxia directly bid 190,000 spirit stones. The Black Dragon sect, which had been very tenacious in following the bidding, probably didn't have enough spirit stones and suddenly stopped bidding. As a result, Xianxia obtained the 5 saints token as he wished. This was also the second 5 saints token owned by the Tianyi Gate. In fact, the Tianyi Gate had more or less this number of spirit stones. Although it was slightly less, it wasn't much. Therefore, the spirit stones they borrowed from Xiao Ruofei were actually not much. At most, it was just a fraction of the spirit stones. However, if it weren't for Xiao Ruofei's spirit stones, the Tianyi Gate would have basically lost this time. In this way, the Black Dragon sect would have obtained a 5 Saints token, which would add a lot of variables to the future. Therefore, although not many spirit stones were used, Xiao Ruofei's act of borrowing spirit stones could be said to be a timely help. Xianxia had to accept this favor. In box 20, Xiao Ruofei saw that the auction was over and couldn't help but say with a smile, "Today's auction was really wonderful." In fact, this was the first time that Xiao Ruofei had really come into contact with people in the cultivation world. For him, everything was very new. Of course, in fact, this auction was really full of ups and downs. Luo Qingfeng had participated in many auctions, and he had to admit that this auction was indeed much more wonderful than the previous ones. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, "Because Master participated in this auction, so there were so many wonderful stories." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "You're flattering me. My cultivation is nothing in front of those big shots of the sections. In fact, it was the last auction that stirred up the auction. It had nothing to do with us." "I still know that." Luo Qingfeng said with a smile, "Master, you're a little too modest. You're even a little belittling yourself. If the sect leaders and elders of those sects knew of your true cultivation, their jaws would definitely drop." At this time, Hao Qingsong, who was on the main auction stage, also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although there were some episodes in the auction, on the whole, it had been completed smoothly. As the host of the auction, Hao Qingsong had been worried all the time. In particular, Xiao Ruofei had repeatedly encountered unexpected situations, which caught Hao Qingsong off guard. He said, "Thank you, fellow cultivators. This auction has come to a successful end. We have prepared a banquet, and we welcome all of you to join us." The banquet after the auction was basically the same as before. It was mainly to provide a platform for cultivators to communicate face-to-face. Sometimes, the banquet after the auction would also facilitate many private transactions between cultivators. After all, some treasures could not be easily priced with spirit stones. Cultivators exchanged what they needed and bartered for what they needed. This was the mainstream way of private transactions. Of course, not everyone was keen on participating in such an exchange. For example, Chen Xian, who was from the Tianyi sect, said directly as soon as Hao Qingsong finished speaking, "Thank you for your kind invitation, fellow cultivator Hao, but we still have some urgent matters to deal with in our sect. The people of the Tianyi sect will take our leave first." Then, some cultivators who didn't like to join in the fun also said goodbye. Xiao Ruofei also stood up and said with a smile, "We should also go." "Yes." Luo Qingfeng said quickly. Then, he also said goodbye to Hao Qingsong on behalf of the star-picking sect. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng walked out of the box together and happened to see some cultivators coming out of the boxes in 2s and 3s. Some of the cultivators who had participated in the auction and even had grudges against each other would not choose to leave the box at this time if they didn't want to reveal their identities. The people who came out now naturally didn't care about the number of boxes they were in. Xiao Ruofei was like this because he had already revealed his identity. Wu Ming and the others were also in the same situation. They directly walked out of the box. Wu Ming noticed Xiao Ruofei immediately. His eyes flickered and he glanced at Xiao Ruofei maliciously. During the auction of the 5 Saints token, Xiao Ruofei only bid 110,000 spirit stones and didn't bid any more. To be honest, Wu Ming felt a little regretful. The result he wanted to see the most was naturally the people from the star-picking sect get the spirit stones. Then, he would kill Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng on the way. In this way, not only would he get the 5 Saints token, but also the flying phoenix rings that he had been longing for, and even the mysterious ore that made him so resentful, would all be his. However, Wu Ming didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei, who was very strong when fighting against him, would actually give up after bidding once. Wu Ming watched helplessly as the 5 Saints token fell into the hands of the First Heaven sect. No matter how brave he was, he knew that the 5 Saints token was not fated with him. However, Wu Ming was still concerned about the storage rings that Xiao Ruofei had obtained. Therefore, when he heard Luo Qingfeng bid farewell, he immediately called Luo Feng and left the box together. Since the people from the star-picking sect weren't going to participate in the banquet, Wu Ming had to quickly chase after them. Otherwise, it would be difficult to stop them if they lost sight of him. After all, Luo Qingfeng was a golden core cultivator. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fly with Xiao Ruofei on his sword. When the time came, the sky would be vast and cultivators wouldn't have a fixed flight path like airplanes. They wouldn't have anywhere to look for them. Luo Feng naturally knew what Wu Ming was thinking, but he didn't stop him. Although they didn't obtain the 5 saints token this time, it could still be said that it wasn't because of the battle. As long as Wu Tiancheng knew the final price, he definitely wouldn't hang him up. However, during the auction, Spirit Vulture Mountain repeatedly suffered losses from the star-picking sect. Furthermore, they also lost an inexplicable bet and lost 50,000 spirit stones. This was a big stain on their reputation. If they could really kill Luo Qingfeng and Xiao Ruofei and snatch the storage rings and mysterious ores, they might even obtain the prescription for the Qi converging pill and the fire cloud pill. It would be best if they could obtain the prescription for the Qi converging pill. That would definitely be a great achievement. Even if they only managed to snatch the flying phoenix ring and the mysterious ores, it would be enough to offset their previous mistakes. Therefore, although Luo Feng's words were persuasive, his actions were actually supporting Wu Ming. Wu Ming and Luo Feng calmly followed Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng from a distance, heading towards the exit of the auction house. However, they soon stopped because they saw Xianxia leading another Jindan stage elder of the Tianyi sect and an aura refining disciple from the opposite side of the passage. They were walking straight towards Xiao Ruofei. Wu Ming hurriedly stopped. He and Luo Feng glanced at each other and quietly moved closer, hoping to eavesdrop on their conversation. Qin Xian had a warm smile on his face as he said, "Brother Xia. Let's go. I'll send you back to the star-picking sect." Xiao Ruofei didn't refuse, because this was something that Qin Xian had personally agreed to when he borrowed the spirit stones. This could be considered another part of the interest that Qin Xian had given him in addition to the quota to explore the secrets of the 5 sages token. When Wu Ming and Luo Feng heard this, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They could see the disappointment in each other's eyes. If Qin Xian and Xiao Ruofei were traveling together, then they wouldn't have any hope of intercepting and killing them. Even if they had the confidence and strength to kill them, they wouldn't dare. This was because as long as the slightest bit of information was leaked out, they would face a devastating blow from the Tianyi sect. Even though the Spirit Vulture Mountain was quite powerful, when faced with the Tianyi sect that was at the peak of rage, they would definitely be exterminated. At this time, another forthright laughter rang out, "Fellow Daoist Qin. Little brother Xia, this old man is here." Wu Ming and Luo Feng took a closer look. It turned out that the sect leader of the Surging Wave sect, Mu Xing, was also walking over with Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei. "Fellow Daoist Qin, did little brother Xia tell you everything?" Mu Xing asked with a laugh. Qin Xian nodded with a smile and said, "We've already agreed." "Haha. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Qin this time," Mu Xing said happily. "Sect leader Mu, you're too polite," Qin Xian said with a faint smile. "Since everyone is here, let's set off." "Okay," Xiao Ruofei said. The group of people walked out of the auction house while talking and laughing, heading toward the elevator. The hotel was located in the downtown area. Although it was already night time, cultivators couldn't directly fly away from the entrance of the hotel on their swords. Therefore, they usually chose to take the elevator to the top floor and then take off from the rooftop. With some small enchantments, it was enough to hide them from the secular world. Wu Ming and Luo Feng didn't even take a step forward. The disappointment in their eyes turned into despair. "Uncle Feng, what should we do next?" Wu Ming asked, somewhat at a loss. Luo Feng said with a wry smile, "What else can we do? Young sect leader, give up on this idea. Qin Xian and Mu Xing will personally escort that guy back. Even if our strength is doubled, we're still no match for them. Don't forget that there's still Luo Qingfeng. Although this guy looks weak, he's also a ruthless character." Wu Ming nodded and said, "Well, how about we stay here and go to the banquet to have a look? Maybe we can find some good treasures." Luo Feng also didn't want to go back with his tail between his legs. If they really found some good treasures at the banquet, maybe Wu Tianqing would be lenient and not punish them according to the mountain rules. Thinking of this, Luo Feng nodded and said, "Okay, let's go to the banquet hall." When Xiao Ruofei's group arrived at the rooftop, there were already some cultivators there. When they saw Qin Xian's group, they all greeted Qin Xian very politely before flying away on their flying swords. Xiao Ruofei looked at the sword lights streaking across the sky, feeling that this scene was very spectacular. Each sword light represented one or two cultivators. Many sects brought aura refining disciples to increase their knowledge. These people couldn't fly on their flying swords, so they naturally needed their elders to carry them. Of course, ordinary people couldn't see this scene. Xiao Ruofei also prepared to take out his flying sword. Although he knew that it was a bit shocking for a young man in his 20s to have aura core stage cultivation base, he couldn't pretend to be a aura refining cultivator just because of this and let Luo Qingfeng carry him. Not to mention that Luo Qingfeng's cultivation base could only be regarded as ordinary among aura core stage cultivators. It would consume a lot of energy to carry someone flying. Even Xiao Ruofei himself would feel very uncomfortable. Luo Qingfeng seemed to be aware of Xiao Ruofei's intentions and quickly stopped him with his eyes. At the same time, he immediately transmitted his voice, "Master, you don't need to take out your flying sword." Xiao Ruofei stopped his movements and looked at Luo Qingfeng with some doubt. He really didn't understand Luo Qingfeng's intentions. At this time, Qin Xian turned his hand and took out a dark green treasure. Xiao Ruofei looked carefully and saw that Qin Xian's hand was dragging a small and exquisite jade boat. It was dark green all over and was carved with exquisite patterns. Just as Xiao Ruofei was somewhat puzzled, Qin Xian made several mysterious hand seals in succession. The small jade boat was like a balloon being blown up, swelling up against the wind. In a short while it had already grown to about 10 meters long and was quietly floating on the rooftop. Mu Xing laughed and said, "Every time I see this blue water flying boat, I'm amazed. It's simply a heaven-defying creation. Fellow Taoist Chen, I didn't expect sect head Chen to even give you such a precious treasure. He really thinks highly of you." Qin Xian smiled and said, "My father just lent it to me temporarily. After all, with this blue water flying boat, it'll be much more convenient for me to travel. So that's how it is." Mu Xing laughed and said, "I was wondering why sect head Chen suddenly became so generous." Qin Xian smiled but didn't say anything. His upbringing had always been very strict. The principle that a son shouldn't speak of his father's mistakes had naturally been instilled in his mind since he was young. Although Mu Xing was joking, Qin Xian was the son of the Tianyi school's sect master, Qin Nanfeng. Mu Xing also knew Qin Xian's temper, so he didn't feel offended at all. Instead, he looked at the surprised Xiao Ruofei and said with a smile, "It seems that fellow Taoist Xia has seen the blue water flying boat for the first time. When I saw this treasure for the first time, I was so surprised that my eyes almost popped out. This is one of the most famous treasures in the cultivation world." Looking at Xiao Ruofei's expression, Qin Xian knew that he didn't know much about the blue water flying boat, so he explained with a smile, "Brother Xia, sect head Mu's words are a little exaggerated. It's not a treasure. In fact, the blue water flying boat is just a means of transportation. It's just a novelty. There's only one in the cultivation world, so the rumors have been exaggerated a lot. It's really amazing." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, especially when it suddenly grew bigger. Qin Xian laughed and said, "Actually, my father obtained it by chance many years ago from the ruins of an ancient cultivator. We reckon that it was only an ordinary means of transportation in the ancient cultivation world. It's a pity that the inheritance has been lost, and no one in the current cultivation world can make it again." After sighing for a while, Qin Xian said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, please get on the boat." Mu Xing laughed and said, "This is good. It saves me a lot of effort." After that, Mu Xing made a gesture of invitation and said, "Fellow Taoist Chen, you go first." Qin Xian said with a smile, "You are the guests, and I am the host. Of course, you go first." Hearing this, Mu Xing didn't argue and took the lead to jump onto the blue water flying boat. Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei modestly declined with Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng. In the end, Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng had to board the flying boat first, followed by Mu Hua, Qin Xian, and the others. Xiao Ruofei observed for a while. The blue water flying boat looked like a small boat, but after boarding, he found that there was a very spacious cabin under the jade canopy. Xianxia invited everyone to take a seat in the cabin. After Xiao Ruofei sat down, he looked around and found that although there were 8 people in the cabin, it didn't seem crowded at all, nor did it feel stuffy. In addition, there were large portholes on both sides of the cabin, inlaid with transparent crystals. They could see the situation outside, and at the same time, there was no airflow in. Xianxia nodded slightly to a disciple of the Tianyi sect he had brought. The disciple immediately went to the front of the cabin, where there was a platform carved with complicated and mysterious lines, and directly took out 3 standard cut spirit crystals from his storage ring. Xiao Ruofei knew at a glance that this blue water flying boat was mostly driven by spirit crystals. That platform was clearly the main array formation that controlled the flying boat. Thinking about it, it was normal. This blue water flying boat was so big and could carry so many people. If it was only driven by spirit stones, the driving force was probably not enough. Only spirit crystals with higher purity could bear this heavy responsibility. This was the first time that Xiao Ruofei had seen other people in the cultivation world with spirit crystals. The Tianyi sect was really rich. Just driving the flying boat cost 3 spirit crystals, which was worth 3,000 spirit stones, and it was priceless. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself, it seems that although the cultivation world is very short of resources now, these top sects don't lack cultivation resources. This was a very realistic thing. The cultivation world was also a pyramid structure. A few elites at the top of the pyramid occupied most of the resources, while a large number of low-level cultivators at the bottom of the pyramid could only fight for the remaining few resources, struggling bitterly in this cruel cultivation world. After the disciple of the Tianyi sect inserted the spirit crystals into the main control platform, he skillfully made an incantation. The mysterious lines on the main control platform suddenly lit up, as if the dashboard of an airplane in the secular world was electrified. Then, the disciple gently pulled a jade handle on the left side of the main control platform. The blue water flying boat trembled slightly, and then began to slowly rise. "Young master, are we going to the star-picking sect?" asked the disciple of the Tianyi sect who was controlling the flying boat. Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes. Let's go directly to the star-picking sect." "Yes," said the disciple controlling the flying boat. At this time, the blue water flying boat had already flown more than 10 meters above the rooftop. The disciple controlling the flying boat moved another jade handle on the right side of the main control platform, and the huge blue water flying boat immediately turned slowly in the air. Then, the disciple pushed the last handle in the middle. Xiao Ruofei felt that the blue water flying boat seemed to have paused for a moment, and then suddenly sped up several times, rushing in a certain direction. The feeling of being pushed back was much stronger than when taking off on a plane. However, the passengers on the flying jade water boat were all cultivators, so this level of stimulation naturally did not affect them at all. As the flying jade water boat accelerated, they still sat in their seats, chatting cheerfully and wittily, appearing very leisurely. Xiao Ruofei observed for a while, and found that the blue water flying boat's flying speed was actually not lower than that of ordinary flying swords. Moreover, the flying boat was very simple to operate. After activating it with a spell, one could completely rely on the 3 handles on the main control platform to control it. The method was also very direct. The left handle controlled the height, the right handle controlled the direction, and the middle handle controlled the speed. This design was actually very clever. As long as the flying boat was activated, low-level cultivators could completely control it. Cultivators who could use this kind of high-end means of transportation naturally had to enjoy the service of a driver. If they tried to control it themselves, it would more or less seem a bit low. The designer of the blue water flying boat had clearly thought of this aspect. It was indeed very cool for cultivators to have such a divine means of transportation. Just think about it, when others flew on their swords, they consumed their vitality, and they were directly in contact with the fierce winds outside. Of course, when cultivators flew on their swords, they would put up a protective cover, so no matter how strong the wind was, it wouldn't affect the cultivator's hairstyle. Although using this blue water flying boat cost a bit of spirit crystals, it didn't consume any spiritual chi at all. Moreover, when others were bitterly flying on their swords, the person using the flying boat could sit comfortably in the cabin and cultivate. Comparing the two, the difference was very big. Xiao Ruofei looked at other people's flying boats, and suddenly felt somewhat disgusted with the flying sword that he was proud of before. As for private planes, compared to this flying boat, it was even lower. The blue water flying boat flew very fast, silently crossing the sky in the night. The night outside was hazy, but the inside of the flying boat's cabin was very bright. Xiao Ruofei didn't see any obvious light source, but the whole cabin was shrouded in a very soft white light. This white light was very natural, making people feel as if it was daytime. Although the flying boat was fast, it was quite stable, and there was no turbulence like the airflow often encountered when taking a plane. Xianxia took out an exquisite purple sand tea set from the secret compartment next to his seat like a magic trick, boiled the mountain spring water with a red clay stove, and then took out a small box of tea leaves, ready to make tea for everyone. Muxing glanced at it, and his eyes lit up. He asked, "Fellow Taoist Chen, is this the wild tea of your sect?" Xianxian smiled and said, "Sect leader Mu really knows what's good for you. This tea is indeed from the wild tea tree on the Tianyi Peak. My father personally roasted it with a unique secret method. Now we're in for a treat, haha." Muxing said happily, "Little brother Xia, you may not know. The wild tea of the Tianyi Palace is also one of the best in the cultivation world. Although the name is ordinary, the tea leaves are definitely the best of the best. Moreover, there is only one wild tea tree on the Tianyi Peak, so the annual output is pitifully small. Even if you go to the Tianyi Palace, sect leader Chen rarely entertains guests with wild tea. Fellow Taoist Chen is indeed much more generous than his father." When Xianxian saw that Muxing was making fun of his father again, he wisely shut his mouth and concentrated on taking 7 or 8 tea leaves with a wooden spoon and pouring them into the tea set. As soon as Xiao Ruofei heard Muxing's words, he knew that the wild tea was a bit similar to De Hong Pao. They were all tea leaves picked from wild tea trees. The quality was excellent, but the quantity was scarce. Although Xiao Ruofei had never drunk the tea leaves of the mother tree of De Hong Pao, he had drunk the second-generation De Hong Pao tea leaves countless times through the cuttings on the branches. Moreover, the second-generation De Hong Pao tea was nourished by rich spiritual qi all year round in the Ring-Tu space. The quality of the tea leaves produced might have long surpassed that of the mother tree. The De Hong Pao of the cultivation world had also successfully aroused Xiao Ruofei's interest. He said with a smile, "I usually drink a lot of tea, but this is the first time I've seen such precious wild tea. I'll have to taste it later." Although Xiao Ruofei said so, when he saw that Xianxian only threw 7 or 8 tea leaves into the tea set, he couldn't help muttering in his heart, "So little? How is this enough?" Sect leader Mu actually said that Xianxian was much more generous than his father. If sect leader Chen made tea, would he only put 1 or 2 tea leaves? Muxing seemed to have seen through Xiao Ruofei's thoughts. He said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xia, although fellow Taoist Chen only put a few tea leaves, it's actually enough. You'll know when it's done." When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he also looked at Xianxian curiously. When Xianxian poured the boiled mountain spring water into the teapot, an extremely strong tea fragrance suddenly spread in the cabin. As long as one took a deep breath of the tea fragrance contained in the curling steam, they would feel as if they were floating in the air. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be surprised. If the tea fragrance alone could reach such an extreme level, how good would the tea soup be? Of course, Xiao Ruofei often drank tea and naturally knew that just the fragrance of the tea was not enough. Furthermore, the strong fragrance of the tea did not necessarily mean that it tasted good. Some teas had a fragrant aroma, but once the tea was in the mouth, it was disappointing. However, it was the first time that Xiao Ruofei had smelled such a tempting tea fragrance. Xianxian's fingers were fair and slender, and his movements of making tea were very smooth. Every movement was as smooth as flowing water. When they were connected together, there was a unique rhythm in it, which made people unable to help but feel calm and peaceful. If there was a classical beauty playing the guzheng, this scene would be many times more wonderful than those paid tea art performances. Soon, Xianxian finished making tea. He poured the tea into the teacups and brought them to everyone in special bamboo cups. Then he made a gesture of invitation and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, please have a taste." Muxing naturally did not stand on ceremony. He picked up the teacup in front of him and smelled the tea fragrance first. A look of enjoyment appeared on his face, and then he drank the tea in the cup in one gulp. Then he closed his mouth, nose, and even his eyes. After a long while, he opened his eyes reluctantly and looked at Xiao Ruofei, saying, "Little brother Xia, try it. It'll definitely make you savor it." When Xiao Ruofei saw Mu Xing's exaggerated expression, he couldn't help but find it a little funny. However, the wild tea's fragrance was indeed very rich and unique. Xiao Ruofei also wanted to try it. He picked up the teacup and didn't drink it all in one gulp like Mu Xing. Instead, he took a small sip. After the tea entered his mouth, a strange fragrance spread on the tip of his tongue. It was as if every single cell of his taste buds began to cheer. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei felt a warm current rising from his dantian. The primordial qi in his body began to become active. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. He couldn't help but drink all the wild tea in the cup in one gulp. This time, when the tea entered his stomach, the feeling was even more obvious. The primordial qi vortex in his dantian rotated a little faster. The primordial qi in all the meridians in his body began to surge. Xiao Ruofei didn't even have time to put down the cup. He directly sat down on his seat and began to practice the Tao formula. With the foundation of the star-picking sect and Luo Qingfeng's level, they weren't comparable to the Tianyi sect. Therefore, he definitely wasn't as close to the Tianyi sect as Mu Xing. He also didn't know about this very rare wild tea. When Luo Qingfeng saw Xiao Ruofei enter a meditative state after drinking a cup of tea, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of worry. Mu Xing laughed and said, "Sect Master Luo, don't worry. This is the first time little brother Xia has drunk this wild tea. The effect will be more obvious. He has begun to cultivate now. This cup of tea will bring him a lot of benefits. However, only the first cup will have this effect. When he drinks it in the future, he will be like me, tasting the taste of this superb tea." "Oh right, Sect Master Luo hasn't drunk wild tea before, right? You can give it a try. The effect is very obvious." Luo Qingfeng looked at Xiao Ruofei, who was cultivating. After hearing Mu Xing's words, he was a little relieved. However, he still didn't dare to let his guard down. At least before Xiao Ruofei woke up, he definitely wouldn't drink this wild tea. Although Xianxia and Mu Xing had good reputations in the world of cultivation, they weren't very familiar with each other after all. One may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. If there was something wrong with the tea, they couldn't possibly fall for it at the same time. Now that Xiao Ruofei had directly entered a meditative state to cultivate, Luo Qingfeng naturally had to stay awake. "Thank you, Sect Master Mu's reminder," said Luo Qingfeng, "but I'd better wait. I'm still a little brother Xia." Mu Xing and Xianxia glanced at each other, revealing a trace of a smile. They naturally knew what Luo Qingfeng was worried about, but the two of them didn't have any bad intentions. As the saying goes, a selfless heart is as broad as heaven and earth. They didn't mind Luo Qingfeng's caution. Mu Xing laughed and said, "Sect Master Luo is really concerned about little brother Xia." Luo Qingfeng smiled and didn't say anything. He just stayed by Xiao Ruofei's side to guard him. Xiao Ruofei had been completely immersed in cultivation. He was completely unaware of the situation around him. He continuously ran the Great Way formula for more than a dozen times before his active primordial qi began to slowly calm down. Xiao Ruofei was also secretly shocked. He immediately checked the situation in his body and didn't find anything strange. Only then did he feel relieved. Then, Xiao Ruofei found that his cultivation had improved by a small step. Although the improvement was not big, it was very difficult for a cultivator to improve their cultivation after entering the gold core realm. Xiao Ruofei estimated that it would take him at least half a month to cultivate this small step. A cup of tea could promote cultivation, and it had such a good effect. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be shocked. He slowly stopped cultivating and then opened his eyes. "This wild tea is so magical," Xiao Ruofei exclaimed. "It's really an eye-opener for me." Seeing that Xiao Ruofei was fine, Luo Qingfeng was completely relieved. Mu Xing and Xianxia looked at each other. Mu Xing asked, "Little brother Xia, is there any change in your cultivation?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "To be honest, sect leader Mu, my cultivation has indeed improved a lot." Since Mu Xing, Xianxia, and the others didn't know that he was in the gold core realm, he deliberately made it vague. However, Muxing still raised his eyebrows and said, I thought, your cultivation would at least break through a small realm. Cultivators in the qi refining realm who take wild tea for the first time will make obvious progress. Xianxia also showed an interested look. Obviously, he also thought that Xiao Ruofei should be able to improve his cultivation by a small realm with this cup of wild tea. Xiao Ruofei said calmly, maybe it's because my cultivation technique is a little special. It's harder for me to break through now than for ordinary cultivators. Xiao Ruofei didn't lie. The super gold core in his dantian was more difficult to form than for ordinary cultivators. Hearing this, Qin Xian showed a trace of envy and said, it seems that Brother Xiao's cultivation method is of a very high level. The harder it is to break through, the stronger the foundation and the higher the future achievements. In fact, this was not absolute. It was more difficult to break through than for ordinary people. In addition to the fact that Qin Xian said that the cultivation method was of a higher level, there was another possibility, which was that the cultivation method was very inferior and the cultivation efficiency was very low. Of course, Qin Xian and Muxing didn't think that Xiao Ruofei, who had the ability to refine qi gathering pills and fire element pills, would cultivate such a low-level cultivation method. Muxing laughed and said, Sect Leader Luo, can you drink the wild tea now? Luo Qingfeng was a little ashamed as he said. I was being too careful. Qin Xian smiled gently and said, it's human nature. Sect Leader Luo's concern for Brother Xia comes from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Ruofei looked at Luo Qingfeng with some confusion and asked, what happened? Muxing said with a smile, Sect Leader Luo saw you meditating just now and was worried that you would be in danger, so he has been guarding you. When Xiao Ruofei heard this and combined it with Muxing's words that Luo Qingfeng could drink wild tea, he immediately understood. Luo Qingfeng was naturally loyal to him, so it was completely normal for him to be worried after seeing him meditating. However, this made Luo Qingfeng a little embarrassed. At this time, Qin Xian poured tea for Xiao Ruofei and Muxing and said with a smile, Sect Leader Mu, Brother Xia, please have another cup. Qin Xian also helped Luo Qingfeng out. He was always so decent and generous when dealing with people, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Thank you. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, Senior Brother Luo, you should also drink some tea. In fact, Luo Qingfeng also wanted to taste this magical wild tea, but Muxing's half-joke just now made him feel embarrassed to drink it. Xiao Ruofei, Qin Xian, and the others helped Luo Qingfeng out of his predicament. Luo Qingfeng quickly said, okay. After drinking the wild tea, Luo Qingfeng directly entered the state of cultivation just like Xiao Ruofei. When Xiao Ruofei drank the second cup, although the taste was still very special and the tea fragrance was very strong, it no longer had the effect of promoting cultivation. Of course, judging only from the perspective of tea, the wild tea was definitely a top-notch tea. Xiao Ruofei secretly compared the wild tea and found that the taste of this wild tea was even better than the Dahong Pao he grew in the space. Muxing introduced with a smile, Little Brother Xia, if you drink wild tea often, it can also promote your cultivation, but the effect won't be as good as the first time you drink it. It's lucky to be able to taste such precious tea once, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, how can I expect to drink it every day? Hearing this, Qin Xian said with a smile, as long as Brother Xia comes to our Tianyi school as a guest, I will definitely welcome you with open arms and serve the wild tea to you. Haha. Then if there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely visit Brother Chen. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Qin Xian nodded and said, you're most welcome. Then, Qin Xian took out the tea box and took out a small half of it. This tea box wasn't big to begin with, so the wild tea inside wasn't full. Therefore, this small half of it could at most be used 2 or 3 times. Qin Xian divided the tea leaves into 2, wrapped them separately, and handed them to Xiao Ruofei and Muxing. Then, he said, this is a little gift from me to the 2 of you. Don't think I'm stingy. The production of wild tea is very small, and the production process is very complicated. I only dare to give you this much. If I don't leave some on the blue water flying boat, my father will probably blame me. Muxing took the small tea bag and said with a smile, my son is indeed more generous than your father. I asked your father for it several times, but he didn't even give me a single tea leaf. Qin Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. His father was good at everything, but he was a little stingy. He hid all the good things and hugged them. Everyone in the Tianyi school would joke about this in private, let alone Mu Xing, who had a very good relationship with Chen Nanfeng. Today, Mu Xing had already teased Chen Nanfeng several times. As his son, Qin Xian naturally couldn't say anything, let alone agree. Xiao Ruofei happily took the tea bag and said, "Thank you, Brother Chen. This is a generous gift." A cup of tea could let a cultivator in the qi refining stage break through one level. This effect was much better than the qi gathering pills that Xiao Ruofei refined. Of course, there was no comparison. For Xiao Ruofei, he could make as many qi gathering pills as he wanted, but this wild tea was limited to a certain amount every year. Qin Xian said with a smile, "It's just a small gift. Brother Xia, you don't have to be so polite. By the way, if you give it to a cultivator in the qi refining stage for the first time, it's best to brew the tea leaves in one go, and no more than 5 cups at most. Otherwise, the effect may be reduced." "I understand. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Chen," Xiao Ruofei said. Such a good thing, of course, should be given to his own people to drink. Xiao Ruofei actually had a lot of cultivators around him. If he could raise the cultivation of 5 people by one level, Xiao Ruofei would naturally choose Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, Li Yifu, and his disciple Tang Haoren. As for the last spot, he would leave it for Song Qiming. Of course, it would be best to gather everyone together, and then Xiao Ruofei could make 5 cups of tea at one time for everyone to drink. Xiao Ruofei put the tea bag into the Ring 2 space and carefully placed it in the cave of the Mountain Sea territory, together with the 2 storage rings. Xiao Ruofei's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but say, "Brother Chen, I have a presumptuous request." "Brother Xia, just say it," Qin Xian said with a smile. "That wild tea tree in your sect, do you usually prune it or something like that?" Xiao Ruofei asked, "If it's possible, I'd like to ask Brother Chen for a few branches of the wild tea tree." Obviously, this was not the first time Qin Xian had received such a request. He said without hesitation, "No problem. The wild tea tree is pruned regularly every year, usually twice a year. However, if Brother Xia visits the Tianyi sect, you don't have to wait for the pruning period. It's just 1 or 2 branches, and it won't cause any harm to the tea tree. I can make the decision. When the time comes, I can directly go to the wild tea tree and prune it." Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed and quickly said, "Then I'll thank Brother Chen in advance." If it wasn't necessary, Xiao Ruofei didn't plan to visit the Tianyi sect. After all, Chen Nanfeng was a master at the late stage of the Gold Core realm. If Xiao Ruofei fought against Chen Nanfeng, it could be said that he had no chance of winning. Even the possibility of escaping was very low. He could only use the Ring 2 space to hide. Although the Tianyi sect didn't have any malice towards Xiao Ruofei, the possibility of Xiao Ruofei falling out with them or even fighting against Chen Nanfeng was very low. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't like the feeling that things were out of his control. However, if it was for the branches of the wild tea tree, Xiao Ruofei still felt that it was necessary to make a trip to the Tianyi sect. Anyway, the risk wasn't very high, and if it really didn't work, he still had the Ring 2 space, which was his greatest reliance. Qin Xian waved his hand and said with a smile, "You're welcome. However, Brother Xia, you should also be mentally prepared. Our sect has also tried to use the branches of the wild tea tree to expand the scale of our cultivation. Some of my father's friends have also asked for the branches of the wild tea tree to try planting, but so far, whether it's us or my father's friends, without exception, have failed." Qin Xian took a sip of the wild tea and then continued, "Maybe the wild tea tree has very strict requirements for the environment it grows in. Or maybe the place where the wild tea tree grows on the Tianyi Peak just happens to meet some special conditions. In short, so far, there is only one wild tea tree. Therefore, if Brother Xiao wants to try all kinds of methods, it's not a problem. However, don't get your hopes up, or you'll be very disappointed." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder. Don't worry. I'll just try to plant it for fun. It's okay even if I don't succeed." "It's good that you have such an attitude," Qin Xian said with a smile. "Brother Xia, you can visit the Tianyi sect at any time. At that time I will naturally offer you the branches of the wild tea tree." "Thank you. Thank you," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Everyone chatted while drinking tea. Xiao Ruofei also noticed that other than him and Luo Qingfeng, even Mu Jianfei didn't enter a meditative state to cultivate after drinking the wild tea. Obviously, Mu Jianfei had also drunk wild tea before. Therefore, even though Mu Jianfei often ridiculed Chen Nanfeng, their relationship must be very good. Otherwise, how could Mu Jianfei have drunk wild tea before? After a while, Luo Qingfeng stopped cultivating. He opened his eyes and 2 rays of light shot out. His face revealed a surprised and happy expression. Luo Qingfeng stood up, bowed slightly to Chen Xian, and said, "Thank you, fellow Daoist Chen. I benefited a lot from drinking this cup of wild tea." Chen Xian said with a smile, "Sect Master Luo, you don't have to be so polite. This wild tea is only effective the first time you drink it. Many fellow Taoists in the cultivation world have also drunk it. It would be great if this tea could be planted on a larger scale." Luo Qingfeng said. Chen Xian and Mu Xing both laughed when they heard this. Mu Xing said, "Sect Master Luo and little brother Xia are indeed fellow disciples. You both have the same idea." Just now, little brother Xia asked fellow Daoist Chen for the branches of the wild tea, and fellow Daoist Chen agreed. Chen Xian said with a smile, "In fact, every year we send out some branches of the wild tea to other fellow Taoists who need them, but so far, no one has been able to successfully breed the wild tea. Since brother Xia wants to give it a try, our Tianyi school will not be stingy. It's just a few branches." When Luo Qingfeng heard this, he couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei. He had a kind of blind confidence in Xiao Ruofei. He felt that since Xiao Ruofei asked for the branches, he must have a way to breed the wild tea successfully. Luo Qingfeng thought that if the wild tea tree could be bred and there was a fixed amount of wild tea produced every year, the effect on the overall strength of the entire sect would be immeasurable. If there was enough wild tea, it was basically equivalent to the cultivation of all the qi refining cultivators in the sect directly increasing by 1 level. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I still have to thank Brother Chen. If I'm lucky enough to breed the wild tea tree, I'll definitely treat Brother Chen to a drink." "Haha." Chen Xian said with a smile, "Then I'll be waiting for Brother Xiao's good news." Putting aside the effect of promoting one's cultivation, the taste of the wild tea itself was quite good. Everyone chatted as they drank the tea, and time passed very quickly. Before they knew it, the flying boat had approached the star-picking sect. The Tianyi Palace disciple controlling the flying ship turned around and said, "Young sect master, the star-picking sect is not far ahead." Chen Xian nodded. "Let's land the airship outside the star-picking sect. Find a secluded place and don't disturb ordinary people." "Yes, young sect master," the disciple controlling the flying boat said. In fact, Chen Xian did this out of consideration for Xiao Ruofei. If they were all golden core stage cultivators, then there was no need for the flying boat to descend to the ground. They could just fly away on their flying swords. However, Chen Xian had always mistakenly believed that Xiao Ruofei was only at the qi refining stage. If he let the jade water flying boat hover in the air, when everyone left, Xiao Ruofei would definitely be carried by a gold core stage cultivator. This would more or less hurt his self-esteem. Chen Xian's way of dealing with people was indeed reflected in every detail. Luo Qingfeng said, "Young sect master Chen, why don't we go to the sect together? Although our star-picking sect doesn't have the best tea like wild tea, we still have a few pots of good wine." Chen Xian smiled gently and said, "Thank you for your kind invitation, sect master Luo. However, I do have an urgent matter to attend to and need to return to the Tianyi Palace immediately. This time, I'm just sending little brother Xia off. If there's a chance next time, I'll definitely pay a visit." In fact, everyone knew that Chen Xian had won the 5 Saints token this time. Although most forces would be intimidated by the reputation of the Tianyi Palace and Chen Nanfeng and wouldn't dare to do anything, they could absolutely rule out the possibility that a few people would take risks for the sake of benefits. Therefore, Chen Xian naturally wouldn't wander around outside for no reason. It would be safest for him to return to the sect as soon as possible. "All right then," Luo Qingfeng said, "the next time young sect master Chen comes, I'll definitely welcome you with open arms." Luo Qingfeng drank the wild tea of the Tianyi Palace. Although it was because of Xiao Ruofei, in a sense, he also owed the Tianyi Palace a favor. Therefore, his attitude towards Xianxia was better than before. Definitely, Xianxia said with a smile. As they spoke, the aquamarine ark had already landed in a valley near the star-picking sect. After the ark trembled slightly, the Tianyi Palace disciple who was controlling the ark turned around and said, "Young sect master, the ark has landed. Seniors, you can disembark now." Xianxia nodded slightly, then personally sent Xiao Ruofei, Mu Xing, and the others off the ark. He also jumped down. Xianxia said to Xiao Ruofei, "Brother Xia, once you're done here, go to the Tianyi Palace to find me as soon as possible." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "No problem." Xianxia said with a smile, "Don't forget that we still owe you 110,000 spirit stones. If we delay for too long, we can't rule out the possibility that we won't pay up." Everyone laughed when they heard this. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Money is just a worldly possession. If Brother Chen likes spirit stones, you can keep them for your own use." "I don't care." Xianxia laughed and said, "Brother Xia, you're so generous. However, how can the Tianyi Palace be the kind of people to go back on their words?" "I'm just joking." After that, Xianxia said to Luo Qingfeng and Mu Xing, "Sect Master Mu, Sect Master Luo, I'll take my leave first." After that, Xianxia cupped his hands at everyone and jumped back into the ark. Everyone watched the blue water ark fly away. Then, Mu Xing laughed and said, "Sect Master Luo, shall we fly back directly on our swords?" Luo Qingfeng looked at Xiao Ruofei and made a judgment in his heart. Then, he said, "Why don't we walk up the mountain? We're not far from the mountain gate, and the scenery along the way is pretty good. In fact, how could there be any beautiful scenery at night? Even if cultivators had better eyesight than ordinary people, they wouldn't go to the mountains to enjoy the scenery at night." Mu Xing was well aware of it, or rather, he thought he was well aware of it. He smiled and said, "All right. Fire is so heavy. I'll be exhausted to death if I carry him on the sword." Mu Jianfei turned his face away with a wry smile. He thought to himself, Sect Master Luo is obviously worried about fellow Taoist Xia's feelings. Why are you talking about me instead? Is there any justice in this world? But then he thought about it. In this group of people, only he and Xiao Ruofei were aura refining cultivators. This was naturally what he thought. Xiao Ruofei's identity seemed to be somewhat special, so he could only talk about him. There was no other choice. The group of people walked in the direction of the star-picking sect's mountain gate. In fact, this area wasn't completely uninhabited. The stone path leading to the mountain was quite easy to walk on. Although no one would come on this path at night, there were still some mountain people who would go there to chop firewood or gather medicinal herbs during the day. Of course, the star-picking sect was hidden deep in the mountains and concealed by a sect-protecting formation. It was impossible for ordinary people to discover it, and they wouldn't even have the chance to enter by mistake. If someone really did fall into the formation, they would only keep going in circles. In the end, they would even faint from breathing in the fog. Then, the star-picking sect disciples in charge of maintaining the formation would bring the unconscious mountain people to the foot of the mountain. After waking them up, they would quickly leave. From the perspective of these mountain people, it was natural that they fell into a ghost wall and appeared at the foot of the mountain when they woke up. This was the origin of some of the supernatural legends in this area. After all, there would be 1 or 2 cases of ordinary people accidentally entering the sect-protecting formation every year. Luo Qingfeng led everyone up the mountain path with ease. This group of people were all cultivators. Even the weakest among them, Mu Jianfei, who was also injured, could walk on this kind of terrain as if it were flat ground. Therefore, their speed was also very fast. After a while, Luo Qingfeng led everyone to the bottom of a cliff. He casually made a few hand seals and imprinted them on the cliff. A part of the cliff that was covered in vines slowly became transparent, revealing a passageway about the height of 2 people. The star-picking sect disciple guarding the mountain gate appeared at the passageway in a flash. When he saw that the leader was Luo Qingfeng, he hurriedly bowed and called out, "Sect Master." Luo Qingfeng nodded calmly and casually ordered, "Be careful. Stay alert." "Yes, Sect Master." "Sect Master." The star-picking sect disciple replied. "Sect Master Mu, please come in." Luo Qingfeng greeted him with a smile. It was also the first time that Xiao Ruofei had come to the star-picking sect. He followed Luo Qingfeng into the passageway and looked around curiously. This passageway was not very long, about 20 meters or so. After passing through the passageway, Xiao Ruofei saw a valley. Many antique buildings were built according to the terrain, layer upon layer, which was very spectacular. These buildings were mainly concentrated on the side of the mountain that was relatively gentle. From the bottom to the top, there were buildings of various sizes. Among them, the most eye-catching one was naturally a 10-story tall building at the top. This tall building was also made of pure wood. From afar, one could only vaguely see a black silhouette in the night sky, but it was still very spectacular. The dangerous building was 100 feet high, and one could reach out to pick the stars. When Xiao Ruofei saw the tall building, he couldn't help but think of these two lines of a poem. He wondered if this was the origin of the star-picking sect's name. Luo Qingfeng was very familiar with the place. He led everyone through the sect. Although it was already late at night, there were still disciples on routine patrol in the sect. There were also some low-level disciples who were still persistently cultivating. When they met Luo Qingfeng and the others, they hurriedly stepped aside and bowed to greet them. Luo Qingfeng just nodded reservedly as a greeting. This was the first time that Xiao Ruofei saw Luo Qingfeng's imposing manner. Luo Qingfeng had always regarded himself as an old slave in front of him. But after returning to the sect, Luo Qingfeng became the head of the sect, whose words carried enormous weight. He could even decide life and death with a single word. After all, the cultivation world was almost unrestrained by secular laws. In the star-picking sect, he, as the head of the sect, was the absolute king. Soon, Luo Qingfeng led Xiao Ruofei and the others to the front of the tall building at the highest point. Xiao Ruofei raised his head to take a look. On the front of the first floor of the building, there was an antique plaque with the words "Star-Plucking Tower" written on it. These three words looked very imposing, as if there was an invisible aura emanating from it. Even a golden core cultivator like Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel a little shaken. Luo Qingfeng seemed to have noticed Xiao Ruofei's strange behavior. He thought for a moment and said to Mu Xing with a smile, "Head Mu, this is the most important building in our sect, the Star-Picking Tower." The three words on this plaque were handwritten by a nascent soul stage ancestor of the star-picking sect 500 years ago. Although 500 years have passed, they are still very imposing. Luo Qingfeng's words were naturally to introduce them to Xiao Ruofei. However, since Mu Xing and the others were present, he couldn't directly introduce them to Xiao Ruofei. After all, in front of outsiders, Xiao Ruofei was Luo Qingfeng's shitty. How could he not know about the internal buildings of the star-picking sect? Mu Xing also felt a little shocked and said, "These three words are indeed very imposing. Is this the power of a nascent soul stage ancestor? Just the words he left behind are enough to shock people. The nascent soul stage is truly fascinating." Luo Qingfeng sighed and said, "Since the cultivation environment deteriorated, the nascent soul stage ancestors of the previous generation of the star-picking sect have all disappeared. The situation is similar to that of most sections. It's extremely difficult to break through to the nascent soul stage now." As a veteran Jindan stage cultivator, Mu Xing naturally felt the same way. He sighed and said, "Yes. Could it be that the path of cultivation had really been blocked? There is always a way out, but how can cultivators walk into a dead end where they can't move forward at all?" Seeing the handwriting of the three nascent soul stage cultivators, Mu Xing couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions. The truth was that cultivators had been struggling to make any progress in recent years. Young Qi condensation stage cultivators might not feel it so deeply. After all, if they had the support of a sect, the basic cultivation resources could still be guaranteed. However, once they entered the Oris core stage, the resources required would increase tenfold or even hundredfold, and the efficiency of cultivation would decrease by a large margin. It was simply too difficult to make progress in cultivation. Even Chen Nanfeng, who was recognized by everyone as the closest to the nascent soul stage, actually knew very well that Chen Nanfeng's chances of breaking through to the nascent soul stage were less than 1%. Therefore, Mu Xing actually understood why Chen Nanfeng wanted to get the second 5 sages token at all costs. After all, for Qin Nanfeng, the legend of the mysterious five sages token might be the last opportunity for him to break through to the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, he could only wait for his lifespan to run out and die unwillingly. Luo Qingfeng said, Sect Leader Mu, the situation in the cultivation world was not created in a day or two. The only thing we can do is to explore as much as possible on the path of cultivation. Even if we can't make it through, at least we can pave a way for the younger disciples. Mu Xing was stunned for a moment. Then, he said with a smile, I was too obsessed. Sect Leader Luo's words have woken me up. It seems that I still have to cultivate my temperament. Luo Qingfeng said with a smile, Sect Leader Mu, you're being too serious. You were affected by the handwriting of your ancestors, and your mind was a little shaken. I've seen these handwriting countless times, so I naturally won't be affected. Sect Leader Mu, the three of you can rest on the first floor of the star-picking tower tonight. If you don't have anything else to do this time, you can stay in our star-picking sect for a few more days. Mu Xing said with a smile, our sect also has a lot of things to do. This time, I came to disturb Sect Leader Luo in order to wait for Brother Xia's fiery cloud pill. Now that I've got the fiery cloud pill, I'll take my leave and go back to the sect. After that, Mu Xing said sincerely to Xia Ruofei, Brother Xia, I'll leave the fiery cloud pill to you. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, don't worry, Sect Leader Mu. I've even accepted the spirit stones. How can I go back on my word? I promise to get the fiery cloud elixir before you leave the star-picking sect. Thank you. Thank you. Mu Xing said repeatedly. Mu Jianfei also said sincerely, thank you, Brother Xia. Xia Ruofei waved his hand with a smile and said, you're welcome, Brother Jianfei. It's my duty to accept money. You can't buy the fiery cloud elixir anywhere else with spirit stones, Mu Xing said, for us, this is not just a transaction. Everyone in the Surging Wave sect will remember Brother Xia's kindness. Sect Leader Mu, you're exaggerating. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Didn't Xianxia promise to give you a place to explore the secret of the five sages token? Mu Xing said with a smile, our Surging Wave sect is also qualified to explore this secret. When the time comes, if Brother Xia goes in person, I'll be responsible for your safety. If other fellows of the star-picking sect go, the Surging Wave sect will definitely take care of him. Then I'll thank you in advance, Sect Leader Mu. Xia Ruofei said. Luo Qingfeng led the group into the star-picking tower. This was the most important place in the star-picking sect. There were guest rooms on the second floor specially set up to entertain distinguished guests, and there were staff members serving them 24 hours a day. Luo Qingfeng arranged for Mu Xing and the other two to stay in the guest rooms first, and then led Xia Ruofei straight to the top floor. Of course, there was no elevator in this kind of ancient building, but for cultivators, the stairs were even cumbersome. Luo Qingfeng directly took Xia Ruofei to the 10th floor on his sword. The reason why he took Xia Ruofei was naturally to hide it from Mu Xing and the others. Since everyone misunderstood that Xia Ruofei was a cultivator at the qi refining stage, he would let this misunderstanding continue. Maybe there would be an unexpected effect someday. In the entire Xiaxing sect, only Luo Qingfeng, the head of the sect, had the right to fly on his sword in Xiaxing Tower. If anyone else dared to do so, it would be a capital offense. Of course, this was the rule of the past. Now, the star-picking sect only had Luo Qingfeng, the only remaining golden core cultivator. Even if the others wanted to fly on their swords, they would not be able to do so. The 10th floor of Star-Picking Tower was a forbidden area of the entire Star-Picking sect. It was the floor that Luo Qingfeng, the head of the sect, used exclusively. This entire floor was also very large, at least 1,000 square meters. There was a library, a cultivation room, an alchemy room, a crafting room, and so on. It had a complete set of functions. However, in the past 300 years, the star-picking sect's inheritance had withered away. As the head of the sect, Luo Qingfeng was not proficient in refining medicine, elixirs, or tools. He basically had no use for those rooms. Luo Qingfeng asked the disciples serving on this floor to leave. Then he respectfully said to Xia Ruofei, Master, it's getting late. You should go and rest first. Xia Ruofei shook his head with a smile and said, Take me to the alchemy room. I've already received the spirit stones. It's better to refine the fire cloud elixir as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will always be on my mind. Yes. Master. Luo Qingfeng hurriedly said, then please come this way. After that, Luo Qingfeng led Xia Ruofei to the alchemy room on the 10th floor with ease. Although Luo Qingfeng might not come here even once a year, there were still disciples in charge of cleaning the room every day. The room was almost spotless. Xia Ruofei looked around the room and found that some commonly used medicinal materials were stored. In addition, the equipment used for refining medicine was relatively complete, and it seemed that the quality was quite high. Of course, Xia Ruofei could also see that these things were basically not used. It seemed that it was a waste to leave them in Luo Qingfeng's room. Master, do you still need anything? Luo Qingfeng asked. I'll ask someone to prepare it right away. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, the fire cloud elixir is not a complicated elixir. These things are enough. Even if I lack 1 or 2 medicinal materials, I still have some stored. Don't bother those disciples in the middle of the night. Yes. Master. Luo Qingfeng said. Then, he carefully asked, Master, if you don't need an old slave to serve here, then the old slave will take his leave first? Luo Qingfeng also wanted to avoid suspicion. After all, the fire cloud elixir was nothing in Xia Ruofei's eyes. In fact, it was a very precious elixir in the cultivation world. In this auction, each fire cloud elixir was worth 1,000 spirit stones. What's more, Mu Xing didn't even choose Wu Ming's 80,000 spirit stones. Instead, he chose Xia Ruofei's 50,000 spirit stones plus the fire cloud elixir, which highlighted the preciousness of the fire cloud elixir. Xia Ruofei didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, that's not necessary. If I can't completely trust you, then who can I trust? In theory, Luo Qingfeng, who was controlled by the soul seal, was even more reliable than Li Yifu. Xia Ruofei continued, stay and watch. If you can learn it, it can be a good way to make money. Luo Qingfeng was grateful and said with a trace of sobbing, old slave thanks master. Xia Ruofei simply took out a pen and paper from the ring 2 space, wrote down the prescription and refining method of the fire cloud elixir, and then handed it to Luo Qingfeng. Xia Ruofei said, first, write down the contents, and then help me to prepare the herbs. By the way, can you identify herbs? Luo Qingfeng quickly said, ordinary herbs are no problem. If they are too rare. The herbs used to refine the fire cloud elixir are relatively ordinary. Xia Ruofei said directly. Yes. Master. Luo Qingfeng quickly said, please give the old slave a little time. Okay. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he sat cross-legged on the futon in the refining room and began to meditate. After all, Luo Qingfeng was a cultivator at the gold core stage, and his spiritual power was not weak. It was just a piece of paper, and he quickly memorized it. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was meditating, Luo Qingfeng did not dare to disturb him. He memorized the prescription and refining method again. After making sure that he had memorized it, he put the precious paper into his storage ring, and then began to look for herbs in the medicine cabinet next to him. After a while, Luo Qingfeng had found most of the herbs needed. Among them, there were 2 relatively rare herbs that were not kept in the refining room. Just when Luo Qingfeng was a little embarrassed, Xia Ruofei opened his eyes and took out the last 2 herbs from the ring 2 space. Then he used his spiritual power to scan the herbs that Luo Qingfeng had found. He nodded with satisfaction and said, there are no problems with the types and quantities of herbs. Well done. Old slave is slow-witted. Master, you are overpraising me. Luo Qingfeng quickly said. Let's start. Xia Ruofei said, I will try to slow down. How much you can learn depends on your luck. Yes. Master. Luo Qingfeng quickly said, and then concentrated on watching Xia Ruofei's refining process. Xia Ruofei skillfully began to process the herbs. The equipment in this refining room was very useful. The refining process was smoother than Xia Ruofei's refining in the ring 2 space. This was the second time that Xia Ruofei had refined the fire cloud pill. He was more skilled than the last time. However, he did not pursue speed. Instead, he deliberately slowed down the pace. Sometimes he would even explain a few key points. Luo Qingfeng on the side naturally hurriedly observed and memorized. This batch of refining a total of 10 fire cloud pills took about 2 hours. When the last step was completed, the 10 fire cloud pills were quietly lying in the refining furnace. Xiao Ruofei casually took a fire cloud pill that still had some steam. After carefully observing it, he said with satisfaction, "The quality is not bad. It seems to be better than last time." After saying that, he took out 2 porcelain bottles from the space. Each bottle contained 5 fire cloud pills. After Xiao Ruofei put away one of the bottles, he directly handed the other bottle to Luo Qingfeng and said, "You keep these 5 pills. You can use them in case you need them. Or if your meridians are damaged during cultivation, you can use them." "Thank you, Master," Luo Qingfeng said gratefully. Xiao Ruofei showed a trace of tiredness and said, "If there is nothing else, I will go to rest first." "Yes." Luo Qingfeng quickly said, "Master, please come with me." Luo Qingfeng took Xiao Ruofei to the quiet room where he usually rested. He personally changed the new bedding for Xiao Ruofei, and then respectfully left. While Xiao Ruofei was resting in the quiet room, Luo Qingfeng was not idle. He directly went to the stairs of the 10th floor and shouted. A disciple who had been waiting on the 9th floor hurriedly ran up and asked respectfully, "Sect leader, what are your orders?" Luo Qingfeng said, "Go to the medicinal material warehouse and find 2 medicinal materials for me. Bring more. Send them directly to the refining room." Although the refining room on the 10th floor lacked 2 medicinal materials, the star-picking sect had a special medicinal material warehouse. The medicinal materials stored there were much more complete than in the refining room. Although the 2 missing medicinal materials were relatively rare, they were not difficult to find, so the sect's medicinal material warehouse most likely had a reserve of them. After Luo Qingfeng finished speaking, he reported the names of the 2 missing medicinal materials in the refining room. The disciple quickly accepted the order and left. After that, he returned to the alchemy room and took out the prescription that Xiao Ruofei had written and studied it carefully. Taking advantage of the fact that he had a deeper memory, he combined it with the process of Xiao Ruofei refining the fire cloud pill to comprehend it bit by bit. Soon, the disciple took the medicinal materials and rushed to the refining room. Luo Qingfeng checked and confirmed that the medicinal materials were correct. He sent the disciple to the 9th floor and told him that he was not allowed to go to the 10th floor without orders. After the disciple left, Luo Qingfeng tried in the refining room. Over and over again, after many failures, Luo Qingfeng finally succeeded in refining 3 fire cloud pills at dawn. He was overjoyed and quickly picked them up to check. He even personally tasted one. The medicinal properties of the fire cloud pill were mild. Even if one was not injured, eating it would not have any effect. However, he did not know whether the fire cloud pill he refined was qualified or not. There was a certain risk in trying it rashly. After eating the fire cloud pill, Luo Qingfeng quickly closed his eyes and felt it. Gradually, a trace of joy appeared on his face. After a whole night of failure, the fire cloud pill he finally refined was indeed a fire cloud pill. Although the quality and appearance were far inferior to the fire cloud pill refined by Xiao Ruofei, there was no doubt that it was a fire cloud pill. At least this time, he was just barely successful. Moreover, after this night of practice, Luo Qingfeng had already grasped the knack of refining. He felt that his main problem was that he was not proficient enough. In the future, after repeated practice, he should be able to refine higher quality fire cloud pills without any problems. Luo Qingfeng could not help but feel excited. If he could refine the fire cloud pill, the star-plucking sect would undoubtedly have another source of income. Although the fire cloud pill did not have as wide a range of uses as the aura condensing pill, it was basically useless to cultivators who were not injured. It was not like the aura condensing pill, which could be used by any aura refining stage cultivator to assist in cultivation without any side effects. However, the fire cloud pill was, after all, more precious than the aura condensing pill. Moreover, in the entire cultivation world, the demand for it was actually relatively high. It was no exaggeration to say that just this alone could increase the star-plucking sect's income by tens of thousands of spirit stones every year. More importantly, the cost of refining the fire cloud pill was very low. It was basically made of common medicinal materials that could even be purchased from the secular world. Most of the spirit stones earned from selling the fire cloud pills were pure profits. When Luo Qingfeng thought of this, his feelings of gratitude towards Xia Ruofei grew even deeper. At this moment, the sky had just begun to brighten. Luo Qingfeng was just about to strike while the iron was hot and refine a few more times to increase his proficiency when he heard footsteps in the corridor outside. No star-plucking sect disciple would come up to the entire 10th floor without permission, so the person outside was definitely Xia Ruofei. Luo Qingfeng hurriedly walked over and opened the door to the refining room. As expected, he saw Xia Ruofei walking over from the quiet room. "Master, you're up." Luo Qingfeng respectfully bowed and called out. Xia Ruofei glanced at Luo Qingfeng and smelled the faint medicinal fragrance coming from the refining room. He asked, "You didn't sleep all night?" "Yes." The old slave's aptitude is dull. He was afraid that he would disappoint Master, so he practiced refining the fire cloud pill while he still had a deep impression of Master. Luo Qingfeng bowed his head and said. Xia Ruofei smelled the medicinal fragrance and said with a smile, "It seems that the results of your practice are not bad. If I'm not wrong, you should have successfully refined the fire cloud pill, right?" "Master is wise." Luo Qingfeng hurriedly said. After several failures, the old slave was finally lucky enough to refine a furnace of fire cloud pills. "It's just that the quality is a bit lacking." "Let me see," Xia Ruofei said as he stepped into the refining room. There were 2 dark and swarthy fire cloud pills left in the refining furnace. There were even some bumps on the surface, which made them look like the surface of the moon. The fire cloud pills that Xia Ruofei had refined before were all perfectly round and glossy. In comparison, the fire cloud pills that Luo Qingfeng had refined were simply the beggar's version. Xia Ruofei didn't laugh at Luo Qingfeng. Instead, he seriously picked up one of the pills, put it in front of his nose, sniffed it, and carefully observed it. He then smiled and said, "Not bad. At least there's no problem with the medicinal properties. It's just that the quality is a bit lacking. In addition, the degree of fusion of the medicinal properties is a bit low. But at least it's a usable fire cloud pill." Although Luo Qingfeng had already tasted the fire cloud pill and was quite confident in his heart, the significance of getting Xia Ruofei's personal confirmation was naturally very different. Luo Qingfeng revealed an overjoyed expression and quickly said, "It's all thanks to Master's good teaching. Old slave is still not proficient enough and needs to work harder." Xia Ruofei naturally wouldn't pretend to be polite to Luo Qingfeng. He directly said, "You are indeed not proficient enough and are still very inexperienced in many areas." Being able to successfully refine the fire cloud pill this time was more or less due to a bit of luck. Of course, Xia Ruofei wouldn't just criticize him. He immediately said, "You have a more obvious problem in the treatment of the qiyang grass. The treatment of the rhizome is not clean enough, which leads to the medicinal properties not being pure enough. In addition, it seems that the time after treatment is a bit too long. There is also the control of the fire." Xia Ruofei casually pointed out some typical problems that Luo Qingfeng had in the process of refining the fire cloud pill. After hearing this, Luo Qingfeng's forehead was full of sweat. Xia Ruofei had only checked the fire cloud pill that had already been refined and could actually point out so many problems. What was even more frightening was that he carefully recalled the entire process of refining the fire cloud pill and found that the problems that Xia Ruofei pointed out were all very accurate. There wasn't a single point that was wrong. And it was often to the point. Luo Qingfeng hurriedly took Xia Ruofei's words to heart. If he could avoid these problems the next time he refined, there was no doubt that his level of refining the fire cloud pill would be improved. The effect of the quality of the fire cloud pill refined was estimated to be immediate. Luo Qingfeng shed tears of gratitude and said, "Thank you, Master, for your careful guidance. Old slave will definitely continue to work hard and strive to master the method of refining the fire cloud pill as soon as possible." Luo Qingfeng couldn't wait to prepare the herbs and refine the furnace again. He was sure that this time would be much better than the previous time. Seeing Luo Qingfeng's eagerness, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Qingfeng, you can't eat until you're fat. You have plenty of time in the future to practice alchemy. Don't forget that there are guests at the sect today." Let's go and receive sect leader Mu Xing and the others first. Yes, yes, yes. Luo Qingfeng quickly said, thank you for your reminder, master. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng went to the second floor together. Mu Xing and the other two were already up. In fact, they didn't sleep much. The spiritual energy in the star-picking sect was pretty good, so they spent the whole night meditating and cultivating on their beds. When Xiao Ruofei entered the room, Mu Xing was talking to Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei in front of the window. Little brother Xia, you're here. When Mu Xing saw Xiao Ruofei, he enthusiastically called out, this Zhai Xing Lu's location is really good. The viewing effect is excellent. Looking at the valley from here, large and small buildings are faintly discernible in the clouds and mist. It's really like a paradise on earth. The environment of our surging wave sect is far worse than that of the star-picking sect. Sect leader Mu, you must be joking. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, the surging wave sect is a top sect. The star-picking sect can't even catch up with us. Mu Xing said meaningfully, the top sects only represent their current strength, but the foundation of a sect isn't just based on their current strength. I think the star-picking sect's foundation is very deep. Xiao Ruofei was well aware of Mu Xing's guess. He knew that Qin Xian, Lu Manxia, and the others were more or less guessing that there was a nascent soul master behind Xiao Ruofei. This nascent soul master was very likely to be the ancestor of the star-picking sect, and Xiao Ruofei was very likely to be the personal disciple of this nascent soul master. These misunderstandings were even caused by Xiao Ruofei's intentional or unintentional misleading. Because of this mysterious aura, ordinary factions would have to think twice before coveting the star-seizing sect. As for the top sects such as the Surging Wave sect and the Tianyi sect, they would most likely adopt the strategy of befriending the star-picking sect. This was naturally the most beneficial for Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, after hearing Mu Xing's words, Xiao Ruofei just smiled and said, Sect leader Mu, you flatter me. At this time, Luo Qingfeng said, Sect leader Mu, why don't we go downstairs to have breakfast together? We can talk while eating. In fact, cultivators didn't need to eat every day, but there were still so-called dinner parties in the cultivation world. The tradition of Huaxia people talking at the dinner table seemed to have a long history. Mu Xing gladly replied, then I'll have to trouble you, sect leader Luo. Luo Qingfeng personally led the way and led the group to the first floor of the star-picking tower. There was an elegant small restaurant here, but it was not often used. When Luo Qingfeng was in the sect, if he needed to eat, he would basically have it on the 10th floor. This place was only used for entertaining guests, and ordinary guests were not qualified to live in the star-picking tower, so it was only used a few times a year. Of course, the environment of the small restaurant was still very good, and there were janitor disciples cleaning and maintaining it every day. Soon, breakfast was served. Xiao Ruofei didn't see the immortal food he imagined. Basically, it was just ordinary breakfast such as porridge and steamed buns. It seemed that the cultivation environment was getting worse and worse, and the spiritual qi was almost exhausted. It was not enough to provide cultivators with enough spiritual qi for cultivation. How could there be extra spiritual qi to grow crops such as spiritual grains? While eating breakfast, they chatted about the anecdotes of the cultivation world. The atmosphere was very relaxed. Xiao Ruofei had limited knowledge of the cultivation world, so he mainly listened. After breakfast, Xiao Ruofei directly took out the porcelain bottle from the Ring 2 space and handed it to Mu Xing with a smile. He said, Sect leader Mu, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Here are 5 fire cloud pills. Take a look. Mu Xing was stunned for a moment and quickly took it. However, he didn't check it in a hurry. Instead, he said with a trace of emotion, I didn't expect little brother Xia to be refining fire cloud pills last night. I'm really ashamed. In fact, we came to the star-picking sect with you because we wanted to visit and exchange ideas. We didn't mean to urge you. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Sect leader Mu, you're exaggerating. In fact, you proposed to come with us to protect senior martial brother Luo and me. Fellow Daoist Qin Xian was willing to give me a ride after you proposed to come with us. Although I'm slow-witted, I still know what's good for me. Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment and continued, as for refining fire cloud pills last night, I was just itching to try my hand. I just happened to be in a good state, so I decided to refine them first. In fact, Jianfei's injury can't be cured in a day or two. Besides, little brother Xia has provided us with 5 fire cloud pills. We don't need to rush this batch. Mu Xing sighed and said, little brother Xia is really a kind person. After that, Mu Xing opened the porcelain bottle, poured out a fire cloud pill, and began to observe it. Soon, he showed a hint of joy and said, the quality of this fire cloud pill is even better than the batch at the auction. Little brother Xia, you're so capable. After that, Mu Xing gave Xiao Ruofei a thumbs up. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, you're flattering me. This time I'm more calm and can perform more stably. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't say that the fire cloud pill he took out at the auction was his first time refining it. Moreover, he was indeed a little anxious to prepare the fire cloud pill a day in advance. Although there was a difference in the flow of time in the Ring 2 space and he had plenty of time, it was inevitable that he would feel anxious. But this time, his mood was basically as calm as an ancient well. Coupled with the previous experience, the effect was naturally better. Then I'll accept it. Mu Xing put the fire cloud pill into the porcelain bottle, and then put the porcelain bottle into his storage ring. Thank you, little brother Xia. Thank you, brother Xia. Mu Jianfei also said with a grateful expression. You're welcome. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Mu Xing said, little brother Xia, sect leader Luo, since we've got the fire cloud pill, we'll take our leave first. There are still many things to deal with in the sect. Luo Qingfeng quickly said, why are you in such a hurry? Since we've already arrived at the star-picking sect, let's stay for a few more days. Otherwise, if our fellow cultivators find out, they will definitely say that our star-picking sect doesn't know how to treat guests. Xiao Ruofei also said, that's right. Sect leader Mu, if you leave now, it will seem that I'm chasing you away. If I hadn't refined the fire cloud pill so quickly, I think you would have stayed for a few more days. Mu Xing laughed and said, little brother Xia, you must be joking. In fact, whether we can get the fire cloud pill today or not, the 3 of us will go back to the Cunlong sect. This trip is to escort you back to the sect. As for the fire cloud pill, I also believe that little brother Xia will send it to the Cunlong sect as soon as possible after refining it. It's just that this Mu never thought that little brother Xia would be able to refine the fire cloud pill so quickly. That's the best of both worlds. But without this excuse, I don't know when I'll be able to invite little brother Xia as a guest to our Cunlong sect. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, sect leader Mu, I'm not a distinguished guest. At most, I'm an uninvited guest. When I go to the Cunlong sect, not only will I eat and drink your food, but maybe I'll take some of it with me when I leave. Hearing this, Mu Xing couldn't help laughing and then said, you're most welcome. Little brother Xia, don't worry. I have a small fortune. The Cunlong sect won't go bankrupt. If brother Xia comes, Jianfei will definitely welcome you. Mu Jianfei also smiled and said, I'll entertain brother Xia with the Yunwu wine, the specialty of our Cunlong sect. Then it's a deal. Xiao Ruofei said happily, we won't go home until we're drunk. We won't go home until we're drunk. Mu Jianfei said. Mu Xing said, little brother Xia, it's a deal. Don't stand me up. I'll definitely find time to visit sect leader Mu after I'm done with my chores. Xiao Ruofei said. Good. Mu Xing said happily, then the 3 of us will take our leave. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng sent Mu Xing and the other 2 out of the mountain gate and watched them lead the star-picking sect on their swords. Then, they turned around and walked back. Xiao Ruofei directly said to Luo Qingfeng, prepare a quiet room for me. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion right away. You'll guard me personally. No one else is allowed to come close. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's most urgent task right now was not to crack the nested space in the storage ring, but to study that mysterious ore. After all, that ore could cause the Ring 2 space to shake. For Xiao Ruofei, anything related to the Ring 2 space must be his priority. From this point of view, Xiao Ruofei was actually very happy that Mu Xing and the others had left in time. After all, they were outsiders, and Mu Xing and Mu Hua were both Aura's core stage experts. With them living in the star-picking sect, Xiao Ruofei would definitely not be able to use the Ring 2 space easily. Now that Mu Xing and the others had left, Luo Qingfeng, as the sect leader, had absolute control over the star-picking sect. Naturally, Xiao Ruofei did not need to worry too much. What's more, Zhaixing Lu was a forbidden area of the star-picking sect. Luo Qingfeng was the #1 expert of the star-picking sect, so there was naturally no problem with the internal security. As for the external security, although the sect protecting the array of the star-picking sect was ordinary, it was at least enough to buy time. Hearing this, Luo Qingfeng hurriedly said solemnly, "Yes, Master." The two of them went directly to the 10th floor. Luo Qingfeng brought Xiao Ruofei to the quiet room he usually used for cultivation. Then, he sent some of the disciples working in Zhaixing Lu out. In the entire building, except for him and Xiao Ruofei, no one else was left. Luo Qingfeng also strictly ordered the disciples to not come within 50 meters of Zhai Crossing Lu. Anyone who violated this order would be killed without question. In the past, Luo Qingfeng often went into seclusion and was generally forbidden from coming close. Therefore, the disciples of the star-picking sect did not find it strange and just followed his orders. After everything was arranged, Luo Qingfeng came to the quiet room and said respectfully to Xiao Ruofei, "Master, everything has been arranged. The old slave is personally guarding the door. All the unrelated people have been driven out. Unless they ate a bear's heart or a leopard's gall, no one will dare to come close." Xiao Ruofei nodded with satisfaction and said, "You can leave first. Remember, no matter what happens later, don't come in unless I call you." Luo Qingfeng was slightly stunned. He thought to himself, is Master going to break through again? It couldn't be that fast, right? Breaking through a layer in 10 days to half a month was simply going against the rules of cultivation. No matter how much of a genius one was, it was impossible to achieve. Luo Qingfeng quickly determined that Xiao Ruofei had other matters to attend to. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of worry and asked, "Master, will there be any danger?" Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "There shouldn't be any danger, don't worry." In the past, every time the Ring 2 space was upgraded, it was always within the space. Xiao Ruofei was also preparing for a rainy day. After all, this mysterious ore was not a realm stone. It was unknown what it would bring to the Ring 2 space. Hearing this, Luo Qingfeng was slightly relieved and said, "Yes. Master, that old slave will go out first. If there's anything, Master must call me immediately." "Don't worry." Xiao Ruofei gave Luo Qingfeng an encouraging smile. Luo Qingfeng bowed slightly and then left the quiet room. After Xiao Ruofei locked the door, he waved his hand and threw out all kinds of array glyphs, setting up layers of protection and isolation barriers in the quiet room. Then he walked into the barrier and sat down on the futon. Xiao Ruofei turned his hand and took out the mysterious ore from the Ring 2 space. At that time, he directly put this ore into the Ring 2 space, but used the power of space to tightly wrap it up. Even the spirit map scroll itself was isolated. Otherwise, the spirit map scroll would constantly tremble, and Xiao Ruofei would not be able to bear the disturbance. When the ore was taken out, the isolation barrier disappeared, and the Ring 2 space immediately trembled. Xiao Ruofei seemed to be able to feel its happy mood. It was a bit similar to the mood when the realm stone or even the ordinary jade materials appeared in the past. But it seemed to be more intense. Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to try anything. After all, the Ring 2 space was undoubtedly the most important foundation for him. He naturally could not allow any accidents to happen to the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei allowed the spirit map scroll to tremble in his palm. He held the mysterious ore in his hand and carefully observed it. This piece of ore really didn't look good. Its surface was pitted and dark. Xiao Ruofei held the ore in his hand and weighed it. He felt that its weight was not too outrageous. It seemed to be slightly heavier than ordinary stones, but it was still within the normal range. Xiao Ruofei tried to use his spiritual power to investigate the ore. Very soon, he found something unusual. Naturally, his spiritual power investigation did not yield any results. Otherwise, Xianxia and the many experts of the Tianyi sect would not have been able to find any clues. However, Xiao Ruofei's sharp spatial perception still helped him discover a trace of abnormality. He had encountered many objects that his spiritual power could not penetrate, but this time, the feeling was completely different. Generally speaking, If there were some treasures in the cultivation world that spiritual power could not penetrate, there would usually be a layer of shielding on the outside. When spiritual power encountered an obstruction, it would not be able to penetrate inside. However, when Xiao Ruofei investigated this mysterious ore, the situation was slightly different. If other objects that spiritual power could not penetrate were like a layer of hard shell on the outside to block spiritual power, then the outside of this ore was like a thick layer of cotton, or to be more precise, it was like an atmosphere wrapped around it. Xiao Ruofei felt as if his spiritual power had fallen into it, and he would soon lose contact with it, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. In other words, this ore could actually absorb spiritual power. Of course, the reason why Xiao Ruofei was able to discover a trace of abnormality that even the experts of the Tianyi sect could not detect was also because of the spiritual power generated by his cultivation of the Tao formula. Xiao Ruofei had long discovered that the strength of his spiritual power was much stronger than that of cultivators of the same level. Even cultivators of the same level of spiritual power did not have spiritual power as pure as his. Xiao Ruofei had tried to use his psychic power to investigate this time. Although the psychic power released was quickly absorbed, Xiao Ruofei still received an unusual message in a split second. He felt that his spiritual power seemed to have entered a strange space, or rather, a special space formed by overlapping spaces. Xiao Ruofei was sure that Xianxia or the other experts of the Tianyi sect had not discovered anything similar, or perhaps they did not have enough talent for space. Even if they had discovered something, they would not have noticed anything special. Instead, because their spiritual power was being devoured, they did not dare to try again. Xiao Ruofei was able to discover this interesting situation so keenly because, in addition to his sensitivity to the law of space, he had benefited from the concept of space nesting that Bai Qingqing had told him. The situation inside this ore was a bit similar to the structure of space nesting, but it was much more complicated than what Bai Qingqing had described. Xiao Ruofei released his spiritual power several times to explore the atmosphere inside the ore, and the situation he obtained became more and more detailed. The space inside this ore was indeed very complicated. Basically, there were tens of thousands of spaces intertwined, nested, and stacked, forming an extremely complicated relative relationship. With so many spaces, it was naturally impossible for Xiao Ruofei to study them all. Every time his spiritual power entered, it would only last for 1/10 of a second before it was devoured. In such a short period of time, the information he obtained was naturally very limited. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power was very powerful, so he didn't care about losing a little bit of spiritual power. In any case, he could quickly cultivate it back. Therefore, he did not tire of it and continued to release wisps of mental energy into the ore. Of course, he didn't expect to thoroughly study all these spaces. With his understanding of space, this was simply impossible. If it was Bai Qingqing, there might be hope. However, after a period of exploration, Xiao Ruofei still made a lot of discoveries. First, the many spaces inside this ore seemed to have their own independent laws. Secondly, these spaces operated according to different laws and were nested together. The laws also affected each other, forming more complicated second and third level laws. In addition, he also found that the relationship between these spaces was not static. In other words, these spaces seemed to be in a state of motion. This meant that after the relationship between the spaces changed, new laws would be formed. With the number of spaces inside this ore, this kind of change was simply endless. Xiao Ruofei studied it for a while and was even a bit reluctant to use this ore. He vaguely felt that if he gave this ore to the spirit map scroll, it would most likely be absorbed. However, this ore actually had such a wonderful spatial structure. If it was directly absorbed, wouldn't it be a waste of a treasure? Xiao Ruofei studied it for a while. It was like he had obtained a fun toy, and he couldn't bear to part with it. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei found that in this short period of time, his understanding of the law of space had improved a little. Xiao Ruofei didn't expect that studying this complex and exquisite ore's internal space would give him additional benefits. This way, he was even more reluctant to give the ore to the spirit map scroll to devour. Of course, he didn't know if the spirit map scroll would devour the ore, but the possibility was higher. Xiao Ruofei felt that he wasn't in a hurry anyway. He might as well study the ore's internal spatial structure for a while. At the very least, he had to squeeze out all of its value before handing it to the Ring 2 space to play with, As for his mental strength, if it was exhausted, he could cultivate the Great Tao Sutra. It would recover quite quickly. After making up his mind, Xiao Ruofei decided to go inside the ring 2 space. The flow of time there was at most 2,000 times faster, and the spirit qi was extremely rich. It was also more convenient to cultivate and recover mental strength. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ruofei summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm and carefully hid it in a corner of the chamber's boundary. Then, with a thought, he disappeared from the chamber with the ore. The next moment, he appeared in the ring 2 space's Archean realm. In order to avoid any accidents, the moment Xiao Ruofei entered the ring 2 space, he used the power of space to wrap the ore in layers. Then, he went directly to the square in front of the Linglong Tower. After setting up the time formation flag, he sat in the time formation and began to study this mysterious ore. Xiao Ruofei used the stupid method of constantly using wisps of mental strength to explore, hoping to get as much information as possible. Each wisp of mental strength could only last for 1/10 of a second at most, and the information transmitted back was very limited. However, the space inside the ore was very exquisite, and Xiao Ruofei happened to have a deeper understanding of space. Every time, he could gain something from the limited information, so he was never tired of it. Every time he used his mental strength, there was no return, so the consumption was naturally great. Even if Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power was relatively strong, he would not be able to hold on for long under such rapid consumption. Moreover, he was obsessed with the wonderful space structure inside the ore, so he was completely unaware of the consumption of his mental strength. Unknowingly, Xiao Ruofei had already felt that his mental strength was showing signs of exhaustion, and his head was also faintly aching, so he quickly stopped. After checking himself, Xiao Ruofei found that his mental strength had been exhausted. Then, he looked at the time and found that only an hour had passed. This was after every wisp of mental strength was devoured. Xiao Ruofei had to spend a little time to ponder and comprehend the information explored by this wisp of mental strength. Otherwise, the consumption would be like a clay ox entering the sea. Moreover, no matter how much there was, Xiao Ruofei's mental strength could not last for an hour. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice, and his mental strength was difficult to continue, so Xiao Ruofei could only temporarily stop. He directly took some spiritual pond water and drank it, then sat cross-legged on the jade futon and slowly cultivated the Tao formula. This could not only increase his cultivation, but also speed up the recovery of his mental strength. This was something that Xiao Ruofei had already discovered before. Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry. He slowly cultivated while waiting for his mental strength to recover. When his mental strength was almost recovered, he picked up the mysterious ore and began to study it. Time passed slowly. After a few times where his mental strength was almost exhausted and then recovered, Xiao Ruofei felt that his mental strength seemed to have been tempered. Of course, this effect was not particularly obvious, but it was an unexpected gain. His biggest gain was naturally his understanding of the space rules. There were thousands of spaces inside the ore, completely overlapping with each other. These small spaces were taken out individually, and completely incomparable to the space of the outside world. They were even much worse than the rules of the Ring 2 space. The laws of the spirit map space were constantly being perfected. Every time the space was upgraded, the laws of the space would become more complete and closer to the space outside. However, there were so many small spaces inside the ore, each with their own characteristics and emphasis. The incomplete laws allowed Xiao Ruofei to comprehend them more clearly, because it would not be disturbed by other rules. Xiao Ruofei's understanding was to the space was to have a deeper understanding the space rules to him. However, the information that he could obtain through his mental strength was very limited each time. Xiao Ruofei gradually became dissatisfied with this speed. Therefore, he began to try to release 2 streams of mental strength at the same time. This way, he could obtain more information. Then, there were 3 streams. For streams, Xiao Ruofei continued to increase, and the feedback he obtained from a single exploration increased. Of course, the consumption of his mental strength also became faster and faster. The information about the space rules was very subtle. Xiao Ruofei would unknowingly become intoxicated by it. When he increased the amount of mental strength he released to 9 streams, he did not realize that his mental strength had been exhausted again. It was almost in a state of exhaustion. At this moment, a strange change occurred. Xiao Ruofei felt a huge pulling force coming from the direction of his spiritual power. He subconsciously wanted to resist, but he found that his spiritual power had been exhausted at this time. In this moment of distraction, Xiao Ruofei felt the world spinning. This feeling was somewhat similar to when he first entered the Ring 2 space, but there was an obvious difference. At least, it was much stronger. Then, Xiao Ruofei felt that he had arrived in a space that seemed to be chaotic. Xiao Ruofei was very familiar with this state of his. He immediately realized that he was in the state of a spiritual body. Previously, when he cultivated the Inception Questioning Heart Sutra with Song Wei or Ling Qingxue, he was in this state. In other words, that huge pulling force had directly pulled Xiao Ruofei's spiritual body out of his sea of consciousness and into this inexplicably chaotic space. Xiao Ruofei could not help but be shocked. At the same time, he was very worried. He felt that this was the biggest crisis he had encountered since he started cultivating, and it was unknown whether it would be good or bad. He could not contact the outside world at all, but after a short moment of panic, he still managed to calm his mind. Xiao Ruofei had experienced life and death several times since he joined the army, so he had long understood that the more difficult the situation, the more he had to maintain his composure. Even if he was in a desperate situation, he had to be absolutely calm. Otherwise, the situation would only be worse. After Xiao Ruofei expelled all his worries and distracting thoughts from his mind, he began to feel a sense of familiarity with the space he was in. Soon, Xiao Ruofei realized that he was now in one of the many small spaces inside the mysterious ore. This discovery made Xiao Ruofei, who had always been tenacious, feel a sense of helplessness. There were countless small spaces inside the ore, and many of them were intertwined and stacked together. The rules were quite complicated. How could he break open the space and escape from here? Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had already observed the space inside the ore for a long time today. He was very clear that these spaces were crisscrossed and extremely complicated. Even if he could break open this space, there was a high probability that he would end up in another small space, and not directly leave this place. Moreover, once he was trapped in an even more complicated space, he could not be sure whether his spiritual body would be harmed. Speaking of which, Xiao Ruofei was not unfamiliar with the experience of his spiritual body leaving his body. However, in the past, he had entered Song Wei or Ling Qingxue's sea of consciousness. It was the first time for Xiao Ruofei to directly leave his body and enter such a complicated space. Xiao Ruofei could not help but fall into a dilemma. If he stayed here and did not move, he would most likely be trapped to death. And if he acted rashly, it was very likely that it would bring about unpredictable danger, or he would be completely lost in this extremely complicated space. Xiao Ruofei racked his brains, but still could not find a good solution. He could not help but regret his actions. Just now, Xiao Ruofei faintly felt that it seemed that his 9 spiritual powers had entered the ore space at the same time, which caused this unforeseen event. Moreover, at this time, his spiritual power was almost exhausted, so he did not have time to resist at all, and his spiritual body was directly pulled out of his body. If he had been as steady as before, and only used one spiritual power, this situation would most likely not have happened. However, it was too late to regret now. Moreover, the so-called crisis had always been the coexistence of danger and opportunity. Xiao Ruofei's many years of experience had made his mind extremely tough. Naturally, he would not easily give up because of the predicament in front of him. After a long time of thinking, Xiao Ruofei finally made a decision. In fact, he had no choice at all. There was only one way to go. That was to try to break out of this small space. As for what would happen after breaking it, he could only take one step at a time. No matter what, staying here was akin to waiting for death. Only by finding a way to leave this small space could he seize the opportunity to turn the situation around. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei no longer had any distracting thoughts, and began to use his heart to feel the rules of the small space where his spiritual body was. Previously, Xiao Ruofei could only rely on his spiritual power to penetrate and obtain limited information for a short period of time before he was swallowed. But now, it was completely different. His spiritual body was inside the small space, and he could feel the rules of this small space to his heart's content. Naturally, the information he obtained was more complete, and there was no time limit. In a sense, the efficiency of perceiving the rules of this small space was many times higher than using spiritual power to explore before. If his spiritual body was not trapped and his safety was uncertain, Xiao Ruofei would definitely be cheering. But now, he was not happy at all. This was because he knew very well that even if he broke out of this small space, it was very likely that he would be greeted by another small space, or an even more dangerous area of overlapping spaces. The small space where Xiao Ruofei's spiritual body was now was an area that his spiritual power had not explored before. This was very normal. After all, the small spaces inside the ore could be said to be countless. In such a short period of time, from a probability point of view, the possibility that Xiao Ruofei had explored before was extremely low. Fortunately, this small space was similar to the small space that Xiao Ruofei had explored before, and the rules were relatively simple. Of course, simplicity was relative. Compared to the Ring 2 space and even the space outside, the rules here were definitely relatively simple. In fact, the rules of space were second only to the rules of time. As long as it involved the rules of space, it was basically not simple. Otherwise, there would not be a situation where no one in the cultivation world could forge a storage ring. Xiao Ruofei also benefited from controlling the Ring 2 space for a long time and had a deeper understanding of the rules of space. Compared to other cultivators of the same level, his understanding of the rules of space was already far ahead. Therefore, in the face of the rules of this small space, although Xiao Ruofei was scratching his head, it was not to the extent that he was helpless. Inside the space, he could directly feel the rules of this small space, so it was naturally more convenient for him to comprehend them. Xiao Ruofei was immersed in his understanding of the rules of space. The rules of space, which were extremely complicated in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, could be dissected, interpreted, and comprehended from the most fundamental point of view in this small space. Unknowingly, Xiao Ruofei was slightly delighted. He controlled his spiritual body to fly somewhere in the small space. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei had already understood the rules of this small space and easily found the weakest node. Indeed, under the impact of his spiritual body, this small space was broken open without any resistance. The moment Xiao Ruofei rushed out, he immediately felt a completely different set of rules of space. It was also a relatively simple and incomplete set of rules. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This was clearly another small space. Although he already knew that after breaking open the small space, there was a high chance that he would enter another small space, and the probability of directly breaking open the ore space and returning to the Ring 2 space was extremely low, Xiao Ruofei could not help but sigh when he really entered another small space. Xiao Ruofei's concept of time was a little vague when he was comprehending the space law. However, after breaking open that small space, Xiao Ruofei sensed a little and knew that he had spent a total of 10 days in that small space. There were tens of thousands of spaces inside the ore, and the small space just now was a relatively simple space. Even so, he had spent so much time. Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt that the road ahead was long. However, since he was already in such a situation, no matter how long the road was, he had to continue forward. Fortunately, his spiritual body was not like his physical body. It was fine even if he did not eat or drink. However, Xiao Ruofei was a little worried. His physical body was still in the primordial realm in the spirit map space. After sitting there for 10 days without eating or drinking, would he have already died? He did not know how long it would take for him to leave. By the time he left, his physical body might have already been reduced to a pile of mud. If that was the case, the joke would be too big. With this in mind, Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel even more anxious. After resting for a while, Xiao Ruofei began to comprehend the laws of this small space. Basically, the laws of these small spaces were different. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei had to start from scratch. Furthermore, some of the laws conflicted with each other, making it even more difficult to comprehend them. This small space was similar to the small space from before. It still had a single law. Xiao Ruofei spent more than 8 days before finally comprehending the laws of this space. He also successfully found the weakest node and broke through. Following that, Xiao Ruofei was like a wandering soul as he shuttled through countless small spaces. In the beginning, he would try his best to record every space that he passed through, especially the nodes that he broke open in the space, which he especially memorized. This was equivalent to memorizing the path he took when playing a maze. However, as he shuttled through more spaces, Xiao Ruofei could no longer remember. Furthermore, he had observed from the outside that the space inside the ore was constantly moving. The relationship between the small spaces was also constantly changing. Therefore, he knew that it was probably useless to memorize it, so he simply gave up. As time passed, Xiao Ruofei could not remember how many laws of small spaces he had comprehended. He could only feel that his spatial laws had improved by leaps and bounds. He made obvious progress every day. It was like a dry sponge that tirelessly absorbed nutrients. Regardless of whether it was active or passive, Xiao Ruofei had gained a lot in terms of spatial laws. Xiao Ruofei was even a little numb to the passage of time. In the beginning, he was still worried that his spirit body would leave his body for an extended period of time, resulting in all sorts of unpredictable and bad outcomes. However, he helplessly recognized the reality: all his worries were useless. He could only try his best to do what he could do as quickly as possible. Xiao Ruofei couldn't remember how many small spaces he had experienced. Typically, if the laws were relatively simple and the structure was relatively simple, he would spend about 10 days to a month. If the laws were more complicated, it was very normal to be trapped for a few months. Xiao Ruofei had even encountered extremely dangerous situations a few times. After breaking through a small space, he would suddenly fall into 2 or even more areas where space overlapped. The spatial laws in such areas were extremely chaotic. If he couldn't find a safe area to dodge in time, his spirit body would be injured or even destroyed. If his spirit body was destroyed, his soul would truly dissipate. Therefore, this was the first time Xiao Ruofei encountered this kind of spatial folding area. The situation was really dangerous. Fortunately, his calm mind played a role at the crucial moment. He used the shortest amount of time to find a relatively stable area, allowing his spiritual body to settle down in a safe place. Even so, his spirit body suffered quite a bit of damage. Thankfully, the space inside the ore seemed to be connected to the outside world. In other words, the rich spiritual energy of the Archean realm in the Ring 2 space where the mysterious ore was could also seep in. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei spent about a month studying the laws of the folded space while absorbing the spiritual energy to recover his spirit body. Finally, his spirit body gradually recovered. It was also because he could constantly absorb the spiritual energy from the Ring 2 space that he was confident that he would be able to break through one day. Recovering his spirit body in about a month was actually considered very fast. Furthermore, Xiao Ruofei could sense that his spirit body had recovered after being injured by the shattered space. It was faintly more corporeal than before. From the looks of it, there were benefits to rebuilding after destruction. However, it was easy for his spirit body to recover, but it wasn't so easy to break through such a complicated folded space. This was the first time Xiao Ruofei encountered such a layered space. He had been trapped for 5 years. Xiao Ruofei studied the rules of this layered space area almost without sleep or rest. After the 2 types of space overlapped, the complexity of the rules increased exponentially. The effects and interactions between different rules were almost endless. Xiao Ruofei patiently deduced and comprehended little by little. Finally, in the 5th year, he successfully broke through this area. As Xiao Ruofei's understanding of the spatial laws deepened, the speed at which he cracked the spatial laws also started to increase. This was especially true for those small independent spaces where the laws were relatively simple. At first, he would need to spend a few days, but later on, his speed would become faster and faster. Sometimes, he would be able to complete it in 1 or 2 days. Moreover, this kind of independent small space was the most common. After Xiao Ruofei encountered it many times, he already had a lot of experience. Even if it was an area where 2 small spaces overlapped, when Xiao Ruofei encountered it again, he wasn't as flustered as the first time. Basically, he could steadily protect his spirit body first and then slowly crack it. And as the number of times increased, the speed at which he cracked this kind of space area also slowly increased. Xiao Ruofei's most miserable time was when he was trapped in an area where 3 small spaces overlapped at the same time. The spatial laws in this area were called chaotic. In the first 10 years, Xiao Ruofei didn't even have a clue. All the laws seemed to have become a pot of rotten porridge. It was also like a huge ball of tangled hemp. He couldn't find any way to break through it all. Even with Xiao Ruofei's strong will, when he encountered this kind of situation, he couldn't help but feel a trace of despair. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Finally, in the 11th year, he caught a flash of inspiration in his mind. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to find a breakthrough. Once he found the right and effective breakthrough, even if the process behind was still complicated and difficult, he would still be able to see the hope ahead. This time, it was the same. After Xiao Ruofei grasped that fleeting inspiration, this incomparably chaotic spatial precepts gradually began to become orderly in his eyes. He used a full 30 years of painstaking effort to slowly peel off the cocoon and move forward bit by bit with difficulty. Finally, he gnawed on this hard bone. These small spaces and overlapping spaces seemed to be endless. After cracking one, what awaited Xiao Ruofei in front was always another more difficult space area. As time passed year by year, Xiao Ruofei began to encounter spaces that he had cracked before. In other words, to a certain extent, he was already going back on the same path, but he still didn't see a trace of hope of cracking this mysterious space. Of course, Xiao Ruofei had already confirmed that these small spaces were actually moving, so he wasn't really going back on the same path. Whenever he encountered a space that he had cracked before, Xiao Ruofei would stop for a short while to re-understand the laws of this space. After so many years of accumulation, Xiao Ruofei's understanding of space had long been 10 times or 100 times better than before. Now, looking back, when he had just entered, his understanding of the spatial laws was actually very shallow. Therefore, when he recomprehended it, he would often gain new insights. As the saying goes, one can learn new things by revisiting the old. Furthermore, whenever Xiao Ruofei encountered a small space that he had been to before, he would not break through from the same spatial node again. Instead, after revisiting the old and gaining new insights, he would choose a relatively weaker spatial node and easily break through it. He naturally did this to avoid falling into an endless loop. Just like that, Xiao Ruofei's spirit body shuttled through seemingly endless spatial regions year after year. Sometimes, he would stop occasionally. Every time this happened, an inexplicable sadness would arise in his heart. After so much time had passed, his primordial realm body that was sitting cross-legged in the Ring 2 space had probably turned to mud long ago. Even if he could break through the mysterious Or's inner space and return to the Ring 2 space, what would he do without his body? Speaking of which, this Or space was rather magical. His spirit body had been here for so many years. According to the records of the cultivation manuals he had experienced, it should have gradually been worn down. A spirit body that had left its physical body could not survive for long. Even if it could absorb spiritual chi to replenish itself, it could not prevent the wear and tear. This was the law of nature. Only when one reached the out-of-aperture realm could their spirit body freely leave their physical body and float outside for long periods of time. However, after being in the Or's inner space for so many years, Xiao Ruofei's spirit body did not suffer any wear and tear apart from occasionally falling into complicated and dangerous spatial layers. Furthermore, his spirit body's injuries could be smoothly recovered after absorbing spiritual chi. Furthermore, every time he recovered from an injury, his spirit body would become more corporeal. If it wasn't for the pain of a spiritual injury that was 10 times or 100 times more painful than a physical injury, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but want to torture herself. However, as long as one experienced a spirit body being injured, the pain would definitely be unforgettable. It was absolutely impossible for them to take the initiative to try it again. Just thinking about it would make their hearts tremble. Just the thought of his physical body possibly dying made Xiao Ruofei feel somewhat discouraged. If he broke through the Or's inner space and returned to the Ring 2 space, without the protection of his physical body, his spirit body would probably only be able to survive for a few years before being completely worn down. In comparison, it seemed that staying in the Or's inner space was a better choice. A bad life was better than a good death. However, every time this thought popped up in his mind, Xiao Ruofei would quickly cut off his own thoughts. He directly told himself, this must be an inner demon. An inner demon born from the long passage of time. It wants me to be trapped in here forever. In fact, the rules of these small spaces inside the Or were not complete. In Xiao Ruofei's eyes, these primitive small spaces were always lifeless, without the slightest trace of vitality. If he were to be trapped in here forever, it would really be worse than death. People often pursued eternal life. The ultimate goal of a cultivator's cultivation was usually eternal life. However, was eternal life really so tempting? After spending a long time in the Or's inner space, Xiao Ruofei understood a truth: eternal life without any hope or goal was even more terrifying than death. Death often meant that everything was over, and eternal life meant that no matter how painful it was, one could only continue to live in pain. When Xiao Ruofei was in elementary school, he once read a short sci-fi story. The background of the story was about an alien civilization that achieved immortality through technological means. A huge server saved everyone's memory in real time. At the same time, everyone's DNA was also saved. At that time, the alien civilization had already eliminated all diseases. If a person died in an accident, the immortality machine would use their DNA to replicate an identical person and implant their own memories. This way, immortality was achieved. Think about it, this is a scene that people yearn for, but what about the actual situation? It was the exact opposite. This alien civilization had banned reproduction after achieving eternal life, which meant that the population of this civilization would never change. In the first 10,000 years, everyone was reveling to their heart's content. They had played with everything they could, because they already had endless lives. As time passed, the humans of this civilization became more and more empty. They were tired of all forms of entertainment. They even treated life and death battles as games. Two armies would kill each other on the battlefield just for the thrill of it. Later, some people had a mental breakdown, and the endless life made them feel despair. Many people began to try to commit suicide, but whether it was suicide or an accident, the immortality machine would resurrect this person very accurately, and those who tried to commit suicide failed without exception. Therefore, everyone began to try to destroy the immortality machine, but the highest level of protection and extremely strong recovery ability made all their efforts futile. Everyone could only live in emptiness and despair, with no end in sight. The ending of the story was also somewhat unexpected. In the end, time defeated the immortality machine. After countless years, the immortality machine itself could not withstand the erosion of time and finally stopped working. When everyone heard this news, the entire civilization cheered. We can finally choose death. When the young Xiao Ruofei first saw this story, he could not understand it at all. At an age when he just had a certain understanding of life and death, how desirable was immortality? How could he really be tired of living? After experiencing a long time in this space, Xiao Ruofei also really understood this story. Without the simultaneous development of spiritual civilization, immortality was really a super terrifying thing. It was also because of this that Xiao Ruofei's belief was very firm from the beginning to the end, and that was to break open this space, even if he could not survive for long after returning to the Ring 2 space. Of course, in such a long time, Xiao Ruofei could not be comprehending the spatial rules all the time. After all, he was a human, not a machine. However, because he did not have a physical body and was only in the state of a spiritual body, he could not cultivate. Therefore, during this period of time, he pulled out the large number of ancient books he obtained from the inheritance jade talisman from his mind and slowly studied them, treating it as a supplement. Of course, most of the time, he was still comprehending the spatial rules. It was just that this period of time was too long, and even if he only spent a small part of time not doing proper work, the accumulation was quite considerable. Xiao Ruofei had basically studied all kinds of ancient books in the inheritance jade talisman. If it was only stored in his mind before, then this precious wealth of knowledge had really become Xiao Ruofei's own things now. In this way, Xiao Ruofei spent year after year of loneliness in the space. On this day, he faced the stacked area of 3 small spaces in front of him and breathed a long sigh of relief. He had been trapped here for 3 years, and today, he finally comprehended the rules of this area. Now, his understanding of the spatial rules was very profound. He still remembered the first time he fell into the stacked area of 3 small spaces and almost lost his life. In order to break out of that area, it took him decades. But this time, he had completely comprehended it in just 3 years. It could be seen that in this long time, He had made great progress in the area of spatial rules. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual body followed a strange path and floated toward a seemingly dangerous spatial node without any hesitation. He did not receive any attack and directly passed through the node. When he was breaking through space, he had long been able to do it as easily as lifting heavy weights. This time, after Xiao Ruofei's spiritual body broke through the spatial area, he did not feel the familiar spatial aura. Instead, he felt a burning sensation all over his body, as if he was thrown into a pot of boiling oil. This sudden situation caught Xiao Ruofei off guard. Over the years, Xiao Ruofei had already gotten used to all kinds of sudden situations. However, it was mainly when he barged into the intersecting spatial zones. The chaotic spatial laws would cause instant damage to his spirit body. This was the first time he had encountered a situation like this. Xiao Ruofei felt that his spirit body was like snow in the face of intense sunlight. It was as if it was about to melt. Could it be that his spirit body could not withstand the erosion of time and was about to collapse? When this thought appeared in Xiao Ruofei's mind, he felt a little sad, but at the same time, he felt a sense of relief. After all, he had been shuttling back and forth in such a small, lifeless space for so many years without any hope of escaping. Anyone with a slightly weaker will would have long gone crazy. From the moment Xiao Ruofei broke through the triple-layered space to the moment he felt his spirit body about to melt, everything happened in a flash. Xiao Ruofei only had time to have this thought before he felt a powerful suction force that caused his spirit body to involuntarily fly in a certain direction. At this time, Xiao Ruofei realized that the environment she was in had completely changed. This place was full of vitality and rich in spiritual qi. All he could see was a lush greenery. The scene in front of him was both familiar and unfamiliar. It was familiar because this was the Archean realm of the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei had been here countless times. As for the unfamiliar, it was because Xiao Ruofei had been trapped in the Ur space for too many years. Before he was trapped, Xiao Ruofei had only lived for a little more than 20 years. However, in the inner space of the Ur, just the complex triple space stacked area alone could trap him for decades. After a long time, Xiao Ruofei felt a sense of unfamiliarity with everything that had happened before he was trapped. I'm free just like that. It felt like a lifetime had passed. I was really caught off guard. This sudden happiness left Xiao Ruofei completely dumbfounded. Even when his spirit body was pulled in a certain direction by the huge suction force, he did not resist at all. He was completely unaware of the pain that felt like he was being roasted by the sun. Only when the feeling of his spirit body floating disappeared and he felt his feet on solid ground did Xiao Ruofei regain his senses. He suddenly realized that his spirit body had returned to his physical body. It seemed like the suction force came from his physical body. Xiao Ruofei revealed a look of disbelief. He even suspected that he had been trapped in the Ur space for too long, resulting in such a realistic illusion. It had been so many years. How could his physical body still be here? Even if his spirit body did not leave his physical body should have long perished. Xiao Ruofei tried moving his fingers and then twisting his neck. There was no problem. If it were not for the fact that cultivators were very familiar with their physical bodies, Xiao Ruofei would have even thought that he had taken over someone else's body. However, it was impossible for anyone else to appear in the Ring 2 space. Originally, there was no need to confirm it. However, this matter really exceeded his understanding. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was best to confirm it to prevent any misunderstandings. Thus, he subconsciously waved his hand, and the invisible energy of the spirit map space immediately gathered over, forming a smooth mirror in an instant. This was something that was very difficult to do before he was trapped, but now, he could easily do it with just a thought. It could be seen how much progress he had made. Xiao Ruofei raised his head with some difficulty and looked at the mirror. What appeared in front of him was his own appearance. He was still in his 20s. He still looked the same as before he was trapped. There was not the slightest change. Xiao Ruofei was stunned. He looked at himself in the mirror and did not move for a long time. This feeling was very complicated. There was surprise, excitement, and an indescribable feeling. Xiao Ruofei looked at himself in the mirror. There was an unerasable vicissitude in his eyes. That's right. He had been trapped in the Ur space for 1,000 years. Such a long period of time would cause a person's temperament to change, especially when he had spent 1,000 years in such a lifeless and hopeless environment. Xiao Ruofei did not expect that he would one day become a 1,000-year-old demon. After a long time, he waved his hand and dispersed the mirror formed by the invisible energy of the ring to space. He turned his head slightly and his gaze landed on the mysterious ore beside him. A trace of fear appeared in Xiao Ruofei's eyes. He had been trapped for 1,000 years. He was really afraid of this ore. Xiao Ruofei wanted to use his mental strength to examine it again, but he could not overcome the fear in his heart. In the end, he gave up. He used the invisible energy of the space to wrap up the ore and threw it aside. After his spirit body returned to his physical body, Xiao Ruofei quickly ran through the Tao formula technique. Then, he used his mental strength to examine his body. He did not find any problems. The technique was running smoothly. His body was still the body of a young man in his 20s. Everything was the same as before he was trapped. How could this be? Xiao Ruofei also had a look of disbelief. After 1,000 years, even if his spirit body was still in his physical body should have been reduced to ashes. What's more, a physical body without a spirit body, could it be that the ring to space had such a function? It could prevent the physical body from decaying? Xiao Ruofei first had such a thought. But he quickly denied it. The reason was very simple. The so-called unity of spirit body and physical body was a state where the spirit body and physical body were compatible. If the spirit body left the physical body for 1,000 years, the compatibility between the two would definitely drop to an extremely low point. Even if the physical body did not decay after 1,000 years, it would be very difficult for the spirit body to return after leaving the physical body for such a long time. Even if the spirit body managed to return to the physical body, the compatibility between the two would be very poor. It would take a long time to adapt to the perfect state of unity of spirit body and physical body. According to the ancient records, even an out-of-body stage cultivator would not dare to let the spirit body leave the physical body for too long. Otherwise, the problem of the unity of spirit body and physical body would be difficult to solve. Of course, the spirit body of an out-of-body stage cultivator was many times stronger than that of an Aurus core stage cultivator. Moreover, the physical body would also become very strong during the long process of cultivation. Coupled with the out-of-body stage technique, it was enough to ensure that the spirit body of an out-of-body stage cultivator would not have the problem of the unity of spirit body and physical body after leaving the physical body for 1 or 2 months. However, Xiao Ruofei had never heard of a spirit body that could be perfectly compatible with the physical body after leaving the physical body for 1,000 years. Xiao Ruofei had already tried many times. After his spirit body returned to the physical body, it was really perfectly compatible. It was as if it had never left the physical body, but also as if it had really only left for an extremely short period of time. Xiao Ruofei suddenly thought of a concept. Could it be that 1,000 years was just his subjective feeling? When he thought of his unbearable experience in the Ur space for a long time, he felt that it was not very possible. One had to know that his understanding of the rules of space was real. Moreover, he had taken the time to study so many ancient records and secret techniques from the Inheritance Jade Talisman. These were all not fake. Then, could it be a problem with the flow of time? Or, could it be that the rules of time in the Ur space were simply wrong? Xiao Ruofei felt that this was more likely. It was actually very simple to prove it. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei left the ring to space and returned to the outside world, which was the quiet room in Star-Picking Building. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Ruofei would leave his cell phone in the outside world before entering the ring to space. This was because the flow of time in the ring to space's Archean realm was different. If he brought his cell phone in, the time on his cell phone would be chaotic. Of course, it was all based on the internet now. As long as he came to the outside world and connected to the internet, the time would naturally adjust. However, Xiao Ruofei had already formed a habit. Therefore, every time he entered the ring to space, he would leave his cell phone and watch in the outside world first. In the ring to space's Archean realm, he had also placed a clock that was used for timekeeping. The moment Xiao Ruofei returned to the quiet room, he reached out and picked up the cell phone that was placed beside the futon. After glancing at the time displayed on the cell phone, Xiao Ruofei was stunned. The cell phone showed that it was still the day he entered the Ring 2 space, the year had not changed, the date had not changed, in fact, only a minute had passed. This was also thanks to the fact that every time Xia Ruofei entered the space and left his cell phone in the outside world, he would habitually glance at the time displayed on his cell phone. There was definitely no problem with his memory. As long as a cultivator remembered something, they would basically not forget it, even if they had subjectively experienced 1,000 years of time. In that case, did it mean that he had actually experienced 1,000 years in the space, but time in the outside world had not passed at all? Otherwise, there was no way to explain the problem of time. Even in the Ring 2 space's Archean realm where the mysterious ore was located, the flow of time in the outside world was 2,000 times faster after the time array was superimposed. If time flowed at the same time, at least half a year would have passed in the outside world after 1,000 years. However, this was not the case. On the day he entered the space, less than a minute had passed. This little bit of time was probably consumed after he entered the space and before he began studying the ore. After all, he was studying the ore in an environment where time flowed 2,000 times faster. 1,000-year dream, this phrase appeared in Xia Ruofei's mind. No matter what, after confirming this, Xia Ruofei's heart felt more at ease. Although half a year was not too long, if he really entered seclusion in this chamber for half a year, the outside world would probably be in chaos. There was no need to mention the Taoyuan company in the secular world. Even if he was used to being a hands-off boss, it was a little too much for him to not appear for half a year as the boss. Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and Xia Ruofei's friends and relatives in the secular world would probably be very worried, thinking that he had gone missing. Li Yifu, who was on Peach Blossom Island, knew that Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng had participated in the auction together, so he would be even more worried. After all, Xia Ruofei had offended someone. In order to avoid any accidents on the way back, Xia Ruofei had let Li Yifu leave first. Li Yifu could not find the exact location of the star-picking sect, nor did he know what had happened after he left the auction. He would most likely think that Xia Ruofei had been ambushed on the way back. This was because Luo Qingfeng would most likely loyally wait outside the chamber without leaving. It was impossible for him to inform Li Yifu. If Luo Qingfeng went to the chamber because Xia Ruofei had been in seclusion for too long and was worried that something had happened to Xia Ruofei, he would only see the spirit map scroll and not Xia Ruofei's figure. That would probably make him even more flustered. Fortunately, time didn't seem to be passing at the same time, so these problems didn't exist. In truth, when Xia Ruofei was deep inside the ore, these problems were small problems for him. He didn't have time to think about them at all. What he was most worried about was the damage to his body. However, as time passed, Xia Ruofei felt that what should have happened had already happened, so he was too lazy to think about it. At that time, he didn't think that the 1,000 years he had spent inside the ore would only be an instant in the outside world. In an instant, 1,000 years felt like a lifetime had passed. There was no problem with his body. This made Xia Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief. Moreover, that strange ore allowed his spirit body to survive for 1,000 years. Not only was it not damaged at all, it had become even stronger after being injured again and again. All in all, Xia Ruofei had profited greatly. 1,000 years of comprehension of the law of space was unimaginable. He felt like his attainments in the law of space were even higher than Bai Qingqing's. In addition, Xia Ruofei also spent his business time studying the secret techniques and the theories of alchemy, medicine, and refining recorded in the classics. Apart from the fact that he could not verify them in practice, his expertise in these miscellaneous fields had been greatly improved, which would be of great benefit to his future development in the world of cultivation. Xia Ruofei sat blankly in the quiet room. It took her a while to calm down her agitated emotions. He had stayed inside the ore for too long. According to the lifespan of an ordinary person, he had stayed inside for more than a dozen lifetimes. Therefore, after successfully breaking open the ore space, Xia Ruofei felt like he was dreaming, and it was an extremely long dream. He sat there in a daze for a while and couldn't help but shout, "Qingfeng!" Luo Qingfeng was waiting outside the door. Hearing this, he quickly replied, "Master, the old slave is here." "What orders does Master have?" All the unrelated people in Jai Xinglu had been cleared out. Even the area around Zhai Xinglu was a restricted area, so Luo Qingfeng didn't need to worry about others hearing him. Xiao Ruofei asked, "How long have I been in closed-door cultivation?" Luo Qingfeng was confused by Xiao Ruofei's question. He thought, what's wrong with Master? And why does Master's voice sound so old? It's like he has cultivated for thousands of years. Although his heart was filled with questions, Luo Qingfeng still replied meticulously, replying to Master, "You have been in the room for less than a quarter of an hour." After hearing Luo Qingfeng's words, Xiao Ruofei felt completely at ease. He pondered for a while before saying, "I understand. Guard me outside. Remember, don't let anyone in. Don't come in unless I call for you." "Yes, Master," Luo Qingfeng replied. Inside the cultivation room, Xiao Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief. He steadied his mind and returned to the Ring 2 space with a thought. His mind was in turmoil just now, so he didn't have time to think too much. Now he had to properly feel the changes in himself. After entering the Ring 2 space's Archean realm, Xiao Ruofei's first feeling was that his understanding of the space had become very clear. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had felt that his control of the Ring 2 space was already very good, but now it was a completely different feeling. In the past, he might have known it but not why. Now, with his understanding of the laws of space, the Ring 2 space seemed to be able to be broken down into its most basic laws. Of course, the laws in the spirit map space, especially the primordial realm space, were much more complicated than the internal space of ores. At the same time, they were much more complete. Xiao Ruofei was still unable to fully comprehend the laws in the internal space of ores. If he could do that, Xiao Ruofei could directly break open the Ring 2 space, even if he wasn't the controller of the space. Of course, because the Ring 2 space had been upgraded several times and was very close to the outside world, the laws of space here were very complete and stable. It was extremely difficult to break open such a space. Therefore, the safety of the Ring 2 space, at least for now, was absolutely not a problem. At the very least, Xiao Ruofei knew that even Bai Qingqing, the realm raccoon, couldn't do that. From this point of view, Bai Qingqing's talent in space was indeed very good. Her attainments in space were also very high, but at most, she was at Xiao Ruofei's current level. She might not even be as good as Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei quietly comprehended the laws of the Ring 2 space for a while. He silently verified them with the laws of space he had comprehended over the past 1,000 years. He also gained some new insights in his heart. After he withdrew his thoughts, he looked at a certain spot in the space. This place appeared to be empty, but in fact, there were layers of spatial power wrapping around the mysterious ore. Xiao Ruofei's feelings were very complicated. The purpose of his participation in the auction was actually to get 2 storage rings for Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Never would he have thought that his biggest gain would actually be this mysterious ore. Of course, it was also because of this or that Xiao Ruofei had almost been consigned to eternal damnation. He still felt some fear when he thought about the dangers he had experienced inside the ore space. There were several times when his spirit body was almost torn apart in the complex layers of space. What's more, even without those dangers, it was easy to have a mental breakdown and go crazy in such a lifeless environment for 1,000 years. Now that he thought about it, if Xiao Ruofei's mind had wavered even a little, he might have really fallen into it and never been able to come out. Xiao Ruofei wanted to use his spiritual force to explore it again, but he couldn't summon up the courage. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had another thought in his mind: the Ring 2 space was also drooling over this mysterious ore. He could completely let go of the restrictions and let the Ring 2 space devour this ore. Xiao Ruofei still wanted to explore the mystery of this ore space again, but at the same time, he told himself that this idea was very dangerous and he shouldn't try it. If he let the Ring 2 space devour it, he wouldn't have such thoughts anymore. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Ruofei still couldn't bear to do it. The laws of the small spaces inside the ore were very primitive and very simple. It was a very precious resource for comprehending the laws of space. It was equivalent to dismantling the complex and complete laws of space and embedding them into different small spaces after crushing them. At the same time, it used some of the layers of space to demonstrate the effect of combining the laws. Using such small spaces and layers of space to comprehend the laws of space was naturally much more direct and effective than directly comprehending the complete laws of space. Xiao Ruofei felt that if he didn't use this mysterious ore to its fullest, he would definitely regret it in the future. Therefore, he finally resisted the idea of letting the Ring 2 space devour it directly. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment, then directly used telepathy to call Xiaqing over. "Master, what can I do for you?" Xiaqing bowed slightly and asked. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand, and the power of space surrounding the mysterious ore became transparent. It looked like the ore was directly suspended in midair. Of course, the power of space was still working, isolating the ore from the Ring 2 space. "Can you recognize what this is?" Xiao Ruofei asked. Xiaqing looked at it for a long time, then frowned and said, "I'm sorry, Master, I don't recognize this stone." "You don't recognize it, or you can't say it because of the rules?" Xiao Ruofei asked again. Xiaqing smiled bitterly and said, "I really don't recognize it. In fact, after Master broke through to the Golden Core stage, the restrictions on me have become very small. There's basically nothing that I can't say." Xiao Ruofei knew that basically nothing meant that there was still something. However, since Xiaqing said that he really didn't recognize this ore, and it wasn't because of the rules that he couldn't say it, it meant that he really didn't recognize it. Otherwise, even if he couldn't say it, Xiaqing would still say it. Xiaqing definitely wouldn't lie to him. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was already mentally prepared for this result. Before entering the ore's internal space, Xiao Ruofei wanted to study it himself, and didn't directly ask Xiaqing. After escaping from the ore space, Xiao Ruofei already faintly felt that this ore should be very rare, and Xiaqing probably didn't know it either. After asking, the result was as expected. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei wasn't too disappointed. He said, "Got it, then you can go and do your work." "Yes," Xiaqing said. Just as Xiaqing was about to leave, Xiao Ruofei shouted, "Wait." Xiaqing turned around and asked, "Master, do you have any other orders?" "This stone is related to the law of space." Xiao Ruofei pondered for a bit and said, "Do you think Bai Qingqing will know more?" The world raccoon is very sensitive to the law of space, and its talent for space is also very strong. It comes from its bloodline inheritance, and the world raccoon has inherited memories, so it might be able to recognize the stone. Xiaqing cautiously said, "However, if the inherited memories don't have anything about this stone, then it most likely won't recognize it." "I understand." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "You can go and do your work first. Don't reveal anything about this stone to Bai Qingqing. If there's a need, I'll find it myself." "Understood." Xiaqing bowed slightly and said, "Master, then this subordinate will leave first." Xiao Ruofei nodded. After Xiaqing left, Xiao Ruofei pondered for a bit and then used the power of space to cover up the mysterious stone. Then, with a single thought, he teleported directly into the mountain sea realm and appeared on the platform in front of the cave entrance. Xiao Ruofei took out the storage ring with the spatial nesting structure from the cave. The moment the storage ring left the cave, Xiao Ruofei saw a flash of white light. The world raccoon, Bai Qingqing, appeared on the platform before the cave entrance. Before, Xiao Ruofei couldn't catch Bai Qingqing's movement trajectory at all. However, after experiencing the space inside the stone for thousands of years, Xiao Ruofei's understanding of the law of space had deepened several times. This time, when Bai Qingqing appeared, the spatial fluctuations could no longer be hidden from Xiao Ruofei's eyes. Her entire movement trajectory was captured by Xiao Ruofei without missing a single detail. Bai Qingqing naturally couldn't detect the change in Xiao Ruofei. She spoke human language and said, "You're finally done with your work. Are you ready to crack this nested space?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It looks like you attach great importance to this matter. The moment the storage ring appeared, you immediately ran out. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat." Bai Qingqing curled her lips like a human and said, "Aside from being able to comprehend the law of space to its heart's content, there really isn't anything good about this small space. I haven't eaten a world stone for a long time. I'm just hoping that the nested space inside this storage ring can bring me some surprises." Xiao Ruofei saw Bai Qingqing pretending to be pitiful and couldn't help but laugh. "Please. I haven't seen a world stone in a long time, okay? I still want to find more world stones for my ring 2 space to absorb. How long has it been since my space evolved? Then you have to go out and search more often. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but complain, if you stay in one place every day and don't move, will the world stone deliver itself to you? My ability to sense world stones is unparalleled in the world. If you don't take advantage of such a good condition, who else can you blame? Xia Ruofei bitterly smiled and said, I know. I know. It's just that I haven't had time recently. Also, the world is so big. If I just randomly search without any clues, the probability of finding a world stone is probably not high. I feel like it's like a blind cat finding a dead mouse. Bai Qingqing's expression was a bit awkward. She waved her front paw and said, it's better than not looking. How long have I been hungry? In truth, Bai Qingqing knew that Xia Ruofei's words made sense. No matter how strong her ability to sense world stones was, there was a limit to how far she could go. If she didn't have a target and just searched aimlessly, the probability of finding a world stone was very low. After all, world stones were not something that could be found on the streets. Even in the ancient cultivation world, they were very precious resources. Since she had failed, Bai Qingqing didn't want to continue this topic. She directly said, let's not talk about the world stone for now. Let's hurry up and break open this nested space. To carefully hide such a small space inside, it must be used to store very precious things. Perhaps there are world stones inside. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this, and he asked. Then do you want to talk about world stones or not? Bai Qingqing waved her paw angrily and said, I want to talk about the nested space. Since you found time to come here today, let's hurry up and break open this nested space. Don't forget the share you promised me, you can't go back on your word. I'll teach you how to find and break open the nested space. The method is not complicated. Wait. Wait. Don't say it yet. Xia Ruofei directly interrupted Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing was a bit startled and asked, what do you mean? Do you still want to break open this nested space or not? Let me tell you, there might be some good treasures in here. According to our agreement, you can get 90%. I'm already starting to regret agreeing to your terms. After all the effort I put in, I can only get 10% of the profits. I advise you to hurry up and do the proper business before I change my mind. Otherwise, it will be too late for you to regret it. Xia Ruofei looked at Bai Qingqing with a smile that was not a smile and said, my meaning is very simple. Don't tell me how to break it first, or else I won't be able to explain it clearly later, ah? Bai Qingqing was confused. What do you mean by won't be able to explain it clearly? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I want to try to break open this nested space myself, so I don't want you to tell me anything about breaking open the nested space. That way, if I succeed, I'll be the one to break it, so I won't need to share with you, right? Bai Qingqing couldn't help but be startled. Then she sneered and said, what? Did I hear wrong? You want to break it yourself? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, it looks like your hearing is not bad. Who told you about my hearing? Bai Qingqing angrily said, you think you can break open this nested space yourself? What on earth gave you such a misconception? Xia Ruofei, I can tell you clearly that even if you comprehend the law of space for another 100 years, it will be very difficult for you to find the right way to break open the nested space. If you use brute force, there is a 99% chance you will destroy the storage ring and everything hidden in the nested space will be lost in the turbulent space, never to be found again. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, whether it's an illusion or not, won't we know once we try? He also said in his heart, classmate little Bai, you are right. If I only comprehend the law of space for 100 years, I might not be able to break open this nested space. However, I have comprehended it for more than 1,000 years, so it should be enough. In fact, when Xia Ruofei took the storage ring out of the cave, he had already checked it once more. Now that his attainments in the law of space had increased by leaps and bounds, what he saw was naturally very different from before. Although he had only caught a glimpse before Bai Qingqing arrived, Xia Ruofei was basically certain that he could break open this nested space, and his confidence was very high. Because this nested space was actually very similar to the stacking of small spaces inside ores. However, that kind of stacking area consisted of several independent small spaces intertwined with each other, However, nested space was a small space with simpler rules placed into another small space. The former was equivalent to the intersecting part in geometry, while the latter was a bit like concentric circles if described geometrically. The core difference between the two lay in the fact that the intersecting part of the nested spaces was actually the entirety of the nested space with simpler rules. From the perspective of law, the nested space was undoubtedly much simpler than the nested space. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei only glanced at it and confidently concluded that he could break it. After Bai Qingqing heard Xiao Ruofei's words, she couldn't help but laugh. She took 2 steps back and said, "If you want to try, then try. However, don't blame me for not reminding you, the nested space is very delicate. If you try without knowing how to break it, there is a high chance you will destroy the nested space. At that time, it will be irreversible." At this point, Bai Qingqing revealed a hint of mockery and said, "However, I estimate that with your current understanding of the law of space, it won't be easy to destroy the nested space. If you want to try, then try. By the way, if you don't succeed and want to ask me to help, we'll have to renegotiate the ratio." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile. Then, without further ado, he released a stream of pure spiritual power and probed the inside of the storage ring. After thousands of years of tempering in the space inside the ore, Xiao Ruofei's spirit body had been cut and restored countless times. It was several times more solid than before. The spirit body could be said to be the center of the soul sea and the source of spiritual force. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei's spirit body returned to his body, he immediately found that his spiritual force had taken another step forward. Although he was still far from the spirit transformation realm, which was the corresponding spiritual force cultivation to the nascent soul realm, he had already reached the late stage of the spirit gathering realm. Under normal circumstances, early-stage golden core cultivators' spiritual force cultivation was generally at the early stage of the spirit-gathering realm. If they were especially talented in spiritual force, or if they had a cultivation method that focused on spiritual force, or if they cultivated a cultivation method that helped increase their spiritual force, they could reach the mid-stage of the spirit-gathering realm. For someone like Xiao Ruofei to reach the late stage of the spirit-gathering realm while only at the early stage of the golden core realm, it could be said that 1 in 10,000 people was rare. Whether or not such a genius existed in the ancient cultivation world was something that could not be tested. However, at least in the modern cultivation world, this kind of spiritual force cultivation was absolutely shocking. It has to be said that even Chen Nanfeng, who was recognized as the #1 cultivator in the cultivation world, was only at the late stage of the spirit-gathering realm. It was Xiao Ruofei's first time controlling and using his mental strength after escaping. He immediately felt the changes after his improvement. The feeling of being able to control his mental strength was something he had never felt before. There was a hint of mockery in Bai Qingqing's eyes. She was waiting to see Xiao Ruofei make a fool of himself. On the other hand, Xiao Ruofei had long been familiar with the small space within the storage ring and the space with simpler rules. His spiritual power split into 2 and headed straight for the 2 weakest nodes that connected the 2 with ease. To be honest, Xiao Ruofei didn't know what kind of solution Bai Qingqing would provide. He was just using his understanding of the nested space to break the connection between the 2. Then, Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power went straight to the nested space that had been peeled off, breaking through it from the outside with irresistible force. It was not difficult to understand. In just a few breaths of time, the small space nested within was broken open. This was not a brute force attack, so everything inside was naturally preserved. When the nested small space was annihilated, the things hidden in this small space naturally returned to the storage ring. Actually, it wasn't that Xiao Ruofei couldn't take out the things inside while preserving the nested small space. It would just take a little more time. However, he didn't think too much about it because his vision was a lot higher now. In his view, this nested space was too simple and had no value at all. It was better to directly break it. Although Bai Qingqing looked like she didn't care, as if she was waiting to see Xiao Ruofei make a fool of himself, she was still very concerned about the situation here. She was mainly worried that Xiao Ruofei would use brute force to break the nested space. That was why Bai Qingqing had been paying attention to the situation inside the storage space. For Bai Qingqing, who was very talented in space, this was not difficult at all. When she saw Xiao Ruofei's fierce operation, she was completely dumbfounded. He could cut off the connection between the nested space and the main space like this. Was it really possible to directly break through the outer space? Wouldn't it cause the space to collapse? Two paths. No. It was actually a three-pronged attack? How could there be such an operation? Bai Qingqing was dumbfounded. In particular, when she saw Xia Ruofei use only a few breaths of time to separate the nested space and then break it apart like a butcher, Bai Qingqing began to doubt life. Am I really the darling of space? Is my talent for space really unparalleled? Am I dreaming? Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Xia Ruofei didn't have time to care about the dumbfounded Bai Qingqing. He looked at the large pile of things inside the storage ring and was happily calculating his harvest. There were 3 large boxes of spirit crystals, thousands of them. There were at least 1,000 origin crystals in one large box. The spirit stones weren't packed at all and were piled up like garbage. There were at least hundreds of thousands of them. There were also many porcelain bottles filled with various pills. He just didn't know if the medicinal properties of these pills had been preserved over the years. There were 5 flying swords, and each of them looked extraordinary. Light flowed around the bodies of the swords like autumn water. They were definitely top-notch flying swords. There were also a lot of other things. Xia Ruofei arrived at the foot of the mountain in a flash. He found a flat grassland and took out all the things from the storage ring. The storage ring had limited space, so it was not easy to count all the things piled up together. These things almost filled up a space the size of a basketball court. Of course, the main thing that occupied the space was the large pile of spirit stones and some miscellaneous jars. At this moment, Bai Qingqing had recovered from her shock. It looked at Xia Ruofei's back at the foot of the mountain in shock. With her understanding of the law of space, she could naturally see that Xia Ruofei's attainment in the law of space had surpassed her by a lot. Under normal circumstances, no matter how talented Bai Qingqing was, it was impossible for her to make such great progress unless she had some kind of fortuitous encounter. Thinking about this, Bai Qingqing's eyes couldn't help but shine. She quickly moved and followed after him. Xia Ruofei didn't even turn his head and said, "Don't look. I cracked it all by myself, so it's all mine. Even if you look, you will only be envious." Bai Qingqing glanced at these things and said, "There are no realm stones. These cultivation resources are very precious to you humans, but they aren't very attractive to me. If you don't want to give, then don't give." Xia Ruofei looked at Bai Qingqing in surprise and said, "You're so free and easy this time?" With Xia Ruofei's understanding of Xia Ruofei, even if she couldn't use these things, even if Xia Ruofei cracked them all by himself, as long as the two sides agreed on a ratio, she wouldn't easily give up. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Bai Qingqing would pluck the feathers off a goose. However, she basically never got any advantage over Xia Ruofei. Every time, she was completely dominated by Xia Ruofei. Bai Qingqing said, "I've always been so free and easy. You still have a use for these things, so why waste them on me?" Xia Ruofei shook his head. He stared at Bai Qingqing and said, "This is not like your personality. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Speak. What are your intentions?" Bai Qingqing smiled flatteringly. "How would I dare to have any intentions? I just came to watch the fun. You do what you need to do, don't worry about me." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Really? Then I gave you a chance to speak, but you didn't want to. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one." After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei turned around to organize the pile of cultivation resources. Seeing this, Bai Qingqing quickly appeared before Xia Ruofei and said, "Boss. Boss. Don't be like this." Xia Ruofei asked with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Now you're willing to speak?" Bai Qingqing smiled and said, "Actually, I just want to know why boss's attainments in space suddenly became so high. Even I have to look up to you. We're on the same boat, so if there's anything good, boss, don't forget about me." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. Before, he didn't know that this little fellow was so cheap. Whenever it needed help, it would call him boss, but before, it didn't hesitate to call him Xia Ruofei. It didn't have any awareness of being under someone else's roof. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "You want to know?" "Yes, yes." Bai Qingqing quickly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. It even wagged its tail as if it had suddenly turned into a docile pug. Xiao Ruofei said, "You want to know why my attainments in space have become so high? The reason is very simple, it's hard work." Bai Qingqing's face was filled with astonishment. She never would have dreamed that Xiao Ruofei would give such an answer. Xiao Ruofei was still earnestly saying, "Little White, there is no shortcut to success. You only see the success of others, but you don't see the sweat behind it. The reason I can study the law of space so deeply is because I have diligently comprehended it day and night." Only then did Bai Qingqing recover. There was a flash of disdain in her eyes and she muttered, "I'm not a 3-year-old child. I know very well how good your comprehension of space is. How long has it been? Even if you had been comprehending it day and night since you were born, it would be impossible for you to reach your current level." Bai Qingqing felt like she had been insulted. She had finally lowered herself to ask for advice, but Xiao Ruofei had fed her chicken soup for the soul. Xiao Ruofei seriously said, "I'm really not lying. My comprehension of the law of space came from my own comprehension. If you don't believe me, then forget it." "Really?" Bai Qingqing naturally didn't believe him. "It's up to you to believe it or not." Xiao Ruofei said, "I can clearly tell you that I didn't take any shortcuts in comprehending the law of space. However, I can only tell you this much. If there is a suitable opportunity in the future." Bai Qingqing's comprehension of space was simply too terrifying. Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to show Bai Qingqing the mysterious ore. At least for now, he didn't plan to do so. Otherwise, Bai Qingqing might become an unstable factor that could break free from his control and affect the safety of the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei had never allowed any unstable elements to appear in the spirit map space, which was of the highest importance. As for the future, once Xiao Ruofei completely comprehended the law of space inside the ore, he would consider Bai Qingqing. Of course, the premise was that it was safe and controllable. Bai Qingqing also heard something unusual from Xiao Ruofei's words. She quickly shouted, "Don't be in the future." Boss. Boss. Why don't you tell me now? I'm thirsty for knowledge." Xiao Ruofei smiled and no longer responded to Bai Qingqing's words. He began to organize the materials he had excavated from the nested small spaces. The meaning was very clear, there was no room for discussion. Bai Qingqing followed Xiao Ruofei and continued to plead, but Xiao Ruofei simply ignored her. Bai Qingqing looked at this and knew that there was no room for discussion. She pondered. She couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated and unwilling. In fact, although Xiao Ruofei had confidently told her that his comprehension of the law of space was obtained through his own efforts, she firmly believed that Xiao Ruofei must have a special method. Otherwise, no matter how hard he worked, it would be impossible to achieve this in a short period of time. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything in the end, which further proved the existence of this special method. Unfortunately, Xiao Ruofei's mouth was too tight. No matter how much she tried to ask, he wouldn't say a word. It could be said that he was unmoved by force or persuasion. World raccoons were all born to be favored by space and were extremely talented in the area of space. At the same time, world raccoons were very close to the law of space. Therefore, when Bai Qingqing found out that there was a method to quickly improve her understanding of space, but the method was clearly there but she didn't know about it, the itch in her heart was simply too unbearable. Bai Qingqing felt like she was scratching her heart and liver. She even lost interest in comprehending the law of the Ring 2 space. However, she also knew that since Xiao Ruofei had made up his mind not to tell her, no matter how hard she tried, it was useless. In any case, Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything, so there would definitely be a chance in the future. Bai Qingqing could only think like this. Bai Qingqing felt a bit unwilling and turned her attention to the mountain of cultivation resources. She suddenly stared at the mountain of ordinary spirit stones and her eyes lit up. Bai Qingqing quickly looked at Xiao Ruofei and found that Xiao Ruofei was still sorting some resources. He didn't seem to notice her absent-mindedness. Bai Qingqing let out a sigh of relief. She cleared her throat and said, "That. Boss, the harvest this time was not small." Bai Qingqing was naturally trying to find something to talk about. Xiao Ruofei didn't have time to talk to her and just nodded. Bai Qingqing immediately said, "Boss, you were the one who cracked this nested space, so I shouldn't share the benefits with you." However, the harvest this time is so big that everyone who sees it gets a share. Can you symbolically share a little with me? Even if it's just one spirit stone, it's fine. Xiao Ruofei didn't even look back. He reached out and grabbed a spirit stone from the small mountain of spirit stones. Then he turned toward Bai Qingqing and asked, I guess you want the spirit stone, right? Bai Qingqing was startled. She stammered, You. How did you know? So. You already noticed it? Noticed what? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile that wasn't a smile, You mean the strangeness of this spirit stone? Is there a need to deliberately notice it? The fluctuations are so obvious. Bai Qingqing was dumbfounded. She realized that Xiao Ruofei's mastery of the law of space was much higher than hers. If even she could notice the abnormality, how could Xiao Ruofei not notice it? Although this spirit stone was hidden in a small mountain of hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, it was not eye-catching at all. However, under his powerful spiritual force, there was no place for it to hide. Bai Qingqing was like a deflated balloon. She dejectedly said, Then pretend I didn't say anything. You go ahead. Sorry to disturb you. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, You really don't want to leave any souvenirs? Everyone who sees it gets a share. Don't say I'm stingy. Aside from this spirit stone, you can pick any of the other things. Bai Qingqing shook her head and said, I don't want it. I have no use for the things you human cultivators have. Xiao Ruofei found it funny and said, Little White, it's not that I'm stingy, but there's really nothing in the nested space that you can use, including the spiritual stone that you've taken a fancy to. It's useless to you. Bai Qingqing's eyes widened and she asked, How do you know? You haven't even opened it. Just because I haven't opened it doesn't mean I can't see it. Xiao Ruofei looked meaningfully at the spirit stone in his hand and said, If you don't believe me, you can leave it here. I'll break it open in a bit. Bai Qingqing didn't leave after hearing this. She lay on the ground and lazily said, Okay. I also want to see what mysteries the spirit stone has and see if the final result is as you said. Xiao Ruofei rolled his eyes and said with a grin, Little White, do you want to make a bet? I dare say that after the spirit stone is broken, not only will there be nothing inside that you can use, there won't even be any cultivation resources that cultivators can use. If I'm wrong, it'll be my loss. Bai Qingqing subconsciously shook her head and said, Only a fool would bet with you. I won't bet. I won't bet. I'll just stay and watch the show. Whether you're right or wrong, it doesn't matter to me. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Bai Qingqing was scared of Xiao Ruofei, and this time, Xiao Ruofei's high attainments in the law of space made Bai Qingqing lose confidence in her judgment. Xiao Ruofei casually threw the spirit stone that both he and Bai Qingqing had noticed to the side. He wasn't worried that Bai Qingqing would use this opportunity to do anything. It was impossible for Bai Qingqing to do anything under his watch. Then Xiao Ruofei organized his harvest from the nested space. Aside from the large amount of spirit stones, spirit crystals, and origin crystals, the other gains were not small. Most of the pills stored in the porcelain bottles had lost some of their medicinal properties, but they could still be used. There were also a small number of relatively precious pills. Because they had been properly preserved, they hadn't lost any of their medicinal properties. There were also some cultivation methods, secret methods, and ancient books. Xiao Ruofei only glanced at them before putting them aside. These things might be precious in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, but there was no harm in comparing them. Compared to the knowledge Xiao Ruofei had obtained from the inheritance jade, the nested space was still a few levels lower. However, this was in general. Among the large pile of ancient books, there was one handwritten letter that made Xiao Ruofei's eyes light up. It was a handwritten letter about refining that Layman Yuntai had summarized. Although Layman Yuntai was an ancient cultivator and there was a gap between him and the modern cultivation world, he was still one of the more famous ancient cultivators. The main reason was that he had appeared in many ancient books and his deeds were quite legendary. For example, having a pair of twin female cultivators as cultivation partners was the envy of countless cultivators. Therefore, in general, the modern cultivation world knew a lot about Layman Yuntai. Layman Yuntai was very good at refining. Some of the magical equipment excavated from the relics of the ancient cultivators that the seniors in the world of cultivation were using were made by Layman Yuntai. Although there weren't many documents left behind in the ancient world of cultivation, everyone still concluded that layman Yuntai was at least a very famous expert in the field of refining weapons in the ancient world of cultivation. Xiao Ruofei was naturally interested in the handwritten notes left behind by such a master refiner. After a brief reading, Xiao Ruofei discovered that layman Yuntai's refining skills were indeed very high. Although the notes in the handwritten notes weren't systematic, Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up. Compared to the ancient books on refining in the Jade Talisman, the notes in layman Yuntai's handwritten notes were much more imaginative. In the refining industry, innovation was very important. It was clear that layman Yuntai was an innovative refiner. Xiao Ruofei carefully put away the handwritten notes in the cave, planning to study them when he had the time. In addition to these ancient books, layman Yuntai left behind many treasures that he had refined as a refiner. The 5 flying swords were among the better ones. The quality of each flying sword wasn't inferior to Xiao Ruofei's green traveling immortal sword. There was a special mark on each of the flying swords. A lotus throne was faintly discernible among the white clouds. This was obviously layman Yuntai's unique mark. Xiao Ruofei didn't expect that the refiners in the ancient cultivation world already had a sense of branding and would even print logos on their works. He couldn't help but feel that this was very interesting. As for the other treasures and weapons, there were about 20 of them. Xiao Ruofei didn't examine them carefully for the time being and put them away in the cave. In Xiao Ruofei's eyes, these treasures were naturally more precious than resources like spirit stones. Therefore, they had to be properly preserved. What surprised Xiao Ruofei the most was that he found a flying boat in the pile of magical treasures. At the end of the auction, Xianxia of the Tianyi Palace personally sent Xiao Ruofei back to the star-plucking sect on the blue water flying boat. After riding on the blue water flying boat once, Xiao Ruofei somewhat despised flying on swords. He once thought that it would be great if he could have a flying boat like this. However, this kind of flying boat was a relatively high-level treasure. Not everyone in the ancient cultivation world could forge it. And now, the inheritance had been cut off, so it was impossible to forge one. The only way was to unearth this kind of treasure from the ruins of ancient cultivators. This kind of treasure could only be found by chance. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't have much hope. However, he didn't expect that there would be a flying boat hidden in the nested space of the storage ring. Now that he thought about it, he had spent 50,000 spirit stones and 10 fire cloud elixirs to buy these 2 storage rings. He had really made a fortune. In the nested space of the storage rings, there were hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, and these were the least valuable treasures and resources. The value of the other things added up was even more immeasurable. From this point of view, the Surging Waves sect that sold the storage rings had really suffered a great loss. However, Xiao Ruofei certainly wouldn't feel guilty because of this. He even gave the Surging Waves sect some compensation. The business of the cultivation world was somewhat similar to the business of antiques in the secular world. The treasures in the cultivation world were often unique, and their value naturally varied. This was a test of one's eyesight. Not to mention Mu Xing of the Surging Wave sect didn't notice anything strange about this pair of storage rings. Even Xiao Ruofei didn't notice anything strange when he first bought the Flying Phoenix rings. This kind of transaction had always been done after the purchase was made. Xiao Ruofei was able to discover the nested space in the rings and obtain such great benefits because of his ability. Even if Mu Xing knew about it, he wouldn't look for trouble or go back on his word. This was the principle of the virtuous. The flying boat in the nested space was also branded with the exclusive symbol of Yuntai practitioner. Xiao Ruofei could imagine that in the ancient cultivation world, the treasures that were branded with Yuntai practitioner's symbol were all high-quality goods, similar to the famous brands in the secular world. Xiao Ruofei was intrigued and tested the flying boat in the Ring 2 space. The method of controlling the flying boat was very simple, and Xiao Ruofei completely grasped it after a little trial and error. After enlarging, the flying boat was more than 20 meters long, much larger than Xianxia's jade water flying boat. The body of the boat was completely matte black, and it was unknown what precious material it was made of. Combined with its angular shape, it gave off a feeling of futuristic technology. The interior of the flying boat was also very spacious. The control of this flying boat was similar to Xianxia's jade water flying boat. It was likely that the flying boats of the ancient cultivation world all had similar control methods. However, this black flying boat could use spirit stones as its energy source, and it could also use spirit crystals as its energy source. When spirit crystals were used to power the flying boat, its flying speed was more than doubled, and it was several times faster than Xianxia's flying boat. Xiao Ruofei estimated that most golden core stage cultivators couldn't catch up with this flying boat even if they used sword kinesis flight. This flying boat was simply a divine tool for escaping. Xiao Ruofei was like a child who had received a favorite toy. He controlled the flying boat in the Ring 2 space, sometimes ascending, sometimes descending, sometimes accelerating, diving, and turning sharply. He was having a lot of fun. The free laborers working in the fields and herb gardens in the distance couldn't help but be stunned when they saw the flying boat in the sky that didn't conform to the aerodynamic model at all. These mercenaries thought that they had seen an alien spaceship. It was only under Xia Qing's scolding and the supervision of the team leaders that they began to work again. However, the shock in everyone's heart would be difficult to erase in a short period of time. Xiao Ruofei played with the flying boat for more than 10 minutes and checked the spirit crystals used as its energy source. He found that the consumption wasn't very high. This consumption was completely acceptable. He was satisfied with the black flying boat shrinking and putting it into the cave stone room. He continued to organize the harvest this time. Xiao Ruofei organized these cultivation resources into categories. Spirit stones, spirit crystals, and spirit crystals were directly stored in an independent space that he had specially opened in the Ring 2 space. As for the magic treasures that were convenient to store, they were all stored in the cave stone room. In addition to some magic treasures and flying swords made by practitioner Yuntai, Xiao Ruofei also found an ancient refining furnace and a set of refining tools. This set of refining equipment had model traces on it. At first glance, it was obvious that it had been used frequently in the past. Xiao Ruofei guessed that these were the tools used by practitioner Yuntai himself. Naturally, he was very careful to store them in the cave stone room. When he had time in the future, he would naturally study the handbook left by practitioner Yuntai. These were all long-lost refining methods. If he could learn them, there would be a lot of benefits. Finally, Xiao Ruofei finished organizing the cultivation resources he had obtained from the nested space in the storage ring this time. The harvest this time was so great that it could be said that it was greater than any previous harvest. It made Xiao Ruofei feel that he had made a fortune. Just the cultivation resources such as spirit stones, spirit crystals, and spirit crystals were enough for Xiao Ruofei to build a top sect. It could even be said that in today's cultivation world, no top sect could be as rich as Xiao Ruofei's. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't have any ambition to compete for hegemony. What made him most gratified was that from now on, the people around him would no longer lack cultivation resources. As long as their cultivation could keep up, there would be an unlimited supply of cultivation resources. After Xiao Ruofei put away all the cultivation resources, his gaze finally fell on the ordinary-looking spirit stone. Bai Qingqing, who had been waiting on the side, was about to fall asleep. In her view, there was no need to organize the spirit stones and spirit crystals. Couldn't he just put them all away? It's not like it's a valuable toy. This spirit stone was the interesting one. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei finally remembered the spirit stone, Bai Qingqing suddenly became spirited. She got up from the ground and walked up to Xiao Ruofei. "Boss, is it finally the spirit stone's turn?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "Little White, since you can see that this spirit stone is not ordinary, why don't you tell me about it first? But let me make it clear first. If you want to split it with me just because I'm talking about my opinion, then pretend I didn't say anything. Also, there really isn't anything to split in this spirit stone." Bai Qingqing curled her lips in disgust and said, "Boss, do I look like such a stingy person? World Raccoon? I know you have already seen through the mystery of this spirit stone, and you see it even more clearly than me. How could I dare to ask for a split? I still want face, okay?" Xiao Ruofei laughed heartily and said, "I've underestimated you. Little White, then tell me about it first. Don't be afraid of saying something wrong, just treat it as a discussion." Bai Qingqing was a bit annoyed and said, "What is there to say? You must have seen it very clearly. This is not a spirit stone at all, but a space stone in disguise. Moreover, this small space is even simpler than the nested space. I should have known that you could find a unique way to break open the nested space, so how could such a primitive small space hide from you? Bai Qingqing felt like she was asking to be humiliated. In truth, she was just hoping that Xiao Ruofei didn't notice the spirit stone. She knew that as long as Xiao Ruofei noticed the spirit stone, he would be able to see through it at a glance. There were hundreds of thousands of spirit stones piled up into a small mountain. If it was an ordinary person, it would be very difficult to find a space stone that looked exactly like a spirit stone in the spirit stone mountain. However, for cultivators, especially someone like Xiao Ruofei whose spiritual force had reached the late stage of the spirit assembly realm, this was not a problem at all. Xiao Ruofei was used to being cautious, and these cultivation resources all came from the storage rings of ancient cultivators. How could he be careless? He had used his spiritual power to check all the resources and books one by one. Although there were a lot of spirit stones, it only took him a few breaths of time to check everything with his spiritual force. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "There's no need to talk about such obvious things. Didn't you find anything else?" Bai Qingqing was startled for a moment and carefully looked at the spirit stone in Xiao Ruofei's hand. She muttered to herself, could it be that there is something strange about it? Bai Qingqing carefully sensed the fluctuations of the space stone and revealed a look of uncertainty. "Boss, there seems to be something different. Although the law of space is simple to the extreme, there seems to be some superfluous structure. It seems to be used to trigger something." Xiao Ruofei gave Bai Qingqing a thumbs up and said, "You're indeed worthy of being the darling of space. Your eyesight is very good." Bai Qingqing wryly smiled. "Boss, don't laugh at me. What darling of space? It's a joke before you. If I'm the darling of space, then you're the ancestor of space." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and say, "You're being very disrespectful. Are you not afraid of the god of space finding out and punishing you?" Bai Qingqing curled her lips and said, "If there really was a god of space, then my comprehension speed wouldn't be slower than a human's. Let's not talk about this. Boss, was my discovery earlier correct? Did you find anything else? Didn't I already praise you?" Xiao Ruofei chuckled. "That means your judgment is very accurate. As for the new discovery, I can only confirm that there is some kind of warning array on this spatial stone, but it hasn't been triggered." Yes. Bai Qingqing quickly said. "Boss, what does this mean?" Bai Qingqing was thirsty for knowledge. Now that she was before Xiao Ruofei, she could no longer be reserved. Before Xiao Ruofei, her greatest sense of superiority was that her comprehension of space was far greater than Xiao Ruofei's. However, not only did she not have any advantage, she was ruthlessly surpassed by Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "It should be related to the method I used to break the nested space. If I used the normal method." At this point, Xiao Ruofei looked at Bai Qingqing and said, "Well, it's the method you were going to teach me." Bai Qingqing covered her face with her front paw and said, "Boss, if you always talk like this, you really won't have any friends." Xiao Ruofei laughed and continued, "Okay. I speculate that if I used the normal method to break the nested space, the formation would have been triggered." Bai Qingqing said with some lingering fear, "So boss, you used the most basic method to break open the nested space? Otherwise, after the warning array is triggered, everything in the nested space will be blown to smithereens with a bang." After Bai Qingqing said this, she subconsciously took 2 steps away from Xiao Ruofei. Because if this was the case, then the space stone in Xiao Ruofei's hand was simply a ticking time bomb. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "That's not the case. Think about it. This cloud platform scholar stored so many cultivation resources inside the nested space. I estimate that even if it wasn't all of his wealth, it was at least a large portion of his wealth. Did he hide so many things inside the nested space just so people could see them and then blow them up? Isn't that too much of a bad taste? Boss, if you put it like this." Bai Qingqing moved closer to Xiao Ruofei and said, "It does make sense." Then Bai Qingqing looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Boss, since you're so confident, it shouldn't just be speculation. I remember you just said that there were no cultivation resources inside the space stone. Does that mean you can directly check the inside of the space stone?" Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "I can't see everything, but I can more or less feel some aura." That's why I'm relatively certain that there are no cultivation resources inside, especially no realm stones. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to sense it. Bai Qingqing nodded and said, I believe boss. Then, what exactly is hidden inside? It's hidden so deeply. The nested space was hidden inside the storage ring, so it was very well hidden. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to detect the existence of the nested space. This space stone was disguised as a spirit stone and buried inside a small mountain of hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Then it was hidden inside the nested space. This was simply hiding to the extreme. In that case, what exactly was stored in such a secretive space stone? Xia Ruofei said, I will only know after I open it. I already said that I can't directly see the inside of the space stone. Bai Qingqing nodded and asked, Boss, then what method are you going to use to open this space stone? The method you used to open the nested space was simply a stroke of genius. It pointed directly at the origin of space. In Bai Qingqing's view, the structure and law of the space stone were very primitive, and the difficulty of opening it was much lower than the nested space. Even if it was done by itself, it wouldn't be difficult. However, the more it was like this, the more Bai Qingqing looked forward to seeing if Xia Ruofei would use some subtle method to open it. This was like how the simpler a dish was, the more it tested one's culinary skills. The logic was the same. Almost everyone knew how to make egg-fried rice. However, there was a huge difference between the egg-fried rice made by a star chef and the egg-fried rice made by an ordinary person. To be able to make a taste that ordinary people couldn't make with simple ingredients, that was true skill. Xia Ruofei looked at Bai Qingqing, who was filled with expectation, and smiled. No need to be so complicated. Isn't there an early warning formation on the space stone? Can't we just trigger it? Ah? Bai Qingqing's eyes widened and revealed a look of disbelief. Bai Qingqing could think of several ways to open the space stone, so perfectly avoiding the early warning formation was not difficult for her. Then how could Xia Ruofei, whose mastery of space was even higher than Bai Qingqing's, use such a simple and crude method? After Bai Qingqing recovered, she quickly said, Boss, don't make a decision on the spur of the moment. We still don't know what will happen after the early warning formation is triggered. What if there really is a big explosion? Xia Ruofei said with a confident expression, Little White, don't forget where we are. In the Ring 2 space, what big explosion is there to be afraid of? With Xia Ruofei's current control of the Ring 2 space, even if there was some danger inside the small space stone, it could be completely sealed in the Ring 2 space. There was no need to worry at all. Bai Qingqing had obviously thought this through. It nodded and said, That's true. But we clearly have a better way, so there is no need to take the risk. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Little White, since the ancient cultivator Senior Yun Tai left such a small trap, he must have his own intentions. Anyway, we don't have to worry about safety in the Ring 2 space, and I have already collected all the cultivation resources, so we don't have to worry about anything. Since that is the case, why don't we help them? Let's see what this Senior Yun Tai wanted to do. Isn't that good? Bai Qingqing didn't agree with Xia Ruofei's strange idea. She felt that it was purely asking for trouble. However, in this matter, it was only a spectator and had no right to speak. Since Xia Ruofei had already decided, what else could she say? Therefore, Bai Qingqing sullenly said, Okay then. Who told you to be stronger than me? You're right. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Then let's begin. Little White, although there is no danger, it is better to be safe. You should hide a little further away. After Bai Qingqing heard this, she immediately retreated more than a dozen meters. Although she also felt that the space stone most likely wasn't dangerous after listening to Xia Ruofei's analysis, who could be sure about the ancient cultivators? What if this cultivator of the cloud platform had such a bad taste and deliberately let the junior who obtained the nested space see a huge amount of cultivation resources first, and then destroy them all? That's why safety was the #1 priority. If it wasn't for the fact that she was curious about what was hidden in the space stone, Bai Qingqing wouldn't even want to join in the fun. It was better to hide as far away as possible, however, she really couldn't hold back her curiosity. Xia Ruofei smiled and placed the space stone disguised as a spirit stone on the grass. Then he took 3 steps back and waved his hand. A ray of origin energy shot toward the space stone. Bai Qingqing's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. It was indeed simple and crude. She could see that after Xiao Ruofei released his origin energy, it was immediately divided into several rays and accurately shot towards several nodes on the space stone. This way, the space stone's early warning formation would definitely be triggered. In fact, one could also use their spiritual force to trigger the formation. However, Xiao Ruofei chose an even more simple and crude method. By using origin energy, not only would the early warning formation be triggered, but the space stone would also most likely be destroyed. Bai Qingqing could see that Xiao Ruofei hadn't held back at all. Bai Qingqing didn't have time to complain. She stared intently at the space stone, afraid to miss any detail. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was also focused on the space stone. He said it very casually, but in fact, he didn't dare to let his guard down. At this time, he had already mobilized the invisible power of space. If the space stone disguised as a spirit stone had any abnormalities, he would immediately imprison the space stone. When the origin energy touched several nodes on the space stone seemed to light up slightly. Then, under the effect of the origin energy, the space stone emitted cracking sounds and several cracks appeared on the surface. The stable space inside could no longer be maintained for long. At the same time, a faint shadow floated out from the space stone and quickly condensed into the image of an old scholar in ancient clothes. The moment the old scholar appeared, he raised his head and laughed. Wahahaha. However, his laughter only lasted for less than a second. It was as if someone had grabbed his throat and his laughter naturally stopped. The old scholar looked at the surrounding environment with a confused look on his face. Then, his gaze fell on Xiao Ruofei, who was dressed as a modern person. He asked, "Little kid, where is this place?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "Where does Senior think this place is?" The illusory figure of the scholarly old man looked around and muttered to himself, "The spirit chi in this place is so dense. When did the cultivation world have such a treasure land?" Then the old scholar saw the space stone on the grass that had been split into several pieces. His expression couldn't help but change slightly. He turned to look at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Little kid, you should have obtained this old man's storage ring, right? Did you take out all the things in the hidden space? You didn't touch the space stone?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked with a smile, "So you're Senior Yuntai?" "Waha! I didn't expect a little kid like you to have heard of this old man's name," the old scholar said with a proud smile. Then the shadow couldn't help but ask again, "Little kid, you're only at the early stage of the golden core stage. How did you do it?" "Do what?" Xiao Ruofei asked in confusion. The shadow pointed at the fragments of the space stone on the ground and said, "Without touching the space stone, you directly opened the hidden space. This old man thinks that his arrangement is quite exquisite. Unless it's those old fellows from the cultivation world, how could they bypass this old man's early warning array?" The whole book. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's just a small trick. The method I used to break the nested space was a little unconventional. I just happened to avoid the warning array." "Oh?" Layman Yuntai's virtual image was very interested and asked, "How did you break the nested space? Tell me." Xiao Ruofei looked at Layman Yuntai and asked, "Senior Yuntai, didn't you feel that something was wrong?" "What's wrong?" Layman Yuntai asked anxiously. "Hey! Don't worry about what's wrong or not. Little doll, tell me what method you used to break the nested space." Xiao Ruofei didn't answer the question. Instead, he looked at Layman Yuntai's virtual image and asked, "Senior, did you really not feel that your body was burning like the sun and your spirit body was gradually melting?" Xiao Ruofei was very clear about Layman Yuntai's situation. It was unforgettable. Because he had just experienced it once. After he escaped from the inner space of the ore and returned to the spirit map space, he felt a burning sensation all over his body. Although his spirit body only stayed outside for a short period of time before automatically returning to his body, that short period of time still caused some damage to his spirit body. Layman Yuntai in front of him was obviously in the state of a spirit body. Xiao Ruofei judged that it was probably not a complete spirit body. It was a little similar to the spirit left by Sage Xianxia. However, Layman Yuntai in front of him was not just a spirit body. He directly cut a small part of his spirit body and sealed it in the space stone. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was very curious. Could it be that layman Yuntai's spirit body could stay outside without the protection of his physical body? Yuntai. Hermit waved his hand impatiently and said, "You little kid. Isn't that nonsense? Without the protection of his physical body, how could his spirit body not feel the pain of being burned by the fire? How could it not gradually melt? I'm not an out-of-body cultivator." Without waiting for Xiao Ruofei to speak, Yuntai Hermit continued, "That is why I asked you to speak quickly. I don't have much time left." Xiao Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was about to disappear forever, yet practitioner Yuntai was still concerned about how his warning array formation had been evaded. Even if you know, what can you do? He was about to fall into eternal darkness, and it was very likely that his soul would be destroyed. Why would he still care about those trivial matters? Could this be the so-called "if one hears the truth in the morning, one can die in the evening without regret"? Seeing that Xiao Ruofei was still in a daze, the shadow of Yuntai Hermit urged again, "Little kid. This old man is about to die. Could it be that you can't even fulfill my dying wish? Even if it involves some secret, it doesn't matter if you tell me. The dead can't reveal any secrets." Only then did Xiao Ruofei recover and quickly say, "Senior Yuntai, please wait a moment." After he finished speaking, Xiao Ruofei directly said to Bai Qingqing, "Little Bai, there is nothing for you to do here. Go play." Only now did Yuntai Hermit notice Bai Qingqing, who was lying in the grass. He revealed a strange expression and said, "It's actually a world raccoon. This kind of spirit beast is not common." Bai Qingqing was watching the show with relish. However, Xiao Ruofei suddenly told it to leave, so it naturally wouldn't agree. However, before it could protest, Xiao Ruofei used the power of space to wrap Bai Qingqing up and threw it into the corner of the space. Bai Qingqing didn't even have time to curse before Xiao Ruofei completely blocked her. Right now, Xiao Ruofei's understanding of the law of space had surpassed Bai Qingqing's. Adding in his absolute control of the ring to space, he could easily beat Bai Qingqing. Layperson Yuntai was also dumbfounded by this scene. His control of space has reached such a level. Even the pet of space, the world raccoon, couldn't resist at all. Yuntai Hermit muttered to himself, Is this still a golden core cultivator? Are all golden core cultivators so powerful now?" In truth, Yuntai Hermit had misunderstood something. If this was the outside world, Xiao Ruofei could suppress Bai Qingqing in terms of the law of space, but it was impossible for him to suppress her in all aspects. If Bai Qingqing wanted to escape, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't be able to stop her. The main reason why he was able to control everything so easily was because they were all in the spirit map space. This was Xiao Ruofei's home ground. Yuntai Hermit soon noticed the anomaly. He closed his eyes and sensed for a while. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. He was dumbfounded for a long time before he said, little brother, are we in a small space?" Yuntai Hermit was shocked to the extreme by this discovery. In his era, there were small spaces that could hold life, but they were extremely rare. A small space like this that was filled with spirit force and could hold life was something even Yuntai Hermit had never heard of. Strictly speaking, this was no longer a simple small space. It was more appropriate to call it a small world. The reason Yuntai Hermit didn't notice that they were in a small space was because the mountain sea realm was so vast that he couldn't see the end of it. More importantly, the law of the ring 2 space was very close to the law of the outside world. Even someone like Yuntai Hermit, who had good attainments in the law of space, would find it difficult to find clues if he didn't check carefully. Unknowingly, Yuntai Hermit had changed from calling Xiao Ruofei little brother to little brother. This showed how shocked he was. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Senior Yuntai, this is indeed a small space." Then Xiao Ruofei immediately said, "Senior Yuntai, let's not talk about this for now. Your spirit body has been seriously damaged. I estimate that if this continues, you won't be able to hold on for long." Yuntai Hermit smiled bitterly. "Of course I know this. That's why I wanted you to quickly tell me how to break the nested space. Little brother, you've been so slow. Now that I know about the existence of this small world, there are too many things I want to know, but I don't have enough time. Senior, please follow me." Xiao Ruofei said hurriedly. After that, Xiao Ruofei led the way. He led Yuntai Hermit's spirit body directly into the stone room in the cave. Xiao Ruofei was the controller of the Ring 2 space. If he wanted to let Yuntai Hermit's spirit body into the stone room in the cave, it was only a matter of thought. When they entered the stone room in the cave, Xiao Ruofei had already set up layers of barriers outside the cave. He didn't need to use talismans here. He could easily use the power of space to do this. Now, it was equivalent to completely isolating the stone room from the rest of the Ring 2 space. Yuntai Hermit was confused. "Little brother, what are you doing? I really don't have much time left." Xiao Ruofei didn't answer Yuntai Hermit's question. Instead, with a thought, he took the mysterious ore wrapped in layers of spatial power from the primordial realm into the stone room in the cave. He removed the invisible spatial power on the surface of the mysterious ore and asked, "Senior Yuntai, may I ask what this is?" Yuntai Hermit took a few glances and frowned. "I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen such an ore before. However, the spatial fluctuations within this ore seem to be rather intense." "Senior, you haven't seen it before either." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel disappointed. During the auction, Xianxia had introduced the ore's origins. It came from an ancient cultivator's ruin. It was excavated from the cave abode of a cultivator from the same era as Yuntai Hermit. The mysterious ore spatial structure was so amazing. It could directly suck in a cultivator's spiritual body and allow the spiritual body to survive for a long time. Even in the ancient cultivation world, such a function should be very amazing. Logically speaking, it should be quite famous. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei originally thought that Yuntai Hermit would be able to recognize it at a glance. He didn't expect that even Yuntai Hermit hadn't seen this ore before. In other words, it was possible that in the ancient cultivation world, either the owner of this mysterious ore concealed the information and made a fortune in secret, or even the owner of the mysterious ore did not discover the secret within it and only obtained it by chance, then casually saved it and kept it. Regardless of which possibility it was rather difficult for Xiao Ruofei to learn more about this mysterious ore. The only way was to ask Xianxia which ancient cultivator's relic this ore was excavated from. Then, he should be able to learn more about this ancient cultivator from layman Yuntai. Then, he would be able to deduce and make a judgment. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yuntai Hermit's spiritual body could survive until then. Right now, Yuntai Hermit's situation was rather bad. His spiritual body seemed to have become more ethereal. Yuntai Hermit said, "Little brother, I don't have much time left. If you have any other questions, ask them quickly." Ever since Yuntai Hermit came out of the spatial stone, his impression of Xiao Ruofei had always been a little weird. Now, he didn't expect to get anything from Xiao Ruofei, so he decided to be more straightforward and let Xiao Ruofei ask whatever questions he had. Xiao Ruofei also came back to his senses. He knew that the most important thing now was to let Yuntai Hermit live. He looked at the mysterious ore on the stone table and couldn't help but tremble slightly. Xiao Ruofei took a deep breath and carefully released a strand of spiritual power toward the mysterious ore. This strand of spiritual power lasted for about 1/5 of a second before it was swallowed up without any suspense. Xiao Ruofei didn't stop. He continued to use his spiritual power to analyze the information he found. He didn't dare to separate 9 strands of spiritual power to investigate like last time. Moreover, his spiritual power was still abundant, so he was more confident. Sure enough, after probing for a while, the mysterious ore didn't have any abnormalities. Only then did Xiao Ruofei feel slightly relieved. He quickly analyzed the information he received from the mental probing. On the other side, Yuntai Hermit saw that Xiao Ruofei was focused on the ore and didn't care about him at all. He felt that the burning sensation was getting stronger and stronger, and his spiritual body was so weak that it was about to disappear. Yuntai Hermit couldn't help but lament, "Did I meet an idiot?" At this moment, Xiao Ruofei analyzed the ore as quickly as he could. He then used his spiritual power to mark the surface of the ore and shouted, "Senior Yuntai, quickly follow the path I marked and enter the inner space of this ore." At this moment, layman Yuntai's spiritual body was on the verge of collapsing. His spiritual body was almost transparent and looked like it was going to collapse at any moment. Layman Yuntai's consciousness was also fading. He felt like he was going to disappear from this world. Although he was only a part of layman Yuntai's spiritual body, he still had a main consciousness. Moreover, he was sealed in the spatial stone and could not feel the passage of time. He did not know what era it was. In other words, Layman Yuntai's original body was probably long gone. If his soul dissipated, he would truly disappear forever. At this moment, Layman Yuntai naturally felt a tinge of sadness. In a daze, he heard Xiao Ruofei's words and almost subconsciously drifted toward the node that Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power had marked. Xiao Ruofei was very nervous when he saw that Layman Yuntai's spiritual body was about to dissipate. He watched as the almost transparent spirit body followed the guidance of his spiritual power and escaped into the mysterious Or's inner space. Then, it disappeared without a trace. At this moment, he was very nervous. To be honest, Xiao Ruofei could not guarantee whether what he did was a good thing or a bad thing for Layman Yuntai. After all, the torment he experienced in the Or's internal space was something that was deeply engraved in his heart. Of course, Xiao Ruofei did his best to find the most stable and safe small space in the shortest time possible based on his understanding of the Or space. He also guided Layman Yuntai's spiritual body into it. However, there was also the strange difference in the flow of time. Xiao Ruofei could not control it at all. To be more precise, it was not the difference in the flow of time. It was infinitely close to a standstill. Xiao Ruofei waited for a few seconds but did not receive any message from Layman Yuntai. He could not help but frown. According to his previous experience, the time inside the Or space was almost at a standstill compared to the outside world. Even if it was not completely at a standstill, based on the ratio of 1,000 years inside the Or space to only a short while outside, Layman Yuntai might have spent many years inside the Or space. Ring 2 space's spiritual energy was very rich and could be said to be endless. If Layman Yuntai's spiritual body was still alive, he should have been able to use the spiritual energy here to recover his spiritual body. Could it be that he had fallen into another spatial zone, or the spatial lamination zone? Or was he in some kind of danger? Xiao Ruofei wasn't confident either. In fact, Layman Yuntai's situation was already very bad. Xiao Ruofei was also trying his best to give it a try. He didn't hesitate for too long and immediately released his spiritual force. Following the mark he had just made, he explored the interior of the Or space from the node. These small spaces inside the mysterious Or would randomly change their relationship with each other, and there was no fixed frequency period. If he delayed a little longer, the relative position of the space would change, and it would take him a lot of effort to find this small space. After Xiao Ruofei left the Or space, he used his spiritual force to explore again. His spiritual force would also be devoured. However, he didn't know if it was because he had lived in the Or space for 1,000 years or because his spiritual force had been greatly enhanced, but now his spiritual force could last much longer than before. Although it was only a short 1/5 of a second, the amount of information he could find had increased exponentially. Xiao Ruofei didn't have much hope. After all, he didn't know how many years Layman Yuntai had spent in there, whether he was still alive, and whether he was still in that small space. Everything was unknown. However, he was slightly comforted by the fact that the relative position of the Or space didn't change in just a few seconds. He successfully explored the small space from the node he had just marked. What Xiao Ruofei didn't expect was that before his spiritual force was devoured, he had already found Layman Yuntai's spiritual body. Layman Yuntai's spiritual body was still in this small space, but what surprised Xiao Ruofei was that his spiritual body was still very weak. It was basically the same situation as before, but it didn't continue to worsen. It was basically stable. Moreover, he could also feel that Layman Yuntai's spiritual body was working hard to absorb the spirit chi from the Ring 2 space, slowly recovering his spiritual body. After obtaining this information, Xiao Ruofei's spiritual force was devoured. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What's going on? Why is he recovering so slowly? Could it be that the flow of time in the Ring 2 space is the same as in the space where Layman Yuntai is?" If that was the case, then it made sense. After all, Layman Yuntai's spiritual body had only entered the small space for a few seconds. In such a short time, even if he absorbed spirit chi with all his might, he wouldn't be able to recover much. Moreover, when Layman Yuntai first entered this small space, he would normally observe the environment first and wouldn't absorb spirit chi to recover immediately. When Xiao Ruofei thought of this, he immediately released a second wave of spiritual power and explored the small space with ease. What he discovered seemed to further confirm his speculation about the flow of time. Layman Yuntai's spiritual body was still trying to absorb spirit qi. His spiritual body's condition was similar to what the previous spiritual force detected. It seemed to be recovering a little, but the recovery was so small that it was almost undetectable. After this spiritual force was devoured, Xiao Ruofei immediately released a third spiritual force. This time, Xiao Ruofei didn't try to find out what was going on. After his spiritual force entered the small space, he immediately communicated with Layman Yuntai's spiritual body. Now that Layman Yuntai was in his spiritual body state, Xiao Ruofei's spiritual force could directly communicate with Layman Yuntai's spiritual body. Xiao Ruofei said hurriedly, "Layman Yuntai, your spiritual body shouldn't be exhausted in this small space. You can rest assured and absorb spirit qi to recover your spiritual body as soon as possible." Even though using spiritual force to communicate was much faster than speaking, Xiao Ruofei was only able to transmit the most important information to Layman Yuntai in 1/5 of a second before his spiritual force was devoured. Xiao Ruofei immediately released a fourth spiritual force. This time, he sensed that Layman Yuntai had come out of his state of absorbing spirit qi. Clearly, he had received Xiao Ruofei's message. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly transmitted his voice before the spiritual energy was devoured. "Senior Yuntai, the spiritual energy from the outside world will be quickly devoured when it enters this small space. Therefore, we can't communicate smoothly for the time being and the spiritual energy is being devoured again." Xiao Ruofei continued to release his spiritual force into the small space. He then continued, "Layman Yuntai, you can rest assured and recover your spiritual body. Don't try to leave this small space. The space inside the ore is extremely complicated and dangerous. If you get lost in there, I won't be able to find you." This sentence, Xiao Ruofei used 3 strands of spiritual power and finally managed to express it completely. He then released his spiritual force to check again. He realized that Layman Yuntai's spiritual body seemed to have heard his words and started to absorb spirit qi to recover. Xiao Ruofei also sensed that Layman Yuntai's spiritual body seemed to have become more solid. Although the recovery was slow, at least the situation was developing well. Xiao Ruofei was slightly relieved. If he wanted to know more about the mysterious ore, he could only rely on Layman Yuntai. Moreover, this was an ancient cultivator. According to some ancient cultivator relics, the ancient cultivation world suddenly disappeared thousands of years ago for unknown reasons. The current cultivation world slowly developed later. However, about 300 years ago, the experts above the nascent soul stage seemed to have disappeared at the same time. Moreover, the cultivation environment was getting worse and worse. Today, the cultivation world had shrunk to the extreme. Even Aura's core stage cultivators were considered top-notch experts. The current cultivation world also had a system of inheritance. However, 300 years ago, almost all the cultivators disappeared at the same time. Many of the inheritances couldn't be protected in time and disappeared along with the seniors. As for the ancient cultivation world, some cultivation methods and secret skills had been passed down. For example, the glittering jewel insight that had caused Xiao Ruofei to be in the limelight at the auction was a spiritual power cultivation method from the ancient cultivation world. However, these were all unearthed by cultivators from the ancient ruins. Often, only bits and pieces were left and didn't form a system. Xiao Ruofei wasn't very interested in the inheritances of the ancient cultivation world. He was very confident in the Tao Sutra. He believed that even in the ancient cultivation world, such a technique was definitely a top-notch technique. Therefore, in a sense, Xiao Ruofei didn't need other techniques. However, if Layman Yuntai could survive this time, he would be the only ancient cultivator in the modern cultivation world. Layman Yuntai would definitely play a very important role in understanding the secrets of the ancient cultivation world and unraveling some of the mysteries in the ancient ruins. Of course, there was another important point. Layman Yuntai was now in a half-crippled spiritual state and was still in his Ring 2 space. Therefore, no matter how powerful he used to be, he wouldn't be a threat to Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei tried his best to protect Layman Yuntai's spiritual body. Xiao Ruofei prepared to release his spiritual force every once in a while to observe Layman Yuntai's spiritual body. In this situation, layman Yuntai must be constantly absorbing spirit qi to recover his spiritual body. Xiao Ruofei kept releasing his spiritual force to check, but it was meaningless. If the location of this small space had changed, with Xiao Ruofei's 1,000 years of experience in the inner space of the ore and his understanding of these small spaces, he believed that as long as he put in a little more effort, he could still find it. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei wasn't too worried. As long as layman Yuntai's spiritual body didn't wander around and the flow of time remained the same, the situation would be under Xiao Ruofei's control. Moreover, it was much better than he had expected. Just as Xiao Ruofei was preparing for a long battle, he heard Yuntai Hermit's voice. "Little brother, you've been waiting for a long time. Your ore is too miraculous. It's the perfect shelter for a spiritual body." Xiao Ruofei's eyes widened as he looked at the mysterious ore in disbelief. Xiao Ruofei would never have dreamed that layman Yuntai would be able to communicate with him in such a short period of time. His spiritual energy had just been devoured by the ore, and the feedback from this spiritual energy showed that layman Yuntai was still in that small space. Judging from the rate of recovery of layman Yuntai's spiritual body, the flow of time in that small space should not have changed. Layman Yuntai's spiritual body was indeed recovering well. Although he was not as strong as when he first came out of the space stone, his spiritual body was much more solid and stable. Based on his current state, it should not be a problem for him to communicate with others normally. What shocked Xiao Ruofei was not the speed of layman Yuntai's recovery, but the fact that layman Yuntai could communicate with him in the Ring 2 space from inside the ore space. Did this mean that layman Yuntai could leave the ore space at any time if he wanted to? How could Xiao Ruofei, who had been trapped in there for thousands of years, accept this? Xiao Ruofei was flabbergasted and stood there in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. Layman Yuntai asked curiously, "Little brother, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Xiao Ruofei came back to his senses. He quickly said, "Oh. No. No. Senior Yuntai, how did you do it?" Yuntai Lay Monk was puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" He was now even more suspicious of the young man he had just met. Was there something wrong with his brain? Xiao Ruofei said, "You talked to me directly." Yuntai Hermit was even more confused. He said, "Telepathy through the power of the mind? That's easy. Even a qi condensation cultivator can do it." "That's not right. Didn't you just talk to me with your spiritual energy? Why are you suddenly asking such a basic question?" Xiao Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Senior Yuntai, how did you manage to talk to me directly from inside the ore space? Does this mean you can come out at any time?" Yuntai Layman said, "Why should I go out? In the outside world, he would have to endure the pain of being burned all the time. Moreover, his spirit body would be exhausted very quickly. That would truly be the death of his soul. This small space of yours is simply my heaven." Xiao Ruofei was speechless. It seemed that after talking for so long, he and Yuntai Hermit were talking about the same thing. They were talking about two completely different things. Xiao Ruofei took a few deep breaths and said, "Senior Yuntai, I'm not asking you to come out. What I mean is, if you want, you can leave the ore space at any time, right? How can I be willing to do that?" Layman Yuntai mumbled. Before Xiao Ruofei went crazy, Yuntai Hermit finally said, "Little brother, you're right. I can leave this place anytime I want." Xiao Ruofei almost burst into tears. He finally got to the point. He hurriedly asked, "Senior, how did you do it? I was once trapped inside and couldn't find a way out. I could only wander around in this small space." Yuntai Hermit said with a smile, "Little brother, I'm actually not that capable. The main reason why I can communicate with the outside world so easily is because of you." "Me?" Xiao Ruofei was confused. "Yes. The marks you left with your spiritual power were like torches in the fog." Yuntai Hermit said with a smile, "Moreover, you kept pouring in your spiritual power. I only needed to follow your spiritual power back to where it came from. It wasn't difficult at all." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. Was it really that simple? His attainment in space was already very high, so after hearing Yuntai Hermit's words, he immediately understood. That was indeed the case. Perhaps this was what they meant by "the onlooker cannot see clearly." Of course, This also made Xia Ruofei realize that it was not a waste for him to be trapped in the Ur space for over 1,000 years. Because in that situation, there was no one to guide him with spiritual power from the outside world. Even if Luo Qingfeng was by Xia Ruofei's side at that time, with his understanding of space, he would not be able to find the small space where Xia Ruofei's spiritual body was trapped, let alone guide him. If he was not careful, even Luo Qingfeng might have been trapped. Xia Ruofei was trapped in the space. Without any guidance, he could only wander around like a headless fly. He guessed that luck played a part in his escape. Coincidentally, the small space he was in was directly connected to the outside world, and the node just happened to lead to the outside world. It could be said that he was lucky to escape because of many factors at the same time. If it wasn't for the strange difference in the flow of time in the Ur space, Xia Ruofei's physical body might have rotted away long ago. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei hurriedly asked, "Senior Yuntai, why is there no difference in the flow of time between the small space you are in and the outside world? When I was trapped in the small space last time, the time there was almost frozen." Yuntai laughed and said, "Little brother, you must be talking about the time turbulence in this small space, right? Let me tell you, there are several types of time turbulence here. Once you fall into it, it is very difficult to get out. However, I happen to have some understanding of time turbulence, so I avoided them all." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be slightly shocked. He quickly said, "Senior Yuntai, please tell me more." Yuntai lazily said, "To put it simply, when you enter the chaotic flow of time, it's like falling into a river. As long as you don't completely leave this space, you'll be drifting in this river. Different rivers of time have different speeds of time flow. I only observed briefly and found that there are dozens of time turbulence in this Ur space, and some of them are intertwined. Little brother, your luck is not bad. You just happened to fall into one of the time turbulence that is most beneficial to you. I just saw a time turbulence that is tens of millions of times slower than the outside world. If you had fallen into such a time turbulence, even if you had only been delayed for a short while in this space, you would have discovered that the outside world had already changed by the time you got out." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but break out in cold sweat when he heard that. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. What was the concept of tens of millions of times faster time? Even if it was 30 million times faster, a second in the Ur space was equivalent to a year in the outside world. If Xia Ruofei had fallen into such a time turbulence, even if his luck was heaven-defying and he escaped after being trapped in the space for a few minutes, hundreds of years would have passed in the outside world. That meant that his body had long been reduced to ashes. Although only a few months might have passed in the outside world because of the Ring 2 Space's Archean realm and the time array flags, it would still cause all sorts of problems. Furthermore, this was under the condition that he was heaven-defying lucky and only trapped for a few minutes. If he had been trapped for 1,000 years like last time, it would have been impossible to calculate the time period. There was simply no way to calculate the time. Xia Ruofei felt that it was no longer just a matter of his family and friends leaving this world. It was even possible that the earth had ceased to exist. Xia Ruofei felt a lingering fear. At the same time, he felt that his luck was extremely good. Yuntai chuckled and asked, "Little brother, are you frightened? How long do you think you were trapped here last time?" Xia Ruofei said with a bitter smile, 1,000 years. Yuntai couldn't help but take a deep breath and say, "That's really a blessing in disguise. If it weren't for the fact that the outside world's time flow is almost static compared to the time turbulence you fell into, your body would have been destroyed after being trapped for so many years. If you had fallen into an extremely slow time turbulence, it would have been even worse." Xia Ruofei said with a sigh, "That's right. I still feel a lingering fear when I think about it. Ignorance is bliss. That's probably what they mean." Yuntai patron laughed and said, "Little brother, this is a blessing in disguise for you. If I'm not mistaken, you must have been studying the rules of space for more than 1,000 years, trying to find a way to get out of here. No wonder your attainment in space is so high. The hidden space I left in the storage ring must have been cracked by you directly from the source. You also didn't trigger the alarm formation I set up, right?" Xia Ruofei said, "You're right, senior. I've been studying the rules of space for more than 1,000 years." Yuntai seemed to be in a good mood. He said with a smile, "This at least explains one thing, which is that a spirit body can survive in this space for a long time. Then this old man can stay here with peace of mind. The small space inside the ore was lifeless. Anyone who entered it could not be a living being. Therefore, Yuntai didn't need to ask to know that Xiao Ruofei must have entered in a spirit body state. Xiao Ruofei had used his own experience to prove that a spirit body could survive in the space inside the ore for more than 1,000 years. Naturally, Yuntai was in a good mood. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile when he heard this. At the same time, he felt lucky. He didn't know anything about time turbulence. In fact, for a cultivator at his level, whether it was the rules of space or time, they were basically in a rudimentary state. However, before Xiao Ruofei stepped on the path of cultivation, he had already begun to control the Ring 2 space. In addition, his mental power was stronger than other cultivators of the same level, so his attainment in the rules of space was naturally higher. As for the rules of time, he hadn't come into contact with them at all. He didn't even know where the door was. Time was so tight just now, so Xiao Ruofei only chose a small space based on his intuition. Then, he quickly marked it so that Yuntai's spirit body could hide in it. Fortunately, Yuntai also dabbled in the rules of time and noticed the time turbulence. Otherwise, if Yuntai fell into the time turbulence like Xiao Ruofei, the result would be completely different. If the time turbulence that layman Yuntai fell into was similar to the time turbulence that Xiao Ruofei was trapped in last time, then it would be fine. Layman Yuntai would only be trapped for hundreds or thousands of years while Xiao Ruofei would only be trapped for a short while. For Xiao Ruofei, it would only be a moment before layman Yuntai's spiritual body was completely restored. Of course, it wasn't so good for Yuntai's cultivator. If the situation was the opposite, and the cultivators of the cloud platform were caught in the turbulence where the flow of time was extremely slow, then Xiao Ruofei would not be able to contact him for the rest of his life. With this thought, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but say, "Senior Yuntai, it's good that you're proficient in the rules of time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. I was too reckless this time." Yuntai laughed and said, "You can't say that. The situation was so urgent back then. You being able to find a treasure that could keep my spirit body intact is already a great favor to me. How could I care so much about that?" Then, Yuntai practitioner paused for a moment before continuing, "Speaking of which, my attainments in time law and space law are about the same, so I can't say I'm proficient in them. I'm not as proficient in the rules of space as you are. Otherwise, how could my hidden space be so easily broken by you? Haha. This is a special case." Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "In terms of the rules of space, I'm a blessing in disguise. As for the rules of time, I don't know anything about them." Yuntai said, "A golden core cultivator who can grasp a certain amount of the rules of space is already very talented. The rules of time are basically unknown to golden core cultivators. What you're doing is normal. In comparison, even if you didn't experience being trapped for 1,000 years, you should have some achievements in the rules of space, right?" Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "I have some understanding of it. At that time, I could only sense a trace of abnormality in the nested space hidden in Senior's storage ring. It was impossible for me to break it. Even if I used conventional methods, I couldn't find a way in. Then, I was unfortunately trapped in this small group of spaces. After 1,000 years, when I got out, I found that I could easily break the nested space." Yuntai couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. "You're a blessing in disguise. Your talent in the rules of space is stronger than the average cultivator. Then, you spent most of the time studying the rules of space for more than 1,000 years. Plus, there are so many small spaces with more primitive rules for you to study. You're simply blessed by the heavens. The efficiency of your comprehension is at least 2 to 3 times higher than normal. How can a cultivator study the rules of space for 2 to 3,000 years? So, if you only look at the attainments in the rules of space, I'm afraid most primordial soul cultivators can't reach your level, let alone nascent soul cultivators. When the golden core evolved into the nascent soul, a cultivator could reach the nascent soul stage. When the nascent soul stage was cultivated to the extreme, one could break through to the primordial soul stage. As the name implied, the cultivator's nascent soul had evolved into an even more powerful primordial soul. After the primordial soul stage, it was the out-of-body stage. At this stage, the cultivator's spirit body, or more accurately, the primordial soul, could leave the body. This was an even more powerful stage. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was still very far away from the nascent soul stage. As for the primordial soul and out-of-body stages, they were even further away. So, when Xiao Ruofei heard Yuntai say that his attainments in the rules of space had surpassed most primordial soul cultivators, he couldn't help but be shocked. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but ask, "Senior Yuntai, when you were alive, before your spiritual body was separated, what was your cultivation level?" Yuntai said embarrassedly, "At that time, I was already at the primordial soul stage. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by you in terms of the rules of space." Then, Yuntai asked, "By the way, little brother, what era is it now?" "I don't know how long I've been sealed in the space stone. I've always been in a deep sleep." Xiao Ruofei said, "Senior Yuntai, this year is the 20th AD, Xiao Ruofei stopped halfway. The Christian chronology system originated from Western Christianity. The first year of the Christian era was the year Jesus was born. Yuntai was an Eastern cultivator, and he obviously existed earlier than the first year of the Christian era. How could he know about the Christian chronology system? Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and asked, "Senior Yuntai, what era did you live in? Can you give me a rough idea? Then I can calculate how long you've been sealed in the space stone." "Oh. Let me think." Yuntai said, "In my era, what happened in the secular world? Let me think. Oh. It seems that a little guy called Gfa joined forces with some feudal lords to fight against King Xian of Shang in the secular world and established a dynasty." "The Zhou dynasty?" Xiao Ruofei asked tentatively. In fact, when Yuntai said Gfa's name, Xiao Ruofei already knew the answer. However, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was unreal to hear someone from thousands of years ago talking to him. Yes. Yuntai said, "It's called the Zhou dynasty." Xiao Ruofei said, "Senior Yuntai, according to our current chronology system, King Wu fought against King Xian of Shang in 1046 BC, which is more than 3,000 years ago. King Wu fought against King Xian of Shang? Gfa fought against King Xian of Shang. In history, it was called King Wu fought against King Xian of Shang." Xiao Ruofei said, "In other words, the era you lived in is more than 3,000 years ago." "It's been more than 3,000 years? Yuntai Hermit was slightly taken aback as he mumbled to himself. Clearly, it took him a lot longer than he had expected. "Senior Yuntai, are you alright?" Xiao Ruofei asked with concern. I'm fine. However, I need to rest for a while. My spirit body is incomplete to begin with. Furthermore, my injuries this time were rather serious. Just now, I was only in the initial stages of recovery." "Oh, then have a good rest. Try to recover your spiritual body as soon as possible," Xiao Ruofei said. "Senior Yuntai, you can stay here with peace of mind. I've kept this ore in a small space, so it's absolutely safe. As long as you're careful not to fall into the spatial lamination zone, and even more so, don't get sucked into the turbulence of time." "Haha. Don't worry. I'm a nascent divinity cultivator. How could I make such a low-level mistake?" Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel strange. He felt as if Yuntai Hermit was mocking him. However, he also knew that he was overthinking. With his golden core stage cultivation, Yuntai Hermit was very impressed with his attainments in the law of space. As for the turbulence of time, Yuntai Hermit himself had said that it was almost impossible for golden core stage cultivators to dabble in the law of time. Therefore, how could Yuntai Hermit be mocking him? After Yuntai Hermit finished speaking, he did not make any sound. It seemed that he was concentrating on absorbing the spiritual qi. Xiao Ruofei left the mysterious ore in the stone room of the cave. At the same time, he wrapped the ore with 3 layers of space energy, completely isolating it from the Ring 2 space. Originally, Xiao Ruofei was a little hesitant. On one hand, he wanted the Ring 2 space to absorb this mysterious ore. On the other hand, he felt that it was a pity. He had a premonition that if the Ring 2 space could absorb this mysterious ore, there was a high chance that it could directly evolve. However, there were still many uses and functions of this mysterious ore that needed to be explored. Xiao Ruofei had not completely understood the law of space. It was definitely still useful to him. However, Xiao Ruofei did not have to worry about it anymore. Since Yuntai Hermit was already living in the ore space, it was impossible for him to give the ore to the Ring 2 space to devour. Xiao Ruofei left a small formation. If Yuntai Hermit tried to communicate with him through spiritual power, even if Xiao Ruofei was in the outside world, he would be able to know in time through this small formation. Furthermore, he could directly communicate with Yuntai Hermit in the outside world. After making these arrangements, Xiao Ruofei directly left the stone room of the cave. In fact, he still had many questions to ask Yuntai Hermit. However, Yuntai Hermit had already said that he was extremely weak and needed to rest. Xiao Ruofei naturally couldn't force him. Xiao Ruofei returned to the Archean realm and spent some time in the small square in front of the exquisite pagoda to adapt to his spiritual power. At the same time, he cultivated the Great Tao Sutra for a while. He had been trapped in the ore space for 1,000 years. Although only a short period of time had passed in the Archean realm, Xiao Ruofei felt like 1,000 years had passed. And while he was in his spirit-body state, Xiao Ruofei was unable to cultivate. Therefore, he was more or less unfamiliar with the Great Tao Sutra. However, after cultivating for a while, the familiar feeling returned. Although his cultivation level was still at the early Golden Core realm, his spiritual power had greatly increased. Furthermore, after 1,000 years of tempering, Xiao Ruofei felt like he had gained a deeper foundation. Apart from familiarizing himself with the Great Tao Sutra, Xiao Ruofei also spent some time slowly going through the people and things that had happened before he was trapped in the ore space. From what he could sense, these things seemed to have happened 1,000 years ago. It really felt like a long time had passed. This was something that Xiao Ruofei needed to slowly adapt to. Xiao Ruofei left the Ring 2 space and rested in Luo Qingfeng's exclusive chamber for a day. Of course, he also took this time to think about what had happened before he was trapped in the ore space. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei opened the chamber's door and walked out. Luo Qingfeng had been guarding outside the door for a day and a night. When he saw Xiao Ruofei come out, he hurriedly stood up and said respectfully, "Master." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "You've been guarding here all this time? Rest when you need to. You don't have to stay at the door all the time. You just have to be alert. What if I'm in seclusion for a few months? Are you going to stay here for a few months?" Luo Qingfeng smiled and said, "Master, the old slave is meditating and cultivating outside the door. It doesn't matter if he goes back to the room or not. By the way, Master, have you finished your seclusion?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. I'm just going through my gains this time. Qingfeng, if there's nothing else, I'm going to leave in 2 days." Luo Qingfeng said subconsciously, "Master, you're going to leave? Then the old slave will go with you. Although the old slave's cultivation level is low, he can still serve you tea." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "You're a gold core cultivator. What tea? You should stay in the star-picking sect for the time being. We've been in the limelight at the auction this time. It's hard to guarantee that no one will covet the star-picking sect. Without a gold core cultivator like you, I can't be at ease." "Yes. The old slave will listen to you." Luo Qingfeng said, "Please rest assured, Master. The old slave will definitely guard the sect well." In Luo Qingfeng's opinion, since he was Xiao Ruofei's servant, the star-picking sect was naturally Xiao Ruofei's property. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "I'm not leaving right away. Before I leave, I want to take a look at our sect's protective array. If possible, I'll improve it. This way, the sect's security will be higher." Luo Qingfeng was overjoyed and said, "That's great. Master, you're going to make a move personally. The power must be extraordinary." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Not necessarily. I'll have to take a look first." Although Xiao Ruofei had obtained a lot of Array Dao inheritances from the Jade Talisman of Inheritance, and he also had a lot of practical experience, the Array Dao was especially broad and profound. He did not dare to boast that he would definitely be able to improve the sect protecting Grand Array before seeing it. Perhaps after looking around, Xiao Ruofei would find that there was nothing he could do. If the person who set up the sect's protective array had a higher level of attainment in formations than Xiao Ruofei, then it was completely possible. "Yes, Master," Luo Qingfeng replied. Xiao Ruofei continued, in addition, I'll have to conduct a check on all the disciples in the sect. We must ensure that the sect is absolutely reliable. Some of the disciples who have been sent out may not be able to make it this time, but they must be registered. We'll find a suitable time to call them back in advance, and then I'll conduct a check. Luo Qingfeng knew that Xiao Ruofei had a secret method of mental strength that could make people who were hit by it reveal all their secrets in front of him. Therefore, after hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, Luo Qingfeng said without hesitation, yes. Master. I'll arrange for all the disciples to undergo a check. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, speaking of which, I just remembered. Have you dealt with Wang Boshan? Wang Boshan was the outer disciple of the star-picking sect who had been captured by Xiao Ruofei along with Xianxia. Wang Boshan had always been in charge of some of the star-picking sect's businesses in the secular world. However, when Xiao Ruofei had interrogated him, he had discovered that this fellow had committed countless crimes. The crimes he had committed were enough to be executed several times in the secular world. Considering that Wang Boshan was in charge of the star-picking sect's businesses in the secular world, and that he was also a shareholder and a director of a large number of companies, Xiao Ruofei had suppressed his anger and not directly executed Wang Boshan. However, he had strictly ordered Luo Qingfeng to transfer Wang Boshan back to the star-picking sect in the name of an important position. He had also sent a capable disciple to take over Wang Boshan's businesses in the secular world, and then dealt with Wang Boshan in the star-picking sect. This time, when Xiao Ruofei had brought up the issue of the disciple's loyalty and reliability, he had naturally thought of Wang Boshan, which was why he had asked this question. Hearing this, Luo Qingfeng revealed a trace of embarrassment and said carefully, Master, the old slave hasn't had time to deal with him yet. Xiao Ruofei's brows furrowed slightly and he asked calmly, why? He knew very well that Luo Qingfeng would never be disloyal to him. There was no need to doubt his loyalty, but he still didn't like his subordinates not being resolute enough when carrying out his orders. Although Xiao Ruofei's tone wasn't particularly harsh, Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but shudder. He hurriedly explained, Master, our star-picking sect has many businesses in the secular world, and the shareholding structure is more complicated. In the sect, other than Wang Boshan, the others don't know much about the affairs of the secular world. This time, we reluctantly chose a disciple to replace Wang Boshan. For the sake of safety, the old slave had Wang Boshan guide him for a period of time and let the disciple get used to it before returning to the sect. Wang Boshan just returned to the sect a few days ago, and the old slave wasn't in the sect during this time, so the matter of dealing with Wang Boshan was delayed. The old slave deserves to die. Please punish him, Master. After listening to Luo Qingfeng's explanation, Xiao Ruofei's expression became slightly better. He said calmly, since there's a reason for this, there's no need to punish him. But if the affairs of the secular world have been handed over, then you should hurry up and deal with it. You'll carry it out personally. Originally, according to Luo Qingfeng's plan, the businesses in the secular world were dispensable, and he wanted to get rid of Wang Boshan directly. However, Xiao Ruofei knew that the secular world couldn't be easily given up, especially after so many years of management. It wasn't easy, so he proposed to find someone to replace Wang Boshan and let Luo Qingfeng deal with it. This was Xiao Ruofei's own suggestion. Since this matter had been delayed, he naturally wouldn't vent his anger on Luo Qingfeng. Yes. Luo Qingfeng hurriedly replied, the old slave will do it right away. Wait. Xiao Ruofei stopped Luo Qingfeng, who was already walking towards the stairs. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, I told you to hurry up and deal with it, not to go now. We have to prioritize things, don't we? Luo Qingfeng turned around and said, Master, the old slave didn't think it through. Xiao Ruofei said calmly, let's go take a look at the Great Protective Array first. Strengthening the defensive ability is the most urgent matter. Yes. Master. Luo Qingfeng said, Master, the control core of the Great Protective Array is in this Zhaixing Lu. In addition, there are also the array structure diagram and the operation manual. I'll take you to have a look first. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay. Let's deal with this matter first. Master, this way please. Luo Qingfeng hurriedly said, the control core of the Great Protective Array is on the 6th floor. There were originally several disciples guarding it, but since Master was in seclusion yesterday, the old slave has already asked them to leave first, so we can go directly. After Luo Qingfeng finished speaking, he took Xiao Ruofei along the stairs to the 6th floor. Xiao Ruofei observed for a while and found that the building materials of the entire 6th floor were different from those of the other floors. Although they looked similar in appearance, in fact, they used some rare metals with extremely high defensive power. The control core of the Great Protective Array was naturally the most important defense. Luo Qingfeng took Xiao Ruofei along the corridor to one of the rooms. After opening the door, Luo Qingfeng respectfully said, "Master, the core of the Great Protective Array is here." Xiao Ruofei nodded and stepped into the room. In the center of the room was a millstone-sized main control array, surrounded by many auxiliary array glyphs. Xiao Ruofei looked around and found that although the control center was in this room, the whole Zhai Xinglu was closely related to the sect-protecting formation. The ancestor of the star-picking sect who had set up this sect-protecting formation must have been very accomplished in the field of formations. Luo Qingfeng said with a hint of pride, "Master, this sect-protecting formation is called the Star Evolution Formation. It was set up by a genius elder of our star-picking sect 500 years ago. Because of this, Zhai Xinglu underwent a very thorough transformation. Although the younger generation of the star-picking sect has failed to live up to expectations these years and our sect's status in the cultivation world is only average, in terms of defense, because of the existence of the Star Evolution Formation, ordinary top sects would not dare to attack us easily." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Although I've only taken a preliminary look at it, I can feel that this formation is really amazing." Luo Qingfeng said, "Thank you for your praise, Master. More than 200 years ago, the top sect of that time, the Wanzhou sect, had a deadly feud with our ancestor and once attacked us. Not only were the cultivators of the Wanzhou sect stronger than the star-picking sect, but they could also control wild beasts and even a spirit beast. Ordinary sects could not stop them at all. However, in the face of the Star Evolution Formation, even the Wanzhou sect could do nothing. They attacked for more than a month and finally retreated resentfully." Xiao Ruofei said with great interest, "I didn't expect the star-picking sect to have such a glorious history. What about the Wanzhou sect? Why have they disappeared without a trace? Don't tell me that you killed them instead?" Luo Qingfeng laughed dryly and said, "Master, you must be joking. For more than 300 years, the strength of the star-picking sect has been declining. How could they take the initiative to provoke the Wanzhou sect? However, the Wanzhou sect has indeed disappeared. About 100 years ago, it was said that the Wanzhou sect discovered a very extraordinary ancient cultivation relic. They sent all the stronger cultivators in the sect, but none of them returned. The Wanzhou sect was usually very domineering and had offended many forces. After the news spread, the Wanzhou sect was torn apart very quickly. I heard that our star-picking sect received the news a little too late and couldn't get a share of the profits. My ancestor has been regretting for a long time." Xiao Ruofei also felt a little emotional. Although Luo Qingfeng had only briefly described the history of the destruction of a sect, Xiao Ruofei could still feel the cruelty of the law of the jungle in the cultivation world. This also reminded him once again that no matter what, he could not forget to work hard to improve his own strength. At the very least, he had to have the ability to protect himself. Whether it was Peach Blossom Island or the star-picking sect, they were now Xiao Ruofei's assets. "Master, the structure of the Stellar Evolution Formation is also stored here. The old slave will go and find it for you," Luo Qingfeng said. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "All right, I'll take a look at the structure of this formation first. Since it was laid out by the ancestors of the star-picking sect, it must be very good. I may not be able to improve it. Master, the Stellar Evolution Formation is still far inferior to the Great Void Mystical Clear Formation on Peach Blossom Island." Luo Qingfeng said, "Therefore, I believe that Master will be able to come up with a better plan to further strengthen the star-picking sect's defenses." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "The Great Void Mystical Clear Formation was successfully laid out mainly because the terrain there originally formed a natural formation. I only made some modifications. You can say that I took advantage of the situation. If I were to lay out such a large formation out of thin air, I'm afraid that even if I were given another 50 years, I still wouldn't be able to do it. Master is too modest." Luo Qingfeng said, "Master is the most talented young man I've ever seen. Whether it is in terms of cultivation or the Tao of formations, you make the old slave feel ashamed of his inferiority. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself, actually, my strongest point is in the Tao of space. The things you said are only slightly better than the average cultivator. As he spoke, Luo Qingfeng took out a key from his storage ring and opened a cabinet in the corner of the room. Carefully, he took out a piece of paper. Xiao Ruofei took it and glanced at it. The paper was made of animal skin, but he couldn't tell what kind of animal skin it was. Because it was too old, the paper was mottled with traces, and the drawings and words on it were somewhat blurred. However, as long as he looked closely, he could still make out what it was. Xiao Ruofei opened the paper and looked at it carefully under the light. What surprised Xiao Ruofei was that the star-picking sect already used electric lights. Even the star-picking tower was filled with very bright LED lights. According to Luo Qingfeng, this was a set of power generation equipment that Wang Boshan had specially brought in. The power station and substation were both located near a mountain stream not far from the sect. They used the difference in the flow of the water to generate electricity and transmit it to the sect. Of course, these facilities were also maintained by special disciples. At the same time, they were also hidden by array formations. In order to introduce electricity to the sect, Wang Boshan had specially transferred a group of disciples from the sect to the School of Electricity for training. The construction and maintenance of the facilities were all done by this group of disciples. Xiao Ruofei's current level of array formation was much higher than when he set up the Great Void Mystical Clear Formation on Peach Blossom Island. Although he spent most of his time studying the Tao of space when he was trapped in the ore for 1,000 years, he still needed to use his brain sometimes. Therefore, he took out the knowledge in the Inheritance Jade Talisman to study. Although the time he spent on studying was very small, it was still a very long time in the span of 1,000 years. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei basically studied all the ancient books on array formation in the Inheritance Jade Talisman thoroughly. The same went for other miscellaneous studies. However, he didn't have much opportunity to practice in the ore space. In any case, his current level of array formation theory was much higher than before. Xiao Ruofei didn't have a direct idea of how much it had improved. However, he could easily understand this blueprint. This could be considered a direct reflection. If it was in the past, it would probably take him a long time to study this blueprint clearly. But now, Xiao Ruofei could clearly simulate the operation of the entire array just by looking at the blueprint. Furthermore, unlike Luo Qingfeng, who only knew how to operate the formation, Xiao Ruofei could tell at a glance why the genius elder from the star-plucking sect had set up the formation in such a way. He only needed to ponder a little before he could figure out why the genius elder from the star-plucking sect had set up the formation. Luo Qingfeng didn't dare to disturb Xiao Ruofei and stood quietly beside him. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, was concentrating on studying the blueprint. After looking at it for half an hour, he let out a long sigh of relief and carefully folded the blueprint. Xiao Ruofei had to admit that the array that the genius elder had set up back then was indeed very advanced and ingenious. Even Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but praise it when he saw it. One could imagine that the star-plucking sect's ancestor must have been extremely talented in array formation theory. However, the star-plucking sect's heritage wasn't particularly deep. No matter how talented that genius elder was, he didn't have the unique learning conditions that Xiao Ruofei did. It was impossible for him to come into contact with so many array formation books from so many different schools. To put it bluntly, his vision was still somewhat narrow. Vision determined the structure. This star evolution array was exquisite, but the overall structure was still not grand enough. At least, that was the case in Xiao Ruofei's eyes. After he finished studying the blueprint, although he hadn't checked the array formation or the control core yet, he had basically formed a few directions for improvement in his mind. This made Xiao Ruofei feel slightly relieved. If he found that he couldn't make any changes after looking at it for half a day, then it would really be a bit embarrassing. Luo Qingfeng looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked with a trace of expectation, "Master, what do you think? Is there any room for improvement in our sect protecting array?" Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "I've already studied the blueprint for a while. I'll look at it again in a moment and test it out if necessary. If my judgment isn't wrong, there should be a few areas that can be improved." Luo Qingfeng was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "That's great. Master, how do you need this old slave to cooperate? Please tell me. Other than Luo Qingfeng's most trusted disciple, only Luo Qingfeng himself could control this sect-protecting array. This was a rule that had been passed down for generations in the star-plucking sect. And the only one who could truly control the array was Luo Qingfeng himself. The reason why a trusted disciple was arranged to learn part of the array's control function was to prevent a strong enemy from attacking when the sect leader wasn't in the sect. Although the sect-protecting array would automatically activate its defense when it was attacked, if there was no one to control the array, its defensive power would be much weaker. When Luo Qingfeng heard Xiao Ruofei say that there was room for improvement, his first thought was to fully cooperate with Xiao Ruofei. Whatever Xiao Ruofei wanted to test the array, he would spare no effort to cooperate. Xiao Ruofei heard this and said with a smile, "Just watch from the side. If there's a problem with my control, remind me in time." Ah? Luo Qingfeng was stunned. He hadn't taught Xiao Ruofei how to control the array beforehand. Could it be that this thing could be taught without a teacher? Before Luo Qingfeng could react, Xiao Ruofei had already taken out a few spirit stones with a flip of his hand and skillfully inserted them into the array's control core. Then, he pressed his hands on the control core and released his spiritual power slightly. This star evolution array was usually in a hidden state and only retained its basic defensive function, so the energy required was naturally very small. But when it was necessary to test the array's various functions, more spirit stones had to be inserted to ensure the supply of energy. After Luo Qingfeng saw Xiao Ruofei's skillful operation, the control core lit up slightly and began to operate smoothly. This scene made Luo Qingfeng dumbstruck. He had controlled this array for decades, so he didn't need to release his spiritual power to confirm the array's defensive function had been completely activated. Then, Xiao Ruofei changed his hand movements and the way his spiritual power operated several times. The array was like an obedient child, constantly changing and displaying various functions under Xiao Ruofei's control. While Xiao Ruofei was controlling the array, his spiritual power had already radiated out. Not only was he observing the operation of the array in the entire Zhaixing Lu, but he was also extending it further to observe the state of the array's operation. He was also verifying some of the judgments he had made when he looked at the blueprint. After a while, Xiao Ruofei withdrew the spirit stones. At this time, the star evolution array obediently returned to its dormant standby state. Luo Qingfeng's head was dizzy at this time, and he felt like he was dreaming. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Qingfeng, I've already seen through it. But I still need to think about how to improve it. There are a few embryonic plans, and I have to confirm the direction of improvement before perfecting them. It may take 2 or 3 days." Luo Qingfeng came back to his senses, but he was still somewhat flabbergasted. The operation of the star evolution array was very complicated. When he was first confirmed as the successor to the sect master, he had to learn for more than 2 months before he could barely master it, and this was under the circumstances of someone teaching him. But Xiao Ruofei was completely self-taught. He had only studied the blueprint for half an hour, and he was actually able to operate it so skillfully. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Moreover, he heard Xiao Ruofei say that he had actually formed several embryonic plans in such a short time. From Xiao Ruofei's words, it seemed that he wanted to pick a plan and perfect it. Since when was modifying a sect-protecting array as easy as eating and drinking? And he could actually be so picky. If he wasn't a genius, then how could those so-called geniuses of the other sects endure it? Qingfeng? Xiao Ruofei looked at Luo Qingfeng's dazed expression and couldn't help but call out to him. Luo Qingfeng came back to his senses and hurriedly replied, "Master, old slave is really too shocked. I originally wanted to explain to Master how to control this star evolution array, but I never thought that Master would be able to do it on his own. This old slave is really a frog at the bottom of a well. This is all from looking at the blueprint," Xiao Ruofei said. "As long as you completely understand the blueprint and understand how to operate the array, it won't be difficult to control it. It's not difficult to know how to do it." Luo Qingfeng suddenly felt as if he had been hit by tens of thousands of critical hits. He still hadn't figured out the principle of the star evolution array. He only knew how to control the array according to the control method taught to him by the old sect master. As far as he knew, there weren't many sect masters of the star-picking sect who truly understood the principle of this array. Most of them only knew how to do it but didn't know how to do it. Xiao Ruofei had only spent half an hour to completely understand the principle of the entire array. Now, he actually said so casually, it's not difficult to know how to do it. If Xiao Ruofei wasn't Luo Qingfeng's master, he probably wouldn't be able to stop himself from cutting ties with Xiao Ruofei. This was really too infuriating. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Seeing Luo Qingfeng in a daze, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Qingfeng, there's nothing for you to do here. Leave the blueprint of the array formation and go do your work. I need to think about how to improve the array formation. Only then did Luo Qingfeng come to his senses. He hurriedly said, yes. Master, this old slave will take his leave first. Luo Qingfeng respectfully bowed to Xiao Ruofei, then left the control room. After leaving the room, the first thing he did was to go to Zhai Xinglu and instruct the disciples on guard to call Wang Boshan to Zhai Xinglu. Wang Boshan had already returned to the Zhai Xing sect for a few days, but Luo Qingfeng had been following Xiao Ruofei all this time and had not been in the sect. Naturally, he hadn't arranged any specific tasks for Wang Boshan, so he had been idle all this time. When Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng returned to the Zhai Xing sect together yesterday, the soul imprint in Wang Boshan's body naturally sensed it. In fact, it was also easy for Xiao Ruofei to sense Wang Boshan if he wanted to, but he didn't pay attention to such trivial matters. Hearing the sect master's summons, Wang Boshan hurriedly rushed to Zhai Xinglu. Luo Qingfeng was waiting on the first floor of Zhai Xinglu. When Wang Boshan saw Luo Qingfeng, he hurriedly bowed and said, Sect master, you were looking for me? Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, Boshan, you've been back in the sect for some time. I've been rather busy during this time and didn't have time to arrange your matters, Wang Boshan hurriedly said. Boshan is free from worldly affairs because of master and sect master's great kindness. Waiting for a while is nothing. Oh right, sect master, did master also come to our sect? Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, Master is also in Zhai Xinglu, but he's in seclusion and doesn't have time to see you for the time being. Yes. Master's business is more important. Wang Boshan quickly said. Boshan, have you dealt with the matters in the secular world? Luo Qingfeng asked. Wang Boshan quickly said, yes. Junior brother Chen is very smart. Before he joined the sect, he went to university and majored in business administration. However, he has been in the sect for more than 10 years, so he doesn't know much about the outside world. After I taught him for a while, he got the hang of it. In addition, according to your instructions, I have already transferred the sect's secular businesses to Junior Brother Chen. This disciple believes that with Junior Brother Chen's ability, he will definitely be able to manage our sect's secular businesses even better. Luo Qingfeng said lightly, that's good. This way, I can arrange your affairs with peace of mind. Wang Boshan was overjoyed. Even in his dreams, he wanted to learn better cultivation methods in the sect. In the past, because of his ordinary talent, there was no such possibility. Now, because of Xiao Ruofei, he was summoned back to the sect. Moreover, even sect master Luo Qingfeng was Xiao Ruofei's sole slave. In Wang Boshan's view, he and Luo Qingfeng were essentially the same status. With this layer of relationship, his position in the Zhai Xinglu sect would definitely be very high in the future. It seemed that being captured on Taoyuan Island might have been a good thing. Wang Boshan's thoughts turned quickly, and he quickly bowed his head and said, Thank you master and sect master for your cultivation. No matter what, he must always put his master first. Even if Luo Qingfeng was the sect master, there was no exception. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said lightly, Come closer. Wang Boshan thought that Luo Qingfeng was going to personally teach him cultivation methods and instruct him personally. He was overjoyed and quickly took a few steps forward respectfully. When he arrived in front of Luo Qingfeng, he lowered his head and bowed his head respectfully. Luo Qingfeng gently placed his hand on Wang Boshan's head. Wang Boshan felt strange. If he was a child, Luo Qingfeng's action could be explained by affection. But he was already a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, and he was also a little bald. Luo Qingfeng reached out and stroked his head. Could it be that he had some bad taste? Although he was not used to it, Wang Boshan did not dare to avoid it. Instead, he forced a smile and looked very respectful. At this moment, Luo Qingfeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. He spat out primordial qi from his palm, and a strong and fierce force directly rushed into Wang Bashan's brain from his Baihui acupoint. The smile on Wang Bashan's face suddenly froze. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief, and at the same time a trace of confusion. A Jingdan stage cultivator was so close to him. How could Wang Bashan, whose cultivation level was so low, have any reaction? Basically, the moment the primordial qi was spat out, the inside of his brain had already turned into a mass of paste. Wang Bashan did not understand until his death why Luo Qingfeng wanted to kill him. However, he could only carry this question with him as he sank into the endless darkness. Luo Qingfeng expressionlessly watched Wang Bashan fall softly in front of him. There was not the slightest ripple in his heart. Even if it was not Xiao Ruofei's order, killing a low-level cultivator was not a problem for Luo Qingfeng. To be able to become the head of a sect in the cultivation world and reach the Jingdan stage, which one of them was not ruthless and decisive? Which one of them had not experienced life and death battles, and had gone through a narrow escape? Luo Qingfeng directly took out a small bottle of powder from his storage ring. After opening the bottle, he gently sprinkled some on Wang Bashan's body. Soon, Wang Bashan's corpse made a sizzling sound, and in a short while, it turned into a pool of blood. Even his clothes and other items all melted in the blood. Luo Qingfeng unhurriedly sprinkled another kind of powder. The blood on the ground quickly solidified, leaving behind a small pile of powder. Luo Qingfeng waved his hand, and the powder was directly sent out of Zhaixing Lu, drifting in the wind. Wang Bashan, such a big living person, disappeared into thin air without leaving the slightest trace. Upstairs, Xiao Ruofei had already taken out a pen and paper from the ring-to space. While thinking, he wrote and drew on the paper, recording some of his thoughts. When Wang Bashan was killed by Luo Qingfeng's palm, an invisible line in Xiao Ruofei's Sea of Soul was instantly broken, and quickly disappeared. Xiao Ruofei stopped, and thoughtfully swept downstairs with his spiritual power. In fact, he knew that Wang Bashan was already dead, but he finally confirmed it. The order to execute Wang Bashan was personally issued by Xiao Ruofei. For such a heinous scum who deserved to die, Xiao Ruofei naturally did not have any psychological burden. Xiao Ruofei used his spiritual power to see that Luo Qingfeng was disposing of Wang Bashan's body. He secretly nodded, and said to himself, Qingfeng's ability to execute orders is not bad. Disposing of Wang Bashan was only a small matter. Since Luo Qingfeng completed it in time, Xiao Ruofei naturally would not ask any more questions. He quickly bent over the table and began to draw again. Improving the Great Star Evolution formation was still relatively tedious. Although Xiao Ruofei already had some directions for improvement, when it came to implementing the specific plan, he still had to consider all aspects of the original formation. This was a great test of his level of formation Dao. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei's level of formation Dao theory had made a qualitative leap after being trapped for thousands of years. In addition, his spiritual power had also reached the late stage of spirit assembly, which was not inferior to some late-stage Aurus core cultivators. Therefore, his calculation and deduction speed was much faster than before. Xiao Ruofei was so engrossed in studying the plan to improve the formation that he did not notice the passage of time at all. After Luo Qingfeng dealt with Wang Bashan, he immediately returned to this floor and personally stood guard in the corridor. As for the other disciples who were originally working in Zhaixing Lu, they were still restricted to the outer perimeter and were strictly forbidden from coming within 50 meters of Zhaixing Lu. Studying formation Dao was actually a very interesting thing in Xiao Ruofei's eyes. Especially the improvement of the original foundation, Xiao Ruofei felt as if he was conversing with an ancestor from hundreds of years ago. He believed that if that ancestor of the Zhaixing Lu was still alive, he would definitely feel that he was a soulmate. Because now, Xiao Ruofei almost completely understood every consideration that ancestor had when setting up the Great Star Evolution formation. It could be said that his understanding of this formation was not inferior to that genius elder of the Zhaixing Lu who had personally set up the formation all those years ago. The formation control room was one of the most heavily guarded rooms in Zhaixing Lu. Other than a thick and heavy door, there were not even any windows here, and the surroundings were also made of very strong defensive materials. The room was lit with fluorescent lights, and Xiao Ruofei did not know whether it was day or night outside. He was already completely immersed in the joy of improving the formation. Unknowingly, a large pile of waste paper had been thrown around the table. These were all things that Xiao Ruofei had casually pinched and then tossed to the side after overturning his own ideas. There was also a stack of printed paper on the table. Some of them were densely filled with words, while others were drawn with various formation patterns. Whether it was the words or the patterns, they were all somewhat sloppy. Only Xiao Ruofei knew that every stroke of these patterns was the crystallization of his wisdom. Finally, Xiao Ruofei threw away the pen in his hand and heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt relaxed all over. He had already drafted what he felt was a very perfect improvement plan. Xiao Ruofei quickly arranged the papers on the table and placed them in order. Then, she walked over to open the door. Luo Qingfeng was waiting in the corridor not far away. When he heard the sound, he quickly walked over, bowed and said, "Master." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and asked, "Qingfeng, have you already dealt with Wang Boshan?" "Yes. I already dealt with him yesterday. I wanted to report to Master as soon as possible, but the old slave was worried that he would interrupt Master's train of thought," Luo Qingfeng said. Xiao Ruofei had been in the formation control room for a day and a night. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. Well done." Then he showed the stack of printed paper in his hand and said with a smile, "I have finished the improvement plan for the formation. In the next 1 or 2 days, we will seize the time to improve this formation." Luo Qingfeng was overjoyed and said gratefully, "Thank you, Master. Master has worked tirelessly for the star-picking sect. The old slave represents all the disciples of the star-picking sect and thanks Master." After he finished speaking, Luo Qingfeng's knees went soft and he was about to kneel down. Xiao Ruofei released a bit of elemental energy and directly supported Luo Qingfeng. He said indifferently, "Qingfeng, I don't do this here. In fact, I had no choice but to use the soul seal on you. After all, my strength was far inferior to yours. If I hadn't used it, I would have been in danger. Although we are master and servant in name, I have never treated you as slaves. As long as you work hard under me, you will live the same life as before, and even better than before." "Yes. The old slave understands," Luo Qingfeng said with his head slightly bowed. If Luo Qingfeng had been a little unwilling to be controlled by the soul seal at the beginning, then after this period of time, especially after Xiao Ruofei had repeatedly revealed his unbelievable talent and ability, his worship of Xiao Ruofei was now ingrained in his bones. Even without the soul seal, Luo Qingfeng would still be obedient to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei handed the top sheet of printed paper to Luo Qingfeng and said, "These are the materials needed to improve the formation. See if the sect can gather them. If not, arrange for people to buy them as soon as possible. Don't waste too much time on this matter." "Yes. The old slave will arrange it right away," Luo Qingfeng said without hesitation. Luo Qingfeng had never thought of looking at Xiao Ruofei's improvement plan. He couldn't understand it even if he looked at it. Moreover, he had a kind of blind trust in Xiao Ruofei for no reason. He was not worried that Xiao Ruofei would fail to improve the formation and destroy the original Star Evolution Great Formation instead. After Luo Qingfeng took the list of materials, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he said, "Master, the old slave has something to ask you." "Go ahead," Xiao Ruofei said. The old slave considers that Master will be personally involved in the improvement of the sect's great formation, and that Master will definitely appear in the star-picking sect frequently in the future. Therefore, the old slave is thinking, should I arrange an official identity for Master? Luo Qingfeng asked carefully. Although the disciples don't dare to question the sect master, the old slave thinks that an official identity would be better. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "That's fine. Just arrange it as you see fit." Luo Qingfeng was already the sect master of the star-picking sect. He could not arrange for Xiao Ruofei to be the grand sect master. Then, would the star-picking sect be under the surname Luo or Xia? Of course, in reality, the star-picking sect was already Xiao Ruofei's. This was already destined from the moment Luo Qingfeng was controlled by the soul seal. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not care about the empty titles. Since Luo Qingfeng wanted to arrange it, he would not object. Luo Qingfeng hurriedly said, "Yes, Master." This is what the old slave is thinking, Master. I'll arrange for Master to be the Grand Elder. Perhaps he was worried that Xiao Ruofei would be unhappy, but he quickly explained, Master, in our star-picking sect, the Grand Elder is not a permanent position, nor does it lead the other elders. To be precise, it is an honorary position. It is usually given to cultivators who have been of great help to the sect and who have deep ties with the sect. The Grand Elder's status is very honorable and is on the same level as the sect master. The only difference is that the Grand Elder does not participate in the specific affairs of the sect. However, the Grand Elder's orders are basically equivalent to the sect master's orders to the disciples of the star-picking sect. To put it bluntly, the Grand Elder's position was powerful enough and did not require any specific tasks. It was indeed very suitable for Xiao Ruofei. Yu Luo Qingfeng continued to explain, Master, the old slave wants to announce to the public that you are the disciple of a reclusive nascent soul stage Grandmaster. You used to live in seclusion in the mountains with this Grandmaster. This time, you came to the outside world to cultivate under the orders of the Grandmaster. In this way, your identity is deeply related to the star-picking sect. In addition, the transformation of the sect-protecting formation has greatly helped the sect. Thus, it is reasonable to grant you the title of Great Elder. Moreover, the next step is to screen the disciples on a large scale. With this identity, it is more justifiable. After Luo Qingfeng finished speaking in one breath, he looked at Xiao Ruofei with some apprehension and asked, Master, these are some of the old slave's superficial ideas. However, the title of Great Elder is a little unfair to you. What do you think? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, the arrangement is quite good. Let's do it. Luo Qingfeng immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, Master, the old slave will summon all the disciples and announce this immediately. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, Go. I'll continue to study this star evolution grand array. Call me when you're ready. Yes. Master, the old slave will take his leave. Luo Qingfeng said quickly. Soon, a melodious bell sounded in the star-picking sect. All the disciples in the sect stopped what they were doing and listened carefully. Every time the bell sounded, it was a big event. When everyone finally confirmed that the bell had sounded 9 times, they hurriedly stopped what they were doing and hurried to a large hall not far from the north side of the star-picking tower. When the bell sounded 9 times, all the disciples in the sect had to gather at the inquiring heaven hall within the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Those who were late or did not arrive would be severely punished. In serious cases, they would be expelled from the sect or even executed. After Luo Qingfeng returned to the sect 2 days ago, the star-picking tower was completely closed. Even the core disciples were not allowed to go near it. Now that the bell had rung to summon all the disciples, everyone realized that something big must have happened. After all the disciples entered the hall, they couldn't help but shut their mouths. The solemn atmosphere here made it so that no one dared to make a sound. Even if they had many questions in their hearts, no one dared to whisper to each other. Rows of futons were neatly arranged in the spacious hall. Everyone found their own seats according to seniority, time of entry, cultivation level, and so on, and sat down cross-legged. The entire Ask Heaven's hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was waiting quietly. After a while, Sect Master Luo Qingfeng's figure appeared on the high platform at the front of the main hall. Standing beside him was a young cultivator, but the disciples of the star-picking sect did not recognize him. Everyone stared intently at the high platform, wanting to know why the sect leader had gathered everyone here. Luo Qingfeng's face was dignified. After looking around, he opened his mouth and said, Today, all the disciples of the sect have gathered at the inquiring heaven hall to announce an important matter. After speaking, Luo Qingfeng leaned to the side, highlighting Xiao Ruofei. Then, he said, This person beside me is the personal disciple of a reclusive nascent soul ancestor of the star-seizing sect, Xia Tian. When Xiao Ruofei walked around the cultivation world, he used the identity and appearance of Xia Tian. With his current cultivation level, it was not difficult for him to maintain his appearance for a long time. When the star-seizing sect disciples heard this, they were so shocked that they even forgot the rules. After a short period of dumbfounded silence, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. Of course, the focus of everyone's attention was not the young Xia Tian, but the nascent soul ancestor that Luo Qingfeng spoke of. In the current cultivation world, the highest level of combat power was the Golden Core cultivators. The cultivation world sects were mainly ranked according to the number of Golden Core cultivators they had. The so-called top sects, first-rate sects, and second-rate sects were all ranked according to whether or not they had Golden Core cultivators, and how many Golden Core cultivators they had. However, apart from Golden Core cultivators, there were all kinds of legends in the cultivation world, all of which were related to nascent soul cultivators. For example, the Tianyi sect, which had vaguely become the #1 sect, not only had many Golden Core cultivators, but everyone also believed that the Tianyi sect had a nascent soul cultivator overseeing it. In other sects, there were also endless rumors about reclusive nascent soul cultivators, and it was difficult to distinguish whether they were true or false. But no matter what, nascent soul cultivators were clearly a deterrent force. Perhaps no one had seen a nascent soul cultivator in all these years, but if a sect had a nascent soul cultivator as its backer, then even if the sect did not have a Golden Core cultivator overseeing it, ordinary sects would not easily provoke them. The star-plucking sect's strength had been constantly declining over the years, and their status in the cultivation world was also declining day by day. If they really had a nascent soul ancestor, then it would undoubtedly be a boost to their morale. How could everyone not be excited when they heard this news? Luo Qingfeng heard the buzzing noise below and couldn't help but frown slightly. He shouted in a deep voice, "Silence!" All the disciples immediately fell silent and tightly shut their mouths. Luo Qingfeng then continued, "Junior Marshal Brother Xia has been following that nascent soul cultivator in seclusion since he was a child. Now that he has made some small achievements, the ancestor ordered him to enter the cultivation world and cultivate, so he conveniently returned to the star-plucking sect. In fact, according to seniority, Junior Marshal Brother Xia is several generations older than me, but Junior Marshal Brother Xia insists on treating me as an equal and addressing me as Senior Marshal Brother." Junior Marshal Brother Xia also said that this was the nascent soul ancestor's intention. "I don't dare to disobey an elder's order, so I can only accept it." Luo Qingfeng's words were naturally meant to elevate Xia Ruofei's seniority. Actually, for the disciples below, they really didn't care too much about this. After all, Xia Ruofei's status was already incomparably noble, so it didn't matter to them whether he was high or low in seniority. However, they were still very excited because Luo Qingfeng's words were so convincing. Clearly, that nascent soul ancestor's words were very true. Luo Qingfeng continued, "The ancestor ordered that Junior Marshal Brother Xia must enter the cultivation world and thus cannot formally join the star-plucking sect. However, although the ancestor has been wandering the world for many years, he still cares about the sect. He ordered Junior Marshal Brother Xia to return to the star-plucking sect to help improve the star evolution formation that protects the sect. Secondly, he ordered Junior Marshal Brother Xia to once again examine each disciple's foundation using a secret technique unique to the sect so that he can better teach according to their aptitude and further improve the overall strength of the star-plucking sect." The second matter Luo Qingfeng mentioned was actually a good reason for Xia Ruofei to examine each disciple. After hearing this, the disciples of the star-plucking sect were all incomparably excited. They finally shifted the focus of their attention to that ridiculously young Xia Tian. The nascent soul ancestor was too far away from them, but the nascent soul direct disciple was right in front of them. Moreover, just now, the sect master had said that this nascent soul direct disciple would personally examine each disciple's foundation. Perhaps someone with outstanding aptitude would be able to catch the eye of this person and change their fate and soar to the heavens. Whether it was the cultivation world or the secular world, the majority of people with mediocre aptitude were always the majority. In the cultivation sects, the vast majority of disciples wouldn't achieve much in their lives. However, no one was willing to be a member of this mediocre army. Even if reality had told them countless times that they were mediocre, they still wouldn't accept their fate. Xia Ruofei's appearance undoubtedly caused that trace of fantasy to sprout in everyone's hearts. Although the effects of my current cultivation technique are mediocre, perhaps it's because I haven't found a suitable cultivation technique in the past. This is the direct disciple of a nascent soul cultivator. Perhaps when he examines my foundation, he'll discover that I'm actually a genius. Luo Qingfeng naturally didn't care about the rich fantasies in the hearts of the disciples. As long as they remained silent and didn't whisper to each other, it was fine. Luo Qingfeng continued, although the sect master has already forbidden junior martial brother Xia from officially joining the star-plucking sect, due to the deep relationship between junior martial brother Xia and our sect, as well as his contributions to the sect, I've decided to grant junior martial brother Xia the position of head elder. The disciples of the star-plucking sect all knew that the position of head elder wasn't an official position. It was only an honorary title. Granting the position of head elder naturally didn't count as going against the sect master's orders. At the same time, it also guaranteed Elder Xia's esteemed status in the star-plucking sect. This was indeed a very suitable choice. In fact, this highlighted the convenience of a small sect like the star-plucking sect. Luo Qingfeng was the only Oriscore cultivator here. Although the other disciples of the same generation as him were elders of the sect, in reality, they were only at the ore refining stage. As such, Luo Qingfeng was naturally able to keep his word. Absolute control meant that the upper echelons of the star-plucking sect didn't have to fight and scheme against each other. Of course, struggle was an eternal theme. However, Luo Qingfeng was able to remain aloof from such struggles. For example, this time, no one questioned Luo Qingfeng's words in the slightest. Everyone believed him without the slightest doubt. As for Luo Qingfeng's decision to grant such a young cultivator the position of head elder, none of the other elders had any objections. Luo Qingfeng then gave Xia Ruofei a medallion that represented the status of head elder. After a simple ceremony, Luo Qingfeng solemnly said, "The position of head elder is incomparably esteemed. Although head elder doesn't participate in the day-to-day management of the sect, everyone in the sect must respect head elder as much as they respect me. From now on, head elder's orders are equivalent to my orders. If any disciple of the star-plucking sect dares to disobey, they will be severely punished." In reality, Luo Qingfeng's original intention was to set up a position even higher than the sect master's. How could he be on equal footing with the sect master? However, he also knew that this wasn't very realistic. Moreover, the disciples of the sect would become suspicious. The current solution was clearly the best choice. Luo Qingfeng's words were full of murderous intent. The disciples below the high platform, including some elders of the same generation as Luo Qingfeng, couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Xia Ruofei's status as a personal disciple of the nascent soul stage was already very intimidating. Now that he had the support of the sect master, who had reached the golden core stage, how could anyone dare to disagree with this head elder? Xia Ruofei's expression was indifferent as he stood on the high platform. He appeared to be unfazed by both praise and humiliation. This caused the disciples of the star-picking sect below to revere him even more. How many cultivators of his age could remain so calm when they were suddenly given the high position of Grand Elder of a first-rate sect? Everyone believed that this head elder Xia's status as a personal disciple of the nascent soul stage was even more believable. Presumably, only a disciple personally taught by a nascent soul stage expert could be so indifferent. In fact, Xia Ruofei's calmness was certainly not an act. However, it had nothing to do with the fact that he was a nascent soul stage expert. His confidence naturally came from his own strength. In the star-plucking sect, no one, including Luo Qingfeng, was his opponent. Even if a group of people attacked him, he still had many trump cards and could easily escape unscathed. Moreover, for such a medium-sized sect, he didn't even care to be the sect master. What was there to be excited about with such an honorary position as the head elder? Luo Qingfeng then announced that under the leadership of Xia Ruofei, the sect's guardian star evolution formation would be improved. When the time came, the sect's headquarters would definitely be impregnable. At the same time, he also announced that everyone's bone structure test would soon be conducted. It would also be presided over by Xia Ruofei. In the future, according to the results of everyone's bone structure test, resources would be reallocated and more suitable cultivation methods would be arranged. Including those who were working outside or carrying out missions, they would also be recalled in batches. In short, no one would be left behind in this bone structure test. Until Luo Qingfeng announced the disbandment, many disciples of the star-plucking sect were still in a dream. Their own sect suddenly had a Yuanying stage master as a backer, and there was also a great elder in his 20s. In addition, the sect's guardian star array was already very powerful, but it still needed to be further improved. There was also the bone structure test, which was closely related to everyone. In the heavenly palace, no one dared to act rashly. After coming out, naturally, they could no longer hold back the excitement in their hearts and began to talk about it in twos and threes. When Luo Qingfeng and Xiao Ruofei saw this scene, they did not stop it. There was no wall in the world that didn't leak. For such a large sect, the news announced in public would definitely be leaked. In fact, Xiao Ruofei also did it deliberately. At the auction, in fact, many elders of the sect forces had noticed Xiao Ruofei, including the Luoya sect's head Xiaoqingyang and others. They were all wondering if there was a yuanying stage-old monster behind Xiao Ruofei. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain how a young man in his 20s could take out various cultivation methods and rare prescriptions. In fact, Xiao Ruofei did not deliberately hide it, but because he had also reached the golden core stage, coupled with the special characteristics of the Dao arts, even a late golden core stage cultivator would find it difficult to see through his cultivation. However, those sect elders would definitely not think of that. They would never think that Xiao Ruofei had broken through to the golden core stage. After all, he was too young, so these people naturally thought that Xiao Ruofei used a very powerful method to hide his actual cultivation. Since everyone had such a guess, Xiao Ruofei simply used this public appearance as an opportunity to spread the news. In this way, those forces that had already begun to covet the star-picking sect would definitely be very afraid, which would also give the star-picking sect more time to develop. Luo Qingfeng accompanied Xiao Ruofei back to the star-picking tower and respectfully asked Xiao Ruofei to rest first. He personally went to prepare the materials needed to transform the formation. Although the star-plucking sect was not particularly powerful, it was still a large sect that had been passed down for several hundred years. The materials that Xiao Ruofei had listed out were all gathered in the star-plucking sect's storehouse. This saved Xiao Ruofei a lot of trouble. Otherwise, he would have to go out and search for or purchase them. Even if the materials were not particularly rare, it would be a waste of time. Since the materials were all gathered, Xiao Ruofei also used the time that Luo Qingfeng had taken to prepare the materials to run through his modification plan. After confirming that there were no problems, Xiao Ruofei began to lead Luo Qingfeng to modify the entire sect's protective formation from star-plucking tower. The remodeling took about 2 days. Xiao Ruofei had used the original star evolution formation to the greatest extent possible. He had cleverly mixed in some of his ideas on formation theory. Therefore, the modification was not very drastic. The time and materials spent were also not very high. During the modification process, Xiao Ruofei would also explain the process to Luo Qingfeng. He did not expect Luo Qingfeng to completely understand the entire formation. However, it would at least increase his understanding of the formation's principles. This would also be of great help to him in controlling formations in the future. After the modification was complete, Xiao Ruofei personally tested the formation. The entire formation operated smoothly and the effects were very obvious. In terms of defense, Xiao Ruofei estimated that it was at least 30% stronger than the original star evolution formation. In addition, the formation's offensive capabilities were also much stronger. In terms of gathering spirit energy, the original star evolution formation was not very obvious. It was probably because the genius elder of the star-plucking sect did not have a deep understanding of spirit energy gathering formations. In addition, this kind of comprehensive formation required the integration of all its functions. Therefore, this was the original star evolution formation's weakness. Xiao Ruofei made specific adjustments. The moment the formation was activated, the effects were immediately apparent. It turned out that the cultivation environment of the star-plucking sect was only slightly better than that of the outside world. In fact, this was one of the reasons why the star-plucking sect had been on the decline over the years. The star evolution formation's defensive capabilities were extremely strong, but its ability to gather spiritual energy was its shortcoming. As a result, the cultivation environment within the sect was inferior to that of many other first-rate sections. While it might not be obvious in the short term, as time passed, the sect's overall strength would be severely affected. After Xiao Ruofei's key modifications, Luo Qingfeng immediately felt traces of spiritual energy converging from outside the formation as soon as it started operating. The spiritual energy gathering effect was several times better than before. Even the ordinary disciples of the star-seizing sect could sense the change. Cultivators were naturally very sensitive to spirit energy. Although the formation had just been activated and the concentration of spirit chi in the entire sect had not changed significantly, everyone could still feel the spirit chi concentration slowly increasing. Everyone knew that the sect master and the newly appointed first elder had been busy modifying the sect-protecting formation for the past 2 days. At first, some of the disciples were more or less worried. After all, the star evolution formation was the foundation of the star-plucking sect. The star-plucking sect had relied on this famous sect-protecting formation to survive many crises. That first elder was so young. Could he really modify a sect-protecting formation that had been operating for hundreds of years? What if the modification didn't work and instead damaged the sect-protecting formation? What would they do then? Unexpectedly, the sect-protecting formation had been modified in just 2 days. Moreover, as soon as it started operating, everyone immediately felt a completely different feeling. The concentration of spiritual energy was still slowly increasing. For the time being, they didn't know where the limit was. If it could double or triple, then the cultivation environment of the star-plucking sect would not be inferior to that of any first-rate sect. In fact, these disciples were a little too conservative. When Xiao Ruofei had designed the modification plan for the formation, he had planned to increase the concentration of spiritual energy by at least 3 times compared to the original formation. Moreover, he had also used his extensive knowledge and profound understanding of formation theory to successfully come up with a plan. After completing the modification today and truly operating the formation, Xiao Ruofei was finally completely relieved. The theoretical design had been tested in practice. Xiao Ruofei made a rough estimate. In terms of the concentration of spiritual energy, the modified formation was at least 3 times that of the original sect-protecting formation. This was already the most conservative estimate. Basically, after the formation had been operating for some time, the concentration of spiritual energy in the sect would reach a new equilibrium. Although there would still be a big gap between the concentration of spiritual energy and that of Peach Blossom Island, there shouldn't be any first-rate sect that could surpass the star-plucking sect. Even some of the top sects might not be able to reach this level of cultivation environment. The successful modification of the formation greatly boosted Luo Qingfeng's spirits. After expressing his gratitude to Xiao Ruofei, he quickly ordered his trusted disciples to announce the news to the entire sect. The disciples of the star-plucking sect had already felt the slow increase in the concentration of spiritual energy, so they had already guessed in their hearts. After the news was announced, everyone's guesses were confirmed. When the disciples of the star-plucking sect learned that the new Great Elder had modified the formation in just 2 days, not only had its defensive and offensive capabilities increased by several times, but even more exciting was that its ability to gather spiritual energy was actually several times better than before. One could imagine that it wouldn't be long before the star-plucking sect became an enviable cultivation paradise. As disciples who lived and cultivated in the sect, they were naturally the biggest beneficiaries. Moreover, the Great Elder would soon conduct a bone foundation test on everyone. This meant that everyone would have the opportunity to obtain a cultivation method that was more suitable for them. If they discovered a talent that they hadn't discovered before, they would also be given more resources. Originally, the continuous deterioration of the cultivation environment had caused many disciples of the star-plucking sect to lose confidence in their path of cultivation. However, this young Great Elder who had appeared out of nowhere had brought them great hope. In an instant, Xiao Ruofei's reputation in the star-plucking sect had reached a peak. If it was said that when he first took up the position, everyone was very respectful of him, but that was mostly because of the fabricated nascent soul grandmaster behind him and the deterrence of Luo Qingfeng, the sect master. But now, he had established a solid reputation for himself. It could be said that Xiao Ruofei's reputation in the star-plucking sect was second only to Luo Qingfeng's. It could even be said that he was on par with Luo Qingfeng. This was under the condition that no one knew his cultivation level. If the disciples knew that he was already a golden core cultivator at such a young age, and that he was even stronger than Luo Qingfeng, they would probably prostrate themselves in admiration of him. During the modification of the formation, Xiao Ruofei did not forget to pay attention to practitioner Yuntai, who was still in the cave of the Mountain Sea territory in the Ring 2 space. However, practitioner Yuntai's spiritual body seemed to have been severely damaged. After taking the initiative to communicate with him for a short while, he had not spoken again. Xiao Ruofei was worried that he would lose contact with practitioner Yuntai after the small space inside the ore moved, so he took the time to enter the Ring 2 space and personally used his spiritual power to investigate. He discovered that practitioner Yuntai seemed to have established a stable passage. Although the position of the space was constantly changing, Xiao Ruofei was still able to easily find the small space by following the beacon left behind by practitioner Yuntai. The result of his investigation was that practitioner Yuntai had entered a state similar to deep sleep. Perhaps this state was more conducive to the recovery of his spiritual body. Xiao Ruofei knew that under such circumstances, unless there was a life and death crisis, practitioner Yuntai would not react to external stimuli. Originally, Xiao Ruofei had a lot of questions to ask practitioner Yuntai, but under the current circumstances, he could only wait until practitioner Yuntai woke up. Of course, it was good news for Xiao Ruofei to confirm that layman Yuntai was not in danger and that the connection between him and the small space would not be severed. He finally felt at ease. The modification of the star evolution formation had been completed, so Xiao Ruofei was ready to leave. A lot of things had happened during this auction, and he had gained a lot. He needed some time to digest them. In addition, he had to give the 2 storage rings to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. There was also the wild tea he got from Qian. It could help a qi condensation cultivator break through a small realm. Of course, he had to share it with his close female friends. Furthermore, during the time he had been trapped in the ore space, he had used his free time to study all the ancient books on formations in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. It could be said that his mastery of formations had improved by leaps and bounds. This time, he had modified the star evolution formation in the Star Caesar sect, which had been an opportunity for him to practice. He had combined a lot of theoretical knowledge with practice, which was actually very helpful to his understanding of formations. Xiao Ruofei felt that he had gained a lot. When he activated the Great Void Mystic Clear formation, it was based on his understanding of the Great Void Mystic Clear formation. Looking back now, it seemed that there was still a lot of room for improvement. In fact, the effects of the same formation set up by different formation masters would be very different. It was the same Great Void Mystical Clear formation. If it was set up by a master of array formation, the effect would definitely be much better than what Xiao Ruofei had done. The Great Void Mystic Clear formation on Peach Blossom Island was a natural formation, and Xiao Ruofei had only activated it. But now that his understanding was on a different level, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Xiao Ruofei felt that if he went back and modified the previous arrangement, he could at least increase the power of the Great Void Mystic Clear formation by another 10 or 20%. Moreover, this was not the limit. If Xiao Ruofei's formation skills could still improve in the future, there was still room for improvement. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei planned to return to Peach Blossom Island after leaving the star-picking sect. But before he left, he had one more thing to do, and that was to screen all the disciples of the star-picking sect. Now that the star-picking sect could be considered his property, he naturally would not allow any hidden dangers to exist. Luo Qingfeng had already made arrangements in advance. After the modification of the formation was completed, Xiao Ruofei gave the order, and the screening began immediately. Luo Qingfeng had originally wanted to let Xiao Ruofei rest, but Xiao Ruofei was anxious to get back and wanted to finish everything as soon as possible. Luo Qingfeng naturally did not dare to disobey his wishes. Therefore, all the disciples of the star-picking sect were gathered and entered star-picking tower one by one to undergo Xiao Ruofei's bone foundation test. Starting from Luo Qingfeng's fellow disciples, who were the elders of the star-picking sect, everyone underwent the test. In the star-picking sect, Luo Qingfeng was the only Aurus core stage cultivator. The highest level of cultivation among the elders was only at Qi refining stage level 9. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power had already entered the late stage of the spirit gathering stage after thousands of years of polishing in the ore space. He was basically unparalleled in the entire cultivation world. Therefore, these elders and ordinary disciples were no different in front of Xiao Ruofei. In particular, everyone was unguarded against Xiao Ruofei. When Xiao Ruofei told them to open their minds for the bone foundation test, everyone naturally followed his instructions. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was able to hypnotize them in an instant. The test was carried out very quickly. In less than a day, except for those who were working outside, everyone had undergone the test. When Xiao Ruofei was testing the disciples of the star-picking sect, Luo Qingfeng personally stood guard outside and was responsible for calling out the numbers. Therefore, he did not know the results of everyone's test. Xiao Ruofei did not say anything either. Just like an assembly line, after everyone had been tested, he called Luo Qingfeng in. Luo Qingfeng had already ordered all the disciples to leave star-picking tower. As soon as he entered the room, he bowed to Xiao Ruofei and asked respectfully, "Master, how is the situation?" Luo Qingfeng felt a little uneasy. Although he had absolute control over the entire sect and could be said to mean what he said, he could not guarantee that everyone below him was reliable. He was even certain that there would definitely be spies in such a large sect, just like how the star-picking sect had also sent spies to other sects. Luo Qingfeng was worried that if there were too many problematic people, his master would inevitably have the impression that he was not capable enough. Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "The tests are all over. The overall situation is not bad. The basic disciples are basically quite loyal. Among the elders, there is one who is quite ambitious and is constantly thinking of replacing you. Although his strength is average, if you are not careful, you may be plotted against." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingfeng could not help sweating profusely. The ones he was not sure about were the low-level disciples. As for the elders, he was actually quite confident. Moreover, he had always treated them well. He did not expect that among his fellow disciples, there would actually be someone who was disloyal. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Luo Qingfeng and continued, "In addition, there were also 5 spies among the disciples. With such a large number of disciples, 5 spies are not considered too many. However, 3 of them came from the same sect. They colluded with each other and passed on a lot of information. You actually did not notice it. In addition, among the 5 spies, there is actually one who works in a core location like star-picking tower. Fortunately, I have already asked him. He was also just transferred in and did not dare to act for the time being, so there was not much damage done. However, the fact that there are spies in the core location has caused you to be on high alert." When Xiao Ruofei said this, his tone was very strict. Luo Qingfeng felt a chill run down his spine and broke out in a cold sweat. Luo Qingfeng said in a trembling voice, "Master, this old slave is incompetent. There are so many spies in the sect, but this old slave didn't realize it at all." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this now." Fortunately, there weren't any major losses. If even core secrets such as the blueprint of the sect protecting formation were leaked, the star-picking sect would be in grave danger. It's never too late to mend the pen after the sheep have been lost. Since we found out, we should get rid of them as soon as possible. Yes. This old slave obeys master's orders. Luo Qingfeng said hurriedly. He was also terrified. If Xiao Ruofei hadn't come to the star-picking sect this time and conducted a comprehensive screening of all the disciples, he really wouldn't have known anything. Especially since the spies had successfully infiltrated Jiaxing Lu, the danger was too great. He himself was living in Jiaxing Lu, and there were actually enemy spies in his bed. Although a golden core stage cultivator couldn't be plotted against under normal circumstances, there was no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. What if the enemy used some strange poison to harm him? Or took advantage of the critical moment when he was in closed-door cultivation to suddenly risk his life? If he was careless, there was a real possibility that he would fail miserably at such an easy task. Even if his own safety wasn't a big problem, there were too many secrets in Jiaxing Lu. If any of them were leaked, it would cause endless harm to the star-picking sect. It could be said that all the disciples who were selected to enter Jiaxing Lu were all disciples that Luo Qingfeng had personally inspected and found to be quite reliable. Even so, there was still a spy who had infiltrated. Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but feel ashamed. Xiao Ruofei casually picked up a piece of paper from the table and handed it to Luo Qingfeng. He said indifferently, "The elder who wants to replace you every day and the list of 5 spies are all here. You can deal with them as you see fit. In addition, among these disciples, there are some who have a strong sense of belonging to the sect and are dead set on you. I have also listed some of them. They should be the most reliable. If these people's talent is not bad, you can use them appropriately." Luo Qingfeng was deeply moved. Tears welled up in his eyes as he received the list with trembling hands. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Old slave, this old slave thanks master for giving the star-picking sect a new lease on life. Get up." Xiaoruofei said faintly, "It seems that this internal investigation is still very important. Arrange for the disciples outside to come back for inspection as soon as possible. Make sure that there are no hidden dangers." "Yes." The old slave has arranged a temporary rotation of people. Within 7 days, all the people outside will return to the sect. Luo Qingfeng said. Xiaoruofei said, "I can't wait that long, I have to go back to Peach Blossom Island first. Once I've dealt with these matters, I'll return to the star-plucking sect to screen the remaining disciples." "Yes, Master." Luo Qingfeng bowed his head and said. He did not look at the paper in his hand. Since Xiaoruofei had provided the list, the 5 spies could only meet one end. They could not escape. As for the ambitious elder, he did not intend to keep him around. Regardless of whether he was in the 9th or 8th level of qi refining, as long as he had not broken through to the golden core stage, he was no different from an ant in his eyes. Losing a qi refining elder was nothing to the star-plucking sect. Xiaoruofei had helped the star-plucking sect modify the sect's great protective formation. Very soon, the cultivation environment of the star-plucking sect would undergo earth-shattering changes. Furthermore, Xiaoruofei had also given him a method to cultivate psychic power. As a result, the qi-refining cultivators of the star-plucking sect would improve very quickly. At that time, there would be even more high-level qi-refining cultivators, and even golden core cultivators. Under these circumstances, Luo Qingfeng naturally did not care about a high-level qi-refining elder. Luo Qingfeng tightly clenched the paper and said respectfully, "Master, even if you're leaving, you should rest for a day or two first. You've been so busy with the star-plucking sect these past few days that you haven't stopped to rest." "This old slave feels very uneasy." Xiaoruofei smiled and said, "It's all right. Resting on the way is the same." Luo Qingfeng was slightly taken aback. He did not know that Xiaoruofei had already obtained a flying boat, one that was even more advanced than Xianxia's. He naturally thought that Xiaoruofei was flying back to Peach Blossom Island on his sword. Flying on a sword consumed a lot of energy, so how could he rest on the way? However, Luo Qingfeng did not dare to ask too much. Since Xiaoruofei had decided, he could only obey unconditionally. Xiaoruofei then took out a stack of papers that he had prepared beforehand and said indifferently, "These are for you. Make good use of them. In the future, the star-plucking sect's cultivation environment will not be inferior to that of other top sections. Before the star-plucking sect has a second golden core cultivator, you will most likely have to oversee the sect most of the time. If there are any issues, I will naturally inform you. For the rest of your time, work hard to improve your strength and protect the sect." "Yes, Master," Luo Qingfeng respectfully replied. Then, he curiously looked at the stack of papers in Xiaoruofei's hands and asked, "Master, this is..." Xiaoruofei smiled and said, "This is the method to control the star-plucking formation after it was modified. It is somewhat different from before, but the changes are not big. Take a look and you should be able to quickly familiarize yourself with it. This is the content of the second volume of the Linlang Truth. The first volume is more suitable for qi refining cultivators. You are already at the golden core stage, so after mastering the first volume, you should focus on the second volume. These are all cultivation methods and battle skills. I have extracted the ones that are suitable for qi refining cultivators. You can teach them to talented and loyal disciples depending on the situation. There are also a few that are suitable for qi refining cultivators. You can learn them yourself when you have the time. You don't have to be proficient in them, but they can be used as a reference." Before Xiaoruofei could finish, the red-eyed Luo Qingfeng knelt on the ground and said in a choked voice, "Master, this old slave is unworthy of Master's love and care, get up." Xiaoruofei said, "These are not all for you. Many of them are to improve the overall strength of the star-plucking sect. The stronger the star-plucking sect is, the more help it will be to me." In fact, apart from the Linlang Truth, most of these cultivation methods were obtained from the nested space of Layman Yuntai. However, Xiaoruofei had taken some time to go into the space and make a copy of them. He had originally kept them for himself. Luo Qingfeng stood up and said firmly, Master, this old slave will definitely look after the star-plucking sect for Master's sake. I will do my best to improve the star-plucking sect's strength. When Master needs it, just say the word and the entire star-plucking sect will go through fire and water. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and interrupted Luo Qingfeng's words. He smiled and said, I definitely won't let my people go through fire and water. You've been by my side for a while now, don't you know this? Qingfeng, don't think too much. Just focus on developing the star-plucking sect. That will be the greatest help you can give me. Of course, I will contact you if I need anything. In the future, when you have trained enough disciples to take charge of the star-plucking sect, you can go to Peach Blossom Island to cultivate for a while. After all, the environment there is much better. Yes. This old slave understands. Luo Qingfeng said excitedly, Thank you, Master. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Oh right, I almost forgot. There's also this. After that, Xiao Ruofei took out a big bag from the space and placed it on the table with a clatter. The bag wasn't fastened tightly, and a spirit stone fell out of it. Luo Qingfeng's eyelids twitched when he saw this. He walked up to the bag and opened it to find that it was full of spirit stones. There were at least 50,000 to 60,000 spirit stones. He couldn't help but be stunned. Soon, Luo Qingfeng understood Xiao Ruofei's intention. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, Master, you can't accept this. You've already done too much for the old slave and the star-plucking sect. I definitely don't dare to accept these spirit stones. Luo Qingfeng didn't know that Xiao Ruofei had made a fortune from the embedded space in the storage ring. He knew that Xiao Ruofei had spent a lot of spirit stones to buy the storage ring and the mysterious ore. Later, he had lent a large number of spirit stones to Xianxia. Therefore, he judged that Xiao Ruofei didn't have many spirit stones on him. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to accept the 50,000 to 60,000 spirit stones that Xiao Ruofei had given him? Xiao Ruofei didn't think much of it and said, Just take it. These spirit stones aren't just useful for cultivation. More importantly, they can be used as currency in the cultivation world. If you want to develop your sect, you'll need them in many places. I still have a lot of spirit stones, and these are only a small part of it. Just accept them. Luo Qingfeng didn't believe him. He knew that before the auction, Xiao Ruofei didn't even know what spirit stones were. In order to raise enough spirit stones to buy the storage ring, Xiao Ruofei had temporarily refined qi-gathering pills and sent them to the auction. After the auction, Luo Qingfeng had almost never left Xiao Ruofei's side. Where could Xiao Ruofei find more spirit stones? Therefore, Luo Qingfeng thought that this was a white lie by Xiao Ruofei to make him feel at ease. However, because of this misunderstanding, Luo Qingfeng was even more moved and became even more loyal to Xiao Ruofei. Luo Qingfeng showed a difficult expression. Xiao Ruofei's face couldn't help but darken. He frowned and said, What? Don't my words have any effect? Luo Qingfeng hurriedly lowered his head and said, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Master, how could this old slave dare to disobey your orders? Then accept it. Xiao Ruofei said in an indisputable tone, and this, it's specially for you. You have to cultivate well even if you stay in the star-picking sect. You're still too weak. Luo Qingfeng looked up and saw that Xiao Ruofei was holding a crystal in his hand. He was scared out of his wits. Not to mention the crystal, even the spirit crystal was an incredible treasure in Luo Qingfeng's eyes. Now, Xiao Ruofei actually gave him a crystal with such pure energy? He couldn't believe his eyes. In fact, he didn't know that Xiao Ruofei had obtained at least hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, thousands of spirit crystals, and thousands of crystals from the nested spaces left by Yuntai Hermit. Therefore, to Xiao Ruofei, taking out 50,000 spirit stones to develop the star-picking sect and giving Luo Qingfeng a crystal wasn't a big expense. After all, Luo Qingfeng was absolutely loyal to him. A crystal was a necessary investment to make Luo Qingfeng stronger. To Xiao Ruofei, this was a sure win. Xiao Ruofei saw that Luo Qingfeng was in a daze and didn't speak for a long time. He couldn't help but frown and stuff the crystal into Luo Qingfeng's hand. Then he said, Put these away. I have to go. You can call me if there's an emergency. Xiao Ruofei was able to use her cell phone normally on Peach Blossom Island. Previously, there was no cell phone signal in the star-picking sect, but later on, a signal tower was installed on a nearby mountain. This way, cell phones could be used normally in most places in the star-picking sect. Speaking of which, this was all thanks to Wang Boshan. When he was in charge of the sect's secular affairs, he coordinated with the others and built 2 base stations in the wilderness. Luo Qingfeng came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Yes. Master, this crystal. This time, he didn't dare to refuse directly. However, his hesitation was still obvious. Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "Since I'm giving it to you, take it. When have you ever seen me take back something I've given away?" "Yes." Luo Qingfeng said, "This old slave thanks master." After saying that, Luo Qingfeng no longer acted pretentiously. He directly put away the crystals, spiritual stones, and the handwritten copies of cultivation methods that Xiao Ruofei had given him into his storage ring. Then, he bowed to Xiao Ruofei. He didn't say much. As the saying goes, great kindness can't be thanked with words. At this time, saying too many words of thanks would be useless. He just needed to see what he did in the future. After a long time, Luo Qingfeng straightened up and said, "Master, I'll give this old slave to you." N. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said. The matters of the star-plucking sect had basically been completed. The foundation that needed to be laid had been laid, and many cultivation resources had been bestowed. It was time for Xiao Ruofei to return to Peach Blossom Island. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei was anxious to return home. Luo Qingfeng accompanied Xiao Ruofei to the top floor of the star-picking tower. Then, the two jumped onto the roof. In fact, it was Xiao Ruofei who jumped onto the roof first. Luo Qingfeng didn't know what was going on, but he still followed. This was because if it was just flying on a sword, the cultivator would directly release the flying sword and then jump out of the window, step on the flying sword, and fly away. This was the highest point in the entire star-plucking sect. Standing on the ridge of the roof, one could see a series of antique buildings scattered in picturesque disorder within the misty valley. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was still increasing at a steady rate. Xiao Ruofei looked back at this beautiful fairyland-like scenery. Then, he said to Luo Qingfeng, "Qingfeng, look at everything in front of you. Isn't it very beautiful? This is not only a force that I, Xiao Ruofei, cultivated, but also the foundation of your survival. You have to protect this foundation well." Luo Qingfeng also said seriously, "Yes. Master. This old slave will definitely remember Master's teachings." Xiao Ruofei nodded and didn't say anything else. He simply said, "I'm leaving." Then, Luo Qingfeng saw Xiao Ruofei flip his hand. A small and exquisite black flying boat appeared in his palm. Then, Xiao Ruofei threw the flying boat out. This black flying boat expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became more than 20 meters long. Its whole body was matte black, and the boat had distinct edges and corners. It gave off a futuristic feeling. This time, Luo Qingfeng had taken Xianxia's blue water airship back to the sect, so naturally, he was no stranger to airships. When he saw Xiao Ruofei suddenly take out an airship, he was really dumbstruck. Moreover, this airship was obviously much more advanced than Xianxia's. Not only was it much bigger, but the materials used were also obviously of a higher grade. To be honest, no matter what good things Xiao Ruofei took out now, Luo Qingfeng wouldn't be too surprised. This was because in his eyes, ever since he met Xiao Ruofei, this young master was almost omnipotent. But this time, Luo Qingfeng still felt very confused. Last time, when he took Xianxia's blue water airship, it was obviously the first time Xiao Ruofei had seen such an airship. In fact, even Luo Qingfeng had only heard of it. It was also his first time actually riding an airship. Then they returned to the star-picking sect. Until today, Xiao Ruofei hadn't taken a single step out of the star-picking sect. So the question was, where did this airship come from? If it was said that Xiao Ruofei originally had an airship, Luo Qingfeng definitely wouldn't believe it. When he saw Xianxia's blue water airship that day, Xiao Ruofei's surprised expression didn't seem to be faked. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei didn't have to pretend. Seeing this huge, matte black airship, Xiao Ruofei's image in Luo Qingfeng's mind became even more mysterious. Just as Luo Qingfeng was in a daze, Xiao Ruofei had already jumped up and landed on the deck of the black airship. Xiao Ruofei waved at Luo Qingfeng and said, "Qingfeng, I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything." Luo Qingfeng came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed to the ground, respectfully saying, "Old slave respectfully sends master off." Luo Qingfeng maintained a bowing posture. Soon, he heard a slight sound of braking through the air. He raised his head and saw the black airship flying towards the horizon at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the 20-meter-long airship had become a small black dot in his field of vision. Luo Qingfeng stood on the roof of Xiaoxing Lu in a daze, looking in the direction where the black airship disappeared. After a long time, he rose up and returned to Xiaoxing Lu through the window. After sending off Xiao Ruofei, Luo Qingfeng regained the dignity of a sect leader. Moreover, there was a trace of cold murderous intent on his face. Xiao Ruofei had already done a thorough job of screening. Naturally, he was going to start a massacre. The 5 spies and the ambitious elder naturally couldn't be left alive. Luo Qingfeng also had to carry out a major reorganization from top to bottom. For example, which sect had sent the 5 spies, how they had joined the Xiaoxing Lu sect, and some people related to them would be investigated. Of course, Xiao Ruofei had already confirmed that except for the 5 spies, the others were not spies sent from outside. At most, these people had neglected their duties. However, there were so many disciples in the sect. Some of them were extremely loyal and had a strong sense of belonging to the sect, while others were less loyal. Although they weren't spies, they were likely to betray the sect when it was in a life-and-death crisis. Therefore, Luo Qingfeng also wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate some people who were in key positions but were not very loyal. He wanted to promote those who were really loyal to him. It didn't matter if their cultivation wasn't very high for the time being. In the future, the Xiaoxing Lu sect's cultivation environment would be much better than before. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had left him so many cultivation resources and techniques. As long as he focused on nurturing them, these loyal disciples would be able to quickly increase their strength. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei left, Luo Qingfeng still had many things to do. Fortunately, he had been the sect leader for so many years that he was very familiar with these matters. In addition, he was an invincible existence in the Xiaoxing Lu sect. As long as he prioritized his tasks and carried them out one by one, there wouldn't be any problems. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Ruofei was relieved to leave the cleaning up to Luo Qingfeng. After Xiao Ruofei steered the black flying ship away from the Xiaoxing Lu sect, he quickly activated the ship's shielding function to prevent it from being detected by satellites, radars, and the like in the secular world. Xiao Ruofei had wanted to ask Layman Yuntai what the flying ship was called, but Layman Yuntai's spirit body had been in a state of deep cultivation all this time. It was no different from sleeping, so there was no way to communicate with him. He couldn't give the flying ship another name. After all, Layman Yuntai must have already given it a name. Xiao Ruofei quickly confirmed the direction of Peach Blossom Island through the GPS. Then, he steered the black flying ship towards Peach Blossom Island at full speed. He was really anxious to get home, so he directly used the spirit crystal as the power source. This flying ship was actually very energy efficient. One spirit crystal could be used for a long time. He had obtained thousands of spirit crystals from Layman Yuntai's nested space, so he didn't feel the pinch at all. In addition, if it was a plane flying, it would have to follow a fixed route and listen to the instructions of the air traffic control personnel on the ground. Therefore, the actual flying distance of a plane would definitely be much longer than the linear distance between two places. However, if it was a flying ship, there was no need to care about the route. A straight line between 2 points was the shortest. Of course, he also had to pay attention to avoid the flying ships of the secular world. When Xiao Ruofei tested the flying ship, he discovered that there was a radar-like detection formation set up around the flying ship. If there were other flying ships flying at the same altitude, the flying ship's control formation could actively control the ship to ascend or descend to avoid them. It was a bit like the collision avoidance system of a plane. In addition, when controlling the flying ship, he had to pay attention to using his mental power to detect. The probability of a collision happening could be said to be extremely low. Flying in a flying ship was much shorter than flying in a private plane. In terms of speed, the flying ship's flying speed was at least 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary civilian plane. Therefore, it could save a lot of time on the way. After Xiao Ruofei determined the flying direction, he basically didn't need to sit next to the control station all the time. No matter how much time was saved, it still took 2 or 3 hours to fly from Huaxia to Peach Blossom Island. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei simply strolled around the flying ship. After he got the flying ship, he only flew a few laps in the Ring 2 space. He really didn't take a good look at the internal cabin. This black flying ship was much longer than Xianxia's ship. Naturally, the cabin was much more spacious. The location of the control station was separated. It was a bit like a cockpit, but there was no transparent glass in front. After all, cultivators mainly relied on their mental power to detect the surrounding situation. When flying at such a fast speed, if they really found something unusual with the naked eye, ordinary people wouldn't be able to react in time. There were 3 cabins behind the control station. 2 of them were bedrooms, and the other one should be like a reception area. There were tables, chairs, benches, and beds. However, these were all integrated with the flying ship and couldn't be moved at will. These cabins also didn't have any porthole windows, but there wasn't any feeling of suffocation. After Xiao Ruofei strolled around, he returned to the cockpit. Then, he took out the spirit map scroll and directly entered the Ring 2 space. The flying ship flying at full speed in the sky was faster than most Oris core stage cultivators flying on their swords. Even Xianxia's clear water flying ship wasn't as fast. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei could take out the spirit map scroll without worrying about safety in the cabin of the flying ship. Of course, he still left a strand of his mental power. If something unexpected happened outside, he would be able to react immediately. Xiao Ruofei directly went to the stone cave of the Mountain Sea realm. The first thing he did was to check on the mysterious ore. He found that practitioner Yuntai's spiritual body was still slowly absorbing spiritual energy, and his condition was also slowly recovering. Xiao Ruofei roughly sensed that practitioner Yuntai's spiritual body should be more solid than when he first broke open the spatial stone. Xiao Ruofei estimated that although practitioner Yuntai's spiritual body had fallen into a deep sleep and was protected by layers of seals, it was inevitable that some of it would be damaged over the years. This time, practitioner Yuntai was protected by the ore space and had sufficient spiritual energy. Naturally, he could recover to his peak condition in one go. It seemed like practitioner Yuntai was about to wake up. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't know how long it would take. After a simple check, he sat cross-legged on the futon in the stone cave and began to cultivate the Tao Sutra. The spiritual energy in the Ring 2 space was now enough to support Xiao Ruofei's normal cultivation. As long as he didn't cultivate day and night in here, or break through a large realm, the spirit map space would be able to replenish a large amount of spirit chi in one go, and it wouldn't harm the foundation of the space. Therefore, as long as the conditions allowed, Xiao Ruofei was more willing to cultivate in the Ring 2 space. After all, the spiritual energy here was denser than inside the Great Void Mystical Clear Formation. Moreover, he didn't need to use spiritual crystals, yuan crystals, or other cultivation resources. The yuan qi whirlpool in his dantian spun continuously. Streams of spiritual energy were absorbed by Xiao Ruofei's body. They followed the route of the second level of the Tao Sutra and finally returned to his dantian, producing new yuan qi. Xiao Ruofei's cultivation was also slowly increasing. Although this rate of increase could be said to be negligible compared to a breakthrough in cultivation, it was a slow and steady process. However, a cultivator's progress mainly relied on this slow and steady process of cultivation. It was basically impossible to make progress overnight unless there was an extremely great opportunity. Moreover, the foundation was naturally the most solid if one cultivated step by step. Xiao Ruofei's cultivation at the beginner stage of the Oris core stage was already very stable. He could feel that he had made real progress. Although the rate of improvement was slower than when he was in the Qi refinement stage, he still walked the path of cultivation firmly. More than 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Calculating the time, the black flying boat should be close to Peach Blossom Island, so Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to stop cultivating. He absorbed the last wisp of spiritual energy into his dantian. Then, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air, opened his eyes, and stood up. He checked the mysterious ore again and found that Yuntai practitioner still showed no signs of waking up. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's mind moved and he returned to the flying boat's cockpit. He had just finished cultivating and was in high spirits. He directly took out his handheld GPS and confirmed his current location. Although they had been gone for more than 2 hours, the flying boat's flight was very stable. It was always in the direction set by Xiao Ruofei without any deviation. Peach Blossom Island was about 100 nautical miles ahead. Such a short distance, compared to the flying speed of the black flying boat, was really a matter of a short while. Xiao Ruofei stood up and went to the control panel. At the same time, he released his mind power to check ahead. After a short while, the black flying boat had already entered the range of the Great Void Mystic Clear Formation. Xiao Ruofei had long been familiar with the structure and operating principle of the Great Void Mystic Clear Formation. At this time, he had already reduced the speed and height of the flying boat. He controlled the black flying boat in front of the control panel and flexibly followed a special trajectory, entering the Great Void Mystic Clear Formation without any hindrance. The black flying boat had already activated the shielding function. Ordinary people could not see it with the naked eye, so Xiao Ruofei did not particularly avoid the staff on the island. He even flew dozens of meters above the guard camp. Of course, the main reason was that when the black flying boat passed through the outermost protective layer of the formation, it was on the guard camp's side. He wanted to go to the Yanhuang building. Flying over the guard camp was the shortest route. In any case, ordinary people could not see the flying boat, so Xiao Ruofei naturally did not deliberately take a detour. Yanhuang building. Li Yifu, who had been carrying the simple control disc with him, was keenly aware that the formation seemed to have been slightly touched. But soon, there was no reaction from the disc. Li Yifu could not help but feel a little nervous and a little puzzled at the same time. According to Xiao Ruofei, even a nascent soul stage cultivator would not be able to easily break in. Although the formation was touched, it should not be an invasion by an enemy. Especially since there was no reaction at the end, it was even less likely that someone had broken in. This was because if someone were to forcefully barge into the formation, once the formation was triggered, the formation would launch an endless stream of attacks. If an average Aurus core stage cultivator were to barge in, they would be beaten into a sorry state even without the controller controlling the formation. And now that the formation was not moving at all, Li Yifu was not particularly worried. Of course, he was still a little worried. After all, the reaction of the disc was very sensitive and there would be no wrong reaction. So he went to the rooftop of the Yanhuang building immediately. His spiritual power cultivation was very ordinary, and he could not detect such a far range at all. So it was more reliable to go to the rooftop of the tallest building on the island and look with his naked eye. Just as Li Yifu walked up to the rooftop, a completely matte black aircraft with a distinct shape drew a beautiful trajectory from the direction of the guards. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above the rooftop. The aircraft was extremely fast, but when it arrived above the rooftop, it suddenly stopped. From flying at high speed to being completely still, it happened in the blink of an eye. It seemed to be completely unaffected by inertia. Li Yifu rubbed his eyes and saw that the aircraft was quietly floating 2 meters above the rooftop, emitting a cold aura. He shuddered and quickly recovered from the shock. Then, he subconsciously grabbed the simple control disc that Xiao Ruofei had left for him. At this moment, a very familiar voice rang out. "Yifu, don't be nervous. It's me." When Li Yifu heard Xiao Ruofei's voice, his tense muscles suddenly relaxed. He looked at the black flying boat that was more than 20 meters long in front of him, and he was still a little confused. At this time, Xiao Ruofei's figure appeared on the deck of the flying boat and jumped down lightly. Then, under Li Yifu's shocked expression, the black flying boat quickly shrank like a magic trick. In the blink of an eye, it was only an inch long. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and took the small flying boat that was suspended in the air, and then stored it in the Ring 2 space. He said with a smile, "Yifu, don't look at it. This is not some future technology. It's completely a product of the cultivation world. This is a flying magic weapon refined by the refining masters of the ancient cultivation world." Li Yifu said with an incredulous expression, "The flying magic weapon is actually so technological. Martial uncle, I thought it was an alien invasion of Earth." This black flying boat did not conform to the aerodynamic shape of an aircraft at all. It did not have wings, but it could easily float in the air and fly at such a fast speed. It was indeed very similar to the rumored UFO. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "That's why you shouldn't underestimate cultivators. They don't just immerse themselves in cultivation, they also train their bodies to become very strong." There were many experts in the ancient cultivation world who had great achievements in refining weapons. In addition, you've seen the formations of the cultivation world. In fact, these things are not inferior to the technological products of the secular world at all. Yes, yes, yes. Li Yifu nodded and said, "Martial uncle, I heard about the ancient cultivation world several times at the auction that day. Many of the auction items were excavated from the relics of the ancient cultivators. Could it be that you bought this flying magic weapon at the auction after I left that day? It must have cost a lot of spirit stones, right?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's a long story. I'll tell you later. In short, I didn't spend much spirit stones. It was basically a free gift." "How is this possible?" Li Yifu could not help but be stunned. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Anyway, the harvest of this auction can be said to be quite big. Let's go. Let's go downstairs first." Only then did Li Yifu realize that they were still standing on the rooftop. This was obviously not a suitable place to talk. He quickly stepped aside and asked Xiao Ruofei to walk in front of him. Then, the two of them walked towards the rooftop exit. The two of them returned to the large suite reserved for Xiao Ruofei on the top floor of the Yanhuang building. Li Yifu deftly made a cup of tea for Xiao Ruofei and then asked, "Martial granduncle, after this disciple left that day, did anything dangerous happen? This disciple has been very worried about you all the way here. If something really happened to you, this disciple would become a deserter. In that case, even in the underworld, I'm afraid that my father will teach him a lesson with his big mouth." When Xiao Ruofei arrived at the star-seizing sect, he briefly contacted Li Yifu to let him know that he was safe. Therefore, Li Yifu did not know the specific situation. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Nothing dangerous happened. After the auction was over, Qin Xian from the Tianyi Palace, the person who auctioned the ore, used a flying magic weapon to send Qing Feng and me back to the star-seizing sect. No one dared to do anything on the way." Li Yifu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. That's good. By the way, the flying magic weapon that Martial Granduncle mentioned, is it the one just now? The Tianyi Palace also has a flying boat called the Blue Water Flying Boat. It's different from the one I used." Xiao Ruofei said, "To be precise, when the auction was just over, I didn't get this flying boat yet." Seeing Li Yifu's confused look, Xiao Ruofei simply told him some of the things that happened after Li Yifu left the auction. Of course, he was selective in what he told him. For example, regarding the black flying boat, Xiao Ruofei only said that he found a nested space hidden in the storage ring that he bought. Then, he found a way to open the space and obtained a batch of cultivation resources, including this flying boat. However, Xiao Ruofei did not tell him about the spiritual body of practitioner Yuntai. After all, a living ancient cultivator was of great significance to the current cultivation world. If one could have the assistance of a real ancient cultivator when exploring the ruins of ancient cultivators, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, it would also be much safer. The information about practitioner Yuntai was meaningless to Li Yifu. However, if Xiao Ruofei told him, no matter how loyal he was, there was a possibility that the information would be leaked. In this case, Xiao Ruofei simply did not say anything. Xiao Ruofei did not tell Li Yifu about his research on the mysterious ore and his being trapped in the ore space for more than 1,000 years. Even so, after listening to Xiao Ruofei's story, Li Yifu's eyes were full of splendor. He did not expect that he would miss out on so many wonderful things because of his early departure. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had obtained so many cultivation resources. He was sincerely happy for Xiao Ruofei. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he asked again, "Yifu, is everything okay on Peach Blossom Island? Is there anything unusual these days?" Peach Blossom Island was the foundation of Xiao Ruofei's future. For a long time, it would be the most important base camp for Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, he attached great importance to the safety of Peach Blossom Island. "Everything is normal. Don't worry, Li Yifu hurriedly said, during the days when you were not on the island, it was calm outside. No cultivators spied on or broke into the Taishi mystical clear formation. This disciple believes that the cultivation world must not have noticed this cultivation treasure land. That's good. I don't want to make it known to everyone. It's best for us to develop our strength in a low-key manner. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, of course, if a cultivation sect or force really discovers Peach Blossom Island and covets our cultivation treasure land, we will not be afraid. Through this auction, Xiao Ruofei also had an intuitive understanding of some of the forces in the current cultivation world. It could be said that in the current cultivation world, there were still people with higher cultivation than Xiao Ruofei, and there should be quite a number of them. Many of the leaders and elders of the top sects and even first-rate sects had reached the middle stage of the Golden Core Realm or even the late stage of the Golden Core Realm. However, if all the trump cards were taken into account, there were not many people who could confidently defeat Xiao Ruofei. If it was just a matter of defending to the death, including the Taishu mystical clear formation on Peach Blossom Island, Xiao Ruofei would not be afraid of anyone. Even outside, if Xiao Ruofei could not win, there was absolutely no problem for him to escape. He could hide in the Ring 2 space in an instant, and then take advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness to directly control the black flying boat to escape. With the speed of the black flying boat, most of the gold core stage cultivators would not be able to catch up with it. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, Li Yifu could not help but feel a trace of heroism. He nodded heavily and said, with Martial Granduncle here, this disciple has a backbone. Then, Li Yifu said, by the way, Martial Granduncle, the staff recruited by this disciple have arrived one after another. However, because they have not been screened by you, I did not let the people who arrived later come in contact with the work for the time being. They are all gathered together. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, all the staff are basically in place, right? Yes. Li Yifu said, these people are enough to ensure the normal operation of Peach Blossom Island, and they can also get enough rest. Good. Then let's screen these newcomers today. Xiao Ruofei said, by the way, is the guard all right? Everything is normal. Li Yifu said, they have already shouldered the tasks of guarding, patrolling, and guarding the docks. Moreover, the guard has recently organized several live ammunition training, and the ammunition consumption is relatively fast. They applied to me once, so I did not bother you with such a small matter and directly approved it for them. Xiao Ruofei nodded approvingly and said, well done. Then, Xiao Ruofei took out a piece of paper from the Ring 2 space and handed it to Li Yifu, saying, there should be a lot of materials left from the activation of the large array last time, right? Take a look at this list and see if you can gather all the materials on it. If you can't, buy them as soon as possible. Yes. Li Yifu said, and then asked curiously, Martial Granduncle, what are you going to do? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, recently, I have made some progress in the field of array formation. I feel that the Great Void Mystical Clear Array of our Peach Blossom Island has a lot of potential, so I have pondered a modification plan and prepared to upgrade our existing array formation. Xiao Ruofei knew all the structure of the Great Void Mystical Clear Array by heart, so he did not need to wait until he returned to Peach Blossom Island to start drafting a plan. In fact, when he was modifying the Star Evolution Array of the Star Picking sect, he often had some inspiration about modifying the Great Void Mystical Clear Array. At that time, he had casually recorded it down, and then used some of his free time in the Star Picking sect to come up with a plan to modify the Great Void Mystical Clear Array. In fact, the design of this plan was much easier than the modification of the Star Evolution Array. After all, the Star Evolution Array was designed and arranged by others. No matter how well he understood the principles and structure of the Star Evolution Array, it could not be compared to the Great Void Mystical Clear Array. After all, the Great Void Mystical Clear Array was personally arranged and activated by Xiao Ruofei. Every design and every thought in it was his own. Hearing this, Li Yifu couldn't help but feel refreshed and quickly said, yes. This disciple will go and check the materials. Xiao Ruofei stopped Li Yifu with a smile and said, don't be in such a hurry. You go and arrange for all the new staff to come to the Yanhuang building for the last round of interviews. I will screen the staff here, and you go and prepare the materials. Isn't this a win-win situation? Yes, yes, yes. Li Yifu quickly said, Martial Granduncle, can we go to the meeting room on the third floor? Yes, I'll go down now, Xiao Ruofei said. Li Yifu quickly began to arrange for the new staff to come to the Yanhuang building for the interview. He specifically asked Benelati to be in charge of the staff organization and on-site management. Then, he went to the warehouse and gathered the materials according to the list provided by Xiao Ruofei. These new staff were all ordinary people, and it was easier to hypnotize them than the disciples of the star-picking sect. Xiao Ruofei's screening speed was extremely fast. When Li Yifu had gathered the materials, he had basically screened everyone. These people were originally recruited by Li Yifu through his company in the United States and the Hong sect. Before they came to the island, they had gone through several rounds of screening, so their reliability was very high. Xiao Ruofei screened them one by one and found that none of them had any ulterior motives to sneak in. Of course, there were high and low levels of loyalty. Some people came to work purely for the high salary. This was human nature. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't think that these people were unreliable. He told Li Yifu the results of the screening and asked him to arrange for everyone to start at their respective positions today. This would also greatly reduce the pressure on the staff who came to the island in the early stages. Then, Xiao Ruofei led Li Yifu and began to modify the formation without stopping. This kind of transformation was mainly about fine-tuning. Moreover, he had the experience of transforming the star evolution formation. Now, he was more familiar with the Taishu mystical clear formation. Naturally, he was more familiar with it. After spending about a day or so, Xiao Ruofei successfully carried out a small upgrade on the Taishu mystical clear formation. After reoperating the formation, Xiao Ruofei carefully checked all the functions and confirmed that there were no problems. At the same time, he also clearly felt that the formation's effect had improved a lot. He also felt slightly relieved in his heart. Although he was very confident before the transformation, after all, it was still a theoretical thing. After being tested in practice, it could be considered a real success. Li Yifu also felt that the concentration of spiritual qi on the island, which was already saturated, began to slowly increase again. He was surprised and happy. His admiration for Xiao Ruofei couldn't be any higher. Li Yifu even proposed to let the kitchen cook a few more dishes today to celebrate. However, after testing the formation, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Yifu, this time the adjustment is not big, and the operation of the control plate in your hand has not changed. There is no need to learn anything else. I still have some things to do and will be leaving Peach Blossom Island for a few days. During this time, you will be in charge of Peach Blossom Island. No matter what happens, ensuring the safety of Peach Blossom Island and the safety of the people on the island is the most important thing. When you encounter a strong enemy that you can't resist, don't hesitate to activate the Taishu mystical clear formation to the maximum level and inform me immediately." Li Yifu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Martial uncle, you have only been back for a little more than a day. Are you leaving again?" "This time, it won't be long," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "it just so happens that I have some things to deal with." Then, Xiao Ruofei said, "Now that we have a flying magic weapon, it is much more convenient to travel. If something really happens here, I can rush back very quickly. You have no problem controlling the formation, so you don't need to worry too much. In short, if a strong enemy invades, you just need to activate the formation to the maximum level. They won't be able to break in for a while." After Xiao Ruofei finished, he patted Li Yifu's shoulder and said with a smile, "If everything goes well, I'll be back in a day or two. I'll give you a surprise then." Li Yifu heard this and did not try to persuade him to stay. He said respectfully, "Yes. Then I'll wait for you at Peach Blossom Island. Don't worry, I'll take good care of the island. It's not that serious." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "The Cultivation world doesn't even know about the existence of Peach Blossom Island. It's highly probable that an enemy will appear." After that, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Then I'll be leaving. I'll try to get back as soon as possible." "Yes. I'll see you off," Li Yifu said hurriedly. The two of them quickly went up the stairs from the top floor to the platform. Li Yifu watched as Xiao Ruofei took out the black airship. In the blink of an eye, the airship turned into a black dot in his field of vision. It was so fast that it left one speechless. Xiao Ruofei skillfully controlled the flying boat to leave the great void mystical clear formation of Peach Blossom Island. Then, he quickly ascended and continued to accelerate. When the flying boat's speed stabilized, it was faster than an ordinary golden core cultivator's flying sword. Then, Xiao Ruofei controlled the flying boat to maintain a constant speed and flew back. This time, his destination was to return to Huaxia. He was going to pick up Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. In fact, if he was not impatient to modify the Great Void Mystical Clear formation and prove his theory, he would have gone to find Song Wei and Ling Qingxue first. After all, the star-plucking sect was also in Huaxia. However, he was worried about the Great Void Mystical Clear formation, so he went straight to Peach Blossom Island after leaving the star-plucking sect. Of course, now that Xiao Ruofei has a black flying boat, it only takes him 2 or 3 hours to go back and forth between Huaxia and Peach Blossom Island. Moreover, one spirit crystal is enough to fly back and forth several times, so it is not a big deal to take a detour. Besides, this black airboat was a branch flight. After setting the direction and speed, it could basically cruise at a fixed speed. On the way, Xiao Ruofei could cultivate without any delay. He went to look for Song Wei and Ling Qingxue so that they could share the wild tea that Xianxia had given them. When cultivators in the Lianqi realm drink wild tea for the first time, they can steadily improve their cultivation by one level without affecting their foundation. Of course, Xiao Ruofei won't forget about his 2 confidants. Xianxia's wild tea could only be shared by 5 people at most. In other words, it could only be brewed once and divided into 5 cups. Therefore, in theory, the plan to maximize the utilization should be Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, Li Yifu, Xiao Ruofei's disciple, Tang Haoren, and Song Wei's father, Song Qiming. There were exactly 5 people. This was basically all of Xiao Ruofei's close friends who had come into contact with cultivation. However, considering Song Qiming's status in the system and the fact that Song Qiming didn't know much about cultivation, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to reveal too much about the cultivation world in front of Song Qiming. If he brought the wild tea to the 3 mountains to share with everyone, Li Yifu would have to leave Peach Blossom Island, and there would be no one left to oversee the situation. Xianxia could have stayed on Peach Blossom Island as well, as his level of array formation was slightly higher than Li Yifu's. However, the star-plucking sect was about to undergo a major internal reorganization, and Xianxia was a disciple who was absolutely loyal to the sect, so Luo Qingfeng naturally had to put him in an important position. Thus, after the personnel screening was completed, Luo Qingfeng asked for Xiao Ruofei's permission, and after obtaining permission, he transferred Xianxia from Peach Blossom Island to the star-plucking sect. Under such circumstances, Li Yifu naturally couldn't leave Peach Blossom Island. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Ruofei decided to not include Song Qiming in this sharing of wild tea for the time being. He brought Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and Tang Haoren to Peach Blossom Island and let the 3 of them share the precious wild tea with Li Yifu. As for Song Qiming, Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't favor one over the other. He just needed to wait for a while. Xianxian had already agreed to give Xiao Ruofei a few branches of the wild tea tree. Xiao Ruofei was very confident that he could definitely grow the wild tea in his Ring 2 space. When the time came, not only would Song Qiming be able to rely on the wild tea to increase his cultivation, but Xiao Ruofei could even give some wild tea to Luo Qingfeng as a reward for the qi condensation stage disciples. Xiao Ruofei had already made this decision when he was on Peach Blossom Island. Therefore, after the black flying boat took off, it directly flew in the direction of Huaxia Sanshan City. While the black flying boat was flying, Xiao Ruofei entered the Ring 2 space to cultivate. He checked the mysterious ore as usual and found that practitioner Yuntai still didn't show any signs of waking up. Therefore, he sat cross-legged on the futon next to the ore and began to cultivate. After more than 2 hours, Xiao Ruofei stopped cultivating and left the Ring 2 space. He also put the spirit map scroll into his palm. At this time, the black flying boat was already flying over the East China Sea. It had just passed by the southern tip of the island in the southeast of Huaxia and was quickly crossing the strait. With the speed of the black flying boat, it would naturally arrive at Sanshan City very quickly. At this time, it was morning in Huaxia. Xiao Ruofei returned to the cockpit of the flying boat and released his mental power to observe the situation in front of him. In less than 10 minutes, the black flying boat had already crossed the strait. Xiao Ruofei didn't directly fly to the Xianxia city. Instead, he first lowered his altitude and speed. Then, he found an open space between Heron Island and the Xianxia city and slowly lowered the flying boat. Soon, Xiao Ruofei saw that his phone had found a signal. Therefore, he found Ling Qingshua's phone number and dialed it. Ruofei? Why did you think of calling me? Ling Qingxue was pleasantly surprised to receive a call from Xiao Ruofei. Are you still on Peach Blossom Island? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Wife, where are you? I'm on the way to the company. Ling Qingxue said, I'm driving. Then let's make it short. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Is there a problem with taking 2 days off? Something fun again? Ling Qingxue was interested as soon as she heard this. Anyway, it's something good. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Just tell Uncle Ling that he'll be back in 2 days at the latest. Okay. Okay. Ling Qingxue said without hesitation, then I'll go directly to the airport? Has Peach Blossom already flown back? Ling Qingxue felt that since there was something, it was most likely going to Peach Blossom Island. She naturally thought that Xiao Ruofei had sent a business plane to pick her up. No need to be so troublesome. Just find a place to turn around, then return to the area. Just wait at my house's platform. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said. Your house? Platform? Ling Qingxue said in surprise. Then, she immediately reacted and asked in surprise, You're going to take me to fly on the sword? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, You'll know soon. Don't ask so much, just focus on driving. Got it. Ling Qingxue said excitedly. She felt that she had already guessed Xiao Ruofei's plan. Since she was going to wait on the platform, she was definitely going to fly on the sword. She had been looking forward to flying on the sword for a long time. Just thinking about it made her feel excited. So, Ling Qingxue immediately turned around at the next intersection and drove back. At the same time, she called her father, Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao heard that Xiao Ruofei wanted to take Ling Qingxue out for a while, he agreed without hesitation. He even told Ling Qingxue not to rush back and to have fun outside. It was the morning rush hour in the Three Mountains. Although Ling Qingxue didn't drive far, she was stuck in a traffic jam for a while after turning around. Then, she drove back. By the time she parked the car in the courtyard of Xiao Ruofei's riverside villa, nearly 20 minutes had passed. Ling Qingxue hurriedly locked the villa's door and car, then quickly walked into the villa. Xiao Ruofei's villa had already been recorded with Ling Qingxue's fingerprint and iris information. She could enter and leave at any time without any obstruction. Ling Qingxue used the indoor elevator to go directly to the 3rd floor. Then, she climbed another flight of stairs and arrived at the big balcony on the top floor. Such a long time was enough for Xiao Ruofei to take the black flying boat and fly back and forth across the strait. So, Xiao Ruofei was already waiting on the balcony. After his black flying boat turned on its shielding function, ordinary people couldn't see it at all. So, it landed openly and hovered above the balcony on the top floor of his villa. After Xiao Ruofei put away the flying boat, he called Song Wei and arranged to meet at the Beijing University's library in an hour. Song Wei also felt a little puzzled by Xiao Ruofei's strange request. Of course, she quickly guessed that Xiao Ruofei probably wanted to take her on a sword flight, so she happily agreed. Song Wei didn't have any classes in the morning, so she just happened to be reading in the library. So, she didn't even need to do anything. She just needed to wait until it was almost time to go up on the balcony. As soon as Ling Qingxue went up to the balcony, she saw Xiao Ruofei leaning on the railing and grinning at her. Ling Qingxue burst out laughing and said, Why are you acting so mysterious when you come back home? Come on. Where are you taking me? Let me think. Xiao Ruofei counted with his fingers and said, The capital, Australia, Taoyuan Island. There are quite a lot of places we have to go. Ling Qingxue widened her eyes and asked, So many places? So far? And the capital? Don't tell me you want to take me and Weiwei across the ocean, to Australia, or even to Taoyuan Island on a sword? Xiao Ruofei snapped his fingers and said, Your route is basically correct. Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei with amusement and said, Aren't you afraid that you will die of exhaustion? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Do you think that there will only be a tired cow and no one who will break from plowing?" Ling Qingxue blushed and said in a low voice, "Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't worry. I am a tough cow, so I won't die of exhaustion. Also, I don't think I have to fly there on a sword." Ling Qingxue said, "Then why don't you ask me to meet you on the balcony?" Her words were stuck in her throat. She stared at Xiao Ruofei's side. A black flying ship was rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to more than 20 meters long, and then quietly floated about 2 meters above the balcony. An alien spaceship? Ling Qingxue murmured, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Xiao Ruofei rubbed Ling Qingxue's hair lovingly and said with a smile, "Silly girl, why are you in a daze? Let's go up." Ling Qingxue came to her senses and grabbed Xiao Ruofei's hand and said, "When did you get such an awesome thing?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, "You silly girl, what do you mean by get it from the border? You are a girl, so don't you know how to be quiet? Besides, this is not some alien technology, it is a flying magic weapon refined by cultivators. I have always been like this. Why do I need to pretend to be quiet in front of you?" Ling Qingxue said casually, "You haven't answered my question. Did you buy it at the auction? Is there such a powerful magic weapon in the cultivation world?" Although Xiao Ruofei didn't take Song Wei and Ling Qingxue with him for safety reasons, they both knew that Xiao Ruofei was going to attend the auction. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "More or less. However, this flying boat should be unique in the world of cultivation. The #1 sect in the world of cultivation has a similar flying boat, but it's still a bit worse than ours. So this flying ship was not put up for auction by a cultivator. I got it by chance. I will tell you later. Let's get on the flying ship first. Wei Wei is still waiting for us in the capital." "Oh," Ling Qingxue said. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue stepped lightly on the ground at the same time and jumped onto the deck of the flying ship. A height of about 2 meters was really a piece of cake for cultivators. After Ling Qingxue entered the cabin of the flying ship, she became even more curious. She touched here and there and looked around, muttering to herself. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little funny. But he thought about it again. When he first entered Qin Xian's blue water flying ship, he was also like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. It was just that there were outsiders, so he didn't show it. So Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Qingxue, find a place to sit down. We are ready to take off." "Oh. Do I need to wear a seatbelt?" Ling Qingxue asked. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "No, this thing is much more stable than a plane." After that, Xiao Ruofei directly controlled the flying ship to take off from the platform. The spiritual crystal had always been inlaid on the control panel, so there was no need to add a new energy source. Ling Qingxue felt it for a moment and found that it was really very stable. Other than a slight tremble just now, she basically couldn't feel the slightest bit of shaking. She asked with some uncertainty, "Ruofei, has this flying boat already taken off?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You can go to the deck to have a look." After the black flying ship shield layer was opened, not only could ordinary people not see the flying ship, but it was also a kind of protection for the passengers on the flying ship. Even if they were flying at high speed, because of the shield layer, no wind would blow in on the deck, let alone the possibility of passengers falling off the deck. Ling Qingxue was very curious. Hearing this, she immediately walked out of the cabin and went to the deck. Wow! She looked up and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. At this time, the black flying boat had begun to accelerate, but the process of acceleration was very stable. It was basically impossible to feel it in the cabin. As soon as Ling Qingxue came to the deck, she immediately experienced what it meant to be as fast as lightning. The height of the flying boat was also rising steadily. At this time, it was passing through the clouds. However, when it encountered the shield, it immediately separated to 2 sides. It was as if the flying boat was cutting through the clouds. Moreover, on the deck of the flying boat, there was basically no blind spot. The shield was also invisible to the naked eye, so the feeling it gave people was the same as if they were directly outside. This feeling was completely different from when they were on a plane and looked out through the narrow porthole. Moreover, the speed of The flying boat at this time was far faster than that of ordinary civil aircraft. Ling Qingxue was so excited that she kept shouting like a naive and lively child. When the flying boat completely passed through the clouds and the scene below could not be seen, Ling Qingxue returned to the cabin reluctantly. "Ruofei, this flying boat is so cool," Ling Qingxue said excitedly. "Was this really refined by a cultivator? It's hard to imagine." Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "Didn't you feel the fluctuations of the array? This flying boat is completely maintained by the array, and it is constantly consuming energy. Here." Xiao Ruofei pointed to the spiritual crystal inlaid on the control panel and said with a smile, "You should know the spiritual crystal, right? This flying boat doesn't burn oil, it burns spiritual crystals." Ling Qingxue couldn't help but stick out her tongue and say, "This is a bit too extravagant." Xiao Ruofei said casually, "It's okay. A spiritual crystal can be used for a long time. I can still afford to spend it now." After the flying boat's course and speed were set, it could keep flying forward in this state. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei simply walked out of the cabin with Ling Qingxue and sat down on the deck. They chatted while admiring the scenery in the sky. From the three mountains to the capital, it only took about 2.5 hours by normal civil aircraft. The speed of the flying boat was much faster than civil aircraft. Moreover, the flying boat did not need to fly according to a fixed route. It was completely flying in a straight line, so the journey was naturally much shorter. In this way, it only took about half an hour to reach the capital area. Of course, Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei had agreed to meet in an hour. In fact, Ling Qingxue took more than 20 minutes to return to the villa area, so this time was just right. They arrived at the library of the capital university and did not need to wait too long. After entering the territory of the capital, Xiao Ruofei did not return to the cockpit. Instead, he used his mental power to control the control panel, allowing the black airship to descend below the clouds and slow down a bit. In fact, as the political and economic center of Huaxia, the capital was very strict in terms of air traffic control. All the flight routes actually bypassed the main city area. Usually, one could not enjoy the scenery of the main city area of the capital by taking civil flights or private planes. As for flying over the Forbidden City, that was completely impossible. However, this time, there was no need to worry so much about taking the flying boat. Xiao Ruofei simply controlled the black flying boat to make a small detour and fly slowly over the Forbidden City. From such a special angle, he could enjoy the elegance of this ancient city. At 9 o'clock in the morning, it was the time when the Forbidden City was at its most crowded. The black flying boat flew over at an altitude of about 50 meters. The tourists below could be clearly seen from the flying boat. All the ordinary people did not notice the black flying boat flying over their heads at all. At Ling Qingxue's request, Xiao Ruofei controlled the flying boat to fly over the Forbidden City twice from 2 diagonal directions. Then, he turned around and headed in the direction of Beijing University. As they had spent some time above the Forbidden City, when the black flying boat slowly hovered above the rooftop of Beijing University's library, Song Wei pushed open the door of the rooftop and walked out. As a cultivator, Song Wei could naturally see the black flying boat. She was stunned at first. Obviously, the scene in front of her was different from what she had imagined. She had thought that she would see Xiao Ruofei flying over on a flying sword. She had not expected to see such a big guy. However, Song Wei's personality was calmer than Ling Qingxue's, so she did not make a fuss. Of course, this was also because Ling Qingxue had poked her head out of the deck and kept waving at Song Wei. After seeing Ling Qingxue, Song Wei felt even more at ease. She had been worried that this flying boat was not driven by Xiao Ruofei. Although the probability was very small, it was not impossible. Ling Qingxue shouted, "Wei Wei, come up quickly." Song Wei was wearing a white t-shirt and washed blue jeans. Her hair was tied into a refreshing ponytail. She held a stack of books in front of her chest with both hands. She was dressed like a standard student. However, after hearing Ling Qingxue's words, she looked up and smiled. Then, with a light kick of her feet, she jumped up neatly and landed lightly on the deck. She looked quite like a heroine. At this time, Xiao Ruofei also walked out of the cabin with a smile on his face. Ling Qingxue took Song Wei's hand and asked, "Wei Wei, this is Ruofei's new flying magic weapon. It's not bad, right?" Song Wei pursed her lips into a smile and said, "It looks pretty cool. Let me tell you, this flying boat is very fast." Xianxia said, "We flew here from the Three Mountains. Guess how long it took?" "Less than an hour?" Song Wei asked. "Almost. To be precise, it took about half an hour." "How is it?" "It's fast, right?" Xianxia said. Then, she raised her eyebrows and asked, "Eh? Wei, how did you guess? I mean, how did you guess the time?" Song Wei said with a smile, "Because Ruofei called me and said that we would meet on the rooftop of the library in an hour. I didn't hear your voice, so he must have called me before he picked you up. Then, he picked you up, and you set off from the Three Mountains. Now, you are here on time. So, the flight time is naturally less than an hour." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He pointed at Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, you seem to have become a little stupid. You actually asked such a simple question." Xianxia was embarrassed. She grabbed Xiao Ruofei's waist and said with gritted teeth, "I'll let you make fun of me." Xiao Ruofei shouted exaggeratedly, Don't. I'm most afraid of this trick. I admit defeat." Xianxia saw Xiao Ruofei beg for mercy so exaggeratedly. Although she knew that he was faking it, she still let go of him proudly. Then, she glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Let's see if you still dare to make fun of me in the future." Xiao Ruofei sighed and said, "Xianxia, I'm just concerned about you. They say that women become stupid after pregnancy. You're not even pregnant yet, and you're already like this. What if you get pregnant in the future? It's really worrying." Xianxia's face instantly turned red. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she pounced towards Xiao Ruofei, shouting, "I'll fight you to the death." Xiao Ruofei was already prepared. He nimbly dodged into the cabin and shouted, Stop. "Xianxia, I'm just kidding. I won't do it again. I'll have to teach you a lesson." Xianxia shouted coquettishly. Don't. Xiao Ruofei used the control panel to avoid Xianxia and said, "We still have to hurry. It's my fault, okay? Don't delay our business." Xianxia was also afraid that she would break the control panel, so she didn't dare to rush over with full force. Song Wei watched for a while, then smiled and said, "Forget it. Xianxia, Ruofei has always been so talkative. Just let him go." Xianxia just needed a way out. Hearing this, she immediately pouted and said, "Humph. For Weiwei's sake, I'll let you go today. But I'll remember this in my little notebook. The next time you offend me, we'll settle the old and new scores together." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Okay. I promise I won't do it again." As he spoke, he winked at Song Wei. Seeing this, Song Wei couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruofei then asked, "By the way, Weiwei, is it okay for you to leave for a day or two?" Song Wei nodded and said, "After receiving your call, I've already asked my classmate to help me take 2 days off." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said, "Then I'm relieved. Let's go." After that, Xiao Ruofei controlled the flying boat and began to rise and accelerate again. Xianxia asked curiously, "Ruofei, are we going to Australia?" "Yes." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "We're going to pick up my little disciple, Tang Haoren." "Ruofei, why did you call us all together?" Song Wei asked. When Xianxia heard that, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Weiwei, don't mention it. I've been asking along the way, but this guy is tight-lipped. He's been keeping us in suspense." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Of course, it's a good thing. It's a surprise for you. You've said it 800 times already. What kind of surprise is it?" Xianxia asked impatiently. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "I've already said it's a surprise. If I say it in advance, how can there be a surprise? Anyway, the answer will be revealed soon. Why be in a hurry?" Xianxia looked at Song Wei and said, "I told you. This guy knows how to keep us in suspense. He's tight-lipped." Song Wei covered his mouth and smiled, saying, "Since Ruofei thinks it's not time yet, let's wait." "That's right." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Xianxia, take Wei Wei to the deck to see the scenery. In a while, we'll be flying over the ocean. The scenery on the sea is also very beautiful. This time, let's fly lower. I guarantee that you'll be able to enjoy the boundless scenery. The reason why Xia Ruofei flew so high before was to avoid the normal cruising altitude of the plane. Although the formation on the airship could also avoid the risk of collision in advance, Xia Ruofei still liked to fly in a straight line. So, he simply let the airship fly at a higher altitude than all the civil aviation planes. At this altitude, except for some fighter jets, there were basically no other planes flying. Next was to go to Australia. They had to cross the Pacific Ocean. Flying at a height above the clouds was actually quite boring. Basically, there was no scenery to be seen. Therefore, Xia Ruofei simply decided to fly at a low altitude this time. Flying at a height of about 100 meters above the sea, he also avoided the route of the civil aviation planes. The cruising altitude of the plane could not be so low. Anyway, it was the vast sea below. They just happened to pass by an island, and this island happened to have an airport. There were planes taking off at the airport, and they just happened to collide with the airship. The probability was so low that it was negligible. Xianxia's eyes lit up when she heard this. She took Song Wei's hand and said, Wei Wei, let's go to the deck to see the scenery. By the way, Ruofei, like just now, fly twice over the Forbidden City. Wei Wei definitely hasn't seen it from this angle. Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, you said it's too late. We're already in Ji province now. How about I turn around and fly back? Song Wei couldn't help but be stunned. When she got on the airship just now, she was in the library of Beijing University. They had only talked for a while, and they were already in Ji province? The speed of this airship was really a bit terrifying. No need. Song Wei quickly said after coming back to her senses, Ruofei, let's hurry up. Anyway, with this airship, there will be many opportunities to see the Forbidden City from the air in the future. That's true. Then let's hurry up. Xianxia said, Ruofei, why don't we go to sea first? Don't fly over the land. No problem. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then he steered the airship to the east, preparing to fly over the sea first, and then turned to fly to Australia. The deck of the airship was indeed the best place to see the scenery. Song Wei was quickly fascinated by this special viewing angle. This time, the airship was flying at a very low altitude, so the beautiful scenery along the way could be said to be unobstructed. Soon, the airship entered the sky above the sea and flew quickly over the endless blue sea. The scene of the sea and the sky merging into one could not help but open one's mind and feel very carefree. During the 2-hour flight, Song Wei and Xianxia almost stayed on the deck. Although it was the sea view all the time and it would cause aesthetic fatigue, the two seemed to have a lot to talk about. They sat on the deck and chatted all the way. At about 11:30 a.m. in Xianxia, the black airship that Xia Ruofei and the others took had arrived in Australia. The three of them got off the flying boat, and Xia Ruofei immediately put it away. Song Wei and Xianxia couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder when they saw the flying boat that was more than 20 meters long shrink to about an inch in an instant. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked toward the entrance of the manor. In fact, with Xia Ruofei's strength, he could fly directly into the manor with Song Wei and Xianxia on his sword. However, out of respect for the host, Xia Ruofei would definitely not do so. Song Wei suddenly smiled and said, Ruofei, we should be considered illegal entry, right? Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, yes. Then you should be careful. If you're caught, you'll be deported back to your country. Song Wei and Xianxia immediately laughed. In the manor, Tang Hauran, who had just woken up from his afternoon nap, was drinking a glass of water. Jennifer had personally prepared his school bag for him. It seemed that she was going to send him to school. Tang Etienne had also just woken up from his afternoon nap. He was sitting on a deck chair in the garden and reading the newspaper. At this time, a young man in a white shirt and black trousers quickly walked over and whispered a few words in Tang Etienne's ear. Tang Etienne immediately raised his eyebrows and said, what? Then, he took the iPad from the young man's hand. It was showing the surveillance footage of the manor's entrance. When Tang Etienne looked at the screen, Xia Ruofei on the screen seemed to have sensed something. He also smiled at the camera above the gate and waved his hand. Tang Etienne quickly sat up from the chair and ordered, "Open the door and welcome the guests in." Then, Tang Etienne shouted again, "Along. Tell the kitchen to prepare a banquet. Prepare it according to the highest standards. Steam the half of the ham that I treasured so much." "Yes, Mr. Tang." Another young man in a white shirt and black trousers quickly responded. Jennifer also heard the commotion here. She put her school bag on Tang Etienne's back, then walked out and asked, "Ethan, what happened?" Tang Etienne immediately came back to his senses and said, "Jennifer, don't send Howard to school first. No. Call teacher Jessica and ask for half a day off for Howard." "What's going on?" Jennifer was confused. Tang Howard, who had very sharp ears, immediately put down his backpack when he heard that. Then, he skipped out and shouted happily, "Daddy! I don't have to go to school today." "That's great." Tang Etienne said directly to Jennifer and Tang Howard, "Brother Ruafei is here. Let's go and welcome him." "Let's go. Howard, don't just stand there. Go and fetch your master." Tang Howard also came to his senses. "Master, you're here." "Really?" After saying that, he turned around and rushed in the direction of the door. Tang Etienne and Jennifer quickly reminded him to be careful. In fact, Tang Howard's cultivation was close to the third level of qi refinement. In terms of strength, 8 Tang Etiennes would not be able to beat Tang Howard. Moreover, with the reaction speed of a cultivator, how could he fall for no reason? Tang Etienne and Jennifer hurriedly chased after him. Tang Etienne's manor was very big, so when the staff at the door received the notice, they quickly opened the door and sent Xiao Ruafei and the other two in with an electric scooter. When they were about to reach the main building, Xiao Ruafei saw Tang Howard rushing out quickly. He quickly told the driver to stop the scooter and jumped off. "Master!" Tang Howard rushed into Xiao Ruafei's arms and hugged him tightly. Xiao Ruafei affectionately rubbed Tang Howard's hair and asked with a smile, "Little Howard, we haven't seen each other for so long. Did you miss me?" Tang Howard nodded heavily and said, "Of course, Howard misses you every day." Then, he said as if he was asking for credit, "Master, I'm close to the third level of qi refinement now. I feel like I can break through at any time." "You came just in time. Teach me the third level of the cultivation method first." Xiao Ruafei was a little surprised. He checked and found that Tang Howard's cultivation had indeed reached the peak of the second level of qi refinement and could break through at any time. Xiao Ruafei could not help but be surprised. After all, Tang Howard was young and could not cultivate by his side. He could only rely on himself. If there were any problems, there would be no one to guide him. Moreover, the cultivation resource was a spirit crystal left by Xiao Ruafei. Under these conditions, the little guy's cultivation progress was quite fast. "Not bad. Not bad," Xiao Ruafei said happily. At this time, Jennifer and Tang Etienne had also caught up. Tang Howard's running speed was so fast that Tang Etienne were panting slightly. "Ruafei, why didn't you say anything in advance?" Tang Etienne said happily, "Fortunately, I still have some stock in this manner. Today, I asked the kitchen to steam my treasured ham. You must taste it." Xiao Ruafei was stunned for a moment, then said with a hint of apology, "Big brother Tang, I might not be able to stay for dinner." "What's the situation? You just arrived and you want to leave?" Tang Etienne asked, puzzled. Jennifer also said, "Xia, you've already been an uninvited guest today. Are you going to leave without saying goodbye again?" Xiao Ruafei could not help but laugh when he heard this. He said, "Jennifer, you still like to use Huaxiao idioms so much." Jennifer gave Xiao Ruafei a charming smile and said, "I've been learning Chinese all this time." "Xia, Ethan is right. It's not easy for you to come to Sydney. You should at least stay for dinner before leaving." Xiao Ruafei said, "Big brother Tang, Jennifer, I'm here to take Howard to a place. It won't be long. You can help him ask for a day off. If everything goes well, I'll send him back tomorrow at the latest." Xiao Ruafei was also afraid that Tang Etienne and Jennifer would be worried, so he explained, "Don't worry, it's a good thing for Howard. It'll help him improve his cultivation." Ling Qingxue could not help but roll her eyes at Xiao Ruafei. She and Song Wei had asked Xiao Ruofei several times, but Xiao Ruofei refused to reveal anything. In order to take Tang Haren away, Xiao Ruofei immediately said that the purpose of this trip was to help with his cultivation. He was really biased. Tang Etienne and Jennifer only thought for a moment, and then immediately nodded at the same time without hesitation. However, Tang Etienne still said, "Ruofei, is it really that urgent? Even if you don't stay for the night, you can leave after dinner. Otherwise, I'll really feel a little guilty." It was not yet 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The time between dinner and dinner was enough for Xiao Ruofei to fly the black flying boat back and forth from Taoyuan Island. Song Wei and Ling Qingshui had both asked for leave at the last minute, so Xiao Ruofei naturally did not want to waste so much time. Therefore, he still said with a trace of apology, "Big brother Tang, this time it's really a little urgent. How about this? If everything goes well, I'll send Haren back tonight. Your precious ham can be considered as a midnight snack tonight." Tang Etienne saw that Xiao Ruofei was really not being polite, and his words were sincere, so he naturally did not ask him to stay. He said with a wry smile, "Okay then. Ruofei, I'll ask someone to prepare the car." Xiao Ruofei said that if everything went well, he would be able to send Tang Haren back tonight, so Tang Etienne naturally thought that the place Xiao Ruofei and the others were going to was not far away. They must still be in Australia. Otherwise, just the time on the road would not be enough. How could they rush back at night? Therefore, Tang Etienne naturally thought of ensuring the car's safety. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "There's no need to prepare the car. Haren can just come with me. Big brother Tang, it's not convenient for me to tell you too much about the cultivation world. In short, I'll take care of Haren. Don't worry." Tang Etienne said with a smile, "Of course I'm relieved." "Okay. Then I don't care. Ruofei, are you leaving now?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. We're leaving now." "Okay. Then I'll send you out," Tang Etienne said. The group quickly took the electric car and arrived at the gate of the manor. Tang Etienne pulled Tang Haren and reminded him, "Haren, when you go out with your master this time, remember to be obedient. Don't be naughty and don't make your master angry, okay?" Tang Haren was already excited when he learned that Xiao Ruofei was going to take him out. He did not listen to Tang Etienne's advice and just kept nodding. Xiao Ruofei pulled Tang Haren and waved goodbye to Tang Etienne and Jennifer with a smile. Then, they walked in the direction where the flying boat had just landed. Jennifer and Tang Etienne stood at the gate of the manor and watched them go away. There was a trace of reluctance in Jennifer's eyes as she asked, "Ethan, are they leaving on foot? This is the suburbs, and there are very few taxis on the road outside. Why did Xiao refuse the car you arranged for him?" Tang Etienne said with a smile, "Jennifer, Ruofei naturally has his reasons for doing so. These people are like the gods in myths and legends. There are some things that we shouldn't ask too much about. As long as we know that Ruofei won't hurt Haren, that's enough." Jennifer took Tang Etienne's arm and nodded. "Of course, I know that. It's just that Haren has never left my side since he was born. I'm not used to him leaving with Xiao all of a sudden." Tang Etienne said with a smile, "Didn't Ruofei say that? If it's fast, it will be sent back tonight. It will only take half a day. We can just spend some quality time together. Isn't it good?" "That's true." Jennifer said, "Why don't you go shopping with me in the afternoon? I heard that Prada's new bag this year has arrived." "No problem," Tang Etienne said readily. Xiao Ruofei and the others were all cultivators. Although they were walking, their speed was still very fast. Soon, they were far away from the manor. This was a small forest. There were many similar manors in this area, and the people who lived there were all rich people. Therefore, the distance between the houses was very large, and the greenery was very good. Such forests were everywhere. On the one hand, it was for greenery, and on the other hand, it was to ensure the privacy of the rich people who lived in this area. "Master, where are we going?" Tang Haren asked curiously. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's here." "Here?" Tang Haren opened his eyes wide and said in confusion, "I often come here to play. There's nothing special about it." Xiao Ruofei laughed and took out the flying boat with a flip of his hand. Then, with a wave of his hand, the flying boat was thrown out by him. In the process of flying in the air, the flying boat quickly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it became more than 20 meters long and was suspended above the top of the tree. When Tang Haoren saw this magic-like scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. Song Wei and Ling Xianxia were like fairies. They held hands and jumped onto the flying boat. Then, they stood on the deck and looked at the dumbstruck Tang Haoren with a smile. Xiao Ruofei gently knocked on Tang Haoren's head and said with a smile, "Don't be in a daze. We should set off. I promised your parents that I would send you home tonight." Oh. Tang Haoren came back to his senses. Xiao Ruofei used his hand to support Tang Haoren's armpit. Then, he exerted force with his feet. The two of them suddenly rose from the ground and landed lightly on the deck. "Master, this is a magic weapon?" Tang Haoren asked in shock. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "To be precise, it's a flying magic weapon." "Well, if you're curious, you can stay on the deck and look at the scenery. I'll go in and control the flying boat. Qingxue, Wei Wei, you two accompany Haoren." After the flying boat started, it would automatically open its protective shield, so there was no danger for Tang Haoren to stay on the deck. Xiao Ruofei could go back to the cockpit to control the flying boat without worry. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue had already passed the most curious stage. Moreover, they liked the cute little Haoren very much. They simply stayed on the deck and introduced the black flying boat to Tang Haoren. In fact, even Xiao Ruofei didn't know much about the flying boat. He didn't even know the name of the flying boat. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue naturally knew even less about it. However, just the fact that the flying boat was extremely fast and could hide from the eyes of ordinary people and even radar was enough to make Tang Haoren listen with great interest. He was constantly amazed. The flying boat trembled slightly and began to rise rapidly. At the same time, it changed direction and flew directly in the direction of Peach Blossom Island. Song Wei and the other two stood on the deck and could see very clearly. Tang Haoren could even clearly see his own manor rapidly shrinking in his field of vision. At the same time, it quickly disappeared from his sight. The flying boat's rate of ascent was very high, and its flying speed had increased to a level that ordinary civil aircraft could not reach in a very short period of time. However, the people on the flying boat were not affected by inertia at all. It seemed to be no different from hovering on top of the tree just now. It only took a little more than an hour to fly from Sydney to Peach Blossom Island. According to Australian time, Xiao Ruofei's black flying boat was already close to the range of the Great Void Mystic Clear Formation at about 3:00 in the afternoon. Xiao Ruofei skillfully controlled the flying boat to directly penetrate the protective layer of the formation, but the formation did not react at all. It was as if the flying boat did not exist at all. He drove the flying boat to the rooftop of the flaming yellow building with ease. When they were about to arrive at Peach Blossom Island, Xiao Ruofei had already asked Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to bring Tang Haoren into the cabin. They went directly to the cabin with the function of a waiting room to wait. After the flying boat stopped, Xiao Ruofei saw Li Yifu's figure appear on the rooftop immediately. Therefore, he walked out of the cabin and stood on the deck, waving at Li Yifu, indicating that he should come to the flying boat. Hearing this, Li Yifu hurriedly jumped up and landed on the deck of the flying boat. As soon as he steadied himself, Li Yifu immediately bowed and shouted, "Disciple greets martial granduncle. No need to be so polite. Come in with me," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, Xiao Ruofei directly turned and walked into the cabin. Li Yifu had only seen the flying boat from the rooftop this morning. This time, he had truly walked into the interior of the flying boat, so he was also very curious. However, he still obediently followed behind Xiao Ruofei and did not look around. Xiao Ruofei led Li Yifu straight into the cabin that served as the reception room. As soon as Li Yifu saw Tang Haoren, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue, he hurriedly bowed and greeted them. "Greetings, martial grandants." "Greetings, martial Uncle Tang." Tang Haoren used to call Li Yifu Grandpa Li, but after confirming their relationship, Li Yifu greeted him very respectfully every time he saw him and insisted on calling him martial uncle. But today, Tang Haoren was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. Facing the white-haired Li Yifu bowing to him, he seemed to be somewhat at a loss. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, on the other hand, blushed at the same time, Being addressed as martial grandaunts really made the two of them very shy. Although Xia Ruofei did not deliberately hide his relationship with Song Wei and Ling Qingshui in front of Li Yifu, and Li Yifu was also a very traditional person. Li Beihui even had more than one partner, so he did not feel that there was anything wrong with Xia Ruofei having two Dao partners. However, this kind of thing had never been made clear. This time, Li Yifu suddenly addressed them in this way also caught Song Wei and Ling Qingshui somewhat off guard. Xia Ruofei looked at Tang Haoren, Song Wei, and Ling Qingshui's embarrassed expressions and could not help but feel a little amused. He clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. Then he smiled and said, "All right. I said that I would give everyone a surprise today. Now that everyone is here, it's time to reveal the answer." Ling Qingshui said impatiently, "Tell me. Say it quickly. I've been holding it in all this time. What kind of surprise is it?" Li Yifu and Tang Haoren naturally wouldn't ask about this. In any case, whatever arrangement Xia Ruofei made was for their own good. Song Wei also smiled and said, "Ruofei, you're keeping us in suspense today. You came all the way here to bring me, Qingshui, and Haoren here. What kind of surprise do you have for us?" Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Don't worry, you'll know soon enough." After that, Xia Ruofei took something out of the ring to space and asked, "Tell me about your cultivations." Li Yifu was the most honest. He did not ask for the reason at all and immediately said, reporting to Granduncle, "I'm slow and have only reached the 5th level of qi refining." Ling Qingshui held Song Wei's hand and said with a smile, "Wei Wei and I are both at the 4th level of qi refining. Don't you know best?" Tang Haoren heard their words and immediately said with a bitter face, "Master, my cultivation is the lowest. I'm only at the 2nd level of qi refining, but I'll break through to the 3rd level soon." Ling Qingshui could not help but ask, "Ruofei, why are you asking about our cultivation? Also, what is this thing that you took out? A tea set?" What Xia Ruofei took out was indeed a complete tea set. There was even a small red clay stove, high-quality charcoal, and the spiritual pond water in the ring to space, which was specially used to boil tea. "Yes." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "I'm going to treat everyone to tea first. Yifu, start the fire and boil the water." "Yes. Granduncle." Li Yifu hurried over to start the fire for the charcoal stove and poured the spiritual pond water into the kettle, placing it on the small red clay stove. Ling Qingshui could not help but laugh and said, "No way. You came back thousands of miles just to treat us to tea? The surprise you mentioned, don't tell me it's to experience this flying boat of yours? It's quite a surprise, but you don't have to go through so much trouble. Don't be impatient." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "The answer will be revealed soon." After that, Xia Ruofei called Tang Haoren to his side and said, "Haoren, Master will now teach you the 3rd level of the Scorching Sun scripture. You must remember it in your heart. After you break through, you can directly practice the 3rd level of the Scorching Sun scripture." Tang Haoren said happily, "That's great. Master, tell me. My memory is very good now, I'll be able to remember it soon." "Granduncle, then I'll leave you for a moment?" Li Yifu hurriedly stood up. "No need." Xia Ruofei waved his hand dismissively and said, "We're all on the same side here, and there's nothing that can't be heard. If you really want to learn the Scorching Sun scripture, I can teach it to you. However, this is a young cultivation method, and it's most suitable for a body like Haoren's. If you practice it, I'm afraid the effect won't be very good. It's enough for me to have the Guiyuan scripture." Li Yifu said with a smile. Since Xia Ruofei said that there was no need for everyone to leave, Li Yifu naturally wouldn't be unreasonable. Just now, Xia Ruofei had given him the task of boiling water, so of course, he had to stay to complete it. In fact, when Xia Ruofei had given Tang Haoren pointers at the Tang family's manor in Sydney, he had specifically found a secluded place to explain to Tang Haoren. However, at that time, he had just met Li Yifu. Although he had confirmed through Xia Qing that there was no mistake about this master-disciple relationship, he still didn't know Li Yifu's personality, so he definitely had to avoid it. He had also observed Li Yifu for a long time before deciding to teach him the Guiyuan scripture. This Guiyuan scripture could be compared to the complete and advanced version of the Guiyuan scripture that Li Yifu had practiced for most of his life. After Li Yifu obtained the Guiyuan scripture, he could naturally link it seamlessly. Moreover, after obtaining the Guiyuan scripture, many of the confusion in cultivation that was caused by the lack of a cultivation method were easily solved. In front of everyone, Xia Ruofei taught Tang Haoren the third level of the Scorching Sun scripture. After Tang Haoren cultivated it, his memory was indeed much better than that of ordinary people. For such an obscure cultivation method, Xia Ruofei only had to explain it 2 or 3 times, and he had basically memorized it. Xia Ruofei didn't ask Tang Haoren to recite it backwards. Seeing that Tang Haoren had already memorized most of the content, he began to explain the third level of the cultivation method, analyzing and interpreting it word by word for Tang Haoren. In this way, on the basis of understanding, Tang Haoren's memory of the third level of the cultivation method was naturally firmer. After Xia Ruofei finished explaining, he let Tang Haoren ponder for a while and answered a few of his questions. Then, Xia Ruofei asked Tang Haoren to recite the third level of the cultivation method again. As expected, Tang Haoren was already very familiar with it and didn't make any mistakes. At this time, the water on Li Yifu's side was already boiling. Xia Ruofei patted Tang Haoren's head and said with praise, "Haoren, you really didn't disappoint me. You don't need to cultivate the third level of the cultivation method now. You just need to firmly remember it and understand it. When you break through, success will naturally follow naturally. You just need to change to the third level of the cultivation method." "Understood." Tang Haoren said, "Don't worry, master. I'll remember it all." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Everyone, sit over here. Let's drink tea first." Xianxia saw that Xia Ruofei really took out a small bag of tea leaves and then began to fiddle with the tea set. It seemed that he was really going to make tea. She couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. However, since Xia Ruofei wanted to keep them in suspense, Xianxia let Xia Ruofei do as he pleased. Anyway, she also knew that since Xia Ruofei gathered everyone together and said that he had a surprise for everyone, it would be revealed sooner or later. Xia Ruofei used the boiling spiritual pond water to heat the tea set. Then, he poured the wild tea that Xianxia gave him into a lidded bowl in one go. Then, he poured the spiritual pond water into the lidded bowl. Suddenly, a strong tea fragrance rose in the cabin. Even Tang Haoren couldn't help but sniff and exclaim, "Master! It smells so good." This wild tea could be drunk directly after it was brewed. There was no washing process. Moreover, the first brew was the essence of the wild tea, so Xia Ruofei waited for a few seconds. Then, he placed the teacup on the fair cup and poured the brewed tea from the lidded bowl into the fair cup. Then, Xia Ruofei poured the tii from the fair cup into the tea-tasting cup like flowing water. There were exactly 5 cups, no more, no less. To be honest, even Song Wei and Xianxia, who had seen a lot of good tea, felt that the tea fragrance was extremely tempting. As soon as Xia Ruofei poured the tea, Xianxia couldn't wait to taste it. However, Xia Ruofei raised his hand to stop her and said, "Before tasting the tea, I have a few words to say." Everyone's eyes were focused on Xia Ruofei. He then said, "After drinking this cup of tea, everyone may have some wonderful experiences. Remember, don't try to resist. Just follow your heart. For example, if you want to cultivate, just sit down and cultivate immediately. The spiritual qi here is very rich. It's enough for you to cultivate. In addition, each of you should hold a spiritual crystal in your hand later in case of insufficient spiritual qi." With that, Xia Ruofei flipped her hand and took out 4 spiritual crystals, giving one to each of them. The flying boat was docked in the Great Void Mystical Clear formation, so the spiritual qi was naturally very rich. Under normal circumstances, it was definitely enough to sustain cultivation. Xia Ruofei asked everyone to hold a spiritual crystal in case of an emergency. After all, the 4 of them were cultivators in the qi refining stage. After drinking the wild tea, they would definitely be able to advance to the next level. When several cultivators in the qi refining stage broke through at the same time, the instantaneous consumption of spiritual qi would be relatively large. It was naturally safer to have a spiritual crystal in hand. In addition, Xia Ruofei was also worried that Li Yifu and Tang Haoren would feel a little uncomfortable. For example, Li Yifu felt that it was a little strange for him to suddenly sit down and cultivate with all the elders here. If he forced himself to endure, it would be a waste of the wild tea. Of course, this was also a precautionary measure. It was a preventive measure. In fact, according to Xiao Ruofei's experience, basically, after drinking the wild tea for the first time, he would enter a state of cultivation involuntarily. It was very difficult for him to control it. When Ling Qingxue heard this, her eyes could not help but brighten. She said, "Ruofei, so this tea of yours is a little different from the rest. It can promote cultivation?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at Song Wei and Ling Qingxue and said, "You two, come with me to the cabin next door in a while and bring the tea over to drink." Song Wei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other, and their faces were slightly hot. However, they were even more certain that this tea should be able to promote cultivation. After all, when they cultivated the Inception Questioning Heart Sutra together with Xiao Ruofei, it was the most efficient. Moreover, the state of cultivation was a little embarrassing. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Ruofei asked them to go to the cabin next door. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei's eyes revealed a hint of joy as they said crisply at the same time, "Got it." Xiao Ruofei looked around at everyone again and asked, "Do you all remember what I just said?" "Yes, Master." Tang Haoran rushed to answer. "Martial granduncle, this disciple remembers." Li Yifu also quickly said. Ling Qingxue said with a smile, "Don't worry. You're here, aren't you?" Then each of you take a cup of tea," Xiao Ruofei said. After that, he picked up one of the cups and drank it directly. Then, he revealed a look of reminiscence and said, "This is really good tea." Ling Qingxue could not help but open her eyes wide and said, "You gave a lot of serious instructions, so why did you drink it so casually?" "Because I'm a cultivator at the golden core stage," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "This is ordinary tea to me. Hurry up and improve your cultivation, then you can be like me and drink this tea like water." Xiao Ruofei was taking advantage of Ling Qingxue's ignorance of wild tea and casually teasing her. Of course, this was not the case in reality. "I'm so angry." Ling Qingxue clenched her fists. If it were not for the fact that the juniors were present, she would have pounced on Xiao Ruofei and punched him. Li Yifu and Tang Haoran obediently waited for Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to take their respective cups of tea before they each took a cup of tea. Xiao Ruofei took Ling Qingxue and Song Wei to the cabin next door. Before he went out, he glanced at Li Yifu and Tang Haoran and said, "Don't be nervous, just drink it in one gulp." "Yes, Martial granduncle." "Yes, Master." The three of them went to the cabin next door. Xiao Ruofei casually set up the time formation flag and said, "You can't drink tea at the same time. You can discuss who goes first." "Wei Wei goes first." "Let Qingxue drink first." The two of them spoke almost at the same time. Then, they immediately looked at each other and smiled. Xiao Ruofei crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood to the side. He did not participate and let them discuss it among themselves. This kind of thing could not be biased. Otherwise, it would be suicide. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue discussed for a while. In the end, Song Wei convinced Ling Qingxue to drink the wild tea first. Ling Qingxue held the teacup and asked nervously, "Ruofei, how do I drink it?" "Drink it with your mouth," Xiao Ruofei said, somewhat amused. "Do you need me to teach you how to drink tea? This is tea that promotes cultivation. I've never drunk it before," Ling Qingxue said coquettishly. However, after Xiao Ruofei's teasing, she was not so nervous anymore. She directly raised her head and drank the tea in one gulp. When the wild tea entered her stomach, Ling Qingxue subconsciously wanted to praise the tea. However, before she could open her mouth, her body suddenly stiffened, as if she had fallen into a daze. Xiao Ruofei, who was already prepared, pulled Ling Qingxue and leaped into the range of the time array flag. Then, they immediately entered the state of cultivation. Song Wei saw Ling Qingxue's appearance and suddenly felt like laughing. However, he immediately realized that he would soon drink this magical tea. Would he be like Ling Qingxue later? Song Wei didn't have much time to think about this problem because the difference in the flow of time inside and outside the time formation flag was huge. Even if the time formation flag was used alone, because the range of the formation was relatively small, the difference in the flow of time was about 90 times. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue cultivated in the formation for 3 to 4 hours before coming out. For Song Wei, who was outside the formation, only 2 to 3 minutes had passed. When Ling Qingxue came out of the formation, her face was still a little red. On one hand, it was the side effect of cultivating the Inception Questioning Heart Sutra. On the other hand, it was because she was excited. When she saw Song Wei, the red on her face became even more intense. When cultivating the Inception Questioning Heart Sutra, although the spiritual bodies were intertwined in that kind of erotic environment, in fact, the body would have the same reaction. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed when she thought of her embarrassing appearance being seen by Song Wei. In fact, Ling Qingxue was overthinking. The difference in the flow of time inside and outside the formation was too big. Song Wei couldn't see the changes in Ling Qingxue's expression from outside the formation. Soon, Ling Qingxue's mood was taken over by excitement again. She excitedly pulled Song Wei's hand and said, "Wei Wei, quickly drink this cup of tea. Did you know? In such a short time, my cultivation has increased by 1 level. I'm now at the 5th level of qi refining. Moreover, I can't stop after breaking through. My cultivation is still rising. I feel like I'll be able to break through to the 6th layer of qi refining very soon." Song Wei also widened his eyes in surprise and said, "Just a cup of tea can actually achieve such an effect?" Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Whether it's effective or not, you'll know once you try it. Wei Wei, it's your turn. Drink it." Ling Qingxue giggled and said, Yeah. Dalong, it's time to take your medicine." Song Wei was amused by this sudden nonsense and burst out laughing. She had already reached for the teacup, but her hand shook and she almost spilled the tea. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Ling Qingxue and said, "Qingxue, even if you're joking, you should think about the occasion. This wild tea is only effective on the first occasion. If you spilled the tea just now, where would I find wild tea again?" Ling Qingxue was also shocked. She didn't dare to look at Xia Ruofei and Song Wei. She stuck out her tongue and said, "I didn't do it on purpose. My brain just went haywire, and I suddenly said, thank God it's okay." As she spoke, she patted her chest. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat when he saw the trembling scenery. Originally, he didn't want to scold Ling Qingxue, but now, he couldn't bring himself to scold her. Song Wei also said, "Qingxue definitely didn't do it on purpose. Thank God it's okay." Then, Song Wei quickly changed the topic and asked, "Ruofei, should I drink it directly?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Drink it." With Ling Qingxue as an example, Song Wei wasn't so nervous and drank the tea directly. Her reaction was similar to Ling Qingxue's. Although she was mentally prepared, she still couldn't help but fall into a state of cultivation and comprehension after the tea entered her stomach. Xia Ruofei directly pulled Song Wei into the formation, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate together. Ling Qingxue had also involuntarily entered the state of cultivation just now, so she didn't know what had happened after she drank the wild tea. Now, she was naturally very curious. However, she still knew her limits and didn't dare to enter the formation to disturb the two people's cultivation. She just stood outside the range of the time formation flags and looked into the formation. However, because of the difference in the flow of time inside and outside the formation, the situation inside the formation she saw was like a video that was fast-forwarded 90 times faster. Everything she saw was blurry. After all, although they were cultivating, the two people weren't completely still. Some of the subtle movements in the time dimension of a few hours were condensed into just 2 or 3 minutes. Naturally, it looked very blurry from the outside. Ling Qingxue felt a little dizzy and simply gave up. She sat down and rested for less than 2 minutes. Song Wei also walked out of the formation, looking refreshed. "Wei Wei, how was it? Did you break through?" Ling Qingxue immediately stood up and greeted him. Song Wei nodded happily and said, "The situation is similar to yours. I feel like I can break through to the 6th level of the qi refining realm at any time." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "I'll choose a suitable cultivation method for you. This way, even if I'm not by your side, it won't affect your cultivation." "Okay." Ling Qingxue said, "Choose a better cultivation method. I really want to break through to the gold core stage now." flying on a sword. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it doesn't have to be the best, but it has to be the most suitable for the two of you. Then, Xiao Ruofei said, by the way, Wei Wei, this wild tea is enough for 5 people. Originally, I wanted to add Uncle Song, but considering that we haven't really told Uncle Song about cultivation, and that it's not good to reveal the situation on Peach Blossom Island to him, and that Ifu has to stay on Peach Blossom Island, after some consideration, I finally decided to let the 4 of you drink the wild tea first. Song Wei said with a smile, Ruofei, you don't have to explain to me. I definitely understand. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, next time, find a suitable time to let Uncle Song drink the wild tea. So, you still have a lot of this magical tea? Ling Xianxia asked. Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, this was given to me by the young master of the Tianyi Palace. That's all. I soaked them all at once. Then why did you say that Uncle Song should drink the wild tea? Ling Xianxia was a little puzzled. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, young Master Chen promised me that he would give me a few branches of the wild tea. I'm confident that I can successfully sow them. Don't forget what my Taoyuan company relied on to make a fortune. When the time comes, I'll have as much wild tea as I want. At least, I'll definitely have enough for Uncle Song to drink. Wow. You can grow it yourself? Ling Xianxia's eyes lit up when she heard this. Then why are we still cultivating? It's fine. Drinking a cup of tea can make a breakthrough. After a few drinks, I'll reach the gold core stage. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but rub Ling Xianxia's hair and say with a smile, you're dreaming. Only the first time you drink this wild tea will have the effect of promoting cultivation. If you drink it again in the future, it'll just be drinking tea. But then again, from the perspective of tea leaves, the taste of this wild tea is quite good. I feel that it's even richer than my dahongpo from Wui. That's true. Ling Xianxia said with some embarrassment, no wonder you drank a cup just now. You must have drunk wild tea before, right? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, it was also given to us by the young master of the Tianyi Palace. So, you also broke through a level of cultivation after drinking it? Song Wei couldn't help but ask curiously when he heard this. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, this wild tea can promote cultivation, but it also depends on one's cultivation. Generally speaking, after a cultivator in the qi refining stage drinks it, he'll definitely break through a level. But a cultivator in the gold core stage naturally won't have such a good effect. Otherwise, even if they get the wild tea, they'll keep it until they reach the gold core stage. Xiao Ruofei paused and then said, and I guess that the effect of the wild tea may be different for different people. Just like you, your cultivation has almost increased by 2 levels. By the way, Haren's cultivation is the lowest. I guess the effect will be better after he drinks the wild tea. I have to go out and see. After that, Xiao Ruofei quickly walked out of the cabin. Song Wei and Ling Xianxia naturally followed closely behind him. Although Song Wei and Ling Xianxia took the wild tea first and then cultivated, because Xiao Ruofei used the time formation flag, they actually spent very little time. Including the time they talked, the whole process took less than 10 minutes. Therefore, in the reception room, Li Yifu and Tang Haren basically just entered the state of cultivation. Xiao Ruofei checked their auras and found that they were relatively stable, so he was relieved. Because Tang Haren's cultivation was the lowest and he was about to break through to the 3rd level of the qi refining stage, Xiao Ruofei soon felt that the spiritual qi began to gather around Tang Haren at an accelerated speed. Xiao Ruofei's eyes narrowed. He knew that Tang Haren was about to break through. Sure enough, in just a few breaths' time, Tang Haren's aura suddenly increased by a notch. Tang Haren's cultivation talent was also very impressive. After breaking through, he immediately changed the path of his meridians according to the 3rd level of the Scorching Sun scripture. At this time, the wild tea's effect was still there, so after his cultivation quickly stabilized, it immediately began to rise again. After about half an hour or so, Xiao Ruofei felt that Tang Haren seemed to be about to break through again. Song Wei and Ling Xianxia were also a little stunned as they watched from the side. The speed of this breakthrough was simply like a hot knife through butter. Originally, the two of them had already felt that it was very good that their cultivation had increased by almost 2 levels in one go. Now, compared to Tang Haoren, it seemed that they were a lot inferior. Of course, the difficulty of breaking through from the second level of the qi refining stage to the third or fourth level of the qi refining stage was naturally lower than breaking through from the fourth to the fifth level of the qi refining stage. However, when considering Tang Haoren's age, Song Wei and Ling Qingshui could not help but feel a strong sense of defeat. Xiao Ruofei was paying full attention to Tang Haoren's condition. Soon, Tang Haoren's aura exploded, and he entered the fourth level of the qi refining stage without any delay. Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate to send a telepathic message to Tang Haoren. Haoren, continue to circulate the third level of the Scorching Sun scripture and quickly stabilize your cultivation. Although Tang Haoren was in a selfless state of cultivation, Xiao Ruofei's telepathic message was still clearly transmitted to his mind through psychic power. Originally, Tang Haoren had not learned the fourth level of the Scorching Sun scripture, so he was caught off guard and broke through to the fourth level of the qi refining stage. He was a little lost, but after hearing his master's voice, he immediately calmed down and quickly followed Xiao Ruofei's instructions to circulate the third level of the Scorching Sun scripture to stabilize his cultivation. Xiao Ruofei had been paying attention to Tang Haoren's situation all this time. After his cultivation had stabilized, he immediately sent another telepathic message. Haoren, the wild tea's effects are still there, don't waste it. Master will now impart to you the fourth level of the Scorching Sun scripture. Just circulate your qi according to the path I've taught you. Don't worry. After saying this, Xiao Ruofei directly used psychic power to impart the fourth level of the Scorching Sun scripture to Tang Haoren. This kind of impromptu teaching naturally would not be like usual, where he would break down the scripture and explain the principles. He directly instructed Tang Haoren on how to control the flow of qi. At the same time, he placed his hand on Tang Haoren's wrist and used his psychic power to observe the flow of qi in Tang Haoren's body. Under this kind of teaching, Tang Haoren carefully controlled the flow of qi according to the path of the fourth level of the Scorching Sun scripture. He began to practice the fourth level of the Scorching Sun scripture for the first time. Very quickly, under Xiao Ruofei's guidance, he circulated the qi in his body for one cycle. Then it was the second cycle. Over and over again, Tang Haoren became more and more familiar with it. Qi continuously gathered and was absorbed into his body, then converted into qi in his dantian. Tang Haoren's cultivation was also improving rapidly. Finally, when this rapid improvement ended, Tang Haoren's cultivation was fixed at the middle of the fourth level of qi refinement. Moreover, his foundation was very solid. It could be said that breaking through to the fifth level of qi refinement was just around the corner. Tang Haoren opened his eyes, which were filled with surprise and joy. He did not expect that his master would give him such a big surprise when he went all the way to pick him up. Master! My cultivation has improved so much. Tang Haoren could not help but exclaim excitedly. Xiao Ruofei said calmly, Haoren, this kind of opportunity is something that can only be found by chance, so you have to correct your attitude. After all, cultivation is not something that can be achieved overnight. You have to be down to earth and take one step at a time. Only then will you be able to find the ultimate path. Xiao Ruofei was worried that Tang Haoren was too young and would lose himself in this kind of situation where his cultivation was constantly breaking through. His mentality would become impetuous, so he promptly educated him. Tang Haoren's expression became serious, and he said, Master, Haoren will remember. You've broken through to the fourth level of qi refinement. You've made great progress in all aspects, and your strength is also much greater than before. Therefore, you must remember that cultivation is not for fighting. You absolutely cannot rely on your status as a cultivator to bully ordinary people. Xiao Ruofei said somewhat sternly, if I find out, I will definitely punish you severely. Do you remember? Tang Haoren hurriedly said, I remember. Master, Haoren has always remembered your teachings. I have never relied on my strength to bully my classmates. Only then did Xiao Ruofei reveal a trace of a smile. He rubbed Tang Haoren's head and said, That's right. In the future, you must also remember my words. You absolutely cannot rely on your strength to bully others, understand? Yes. Master. Tang Haoren crisply replied. Xiao Ruofei said again, in a while, I will explain the fourth level of the Scorching Sun scripture in detail to you. Right now, you only know how to do it, but not why. You must truly understand the meaning of the scripture. Only then will you be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Alright, you can go to the side and rest for a while. The reason why Xia Ruofei did not immediately explain to Tang Haoren was because he noticed that Li Yifu, who was next to him, was about to wake up. In fact, Xia Ruofei had been paying attention to Li Yifu's situation the whole time. Li Yifu suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. His face revealed an indescribably surprised expression as he said, "Martial Granduncle, this disciple's cultivation has broken through by one level. I've reached the 6th level of qi refining." Then, Li Yifu realized that Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and even Tang Haoren were all looking at him with smiles on their faces. Li Yifu also immediately realized that he had involuntarily entered a state of cultivation because of that cup of tea. Xia Ruofei had told them to mentally prepare themselves in advance. It was just that Li Yifu's cultivation had suddenly broken through, so he was inexplicably surprised and didn't come back to his senses for a while. "You guys, have all broken through as well?" Li Yifu asked somewhat uncertainly. Song Wei and the others nodded in unison. Xia Ruofei secretly sighed. Li Yifu was still at a disadvantage because of his age. Among the 4 of them, his benefits after drinking the wild tea were actually the smallest. He had only broken through by 1 level. Tang Haoren had broken through twice in a row, while Song Wei and Ling Qingxue had almost broken through to the 6th level of qi refining. Of course, this was also related to their cultivation being lower than Li Yifu's. However, the main reason was that Li Yifu was a bit older and his potential wasn't as good as the younger ones. Of course, Xia Ruofei wouldn't expose him. He only smiled and said, "Yifu, breaking through is a good thing. During this time, remember to cultivate diligently and consolidate your cultivation as soon as possible." "Yes. This disciple understands." Li Yifu hurriedly said respectfully. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Alright, now that everyone has finished cultivating, let's continue drinking tea. Although this tea is only effective the first time you drink it, this wild tea is indeed a rare good tea. It can be brewed many times. We can't waste it." Hearing this, Li Yifu hurriedly went to boil the water again. They had cultivated for about an hour or 2, so the water had already turned cold. Everyone sat around the tea table, drinking tea and chatting. Everyone's cultivation had broken through, so they were naturally in a very good mood. Xia Ruofei didn't continue to explain the 4th level of the Scorching Sun scripture to Tang Haoren. He just chatted with everyone with a smile on his face. After drinking tea for a while, Xia Ruofei said, "Alright, I should send Haoren home. Yifu will continue to stay here. Wei and Qingxue, will you wait for me, or will you come with me?" Song Wei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other. It was as if their minds were connected. They said in unison, "Let's go together." After Haoren visit. Of the Sun sex. After you've sent Haoren back. Us. Xia Ruofei thought about it and said, "No problem." Hearing this, Li Yifu immediately stood up and said, "Martial Granduncle, I'll take my leave first." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay. You should stay here and cultivate properly." From the beginning to the end, Xia Ruofei didn't mention anything about Peach Blossom Island. Even the wild tea was brewed on the flying boat. In fact, he didn't want Tang Haoren to come into contact with information about Peach Blossom Island too early. After all, Tang Haoren was still a child. If he accidentally let it slip, it might spread to the ears of someone with bad intentions. It would bring a lot of trouble to Peach Blossom Island. Everyone on the flying boat was Li Yifu's elder. He respectfully bowed to everyone and then left the flying boat. Xia Ruofei restarted the flying boat and flew in the direction of Sydney, Australia. Along the way, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue continued to enjoy the scenery on the deck. In fact, it was already night time, and there was no scenery to see. They were creating a quiet environment for Xia Ruofei and Tang Haoren. This was because Xia Ruofei took advantage of the time during the journey to explain the 4th level of the Scorching Sun scripture to Tang Haoren. Tang Haoren's cultivation talent was indeed very good. Ordinary people would find the cultivation method very obscure, but he listened with relish. More than an hour passed in a flash. After Xia Ruofei finished, Tang Haoren still wanted to continue. However, at this time, the flying boat had already arrived in the sky above Sydney and was not far from the Tang family's manor. Tang Howren said, "Master, the fourth level of the cultivation method is so profound. If there is anything I don't understand, can I call you and ask for advice?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Of course, no problem. If you have any questions, you must ask me in time. Don't blindly think about it. Cultivation is not a trivial matter. If there is any mistake, it may lead to very serious consequences." Tang Howren quickly said, "I know. Don't worry, Master. I definitely won't do anything reckless." Xiao Ruofei said again, "Today, we are talking about some things about the cultivation world, including Master's flying boat. Do you understand? It's best not to tell your parents. After all, they are just ordinary people. It's not a good thing for them to know too much about the cultivation world. Of course, I don't think they will ask so much." Xiao Ruofei knew Tang Etian and Jennifer well. The couple trusted Xiao Ruofei very much, and they would never ask anything they shouldn't ask. "Okay. I'll remember." Tang Howren's little face was very serious. "Don't worry, Master. I promise I won't tell anyone." Xiao Ruofei patted Tang Howren's head and said, "Okay. Well, we'll be at your house soon. Let's get ready to land." Xiao Ruofei controlled the flying boat and began to descend. The area where the Tang family's manor was located was a wealthy area. The biggest characteristic was that it was sparsely populated and flourishing with vegetation, so he easily found a secluded place near the manor and landed the flying boat. The four of them left the flying boat. After Xiao Ruofei put away the flying boat, he took Tang Howren, Song Wei, and Ling Xianxia to the gate of the Tang family's manor. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening in Sydney, and the manor was very bright. As soon as they walked to the gate, Xiao Ruofei saw the butler of the manor waiting there. Obviously, it was arranged by Tang Etian. Although Xiao Ruofei only said that he would try to send Tang Howren back tonight, Tang Etian had prepared according to their return tonight. As soon as the butler saw Xiao Ruofei and the others, he quickly came up to them and said, "Young master is back. Mr. Xia, 2 ladies, you've worked hard. Mr. Tang is already waiting for you in the manor. Please come in." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Thank you." The group took the electric car at the gate and soon arrived at the main building of the manor. On the other side, Tang Etian and Jennifer had already received the report at the gate and were standing in front of the door in advance to welcome them. "Ruofei." Tang Etian greeted them very warmly. "Haha. Brother Tang, I've sent your precious son back." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Hurry up and check. Not a single hair is missing." Tang Etian laughed and said, "The child has already acknowledged you as his master. That means he can be beaten and scolded. We will never complain. What's more, how can I not trust you? Howren is so obedient. How can I bear to beat and scold him?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Come. Let's come in." Tang Etian said, "The supper is ready. We're just waiting for you to arrive." Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Xianxia and Song Wei and said, "Brother Tang, we still have something to do tonight, so we won't stay, it's so late." "Aren't you going to stay in the manor for the night?" Tang Etian asked with some surprise. Jennifer also said, "Xia, even if you have something to do, you can do it tomorrow, right? Just stay for the night. Let us do our part as hosts." Xiao Ruofei didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, they had good intentions. It was so late. He couldn't say that he had to send his 2 girlfriends back to Huaxia right away. At this time, Tang Howren said, "Daddy, Mommy, Master really has something to do. He can't stay for the night, but Master, you can stay and eat something before you leave. It's not too late." Xiao Ruofei rubbed Tang Howren's hair and said with a smile, "Since Howren has personally asked us to stay, then let's have a few bites before we leave." They had already set up a banquet and waited for the whole night. If Xiao Ruofei didn't even enter the house and left after sending Tang Howren here, it would indeed be unreasonable. Tang Etian heard his son say so. After hesitating for a moment, he could only reluctantly say, "All right then. If you don't want to stay, then so be it. But let's agree that you have to accompany me for a few drinks later." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "No problem. I'll risk my life to accompany you tonight." Tang Yitian smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think I don't know your alcohol tolerance? You're risking my life, aren't you?" After everyone heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. The group of people walked into the exquisitely decorated restaurant and took their seats on both sides of the long dining table. Under the butler's arrangement, all kinds of delicious food were quickly served. The 2 bottles of red wine that Tang Yitian had treasured were all opened and poured into the decanter. Tang Yitian and Jennifer did not ask where Xiao Ruofei had taken Tang Hauran to or what they had done. They just chatted about family matters, including some things about the Chinese circle in Australia and some business matters. Tang Yitian and his wife were the kind of people who were more cheerful and easygoing, so the atmosphere of their conversation had always been very good. Unknowingly, the 2 bottles of red wine had been finished, and a small jar of yellow wine had also been emptied. Xiao Ruofei's expression still did not change, but Tang Yitian was already a little drunk. Xiao Ruofei looked at the time. The supper had been eaten for nearly 2 hours. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening local time, and Tang Hauran should also rest. So, he decisively got up and said goodbye. Tang Yitian was a little drunk and asked, "Ruofei, it's so late. Let me send you a car. Outside of this matter, it's all wilderness." Tang Hauran quickly said, "Daddy, don't worry about that. Master has his own way." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Hauran is right. You all should rest quickly. Don't worry about us." Having said that, Tang Yitian and his family still took the electric car together and sent Xiao Ruofei and the other 2 to the entrance of the manor. Xiao Ruofei told Tang Hauran a few words and told him to cultivate diligently. Then, he waved goodbye to Tang Yitian and his family of 3 and walked into the night with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. After walking into the small forest near the manor, Xiao Ruofei took out the black flying boat. Then, the 3 of them boarded the flying boat and took off directly back to Huaxia. Song Wei asked Xiao Ruofei to take out the tea set and tea leaves. Then, she boiled water and made tea for everyone. Song Wei asked with a smile, "Ruofei, it's not a big deal even if we stay in Sydney for 1 night. We've all asked for leave. We don't actually need to travel overnight." Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled, saying, "I guess he wants to send us back as soon as possible, so that it won't affect him when he's outside." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "How could I think of that? But there's a reason why I insist on going back tonight." "I knew it." Ling Qingxue said with a smile, "Tell me the truth." Xiao Ruofei winked at the 2 of them and said, "Because I've also prepared gifts for you. I can't wait to take them out and give them to you. It's not convenient to spend the night in Big Brother Tang's manor." "Really?" Ling Qingxue looked into Xiao Ruofei's eyes and asked, "Don't tell me you came up with an excuse at the last minute. Where's the most basic trust between people?" Xiao Ruofei pretended to be sad and indignant as he said, "Look. Isn't this the gift I've carefully prepared?" After saying that, Xiao Ruofei flipped his hand and 2 storage rings suddenly appeared in his palm. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were slightly stunned when they saw the rings, and then they reacted at the same time. Song Wei asked with a little surprise, "Are these the storage rings you bought at the auction?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. You 2 can have 1 each. The storage space of the 2 rings is the same size, but the styles are slightly different. You can choose yourselves." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei put the storage rings on the tea table. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue immediately huddled together. They held the storage ring in their hands and looked at it fondly, unwilling to part with it. In the end, the 2 of them each chose 1. Ling Qingxue tried the storage ring on her finger and asked, "Ruofei, how do I use this storage ring?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "This shows the importance of cultivating mental strength. There is a miniature array on the storage ring. When you use it for the first time, you need to imprint your mental strength. This way, only you can open the storage ring." This was the simplest application of mental strength. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue's mental strength cultivation was more than enough. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he taught them how to imprint their mental strength on the storage ring's miniature array. The 2 of them succeeded on the first try. Then, Ling Qingxue immediately sensed the space inside the storage ring. She cried out in surprise, "Wow! It's such a big space, and we can store things at will? That's so convenient. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, a friendly reminder, in theory, you can't store living things. Of course, you can store them if you want, but after you store them, they will die. It was very easy to store and retrieve items from the storage ring. The mental strength of a cultivator in the qi refining stage was enough. Basically, they could store and retrieve items easily with just a thought. Xiao Ruofei taught the two of them once, and they easily grasped it. Therefore, the two of them were like children who had gotten their favorite toy. They kept trying to store and retrieve their personal belongings in the storage ring. Even Song Wei, who had always been steady, showed a rare childlike smile. Obviously, the two of them were very satisfied and surprised by this gift. In fact, they didn't have many personal belongings. It was nothing more than a small bag for girls. There was a mobile phone, a small mirror, and some simple cosmetics and sunscreen in it. It didn't take up much space at all, but they still had a lot of fun. Xiao Ruofei also stood aside and looked at the two of them with a smile. Originally, he had a gift for them, but seeing that they were having so much fun, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, it would take a long time to fly from Australia to Huaxia. When the two of them finally had enough fun and put all their personal belongings, except for their mobile phones, into the storage ring, Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "Are you satisfied with the gift?" Song Wei and Ling Qingxue nodded repeatedly. If Xiao Ruofei hadn't told them that mobile phones couldn't receive signal in the storage ring, they wouldn't even be willing to put their mobile phones on them. They would have stored everything in the storage ring. What was there to be dissatisfied with? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I have another gift. I hope you like it too." Another gift? Ling Qingxue immediately became interested when she heard this. Then hurry up and take it out. Don't keep us in suspense. This time, Xiao Ruofei had indeed given them a big surprise. A cup of wild tea had directly increased their cultivation by more than one level, and they liked the storage ring very much. Therefore, when they heard that Xiao Ruofei had another gift, they were naturally looking forward to it. Xiao Ruofei chuckled as he took out the two flying swords he had chosen earlier from the spirit map space. Practitioner Yuntai had left a total of 5 flying swords in the nested space, all of which he was quite satisfied with. It could be said that they were his proudest works. Xiao Ruofei had already chosen 2 swords that were more suitable for girls. He was going to give them to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Although the two of them would most likely not use flying swords and would not fight against cultivators, having 2 high-quality flying swords to defend themselves was still good. After all, the two of them had their own matters to attend to and Xiao Ruofei could not be by their side at all times to protect them. Coincidentally, these 2 flying swords also came in a set. The swords were slender and soft, obviously meant for female cultivators. Moreover, the 2 flying swords were engraved with sword names. One was called Autumn Water and the other was called Iren. The names were also very pleasing. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided to give these 2 flying swords to Ling Qingxue and Song Wei as soon as he saw them. After Xiao Ruofei took out the 2 flying swords, they quietly floated in the air. The slender swords exuded a sharp aura that seemed to be able to cut a person's soul, causing others to be intimidated at first glance. When Song Wei and Ling Qingxue looked at the flying swords, they could not help but be a little absent-minded. Are these flying swords?" Ling Qingxue asked with her eyes wide open, "Are they for us?" They had seen Xiao Ruofei's blue traveling immortal sword and were not unfamiliar with flying swords. However, in their understanding, flying swords seemed to be something that only cultivators in the Golden Core realm were qualified to use, and they were still very far away from the Golden Core realm. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "That's right. Each of you has a flying sword for self-defense. How about it? Can we use flying swords too?" Ling Qingxue asked with some uncertainty. Why not? The mental strength of cultivators in the qi refining realm is enough to control flying swords, but the range is not as large as that of cultivators in the Golden Core realm. In addition, cultivators in the qi refining realm are unable to use flying swords. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Moreover, your mental strength is much stronger than that of cultivators in the same realm. Your cultivation of the 5th level of the qi refining realm is enough to use flying swords. Then, Xiao Ruofei said, these two flying swords, one is called Autumn Water and the other is called Yiren. As usual, you can discuss among yourselves and each of you can choose one. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue nodded in unison and then carefully approached the flying swords. These two flying swords were very suitable for girls to use. Because they were a set, their appearance was similar. They were both light green and it was unknown what material they were made of. Xiao Ruofei estimated that many of the materials used to refine the flying swords could not be found in the current cultivation world. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue discussed in a low voice for a while. In the end, Ling Qingxue chose the Autumn Water Sword and Song Wei chose the Yiren sword. Ruofei, this flying sword. How do we use it? Ling Qingxue asked with some fear. The flying sword was incomparably sharp, and because it was controlled by mental strength, there was no hilt at all. Its entire body was a sword edge, and it even emitted traces of a cold aura. It was indeed somewhat daunting. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, actually, it's very simple. It's similar to a storage ring. First, you have to imprint your mental strength on the flying sword. Then, you can store the flying sword in your dantian. When you need to use it, just a thought will appear and use your mental strength to control it. Store the flying sword in my body? Ling Qingxue could not help but gasp when she heard this. Won't it cut us? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, after imprinting your mental strength, you will be the owner of the flying sword. The flying sword will definitely not hurt its owner. Don't worry. Even so, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were still a little afraid. Xiao Ruofei simply taught them how to imprint their mental strength imprints on the flying swords. When the mental strength imprints were successfully imprinted on the flying swords, the two immediately felt a telepathic connection with their respective flying swords. At this time, Xiao Ruofei taught them how to store the flying swords in their bodies. Although they were a little scared, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue still carefully followed the method Xiao Ruofei taught them out of absolute trust in Xiao Ruofei. As expected, the flying swords were immediately stored in their bodies. At the same time, the two immediately felt that the flying swords were already being nourished in their dantian. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue both felt very refreshed and tried to summon the flying swords again. After a few tries, the two of them no longer felt that kind of fear. Then, Xiao Ruofei taught them how to use their mental strength to control the flying swords. He did not teach them any profound sword techniques. After all, learning sword techniques was not something that could be done in a day. Learning how to use mental strength to control the flying swords would at least give them some ability to protect themselves. In fact, this was basically enough. The possibility of Song Wei and Ling Qingxue fighting with cultivators was very low. Soon, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue grasped the basics of controlling the flying swords and began to carefully try it out. The space in the cabin was relatively small, and the flying boat was very precious. If it was damaged by the flying swords that could cut iron like mud, Xiao Ruofei would feel distressed. Therefore, he simply brought Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to the deck and then let them practice. In the beginning, the two were not used to using mental strength to control the flying swords, so it was a little clumsy. However, after practicing for a while, they gradually became proficient. The trajectory of the flying swords also became more and more elegant and natural. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I think it's enough. With this skill, you definitely have no problem protecting yourselves. In fact, in the modern cultivation world, there were probably not many cultivators in the qi refinement stage who could own flying swords. Even if it was a cultivator in the qi refinement stage who was slightly higher than Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, they would not be able to handle the situation when the two of them used their flying swords. And if they encountered a cultivator in the golden core stage, it did not matter whether the other party had a flying sword or not. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue would definitely not be able to defeat them. Of course, Xiao Ruofei naturally would not let this happen. So this is how it feels to control a flying sword. Ling Qingxue put away the flying sword reluctantly and said with a smile, I suddenly remembered the plot of the Shu Mountain Swordsman. Wei, don't you think we look like swordswomen? Song Wei also put away the flying sword in his dantian, then pursed his lips and said with a smile, you look a little more like it. Ling Qingxue was a little embarrassed when she heard this. She held Song Wei's hand and said, Wei Wei, you also felt very valiant when you controlled the flying sword just now. If you put on ancient clothes, you would look like a swordswoman. Business flattery ends here. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, about the flying sword, I still have a few words of advice for you. Go ahead. I'm all ears. Ling Qingxue said playfully. Xia Ruofei said, first of all, this flying sword can only be seen by cultivators. Ordinary people can't see it, so when you use it in the secular world, although you need to be careful, you don't have to avoid ordinary people too much. I understand. What else? Ling Qingxue asked. Also, don't kill the innocent, especially avoid using the flying sword to deal with ordinary people as much as possible, unless the other party has committed a heinous crime and deserves to die. Xia Ruofei said, using the means of cultivators to deal with ordinary people is more or less a taboo in the cultivation world. Xia Ruofei quickly said, of course, I'm sure you won't do it. I just want to remind you that the flying sword is a lethal weapon, and it's too sharp. You must be careful when you use it. Okay. Ling Qingxue nodded seriously and said, don't worry. We mainly use the flying sword for self-defense. You can use it when you need it, even if it's to cut a melon or a vegetable, but you must be careful when you use it, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue laughed. Ling Qingxue said, who would use such a precious flying sword to cut melons and vegetables? You're too funny, right? Xia Ruofei thought to himself, maybe Yuntai Layman did it. After all, the flying sword is not too precious to Yuntai Layman. He can make it himself. Ling Qingxue then asked, we've accepted the flying sword. Ruofei, do you have any other gifts? Take them all out at once. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, one flying sword and one storage ring per person isn't enough? I'm about to be emptied of all my assets. How can I take out any other gifts? That's not necessarily true. Ling Qingxue said with a smile, usually, people who cry poor are not really poor. You must have gained a lot at the auction this time. Song Wei smiled and watched from the side. Ling Qingxue had a lively personality. Sometimes, when she bickered with Xia Ruofei, Song Wei felt that it was quite interesting to watch. Xia Ruofei thought about it seriously and said, now that you mention it, I really do remember. I have something to give you. Ah? Really? Ling Qingxue couldn't help but be stunned. Song Wei said, Ruofei, Qingxue is just joking with you. You've already given us a big surprise. You should keep more of these cultivation resources for yourself. After all, your cultivation is much higher than ours, and your consumption must be greater. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, this time, it's not a gift. It's just consumables for your cultivation. After that, Xia Ruofei turned his hand and took out 2 crystals from the ring to space. He handed them to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. He said with a smile, here. One for each of you. This is a crystal. The spiritual chi it contains is much higher than that of a spirit crystal. Ordinary cultivators at the gold core stage are not willing to use it. You can use crystals for your cultivation in the future. That way, the efficiency will be higher. Song Wei was shocked and said, since this is for cultivators at the gold core stage, you should keep it for yourself. The spirit crystals you gave us are very useful. This is a crystal, right? It's too wasteful to give it to us. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. If it was before, I might have thought that it was a waste. After all, I was not rich at that time. This time I really made a fortune. Now, I have a lot of crystals in my hands. Of course, such good things should be given to you first. Take it all. I'm not short of crystals anymore. This. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other and then said, then we won't stand on ceremony. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, what's there to stand on ceremony with me? What's mine is yours. You said that. Ling Qingxue said. I said that. Then, wherever I want to go in the future, you have to use a flying boat to send me. Ling Qingxue said, after taking a flying boat, I don't want to take a plane at all, okay? It's slow, sometimes very bumpy, and there's a safety issue. I hate it. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, no problem. Even if it's thousands of miles away, as long as you call, I'll immediately fly over to pick you up. That's not bad. Xianxia said with satisfaction. Xiao Ruofei spread his hands and said with a smile, this time, I really don't have any gifts. I've taken out everything that I should. Xianxia and Song Wei were laughing at the side. At the same time, they felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that this time they came out to plunder Xiao Ruofei and then go back home. On the way back, Xiao Ruofei flew to the 3 mountains in order of distance. It took a lot of time to study the flying sword and the storage ring, so after the 3 of them chatted in the cabin for a while, the flying boat had already crossed the strait and quickly approached the city of the 3 mountains. Xiao Ruofei skillfully controlled the flying boat to hover above the rooftop of his villa. Xianxia looked at Xiao Ruofei reluctantly and said, Ruofei, I'll go back first. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, take care of yourself when I'm not around. Got it. Xianxia said, remember to pick a cultivation method for us as soon as possible, so that we won't be able to cultivate when we're not with you. I'll carefully choose a suitable cultivation method for you. Xiao Ruofei nodded seriously. Then, Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Wei and asked with a smile, Wei Wei, do you want to get off here too? You can visit your parents while you're at it. Song Wei thought for a moment, then shook his head with a smile and said, forget it. If I suddenly appear in front of them, won't they be shocked? They'll think that something happened to me, running home from Beijing in the middle of the night. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, that's true. Then forget it this time. I'll send you back to Beijing directly. Song Wei nodded. Xianxia said, then I'll be leaving. Bye-bye. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei sent Xianxia to the deck. They watched as she jumped off the flying boat and stood on the rooftop of Xiao Ruofei's house. The 2 of them waved at Xianxia, then Xiao Ruofei returned to the cabin and controlled the flying boat to fly to Beijing. It only took about half an hour to fly from Sanshan to Beijing. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei chatted in the control room. Song Wei was a very gentle girl, and Xiao Ruofei could feel his mood was very peaceful when he chatted with her. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the capital. Wei Wei, the dormitory is closed, right? Xiao Ruofei said, it's late at night. Why don't we spend the night on this airboat? Why don't you wait until dawn before going down? Song Wei smiled and said, I won't waste your time. Aren't you going back to Peach Blossom Island? Let's go directly to Imperial Jing Sky City. 7 years ago, when Song Wei was admitted to Beijing University, Song Qiming and his wife bought a bachelor apartment for Song Wei in Yujing Sky City, which was near the university. However, Song Wei lived on campus most of the time, so the apartment was basically empty. Of course, she would go back 1 or 2 days a week, so the hygiene was maintained very well. It was not a problem for her to move in directly. Then why don't you take me in? Xiao Ruofei stretched and said, I've been running around all day. The total distance I've flown is enough to circle the earth. I'm exhausted. Song Wei blushed slightly and asked, aren't you in a hurry? There's nothing particularly urgent. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Wei and said, besides, we haven't been together for a long time. Don't you miss me? Song Wei looked down at her toes and said in a low voice, of course I do. But I have an appointment with Xianxia. Your agreement has long been in name only. Xiao Ruofei muttered. What are you talking about? Song Wei looked up at Xiao Ruofei and asked. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, no. I mean, this is also a matter of convenience. I have nowhere to go in the middle of the night. Do you have the heart to let me travel alone at night? Just take it that you're taking me in for 1 night. That's fine, right? Song Wei giggled and said, men have such big mouths. People who don't know would think that you're really that pitiful. If you really want to find a place to sleep, Luhai Lane is such a big courtyard house. You can sleep in whichever room you want, right? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, don't mention the courtyard house. Just tell me if you're going to take me in or not. I'm scared of you. Song Wei pouted slightly and said, if you want to go, then follow me. Your legs are on your body, and your cultivation is higher than mine. Do you think I can stop you? Roger. Xiao Ruofei shouted happily. Then he hummed a song as he controlled the flying boat and flew towards Xianxia City, which was near Capital University. After a while, the flying boat hovered above the rooftop of Song Wei's apartment. The two jumped off the flying boat. Xiao Ruofei put the shrunken flying boat into the Ring 2 space, then held Song Wei's hand and walked towards the rooftop exit. Soon, the two returned to the apartment on the 19th floor. Although it was a single apartment, the layout was quite good. Because the height of the floors was relatively high, it was separated by half a floor, forming a semi-open second-floor bedroom. Below the bedroom was the kitchen, bathroom, and so on. Further inside was a small living room, which was connected to a balcony. It could be said that although it was small, it had all the essentials. As soon as Song Wei entered the room, she said, "I'm going to take a shower. You can rest in the living room for a while. There are drinks in the fridge. You can take them yourself." Xiao Ruofei hugged Song Wei's shoulder and said with a smile, "Well, let's take a shower together. It's more efficient." Song Wei blushed and glared at Xiao Ruofei, saying, "Don't even think about it. Go to the living room and wait. By the way, I didn't prepare your clothes. You have your own storage space, so you should have clothes, right? What if I don't have any?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smirk, "Can I wear yours? Why are you so bad?" Song Wei said coquettishly, "You can take care of it yourself. If you can't, I can lend you my nightgown, hee hee." Xiao Ruofei suddenly imagined himself wearing a floral nightgown. He couldn't help but feel disgusted. He quickly said, "Forget it." Song Wei giggled and ran up the stairs. She found her clothes in the closet in the bedroom, and then went downstairs to take a shower. Although she had been with Xiao Ruofei for a long time, Song Wei was still very shy. She even rolled her underwear into her pajamas, and then went downstairs with it. Xiao Ruofei saw it and couldn't help but laugh. "Wei, you didn't hide it well. Your shoulder straps are exposed." Song Wei suddenly blushed and rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei. She rolled her clothes tighter and walked barefoot into the bathroom on the first floor. After a while, there was the sound of running water. After Xiao Ruofei heard it, he couldn't help but feel itchy. He hadn't linked Xianxia with Song Wei for a long time. Although he was a cultivator at the gold core stage, his cultivation method wasn't pure and he also had needs in this area. He couldn't help but stand up and take a bottle of iced Coke from the fridge. He gulped down a few mouthfuls and felt the evil fire in his heart slightly suppressed. After more than half an hour, Song Wei finally finished showering. She was wearing a cute bear-patterned nightgown. She wiped her wet hair with a bath towel and walked out of the bathroom. "It's your turn," Song Wei said with a smile. "I prepared a new set of toiletries for you." "Thank you." Xiao Ruofei walked over and wanted to hug Song Wei. However, Song Wei nimbly dodged and chuckled. "Go take a shower first. There's a smell on you." Xiao Ruofei sniffed and said with a puzzled face, "There's a smell? I don't smell it." In fact, after becoming a cultivator at the gold core stage, the impurities in his body had basically been cleaned. Even if he occasionally sweated, there wouldn't be a strong smell of sweat, not to mention that Xiao Ruofei didn't sweat much today. Song Wei said with a smile, "It's the smell of alcohol. Did you forget that we drank so much at the Tang family's manor?" After saying this, Song Wei also felt like he was in a dream. A few hours ago, they were drinking and chatting happily in an Australian manor in the southern hemisphere. In such a short time, they were actually back in the capital city and took a detour to the Three Mountains. Xiao Ruofei touched his nose and said with some embarrassment, "Then I'll hurry up and take a shower." After that, he also rushed into the bathroom. Naturally, it wasn't so troublesome for a man to take a shower. He took off his clothes quickly and directly turned on the cold water to wash himself. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Ruofei had finished showering. He directly took out clean pajamas from the Ring 2 space and changed into them. Then he put the dirty clothes into the Ring 2 space and walked out of the bathroom. As soon as he went out, Xiao Ruofei saw that Song Wei was putting some snacks on the tea table in the living room into the storage ring. When Song Wei saw that Xiao Ruofei saw him, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and explained, "I was thinking, if I put some food in the storage ring, I can take it out and eat it when I'm hungry. It's quite convenient." Xiao Ruofei held back his laughter and didn't expose Song Wei. Instead, he nodded seriously. In fact, he knew that Song Wei wanted to put everything he saw into the storage ring because the novelty was not over yet. This was similar to the feeling of a new driver who had just gotten his driver's license and wanted to drive very much. There was nothing for her to play with on the flying boat, nothing more than some trinkets in her own small bag. Now that she was home, she naturally wanted to put away this and that. Xiao Ruofei said, "Actually, you can put some clothes in the storage ring. That way, you can change at any time wherever you go." "That's right." Song Wei's eyes lit up and said, "That's a good idea. I'll go tidy up and put some clothes in the storage ring." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. He was just joking, but he didn't expect Song Wei to take it seriously. Using this precious night to tidy up the clothes? Isn't it a bit too wasteful? Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt that he was caught in a trap of his own making. He was quick-witted, so he cleared his throat and said, "Well. Wei, have you thought about a problem? A lot of clothes have to be hung in the wardrobe. If you put them all in the storage ring, won't they wrinkle after a long time? How can you wear them then?" "That seems to make sense." Song Wei stopped and said with a frown, "What should I do then?" "Ruofei, I really think that it's very convenient to put some clothes in the storage ring." Xiao Ruofei laughed in his heart and said, "Well, there's a way. As long as there's a wardrobe to hang the clothes, naturally, they won't wrinkle. So, in fact, you just need a wardrobe. Tomorrow, when you have time, you can buy a wardrobe. Then, you can tidy up the clothes that you want to put into the storage ring and put them in the wardrobe. Together with the wardrobe, you can put them all in the storage ring, right? I've checked, and the storage ring space is quite big." "Good idea." Song Wei immediately gave him a thumbs up, and at the same time, gave up the idea of tidying up the clothes for the time being. "Let me see." Song Wei thought for a while and said, "Some toiletries and daily necessities can also be put in the storage ring. Even kitchen utensils and tableware. Wow. I'm going to tidy them up." Xiao Ruofei quickly grabbed Song Wei, who was in high spirits, and said with a bitter face, "Madam, look at the time now. It's not too late to do these things tomorrow. Now. Shouldn't we go and rest?" When Song Wei saw Xiao Ruofei's eager eyes, her pretty face became slightly hot. Then, she couldn't help but laugh and say, "Then, go and rest. But I've made an agreement with Xianxia, so we can only sleep in separate rooms." "There's no room to separate." Xiao Ruofei was speechless and asked the heavens, "There's only one room in total. Can you teach me how to separate?" Song Wei pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Isn't there a sofa in the living room? It's not easy for me to come to your house, and you want me to sleep on the sofa? Isn't that a bit too inhumane?" Xiao Ruofei said pitifully. Song Wei said with a smile, "I'm saying that I can sleep on the sofa. I'm not like some cultivators at the golden core stage who can't even stand this little bit of hardship. Besides, my sofa is very soft. I often lie on it and watch TV, so I fall asleep directly." No, that's even more unacceptable." Xiao Ruofei said quickly, Wei, we're already in a relationship. Let's just squeeze on the same bed. I see that your bed is quite big. I promise. I won't mess around. I'd rather believe that there are ghosts in the world than believe your words." Song Wei said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei saw that the soft approach didn't work, so he could only use the hard approach. He directly used his maximum speed, jumped over and easily carried Song Wei up by the waist. Amidst Song Wei's screams, he walked up the stairs in a few steps and put her on the soft big bed. In fact, Song Wei was just being reserved. Since she had agreed to let Xiao Ruofei spend the night at her house, she knew what would happen. She couldn't really stick to the so-called agreement. Half of the reason she had evaded him just now was to make herself feel at ease, and the other half was deliberately joking with Xiao Ruofei. Song Wei lay on her side on the bed, her lotus-like arms supporting her head. She glanced at Xiao Ruofei flirtatiously and said, "You're really fast." I couldn't react at all. "You're really at the golden core stage. But, you're using your little cultivation on this kind of thing." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "This is the most important thing. It's not shameful to use your cultivation on this kind of thing. I finally understand that it's not good to be too honest." After that, Xiao Ruofei kicked off his slippers and jumped onto the bed. Song Wei giggled and hid inside, but Xiao Ruofei hugged her. Soon, there was a heart-stirring movement in this small bachelor apartment. The next morning, on the big bed in the bedroom upstairs, a jade-like arm stretched out from under the messy quilt. Song Wei rubbed her sleepy eyes and reached for her phone on the bedside table. She glanced at it and found that it was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. Her sleepiness was gone by half at once. At this time, she also remembered the madness last night and couldn't help but blush slightly. Then, Song Wei looked sideways and found that there was no one next to her. She quickly sat up, picked up her pajamas from the floor, and put them on. At this time, Song Wei heard the sound from the kitchen downstairs. A sweet smile appeared on her pretty face. Song Wei walked down the stairs in slippers. Halfway down, she leaned over the railing and looked down. Sure enough, she saw Xiao Ruofei in an apron, busy in the kitchen. "You're awake." Xiao Ruofei heard the noise and looked up. He happened to meet Song Wei's eyes. He said with a smile, "I remember that you said yesterday that you had already asked for leave today. In order to let you sleep more, I didn't wake you up in the morning." Song Wei realized that she must look unkempt. She couldn't help but scream and quickly shrank back. Then, she quickly walked down the stairs and rushed into the bathroom with her head down. Xiao Ruofei looked at the closed bathroom door behind him and said to himself, "What's going on?" After a while, Song Wei, who had freshened up, walked out of the bathroom. At this time, Xiao Ruofei had already prepared breakfast. He brought the breakfast to the small dining room connected to the living room. Although it was called a dining room, because the room was too small, there was actually a dining table on the edge of the living room. Xiao Ruofei saw Song Wei and said with a smile, "Are you done washing up? Come and eat." "It's not very sumptuous. After all, my cooking skills are average. I'll just make do with it." Song Wei glanced at the dining table and found that Xiao Ruofei had baked a few pieces of bread, 2 cups of warm milk, 2 fried eggs, and a very thick porridge. There was also some pumpkin and millet in the porridge. The fragrant smell was very appetizing. Song Wei smiled and said, "This is already sumptuous enough. What a combination of Chinese and Western. But I remember that I've already finished all the eggs in the fridge, and I didn't prepare any pumpkins. Did you go out to buy groceries?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Did you forget that I also have a storage treasure? I'm used to carrying some ingredients with me in case of emergencies. See, isn't it useful today?" Song Wei patted his head and said, "Yes, yes, yes. You really did remind me. Anyway, I've asked for leave today. I might as well tidy up at home and go out to buy things. It's a waste not to use such a large storage space." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little funny when he saw Song Wei, who had always been steady, become excited when talking about the storage ring. He said with a smile, "Eating is more important than anything. Let's eat breakfast first. In addition, I have to go back to Taoyuan Island. I'm afraid I can't accompany you shopping today." Song Wei came to the dining table and sat down. He said with a smile, "You don't have to accompany me. Go do your business." Then, Song Wei first tasted a mouthful of the fragrant pumpkin millet porridge. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up and say, "It's delicious. Ruofei, I found that your cooking skills have improved a lot, just like your cultivation. With your cooking skills, it won't be a problem for you to apply for a chef position in Xianxia." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "A graduate student is a graduate student. You're so good at praising people. Although I know you don't mean it, I'm happy to hear it." "How can I not mean it? It's really delicious." Song Wei then took a bite of a fried egg and said, "The heat of this fried egg is just right. It's even sweetened. It's so delicious." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Eat more if it's delicious. I specially cooked more porridge today. It'll be a waste if we can't finish it." "Yes, yes." Song Wei nodded as he ate. Then, he said, "Don't just watch me eat. Eat it yourself." "Okay, okay, okay," Xiao Ruofei said. It could be seen that Song Wei really thought that Xiao Ruofei's breakfast was delicious. Soon, the two of them finished all the food on the table. She even got an extra bowl of porridge. After eating, Xiao Ruofei helped Song Wei clean up the dishes. Then, he took off his apron and said, Wei Wei, I have to go. You have to take care of yourself in Beijing. I believe that you can easily deal with normal situations. If there's a threat from cultivators, you must tell me immediately and make your own safety your top priority. I know. Song Wei said with a smile, in fact, I also want to accompany you to cultivate on Taoyuan Island, but I also like my current profession very much. I want to work in archaeology for a few more years. When my father retires in a few years, we can live together on Taoyuan Island. Yes, yes. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, no matter what you choose, I will respect it, and I will do my best to create the best cultivation conditions for you. Song Wei gently hugged Xiao Ruofei, put his face on his chest, and murmured, I know. In the future, no matter what others think, in my opinion, meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. Ruofei, when you deal with people in the cultivation world, you must pay attention to your safety. Don't make me worry about you. Also, don't take risks. You must always remember that there are still many people who care about you, including me and Xianxia. I will remember. Xiao Ruofei hugged Song Wei, then kissed her gently on the forehead and said, Wei Wei, I'm leaving. I'll send you. Song Wei said quickly. No need, I'll take the flying boat directly from the rooftop and leave. You don't have to go upstairs again. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, you should stay and tidy up your things. Be sure to make good use of the storage ring. Okay then. Song Wei said, remember to come to Beijing to see me when you have time. Definitely. After that, Xiao Ruofei let go of Ling Qingxue and walked to the door. When he went out, Xiao Ruofei waved at Ling Qingxue, then closed the door and turned to walk to the elevator. Soon, Xiao Ruofei arrived at the rooftop of the high-end apartment. After he took out the flying boat, he quickly controlled the flying boat and left Yujing Sky City. Xiao Ruofei did not notice that Song Wei was standing behind the glass door of the balcony, watching the futuristic black flying boat suddenly accelerate. In the blink of an eye, it became a small black dot and disappeared into the horizon. After Xiao Ruofei found the location of Taoyuan Island, he controlled the flying boat to ascend to the air level where civil airliners could not reach. Then, he flew straight in the direction of Taoyuan Island. The black flying boat flew steadily for about 2.5 hours and arrived at the sea near Taoyuan Island. Ever since he had this black flying boat, the distance in space seemed to be no longer a problem. In the past, it would take more than 10 hours to fly from Huaxia to Taoyuan Island by private plane, and he would need to land to refuel halfway. Now, it had only been more than 2 hours, which was the time it took to fly from Beijing to the Three Mountains. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei did not waste these 2 hours. He entered the Ring 2 space to cultivate. Xiao Ruofei skillfully controlled the flying boat to pass through the Taishu mystical clear array and steadily hovered above the rooftop of the Yanhuang building. When the flying boat touched the array at the outermost periphery, Li Yifu naturally noticed it. Therefore, when Xiao Ruofei jumped off the flying boat, he saw Li Yifu already waiting for him on the rooftop. Marshal Granduncle, you are back. Li Yifu said respectfully with a bow. Xiao Ruofei put the shrunken flying boat into the Ring 2 space, then nodded with a smile and said, yes. I sent all of them home separately. I also stayed in Beijing for a night, and then flew to Taoyuan Island early in the morning. You tell me, it was easy to give you this surprise. Li Yifu said, Marshal Granduncle. You have given this disciple a new lease on life. This disciple will not be able to repay you even if my bones are crushed. To be able to meet Marshal Granduncle at such an old age is really the greatest blessing in this disciple's life. Speaking of this, Li Yifu's voice couldn't help but choke with sobs. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, don't. Yifu, I was just joking. Why are you getting emotional? Let's go. Let's go downstairs first. The wind on the rooftop is too strong. Marshal Granduncle, do you want to eat first? Li Yifu said, I will ask the chef in the cafeteria to cook a few dishes for you. Xiao Ruofei quickly waved his hand and said, I just had breakfast more than 2 hours ago. I really can't eat anything now. Let's go to my room first. I happen to have something to talk to you about. Yes. Li Yifu quickly responded. The two of them came to the big suite on the top floor. After Li Yifu closed the door, he asked, "Martial Granduncle, do you have any orders?" Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "No orders. I just have something to give you." After that, Xiao Ruofei directly took out a flying sword and a metacrystal. Under the support of his mind power, the flying sword and the metacrystal floated quietly. Li Yifu suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at the things in front of him in disbelief. He stuttered and asked, "Flying sword? And this is a metacrystal, right? This is for me?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He said, "These are the gains of this auction. I have a lot of metacrystals on hand now. I will leave one for you. This way, even if you leave the range of the Great Void Mystical Clear Formation, you can still cultivate." But, this is too precious," Li Yifu said. "Stop talking nonsense. Quickly put away the metacrystal," Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation. "I still want to teach you how to control the flying sword." Naturally, this was one of the 5 flying swords. It was completely black and whiter than Song Wei and Ling Qingshua's Autumn Water and Love Person. The similarity was that they all exuded a sharp aura, as if the space around the flying sword was about to be cut open. This flying sword named Black Gold was also chosen by Xiao Ruofei early on and prepared to give to Li Yifu. This time, Xiao Ruofei had obtained a total of 5 flying swords in the nested space. Now, among the people close to Xiao Ruofei, there were exactly 5 people who had embarked on the path of cultivation: Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, Li Yifu, Tang Haoren, and Song Wei's father, Song Qiming. Song Qiming's cultivation was too low. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had not told Song Qiming everything about cultivation, so naturally, he could not give him a flying sword. On the other hand, Tang Haoren's cultivation was barely enough, mainly because he was too young and his mind was not mature yet. Xiao Ruofei naturally did not dare to give such a sharp flying sword to Tang Haoren. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also chose a flying sword named Blazing for Tang Haoren. This flying sword was made of some rare ore. It was dark red all over and exuded a blazing aura from time to time. This was obviously the most suitable sword for Tang Haoren, who practiced the Yang cultivation method. However, the flying sword could not be given to Tang Haoren now. At least, when he was older, Xiao Ruofei would consider giving this flying sword Blazing to Tang Haoren. This? Li Yifu hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "Grand Marshal Uncle, I dare not refuse an elder's gift. Disciple will shamelessly accept this origin crystal. But this flying sword is really too precious. Grand Marshal Uncle, you should keep it for yourself. Disciple knows that you already have a flying sword, but it's also not bad to have an extra one for self-defense." Xiao Ruofei said, "Why do you still want to bargain when I'm giving you some cultivation resources now?" "Oh. Take half and return half. Do you think I'm giving you a free gift? Hurry up and put away the origin crystal. Sure enough, learn from me how to imprint a spiritual imprint on a flying sword." Xiao Ruofei pretended to be angry, so Li Yifu did not dare to refuse again. He could only hold back his tears and nod heavily, saying, "Thank you, Grand Marshal Uncle, for your generous gift." With that, he was about to kneel down and kowtow to Xiao Ruofei. However, the reaction speed of a gold core stage cultivator was very fast. When Li Yifu's knee just bent, Xiao Ruofei immediately noticed it and casually raised his hand. Li Yifu found that he could not kneel anymore. "I don't like kneeling and kowtowing." Xiao Ruofei said, "Yifu, I don't want to criticize you, but we're all from the same lineage of spiritual master Xianxia, right? Now there's only the 2 of us left. If I'm the head of the sect, then you're the only disciple of my sect. Tell me, if I don't give these cultivation resources to you, who else can I give them to? You called me Grand Marshal Uncle, so I have the responsibility to do my best to cultivate you. In the future, when I give you cultivation resources, you're not allowed to refuse, understand?" "Yes. Grand Marshal Uncle." Li Yifu's eyes were slightly red. After looking deeply at Xiao Ruofei, he said, "Disciple will remember it in his heart. Come on." Xiao Ruofei waved and said, "First, keep this flying sword. In the future, don't easily reveal the flying sword. Let it be nourished in your dantian. First, it's not to reveal your wealth. Second, it's to leave you a trump card. If you encounter danger in the future, this flying sword may be a surprise weapon that can save your life. End of chapter 1672. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.